Chapter 1. Welcome to the non-existent evening news, broadcasting from the center of the black hole at 7:30 p.m. I am a special correspondent, Su Shou Jimeng. First, we have a report from the Bureau of Time Traveler Statistics. Recent big data indicates that the preferences of time travelers in the 21st century for their destinations are notably consistent. After eliminating the various realms of gods and demons with insufficient sample sizes that could easily be torn apart by a single hand, and discarding the relatively small samples of group and mass time travel, we will analyze the individual time travel samples that closely resemble Earth's historical timeline. Unless one is willing to abandon the human form, there are hardly any time travelers who wish to return to the Quaternary period prior to the new era approximately 2.6 million years ago, as verified by returning travelers who state that even hominids did not exist at that time. Of course, there are a few fervent enthusiasts of dinosaurs and ardent fans of the film Jurassic Park, as well as a few deranged geologists who express their desire to return to the Jurassic period or even earlier. Additionally, a very small number of resilient individuals have expressed a willingness to journey back tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of years to lead our primitive ancestors out of ignorance, carving a bloody path through the immense ice age, fierce saber-toothed tigers, and countless hostile tribes of primates. Using a big stick to forge a future is the rallying cry of these comrades. However, it must be said that based on the mental state of some individuals who have returned, this period does not appear to be an advisable choice for time travel. The vast majority of those who feel panic at the thought of learning primate languages, who are embarrassed by the idea of being unclothed, who cannot accept using leaves for personal hygiene, and who distrust the intelligence of our ancestors, we refer to as normal people, preferring instead to return to a timeline closer to the last 10,000 years. Among these normal individuals, about one wish to return 4,000 years into the past, and these individuals are often diagnosed with a psychological obsession known in academic circles as character creation mania, characterized by a lifelong pursuit of creating unique and difficult-to-interpret characters. I was once invited to view the works of a character creator, and I can only say that we are fortunate that our non-existent evening news station operates independently of all timelines. Additionally, approximately 4 wish to return to the era of slavery, taking the Huaxia civilization as an example, roughly 2,500 to 4,000 years ago. The common traits of these individuals include extreme confidence in their character or a belief in the adage that no good deed is too small, as they have spent their lives accumulating virtue for the sake of time travel. This group also includes a few optimists who believe that even if they become slaves through time travel, they can easily rise to nobility. As for the remaining 95 who choose to return to feudal and modern times, a notable gender differentiation emerges. The majority of women express a desire to return to a prosperous era again, taking Huaxia as an example. These periods are characterized by an emperor or a group of princes who align with modern aesthetic standards. In contrast, the selection between prosperous and chaotic times is evenly split among men. In prosperous times, one can invent and create, amass wealth, cling to the powerful, and rebel to become emperor. In chaotic times, one can invent and create, form alliances, cling to the powerful, and rebel to become emperor. I do not know why the notion of rebellion is prevalent in both prosperous and chaotic times. Perhaps the phrase simply carries an air of imperial authority that encourages its inclusion in everyone's slogans. It must be noted that male time travelers have become quite adept at understanding the processes of how to become an emperor upon returning to the past. Yet in truth, it was summarized long before the advent of time travelers in a 5-word key phrase: master mathematics and chemistry. Fear not where you travel. This concludes the big data analysis regarding time travel to the past, and I will now present the big data on traveling to the future. Damn it, I am truly unlucky. I have always been so interested in history. Why on earth did I end up in the future? Lin Mo could not help but complain once more in his heart. Having spent my childhood helping old ladies cross the street to accumulate virtue, finally achieving time travel. Yet where are the promised battles of the warring states, the heroic Han, the struggles of the 3 kingdoms, the dreams of the Sui and Tang dynasties, and the grandeur of the Song dynasty? Even a mournful tale from the late Ming dynasty would suffice. If nothing else, Let me return to 1895, so I can forge ahead. But why of all things am I stuck in? Reflecting on the calendar in this place, Lin Mo finally muttered under his breath. Damn it, the Galactic Republic in the year 2333. I simply cannot comprehend what the Republic calendar has against you. If you don't wish to use the Republican calendar, then just use the Iron Star calendar here. A young woman to Lin Mo's left spoke in a low voice, as if deliberately lowering her tone for a whisper. As for the constant cursing, why not share your thoughts with me? Everyone quiet down, came a low reprimand from a middle-aged man behind them. Focus and do not chatter. TCH. The young woman to Lin Mo's left scoffed softly, seemingly unimpressed, yet she fell silent. Lin Mo merely pursed his lips, still grumbling to himself. Going back to the past allows for invention and creation, for clinging to power and rebelling to become emperor. But what can I do in the future? All inventions will be nothing but obsolete relics. Who even knows who to cling to? And as for rebellion to become an emperor, whom am I rebelling against? This is the Galactic Republic, not an empire. It is a republic. Damn the republic. Lin Mo swallowed hard, finally managing to restrain himself from voicing his frustrations. Still, all of this would be bearable if I could study hard and improve myself, find a stable job to earn some galactic coins, and enjoy the benefits of future technology. But no, there's war. I've been on the front lines since birth. Fearing he might curse again, Lin Mo took a long breath, rubbing his cheek against the cold gun stock in front of him. He was half laying on a pile of rubble at the top of a sand dune. In front of him was a modified Sting 3 electromagnetic sniper rifle, a model that had been phased out of the Republic's regular army for nearly 50 years, yet it still served here. Its subtly shimmering purple, streamlined body and elongated barrel combined to be longer than Lin Mo's own body, which was not yet 11 years old, as if the boy himself were merely an accessory to the rifle. Lin Mo gradually slowed his breathing and heartbeat. He had been in this world for nearly 5 years, or rather, he finally awakened his complete memories at the age of 6. He had been picked up by the captain. The captain was the leader of this mercenary squad, the same middle-aged man who had just admonished them to keep quiet. The squad was codenamed Sea Serpent, part of the 2nd Company, 2nd Division of the Ocean Rock Corps. As for the Ocean Rock Corps, it was a conglomeration of hundreds of mercenary squads, assembled to participate in cleaning tasks on Iron Star, operating mostly independently except for major missions, akin to a scattered assembly. The Sea Serpent squad consisted of 6 members. Apart from the captain, there was a heavy weapons specialist known as Big Guy, a mech operator called Skinny Monkey, a scout named Wild Dog, a mechanic known as Mechanical Hand, and a communications officer named Seagull. Seagull was the young lady who had just referred to herself as Old Lady, sitting next to Lin Mo. She had little control over her mouth, and if the captain did not speak, she could chatter on like a seagull for an entire day. Lin Mo glanced at her, noticing that Seagull was adjusting the deployment of a distant miniature reconnaissance drone. Her arm-mounted communicator projected a small 3-dimensional image in front of her, which quickly came into focus, revealing the other 4 members of the squad, scattered in front of a flat opening in the gravel ground several meters wide. The captain remained behind Lin Mo. Adding himself to the count made 7, Lin Mo mused. Feeling a bit uncomfortable, he shifted his position slightly. According to Seagull, the Sea Serpent squad originally had 7 members. At that time, the captain was not yet the captain, and, aside from the 6 members Lin Mo recognized, there was also a woman named Sea Serpent. However, during a perilous mission, Sea Serpent did not return after sacrificing herself to protect the squad, while the captain had brought back the unfortunate child, Lin Mo, from that mission. At that time, the colonial area of Iron Star had become a wasteland, and the captain could not be bothered to send him to an orphanage on another planet. So he kept Lin Mo with the Sea Serpent squad, where he mostly remained at the supply base for training during his early years and later accompanied them on missions. Especially after Lin Mo's talents awakened. It's clearly child labor exploitation. What kind of parent would allow an 11-year-old to be taken to the battlefield? After adjusting his position, Lin Mo made slight adjustments to the Sting II's shock absorption module, which had been customized by Mechanical Hand using his mechanical left arm to protect the still-developing boy from the rifle's substantial recoil. In this era, talent awakening was not a rare phenomenon. It was simply a matter of practice making perfect. For Inns, however, Lin Mo's talent awakening was rather peculiar, as it was not merely a case of practice makes perfect. At that moment, he was in the base, competing with several other children for a piece of candy, not the nauseating sweet sticks produced by the food machine, but genuine fruit gummies wrapped in red plastic, which the captain had casually brought back from a procurement mission for second-hand equipment at the space station, tossing them towards the children at the base. In the instant when the candy soared through the air, the glimmering red wrapper sparkled under the light, and Lin Mo suddenly felt as though everything around him had slowed down, resembling a slow-motion scene. He perceived the trajectory of the candy, the height to which the other children leaped, and the direction and gaps of their outstretched arms. He even discerned every glimmer of light reflecting off the crinkled candy wrapper. Although his own movements felt sluggish, the information he received in that moment allowed him to snatch the candy before anyone else could. That was truly delicious, he mused, lying on the gravel as he reflexively smacked his lips at the memory of that candy. Initially, he was euphoric, believing that his fortune as a time traveler had finally manifested. Was there not a realm of temporal manipulation? Surely this was the most extraordinary of superpowers. With such an ability, he could aspire to become an emperor in this wretched republic. However, after several attempts, Lin Mo eventually came to a realization. The heightened state he experienced when intensely focused was not a temporal domain. His own movements in that state were also slow. It was merely his perception and thoughts that sharpened remarkably. This heightened acuity made his marksmanship with a sniper rifle exceptionally precise. Yet beyond that, it seemed of little use, infinitely inferior to the concept of a temporal domain and decidedly inadequate for ascending to the throne of the Republic. In disappointment, Lin Mo casually dubbed it the soy sauce state, reminiscing about the flavor he had not tasted in nearly 11 years. The mere thought of soy sauce sent him into a frenzy. What kind of life had he been leading since his arrival in this world? Despite existing in the Galactic Era, he often found himself enduring the elements and frequently risking his life, all while the captain meticulously pinched every penny. Take this mission as an example. Due to its simplicity, they hadn't even brought along their shabby exoskeleton armor. The mechanical ammunition box had remained in the vehicle, and he only carried 2 grenades, with the magazine of his Sting 3 filled entirely with the cheapest metal bullets. If not for the desire to keep Seagull quiet for a while, the captain likely wouldn't have bothered deploying even the micro-drone. It was merely a micro-dronion that could fly all day without consuming much energy. Sensing his thoughts, the captain behind him emanated a faint chill, causing Lin Mo to shudder involuntarily. He quickly ceased his mental circling and cursing toward that figure. With a resigned sigh, he pondered his imminent 11th birthday. Yet he had no idea when he would leave this desolate planet, Ire. Though this world was indeed in the Galactic Era, the farthest he had ventured was the central base of Ire, a trip made when he was 9 after sustaining an injury, accompanied by the captain for a post-injury examination. The advanced medical scanner there revealed that he was born at approximately 2300 hours on August 1st, 2322, in the Republic's calendar. That was the first time he learned his exact birthday in this world. Glancing at the vital signs monitor on his wrist, Lin Mo noted that the local time on Ire was 1630, while the standard Republic time was 21 hours, 42 minutes, and 26 seconds on August 1st, 2333, meaning that in just over an hour, it would be his birthday. As he inhaled the cold metallic scent of the Sting, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. What had he been doing at 11 in his previous life? Lin Mo shook his head slightly, dispelling those distracting thoughts from his mind. The sky gradually darkened, even with 2 enormous moons rising in the heavens. It was difficult to illuminate the gray, gravel-strewn ground. On the 3-dimensional display, a bulky figure was seen placing something at the mouth of the gravel pit before retreating with his massive Gatling-like weapon, while the other 3 remained scattered around the pit's entrance. After a short while, the 3-dimensional image finally shifted. Several red points of light appeared at the edge of the display. Lin Mo felt a chill run down his spine as he pressed his right eye against a narrow scope, slowing his breath once more. Simultaneously, the serious voice of Seagull echoed through his bone-conducting earpiece. "Attention! The enemy has appeared. The enemy has appeared. On the stony dunes, Lin Mo's scope targeted the dark gravel pit 1,500 meters away. The enemy was the alien insects, or rather, the insectoid race. According to the captain, long before the establishment of the Republic, during the era of the Galactic Exploration Alliance, the insectoid race was humanity's greatest adversary. Following the founding of the Republic, with the expansion of colonial star systems, the conflicts between humans and the insectoids escalated, ultimately igniting a war that has persisted to this day, with battle lines stretching nearly 10,000 light-years across thousands of star systems, both large and small. On the frontline planet of Ire, the inhabitants have grown accustomed to paying silent homage to the starry sky during the night. Occasionally, a star will suddenly flare into brilliance before fading into obscurity, signaling another starship's catastrophic explosion in the depths of space. Just like now. Lin Mo sensed a faint illumination in the sky. He refrained from diverting his attention. Within the cave, 5 jumping insects approached, one notably larger, likely a second-stage mature specimen. From the left, the call of a seagull resonated as she issued commands through the communication device. Heavyweights, provide fire suppression. Slim monkeys, offer support. Mechanical hands and wild dogs. Refrain from firing. Maintain concealment. Xiao Mo, continue preparations. The primary target has yet to manifest. Lin Mo felt a shiver run down his spine as he peered through the narrow scope, observing 2 probing jump bugs. Despite having encountered them numerous times, the grotesque form of these creatures still sent chills through him. Their metallic spines and scythe-like limbs, combined with their astonishingly swift reflexes, posed a grave threat, capable of inflicting tremendous casualties should they breach the human lines. This, however, was merely the weakest of the alien insects. In the distance, a massive figure arched its back, and a Gatling-style machine gun unleashed a torrent of flames. The 2 3-meter-long white jump bugs were obliterated at the entrance of the gravel cave, one of them losing its side-like forelimb in an instant. The shattered exoskeleton oozed a viscous yellow liquid, and before it could escape the cave, it let out a piercing shriek and collapsed. Yet, the machine gun continued its relentless fire. Moments later, a deep yellow jump bug, measuring 5 meters in length, emerged, trampling over the carcasses of the first 2. Its dark yellow exoskeleton withstood the onslaught longer, as it bent its hind limbs and lunged menacingly towards the massive figure. Lin Mo did not fire. The moment for him to do so had not yet arrived. Or as the captain put it, even if the metallic projectiles he supplied for the Hornet 3 were exceedingly cheap, they still held greater value than the gunpowder rounds carried by the hulking figure. The giant could subdue this second-stage mature creature, and the slender monkey, even without wearing armor, could easily dispose of the remaining 2 smaller ones. There was no need for Lin Mo to pull the trigger. Warfare is a contest of resources, particularly in the conflict against the insectoid species. Amidst the protracted flames of war, even Lin Mo had learned to conserve every single bullet. Although for centuries the Republic had maintained a slight advantage in the war against the insectoids, gradually pushing the front lines forward in the galactic third spiral arm. Over 30 years ago, the insectoids launched a comprehensive counteroffensive. In just a few weeks, they breached over 100 key stargates defended by humanity. In the subsequent 20 years, the Republic lost nearly a quarter of the third spiral arm, including thousands of habitable planets that had been colonized for centuries, an astonishing loss amounting to 1/10 of the Republic's star domain. Countless civilians perished in the chaos, with no survivors left to tell the tale. It was only a decade ago that the tide began to turn. The Republic finally stabilized its front lines and commenced a slow advance. AEL Star, once a lost habitable planet, was one of the first to be reclaimed from the insectoids a decade prior. Through the scope, the second-stage jumping insect ultimately fell before the hulking figure. Its compound eyes and massive jaws shattered beyond recognition. Yet, it appeared not entirely lifeless, struggling and convulsing upon the gravelly ground, while the last 2 smaller ones that had charged forth also collapsed nearby. 3 more primitive jumping insects drew near from the cave. Vigilance was paramount. The sound of seagulls echoed from the left. On the gravel mound, Lin Mo licked his cracked lips, vexed that he had forgotten to apply military ointment during his battle preparations. The Sea Serpent team's base was stationed in the Gobi Desert, where the air seemed to siphon moisture from the skin, and without proper protection, one could swiftly become a desiccated corpse. He gently pressed the scope of the Hornet 3. Numbers appearing in its view, 2219, 43. In just over half an hour, he would turn 11. Though the Republic had re-illuminated AEL Star on the map a decade ago, the battles here were far from over. In the counteroffensive, Numerous planets had succumbed to the insectoid menace. After the regular forces eradicated the large insect nests and their queen, they would immediately shift to the next planetary battleground, leaving the remaining cleanup to mercenary groups like the Sea Rock Corps, traditionally known for such tasks. Despite losing the centralized command of the queen, the insectoids would disperse into smaller groups, fighting independently like animals. However, their sheer numbers and stealth rendered cleanup operations perilous. It is well known that massive weapons of destruction are strictly prohibited on habitable planets. Each natural habitable world is a treasure to humanity, far more valuable than thousands or tens of thousands of soldiers, especially when it comes to mercenaries, whose lives are not held in as high regard. Through the scope, Lin Mo observed the hulking figure retreating, its mechanical arm assisting in cooling the barrel. "Stop dawdling and prepare for action." The captain's voice rang from behind. Lin Mo muttered under his breath, wondering who was truly dawdling. After years of following the Sea Serpent team on missions, he had long since discerned the captain's two primary skills, spectating and fleeing. This fellow, who relished the spectacle, was reluctant to employ a miniature reconnaissance drone. Always standing behind Lin Mo with an antiquated high-powered telescope, barking orders with fervor, yet when it came time to flee, he would dart away with alarming speed, driving recklessly. Their massive modified off-road vehicle required repairs to its braking system 3 times a month. The replaced magnetic brake pads filled a basket. Yet the captain never seemed to lament their expense, far exceeding that of bullets. "Right 15, the captain's voice echoed again. 1006, Seagull. Lin Mo feigned disinterest in the captain's location report. Seagull swiftly tapped on the arm-mounted communicator, and simultaneously, a string of data scrolled across Lin Mo's scope. Direction, right 15. 6 degrees, horizontal 1632. For meters, elevation angle 3. 8 degrees. Wind direction, 30 degrees to the front right of the target. Wind speed, 3 meters per second. Atmospheric pressure, 24 units. Gravity, 9 units. The data in his field of vision fluctuated, yet Lin Mo swiftly identified the target. "Target locked," Lin Mo declared. "Engage vibration-assisted imaging." The view in the scope flickered momentarily before becoming markedly clearer, revealing a wave-like disturbance on the gravel surface. A slender outline of an insect approximately 4 to 5 meters long marked on the ground. Confirmed as a self-detonating sandworm, primitive. Seagull's voice resonated in his ears and through the headset. Lin Mo had entered a state akin to soy sauce. The positioning, wind direction, wind speed, and atmospheric pressure weighed heavily upon him. The sandworm's subterranean velocity, its streamlined appendages, and the location of its central nervous ganglia all coalesced in his mind. The ignition sac of the sandworm's abdominal explosive liquid, and the rock strewn along its path, formed a tapestry of perception. In that fleeting moment, Lin Mo slowly squeezed the trigger. The cry of seagulls was drowned out by the resounding explosion of bee stings. Suddenly, the distant sands erupted, grains mingling with acidic liquid splattering everywhere. 2 thunderous booms resonated in succession. The first was the sound of a metal bullet piercing the earth, while the second marked the shattering of the sandworm's ignition sac, which, after a brief delay, triggered an explosive release of its acidic internal fluid. "Hit the central nervous ganglion," came the captain's anguished voice from behind, filled with exasperation. "The ganglion. How many times must I reiterate? The sandworm offers so few valuable components with one explosion. It is all obliterated." Lin Mo remained fixated on the scope, yet his left hand drifted away from the firearm to gesture behind him, raising his middle finger as a disdainful salute towards the captain's miserly tendencies, an archaic sign of contempt from ages past. "What does that gesture of yours actually signify?" A voice echoed in his ear, reminiscent of a seagull's call. "I have already informed you. It symbolizes heartfelt admiration and respect," Lin Mo replied calmly, his right eye still glued to the scope. The central nervous ganglion of the self-detonating sandworm was significantly smaller than its abdominal ignition sac. This was Lin Mo's first shot of the day, and he was determined to take no risks. The sandworm's location was less than 200 meters from the large brute and his companions, even if it lurked beneath the sand. It could close the distance in mere moments. "Left 40, 1700, right 10. The captain and the seagull's voices resonated in succession. 2 luminous points emerged at the edges of the 3-dimensional image, swiftly advancing towards the large brute and his group. Before the seagull could issue a command, a third light flickered to life from the right. 3 primitive self-detonating sandworms. These are the primary targets of our mission, with the main objectives now in sight. The wild dog was tasked with retrieving the trap, while the large brute and the lean monkey stood guard at the cave. "Be nimble. I do not wish to see your right hand transformed into a mechanical appendage, the seagull instructed rapidly, interspersing orders with idle chatter while operating the communication device. Lin Mo. Prepare. As the data within the scope fluctuated, Lin Mo swiftly locked onto the target. Despite the grayish hue of the gravelly terrain, he immediately discerned the undulating marks left by the sandworm. Holding his breath, he aimed, locked in, and executed the trigger. The young man's body jolted sharply. Following the explosive crack of the bee's sting, only a single sound resonated from afar. Next one, the seagull's voice urged. Without hesitation, Lin Mo subtly shifted, directing the muzzle towards the location indicated by the seagull, locked in, aimed, and pulled the trigger once more. Again, only a solitary sound echoed. In less than a minute, he had utilized the aiming mode thrice, leaving Lin Mo's complexion slightly pallid. Nevertheless, he remained steadfastly focused on the scope, quickly locating the mechanized hand. The battle in that direction was far from over. Within the scope's view, the wave-like mark on the gravelly ground was drawing nearer. Now less than 20 meters from the mechanical hand, Lin Mo tightened his fingers slightly, drawing in a breath. It was then that he noticed the detonator in the mechanical hand and the inconspicuous landmine marker nestled in the sand. Lin Mo released his finger from the trigger, silently lamenting the lost opportunity. Utilizing an explosion to eliminate a self-destructing sandworm would almost certainly trigger a secondary detonation. Yet he could not assure that he could recalibrate himself in such a brief interval to shatter the central nerve ganglion of the final sandworm. He understood that, under safer circumstances, Seagull might have allowed him to fire a test shot first. However, at a distance of less than 20 meters, it was far more prudent for the mechanical arm to directly annihilate the target. In the distance, two resounding booms echoed as the grenade detonated, followed by the sandworm's subsequent explosion. Lin Mo's gaze finally departed from the sighting scope. He cast a glance at the three-dimensional image before him, where no more outlines of enemy targets were discernible. He shifted slightly, discomfort arising from a sharp stone pressing beneath him. The target had been neutralized. The mission was accomplished. The hulking wild dog and Xiao Mo remained on high alert, while the others began to clear the battlefield. Beside him, the seagull remarked, "Keep your eyes peeled, and ensure every fragment of the bug explosion is thoroughly inspected. Don't let any treasure slip by. Wrap it up, came the captain's voice from behind Lin Mo. Simultaneously, the roar of engines filled the air. Lin Mo recognized it as the captain mounting the sand bike, preparing to scour the area. The youth instinctively held his breath, narrowly avoiding the sudden gust of sand that rushed towards him. Oh, I forgot to mention, the captain possessed a third skill, the art of corpse examination. After the captain had meticulously sifted through the remnants of the bugs, it was certain that no valuable findings would remain. With remarkable expertise, he could extract the brain crystals, glands, and venom sacs of the insects, excise the densest mineral teeth and shells, and carefully detach any mutated organs of research or aesthetic value. Accomplishing all this with a swiftness that even his mechanical left hand could not rival. Watching the spectacle and scavenging through corpses, Lin Mo couldn't help but marvel at how pervasive the essence of idleness was. He pondered when he might reach the captain's level of prowess. Glancing down at the vital signs monitor on his wrist, he noted the time, 22:30 in the Republican calendar, with half an hour remaining until 23. With the battle concluded, he set a 30-minute countdown reminder. Lin Mo understood that the inhabitants here held little fondness for celebrating birthdays, especially on a planet like Ixing, which lay perilously close to the front lines. Instead, they had grown accustomed to spending the night of their birthdays in solemn reflection under the vast sky, before resolutely continuing their lives. Nevertheless, he sighed, regardless of the prevailing sentiments, his birthday still held significance for him. Why the sigh, little Mo? If something's on your mind, feel free to share with me, a soft voice like that of a gull whispered in his ear. Rest assured, I shall not reveal it to those fellows, just confide in me. Lin Mo smiled and gently shook her head, retrieving a water pouch from her waist to take a couple of sips, moistening her parched lips. The sun of Ixing appeared somewhat diminished, gradually sinking into the desolate horizon with a muted glow. The twin moons in the sky shone with increasing brilliance. Xiao Mo, seagull, a voice crackled through the earpiece, the sound of wild dogs echoing in the background. Release a few microdrones to survey the surroundings and extend the reconnaissance perimeter. I cannot shake this unsettling feeling. Without a moment's hesitation, she discarded the water pouch beside her and reattached the cold bee sting device. Seagull promptly pressed a button on her communication device, and 5 coin-sized reconnaissance drones buzzed into the air. The three-dimensional imagery before her gradually expanded, For now, no anomalies detected, came Seagull's voice. Lin Mo's tense body gradually relaxed somewhat. That's good. The voice of the wild dog in the earpiece sighed in relief. Stay alert and continue to expand the reconnaissance range. We're almost done here. Suddenly, the voice of Seagull cut in. Wait, there's a big one to the due north. No, she thought. As she stared at the three-dimensional image transmitted from the mini-drone, her expression shifting abruptly. She pressed the conspicuous red module on the communicator. 5 urgent warning beeps echoed in everyone's earpieces. Seagull's voice followed. To the north, 2,900 meters, there are 5 large ones, at least stage 3 mature forms. The position of the team leader and the others was precisely to the north. Stage 3 mutated forms, Lin Mo said coldly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Through the scope, he had already spotted the trace left by one of them on the sandy surface. It was a Stage 3 mutated self-detonating sandworm. Stage 3 mutated forms? Little Mo, are you sure? This area shouldn't have. To the west, Seagull exclaimed, watching the bright dots appearing in the image, her speech hastening. There are also some to the east and to the south. The communicator's red module beeped frantically. 13 of them, at least 8 are Stage 3 forms. We are surrounded. The team leader, Seagull, synchronized the condensed 2-dimensional real-time image to everyone's wrist monitors. This is a trap. A trap? A gruff voice questioned, belonging to the burly figure. When did dead bugs become? The burly voice was interrupted by the leader's command. Seagull, he asserted heavily, get in the vehicle, head west with Little Mo. Get in the vehicle, head west. The leader's weighty voice echoed in the earpiece. Take Little Mo and get out of here. The west was the direction on the map where the mutated insects were least dense. However, Seagull hesitated for a moment, as a youth's roar erupted beside her. Get lost. Lin Mo, he bellowed, before falling silent and holding his breath, entering a state of focus as he slowly squeezed the trigger. The deafening blast of the Sting 3 erupted. You little bastard. After hurling an expletive, he grabbed the Sting 3 in his hand and dashed towards the exaggeratedly large modified off-road vehicle a few meters away. That previous shot was merely a desperate attempt. The target, positioned nearly 3,000 meters away, had already exceeded the effective range of the Sting 3. Even if he was in a focused state, hitting a vital spot would be difficult. Seagull, drive. Lin Mo shouted, we need to support them. No explosions echoed from the distance. It seemed that tonight, Lady Luck was not favoring them. You drive. Seagull had already rushed to the side of the off-road vehicle, slapping the car door open and leaping into the passenger seat. I need to deploy the reconnaissance drone and plan the route. She tapped the dashboard a few times. And with a loud bang, a metal box over a meter long shot out from the rear of the vehicle, flying towards the group of burly figures. Mechanical hand. Your ammunition box will arrive in 20 seconds. We will arrive in about 50 seconds. You have 25 seconds to set up the fire network, Seagull explained, operating the communicator with remarkable speed, interjecting casually, by the way, Lin Mo, where did you hear that cursed little bastard? I've never heard anyone say that before. What does it mean? Lin Mo had neither the mood nor the rapid speech to explain the greetings from the central plains of Huaxia in the 21st century. He had painstakingly climbed into the cabin, which towered above him, while clutching the heavy Sting 3 and the disassembled barrel of the railgun. Tossing the Sting aside, he half stood in the driver's seat. You unreliable lot. I knew this day would come. Thankfully, I had secretly tinkered with this wretched vehicle. Lin Mo shouted as he revved the engine. On the gray dunes above, the monstrous off-road vehicle roared, hurtling down the sandy slope. There to the north, a seagull's screech resonated within the cabin. And you, little brat, why do you keep calling yourself I? I know I can turn. Lin Mo's furious voice followed. And when I'm nervous, I gladly refer to myself as I. Moments later, the off-road vehicle made a sharp turn, shedding 2 ragged attachments in the process, and sped northward. I command you both to break west. The captain's frantic voice crackled through the headset. Damn it, you too. How dare you disobey? The seagull abruptly cut off his frequency. Captain, I didn't catch that. It seems there's an issue with the communicator. The mechanical arm isn't in the vehicle. So wait while I figure out how to repair this thing, the seagull chirped, having displayed reconnaissance images transparently on the windshield. Lin Mo saw over a dozen red dots representing enemies scattered in all directions. However, he had no time to ponder their implications as he gripped the steering wheel tightly, fighting against being flung from his seat. Does this heap even have a shock absorption system? I can't reach the base. Long-distance communication waves must be disrupted. The seagull continued. It's confirmed that all 5 to the north are third-stage mutated creatures. One has been injured by Xiao Mo, its speed reduced and no longer a threat. The remaining 4 will approach within 500 meters in about 30 seconds. You will face the threat of third-stage mutated self-exploding creatures. Unlike the native self-destructing sandworms, third-stage mutants possess a degree of long-range attack capability. They can rapidly propel multiple explosive capsules from their mouths underground, capable of soaring hundreds of meters before igniting with explosive force comparable to tactical grenades. Communication interference. Seagull, you know how serious this situation is. Somehow, the captain's voice crackled through again, and Lin Mo had never heard him so grave. I command you. The seagull once more severed the frequency of the thin monkey. Thin monkey, how did your bone-conducting headset end up with the captain? You must say he snatched it from you, but why didn't it run away? You can't beat him without a mech, but can't you at least outrun him? She tapped a few buttons on the panel, causing the front hood to suddenly crack open and a white sphere to be ejected, expanding like a balloon as it soared upward. What are you doing? Couldn't you give a heads up first? Lin Mo nearly swerved sharply, successfully deployed a high-altitude beacon carrying backup communication. The seagull exclaimed exuberantly. Now let us focus on escaping. Enough. The captain's voice sounded for the third time, likely having commandeered the wild dog's headset. Big guy and thin monkey, go ahead. Wild dog, stay alert. Open my frequency with thin monkey. And if that little brat insists on joining, then let the little devil drive faster. I've already pushed this wretched vehicle to its limits. Lin Mo bellowed. The captain seemed to suggest that big guy should ride the motorcycle to bring thin monkey over to merge with them. But damn it. Lin Mo had never attempted such advanced acrobatics, let alone in this awkward driving posture. At that moment, he wished he could sit on the designer of this gigantic off-road vehicle and demand whether they ever considered the feelings of underage drivers. 1,300 meters, 1,200 meters. 1,100 meters. The sandworms surrounding them rapidly approached on the map. The seagull began anxiously reporting the distance between the 4 sandworms in the north and the captain. 1,000 meters. 900 meters. Beneath the 2 enormous moons, Lin Mo spotted big guy riding a motorcycle with thin monkey perched behind him, making a sharp turn towards them at a small hill. The massive motorcycle appeared toy-like under big guy, while thin monkey resembled a rag doll on the back seat. They kicked up a cloud of dust on the gray goby, swiftly closing in. For the first time, the youth realized that big guy could indeed ride the captain's motorcycle so stylishly. Steady the wheel. The seagull's voice rang out beside him. Maintain speed. Big guy's trajectory was about to align with theirs. This won't work. I must decelerate. Lin Mo shouted. We'll definitely flip over. Don't slow down. The seagull shrieked back. If you slow for even a second, I'll kick you out to feed the worms. She operated the communicator with one hand and manipulated the planning panel with the other. Hearing Lin Mo's hesitation, she abruptly stomped down on the emergency propulsion module, causing the entire massive off-road vehicle to vibrate intensely, accelerating even further. You've lost your mind. Lin Mo felt as though his head might explode. Waves of blood rushing into his mind with each thunderous beat of his heart. He struggled to refrain from contemplating the disastrous consequences of a crash at this velocity, pondering the grim fate that awaited him in such a position. The hulking figure surged alongside him, scarcely 2 meters apart. 850 meters, trunk expanded. 800 meters, get in. The voice of the seagull echoed. Initiate motorcycle merge module. How could there still be time to worry about that wretched motorcycle? The youth thought bitterly. If I make it back this time, I swear I'll sign a contract with the dog captain. I refuse to risk my life for nothing in this perilous endeavor. Steady, Xiao Mo. Came the gravelly shout from the hulking figure behind him. Despair washed over Lin Mo. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the lean monkey and the large figure leap from the motorcycle to the rear of the off-road vehicle. The boy nearly succumbed to hopelessness, wishing to close his eyes, yet he inhaled deeply, timing their landing on the expanded trunk. Everything seemed to slow down, the gritty surface within 30 meters, every dip and rise, the roaring tremor of the massive engine. The combined weight of the hulking figure at 160 kilograms and the lean monkey at 60 kilograms, the length of the expanded trunk, their points of contact, the reach of their arms, and the sway of the vehicle. Speed, inertia, gravity, direction. No, it was far too complex to achieve this instinctively without extensive practice akin to sniping. What was he to do? Was he truly destined for doom? It was unbearable, after years of aiding the elderly across streets and finally traversing into the Galactic Era. How could he, after 11 years, not have relieved himself in a space station, fired a cannon on a starship, searched for treasures near a black hole, or caught birds back on Earth? How could he so easily meet his end here? Instinct. Damn it, instinct. Lin Mo gritted his teeth and fiercely shut his eyes. The burly man and the lean monkey leaped onto the rear compartment, and with two resounding thuds, the immense force nearly caused the back of the vehicle to spin out of control. Yet, with his eyes still closed, Lin Mo instinctively adjusted the steering. The roaring giant off-road vehicle shuddered violently, the rear end shrieked and swayed momentarily, but ultimately continued to surge forward in a straight line. The motorcycle merged seamlessly with the massive body of the vehicle, and the joyous cheers of the burly man and the lean monkey echoed from the rear and through the earpiece. Only then did Lin Mo open his eyes. He longed to bellow in frustration, "I quit." Yet, his anger was stifled, and he could only gasp for breath. A sharp pain throbbed in his head, a consequence of having entered that state of lethargy too many times in a short span. 750 meters, the ammunition box was in position. At 700 meters, the Seagull continued to relay the distance. Too close. Mechanical arm. Mark the safe zone of your firepower net. Be vigilant of the airspace. You are about to enter the range of the alien insects. The burly man and the lean monkey did not enter the cabin. Instead, they swiftly organized their gear and readied their weapons atop the rear compartment. Lin Mo gazed at the map projection on the front window, where an oval had been circled. Moments later, the Seagull had charted the optimal route. Lin Mo, I've got it. He gritted his teeth, making a slight adjustment to the steering. However, maneuvering while half-standing was perilously dangerous, and his inexperience gnawed at him. Skinny monkey, get in and take over, he shouted. Hold on until the captain arrives to switch with you. The voice of Skinny Monkey, somewhat high-pitched, replied, Big guy, and I will provide fire support from the roof. Hearing the chatter in his earpiece, Lin Mo felt an explosion of frustration. Don't you dare fire from the roof. Before he could finish his sentence, a clattering noise echoed above, and the speeding off-road vehicle began to shake rhythmically, a consequence of the remarkable recoil from the heavy vehicle-mounted armor-piercing machine gun. Although it fired only 3 rounds per second, its extreme penetrating power made it a formidable weapon against the armored shells of large alien insects. Thankfully, the sheer size of the off-roader allowed it to maintain its speed. Drive steadily, Xiaomo, came the guttural laughter of Big Guy over the earpiece. If you can't keep it steady, a little shake might send my armor-piercing round straight into the captain's head. Then hurry up and shoot him, Lin Mo roared, gripping the steering wheel tightly. If you take him down, I'll unconditionally vote for you as the new captain. Whoever dares to challenge you, you just take them down. He added defiantly, do you really need 2 people to operate an armor-piercing machine gun? Skinny Monkey, get down here and drive. My backside is about to wear out. Yaha. Skinny Monkey cheered over the comms, and Lin Mo saw 3 tracking rounds spiral out, emitting white smoke. Before he could speak, the captain's anguished voice crackled through the earpiece. Damn you, monkey. You wasteful fool. Those are third-stage mutants. The vibration tracking rounds are useless. Stop wasting them. Indeed. Although the 3 tracking rounds spread out in mid-air toward their target, before they could reach the gravelly ground below, an explosive capsule had already been launched skyward, triggering a chain reaction that detonated all the tracking rounds. Fortunately, Big Guy's armor-piercing machine gun had some effect, slowing another alien insect on the map. 650 meters, 600 meters. The Seagull reported, indicating 3 remaining enemies while gesturing on the map projection. Communications interference source located at 550 meters. 500 meters, you've entered firing range. Hurry up. Lin Mo gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles turning pale. He glanced at the semi-transparent map on the front window. He was still nearly 700 meters away from the captain and the others, though the third-stage self-destructing sandworm possessed long-range attack capabilities. It would not hesitate to self-destruct once close enough to its target. It seemed the wild dog realized something as his raspy voice echoed in the earpiece. Turn around. There's no time. There's still time. The Seagull asserted resolutely. Everyone, pay attention to the map and listen carefully. I will only say this once. Xiaomo, spin the tail around here. She marked and zapped the end of the projected route. The captain and the wild dog will be waiting here when the time comes. We will board directly from the car door, and Big Guy will pull up the mechanical arm from behind. Finally, we will proceed west along this route. Spin? Spin around? Lin Mo felt as if he were losing his mind, or perhaps it was the Seagull who had gone mad. Don't think I didn't see you playing around with the vehicle. The Seagull retorted, proud of herself. For 150 meters. The mechanical arm complained last time about abnormal tire wear over these months. I kept that from you. You big-mouthed woman. Lin Mo shouted back. Even if I admit it. That doesn't equate to speed. I had no idea what that emergency propulsion module was for. I'm telling you, at this speed, we're bound to flip. For 100 meters. We won't flip. Big Guy and Skinny Monkey are already adjusting the external mounting positions. Plus, with their combined weight, the seagull chuckled mischievously in this position. If we flip, the first to go will definitely be you. 350 meters. Laughing nervously, Lin Mo began to breathe heavily. In the air ahead, explosions erupted in sequence, followed by a thunderous roar. The mechanical arm's firepower net had intercepted the sandworm's explosive capsules, which, despite their lack of precision, would spew dangerous high-temperature acid upon detonation, necessitating interception from a safe distance. 300 meters, 250 meters, the captain and the wild dog were in position. Lin Mo gazed out the front window, measuring the distance. Realizing he was still 320 meters away from them, and he couldn't afford to reduce speed even for a moment. The engine roared, while the big guy and the slim monkey shouted frantically in his earpiece. Explosions erupted in the air like a continuous display of fireworks, and the splattering of scalding acid created wisps of white smoke as it met the gritty ground. At 150 meters, the mechanical arm was in position. The enemy lay just 100 meters away, with a self-detonation lethality radius of 10 meters. We were a mere 65 meters apart. Xiaomo, Seagull shouted, Big Guy, Slim Monkey. Prepare yourselves. Lin Mo exerted immense effort to stabilize his body. The entire process of executing a drift and making a U-turn took nearly 2 seconds. It involved more than just pulling the trigger or changing direction. He could not rely on a state of adrenaline but had to depend on the experience he had accumulated from secretly honing his driving skills. The enemy was 50 meters away. The seagull screamed, and the firepower net set by the mechanical arm was already on the verge of collapse at this distance. With explosions looming dangerously close, the heat waves palpable in the air. I am preparing to open the door. At last, she released the emergency propulsion module. Lin Mo fixed his gaze on the captain and the wild dog at the target location, astonished to see the captain clutching a collection box at such a critical moment. You're asking for death. Don't blame me, he yelled frantically. He steered sharply, engaged the brakes, and the bulky vehicle surged forward. The seagull opened the door. Tires screeching, speed diminishing as the rear swung uncontrollably, nearly tossing the captain and the wild dog out. With the brakes released and the engine roaring, the tires continued to skid as the captain and the wild dog leapt into the vehicle. The bulky man raised the mechanical arm at the rear. That hurts. Lin Mo abruptly swerved, being kicked into the passenger seat, squished beside the seagull. Is this how you repay my life-saving grace? Lin Mo fumed. Only to have a large collection box thrust into his arms, the stench of insect blood overwhelming him, causing his head to spin. The enemy is 36 meters away. Everyone is on board, shouted the captain. 30 meters, Captain. A projectile pierced through the mechanical arm's fire net, exploding not far from the vehicle. We're already accelerating. The captain shot a fierce glare at the seagull and activated the emergency thrust module. Amidst the explosion, cacophonous laughter, cheers, and roars, the off-road vehicle sped up. A loud crash resonating from behind, jolting the vehicle as debris rained down on the roof, causing the 3 outside to curse vehemently. The mechanical arm had eliminated 1. But 2 remained to the north, the distance widening, 40 meters, 45 meters. To the west, 3 are closest at 1200. Avoid that route, the seagull advised. As the mechanical arm entered the back seat alongside the wild dog, shortly followed by the lean monkey, leaving only the bulky man standing on the rear extension. For reasons unknown, the vehicle under the captain's control was indeed faster than when Lin Mo drove. However, despite their temporary safety, other aberrant insects from various directions were closing in on the map. Can the seagull pinpoint the position of the magnetic storm insect? The captain inquired. The seagull shook his head. Magnetic storm insect. Lin Mo, finally at leisure, snatched the seagull's water pouch and took a few gulps before exclaiming, What on earth is a magnetic storm insect? Why are there such creatures in this area? And so many third-stage mutated sandworms? Moreover, it seems they have surrounded us. This area should have been clear long ago. His complexion grew paler as he spoke, his mouth agape in disbelief. Could it be a placenta? Has a placenta actually landed in this area? You fool, have you finally figured it out? The captain scoffed. Do you realize we're doomed? Contrary to the captain's expectation, blood quickly returned to Lin Mo's pale face, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. Unable to contain himself, he shouted, Then doesn't that mean we've struck gold? A placenta is the breeding chamber of the insect race. It is typically launched directly from colossal motherships in space to the planet's surface, containing numerous insect larvae, a wealth of eggs, abundant energy and material reserves. A basic fungal breeding environment, and most importantly, a larval queen capable of reproducing and controlling all surrounding insects. The growth rate of such a placenta is alarmingly rapid. If left unchecked, once it lands on a planet's surface, it can construct large hatcheries within a few years, nurturing thousands of mature and even mutated insects, evolving into intermediate or even large insect nests within a decade. Before long, the insects spawned from one placenta can inundate an entire planet. Due to its immense threat, any landing placentas harboring a queen are top priority targets for the Republic's military in the war against the insect race, and intelligence regarding them is reported with the utmost urgency. If reconnaissance teams reporting placenta intelligence are mercenaries like the Sea Serpent Squad rather than regular troops, they can receive substantial rewards from the command center. However, such occurrences are rare. Regular troops typically clear out the queens and large nests before handing a planet over to mercenaries for cleanup. For instance, the planet Ire has been under Republic fleet control for a decade, posing no threat from placentas of the insect race. The colossal interstellar mothership of the insect race could not breach the Republic fleet's defenses to spray placentas on the Ire star system. Yet, in exceedingly rare cases, a few placentas may still land on a planet's surface. Much like this instance, it is most probable that a decade ago, when this star region was at the front lines, a colossal interstellar mothership was destroyed in battle near the Ire star system. But one placenta somehow survived and drifted away from the battlefield, escaping damage and detection during the post-war cleanup. This placenta floated in space for nearly 10 years, eventually being captured by Ire's gravity, evading surveillance from space stations and ground bases, and finally landing in a suitable location on Ire's surface. Subsequently, the dormant larval queen awakened and began to grow. Initially, it would not actively attack human supply bases or colonies elsewhere, as the recently awakened larval queen could only influence a small area, controlling only the native insects and those hatched from its placenta. However, a small group of insects, not yet under its control, happened to be discovered by reconnaissance aircraft, leading the Sea Serpent Squad to inadvertently enter the territory of the larval queen. Thus began this encirclement, akin to a trap. Now it makes sense. Lin Mo trembled with excitement. No wonder there are so many mutated forms. No wonder the Seagull released a high-altitude beacon that could be recovered by the space station. It's the legendary placenta nest. Oh, Lady Luck, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I thought you weren't favoring me tonight. I promised to pay my respects when I return. Lin Mo glanced at the time, noticing that there were still over 7 minutes until 11 p.m. He discovered a nascent placental worm nest, and he was utterly unaware of its potential rewards. He felt immensely pleased with this birthday gift. Stop that silly grin. If there's credit to be given, it belongs to my team and me, not to you. You haven't even signed a contract, and all these years, I've been supporting you for nothing. The captain said coldly, like a bucket of ice water poured over Lin Mo, causing him to shiver. You dog of a captain. I'll take you on. Lin Mo, seething with rage, shoved the irritating collection box aside and rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront the middle-aged man in the driver's seat. However, he was suddenly handed a cold object, a bee sting 3. Get up and aim. The captain commanded in a low voice. Lin Mo's heart sank as he scrutinized the captain. This avaricious middle-aged man bore no trace of a smile. He glanced at the map in confusion and inquired, What? Haven't we increased our distance? The creatures to the west are still quite far away. Is it impossible to circumvent them? Did you forget to charge this wretched vehicle when we set out? As he spoke, Lin Mo quickly checked the panel and sighed in relief. The energy for off-roading still remained substantial, due to the interference from the magnetic stormworms. Communication with the base was severed. A voice piped up from the side, reminiscent of a seagull, although the mini reconnaissance drones can detect sandworms in shallow caves through vibrations. They are powerless against deeper caverns and camouflaged entrances. If this area is close to a worm nest, Lin Mo stuttered. Are you suggesting there are numerous caves beneath this region, and that they are teeming with worms? The captain replied coldly. Before he could finish, a vast expanse of the gray, gritty ground suddenly collapsed, and several massive second-stage jumping worms emerged, their metallic limbs gleaming ominously as they lunged towards their path. The captain swerved violently, and a clattering sound resonated from the roof, where the heavy-set man operated the armor-piercing machine gun. Each tremor caused gaping holes to erupt in the bodies of the advancing worms. Lin Mo exhaled, with such a serious expression, it can't be that many. Just as he spoke, a shrill warning blared through the earpiece. Startled, he glanced at the map on the front window, only to see 7 openings, each several meters wide, collapsing simultaneously in this area. Each hole brought to mind the distant memory of a subway exit during rush hour, with an endless stream of jumping worms pouring forth. a significant number being second-stage mature forms. Ah, so many! Lin Mo exclaimed in despair. Seagull, why didn't you tell me sooner? We should have used this wretched captain as bait. Perhaps we could have escaped. Now we're truly doomed. Captain, over here. Seagull, unusually silent, almost simultaneously rerouted the map on the front window as the alarm blared. Mo, get up there. You too, thin monkey, use everything at your disposal. If the captain dares to insult you again, I'll gladly kick him off myself. Wild dog, take the scanning lens and help me survey the sites. We must pinpoint the magnetic stormworm's location. We might still have a chance to reconnect with the base. In the mechanical arm, she finally caught her breath. I'll leave the rest of the vehicle's automated weapons to you. Being a hero was certainly no easy task. Lin Mo thought bitterly that next time he encountered such a situation, he would only care about his own escape or perhaps bring others along. Abandoning this wretched captain as bait, he cast a mischievous glance at the middle-aged man in the driver's seat, preparing the bee sting gun as he clumsily followed Thin Monkey up through the hatch to the roof of the vehicle. Change this, came the captain's voice, followed by a heavy object crashing onto the boy's stomach. Lin Mo grasped the object, instantly recognizing it by feel as the ammunition module for the Bee Sting 3 standard. A quick scan revealed it was loaded with high-energy alloy granule projectiles, an item he had coveted for quite some time, having only had the opportunity to utilize one round over the years. Its power was indeed remarkable. He had initially thought that the miserly captain intended to take such a treasure to the grave. The captain's willingness to part with it indicated that this time they were truly in dire straits, as he pessimistically crawled out of the sunroof. The heavy armor-piercing gun beside him rattled his skull. The temperature of the Gobi night plummeted rapidly, the biting cold wind slicing across his face like a knife. Lin Mo vowed to slather moisturizing balm on his exposed skin before every mission, while he struggled to mount the excessively large Bee Sting on the roof of the vehicle. However, he soon discovered that the shock-absorbing module was secured to the vehicle, and he was precariously balanced on the tail support as they traversed the uneven gravel terrain. Facing them was a relentless tide of jumping insects surging forth from the misty sands. What the hell do I need a sniper rifle for in this situation? Give me some tracking rounds, Lin Mo shouted. He had longed to wield such heavy firepower, akin to a grenade launcher. But the captain had stubbornly denied him that privilege during their usual assignments. Too late. The lean monkey cackled, already shouldering the launch platform. Fire. 3 tracking rounds whistled through the air, piercing the swarm of insects hundreds of meters away and exploding with a thunderous roar. The blast obliterated several clustered second-tier jumping insects, leaving a scattering of shattered exoskeletons still emitting wisps of smoke. At that moment, the mechanical arm inside the vehicle began operating the mounted automatic firepower, unleashing dozens of small heat-seeking rounds that ascended vertically from the hive-like launcher, raining down in all directions. The lightweight machine guns on either side of the off-road vehicle also erupted with flames, and for a moment, the massive off-road beast unleashed its full firepower, roaring through the encirclement of alien insects. This direction won't work. There are too many of them. The burly figure shouted gruffly. Do I need to tell you that? Replied Seagull, exasperated. I'm already trying to figure it out. After a struggle, Lin Mo snatched a plasma grenade from the lean monkey's waist and hurled it away, not bothering to glance at the condensed map image on his wrist monitor. He knew the density of the glowing points representing the alien insects would surely make him regurgitate the compressed supply bars he had consumed before departure. A blinding flash of electricity surged, and 3 jumping insects convulsed to the ground, eliciting a cheer from the youth. Southwest at 30 degrees, shouted Wild Dog. Fire in that direction. If there are no new openings, the incoming jumping insects won't reach us in time. However, Seagull hesitated at the sight of a massive creature outside. The exoskeleton of a 3-tier mutated body. This direction presents the greatest opportunity. Wild Dog insisted firmly. Captain. Seagull resolved as well, marking a new route on the map that passed through the gaps between 2 expanding clusters of glowing points, directly crossing a larger red dot representing a 3-tier mutated self-destructing sandworm charging toward them. Mechanical arm, delay those 2 groups of insects from closing in. We need to pass through that gap, and there's that big one further away, Seagull stated emphatically. Mo, please take it down quickly. Lin Mo gritted his teeth as he glanced at the thumbnail on his wrist. The self-destructing sandworm was positioned approximately 1,100 meters away, while the approaching gap was at around 900 meters. This indicated that if they did not eliminate that creature beforehand, even if they managed to dash through the gap, they would be directly blown away by the incoming mutated sandworm. However, this was a 3rd-tier mutation that he was not yet fully familiar with. He clenched his jaw and awkwardly secured himself onto the vehicle frame, his hands gripping the cold stinger. You have studied the anatomy of the third-tier self-destructing sandworm. You have taken down two before. Hyo encouraged him. You're permitted to ignite the pouch this time. The captain's voice rang out. Dog Captain, remember this. It's the second time today that I've saved your life. Lin Mo cursed vehemently, beginning to aim. But he soon frowned and shouted, No, it's too bumpy. We need to stop for a moment. Stopping means death. We must surge through that gap. Hyo insisted. Use that oil state of yours. Big guy, cease fire. Lin Mo observed the two dark masses of alien insects, relentlessly advancing despite the bombardment from artillery fire, drawing ever closer at a distance of 800 meters. Cursing under his breath, he steadied his aim once more. His body trembled uncontrollably, and the crosshairs danced perilously. A slight shift would send his vision awry. At long last, he seized a fleeting moment as the outline of a mutated sandworm finally entered his scope. His focus sharpened, yet he lamented that the target remained too distant from the crosshairs. Lin Mo felt a tightening in his chest. Upon reviewing the sniping data, he found no favorable circumstances to exploit. He endeavored to adjust his aim, yet the sluggishness of his body was despairingly apparent. It was impossible to reach the target in such a state. All he could do was to strive to remember the sensations of this predicament. Attempting to calculate the necessary actions he must take in the next moment to compensate. The moment of inactivity concluded, followed by the sound of a gunshot. The tremendous recoil caused the carriage to tremble slightly. A miss. Lin Mo remarked, shoot again. The captain's voice resonated. The gap is 600 meters, self-detonating sandworm at 820 meters. The seagull's voice remained unfazed. Lin Mo slightly adjusted his breathing, once more striving to aim, capturing the moment when the target's silhouette glided into his line of sight. He entered a state of focus, the gunshot ringing out as he exited it. The distance was 500 meters, and the sandworm lay at 640 meters. The earpiece crackled with the seagull's report, yet the anticipated sound of an explosion was conspicuously absent, leaving Lin Mo momentarily speechless. Fire again, barked the captain, gripping the steering wheel. Don't just stand there in a daze. Lin Mo took a deep breath, pressed the bee sting against his skin, and aimed once more. The frigid wind howled around him, yet the sweat on his brow continued to seep uncontrollably. No, he suddenly shouted. Breaking away from the scope, I must first lock onto the target before entering the zone. It is utterly impossible to hit like this. No one can succeed. Lin Mo struck the car roof forcefully with his right hand, the cold and unyielding alloy causing his eyes to redden. I've never seen you incapable of accomplishing anything. There's still time, fire again. The voice of the seagull echoed through the earpiece. The target's speed has noticeably decreased. You're using alloy particle ammunition. Even if you don't hit the ignition pouch, it will still inflict damage. The earlier shots were not in vain. Must hit the ignition pouch. The captain's stern voice declared. A severely wounded sandworm can still self-detonate. If you claim no one can hit it, then you should step up and take the shot. Lin Mo roared. But the sea serpent managed to hit it, the captain replied calmly. At the mention of the sea serpent, Lin Mo fell silent, suddenly at a loss for words. He sensed that the burly figure beside him and the lean one were both watching him intently. The wild dogs and mechanical hands inside the vehicle ceased their activities. And the seagull in the earpiece fell silent as well. Distance, 350 meters. Sandworm, 460 meters. After a brief pause, the seagull began to report with an unusual calmness. Fire again, commanded the captain. Lin Mo swallowed hard, gazing at the swarm of insects that was nearing closure, and once again affixed the bee stinger. Yet, the tumult was overwhelming. His scope could hardly track the target's trajectory, forcing him to rely solely on instinct to make constant adjustments. Even when the target briefly fell within his crosshairs, he found himself significantly lacking, unable to rectify this error in such a chaotic state. If he were to depend on luck, who could say when he might finally strike true? Damn it, it would be preferable if the jostling were even more pronounced. Lin Mo suddenly let out an excited cry. Give me a moment of free fall, dog squad. He shouted, his body trembling slightly. What free fall? The captain was taken aback. Free fall, I tell you. Lin Mo nearly lost his mind. Free fall. It means soaring into the sky without any thrust or parachute and then plummeting back down. Free fall. What you mean is inertia drop. The captain roared. Seagull, 40 meters forward, 10 meters to the right, a 10-degree rocky slope. Seagull spoke rapidly, almost in unison. 1 seconds of airtime. Prepare. The captain observed the narrow slope. Gap is 300 meters, sandworm at 400 meters, mechanical arm ready for interception. Seagull's voice followed, one-shot opportunity. The captain's voice rang out. Kid. Lin Mo had already affixed the sight. The massive off-road vehicle surged up the narrow slope at full speed, suddenly jolting and briefly departing from the gravel surface. As the formidable machine gun ceased its relentless fire, the tumult and tremors had vanished, leaving only the straightforward and rhythmic descent of gravity. Lin Mo held his breath. Adjusting the crosshair within a mere 0.1 seconds, the target should be approximately in this position. In 0.5 seconds, he located it, the target emerging within his sight. At 0.6 seconds, he identified the position of the incendiary sac on the abdomen of the third-stage mutant, acclimating to the shift in his own stance. By 0.8 seconds, he locked onto the trajectory of the incendiary sac's movement. At the 1-second mark, he entered a state of heightened awareness, as all perceptions converged from every direction. Coalescing into a finely honed intuition, Lin Mo made a slight adjustment to the crosshair before decisively pulling the trigger. At 1 seconds, the thunderous roar of the bee sting erupted, reverberating as the off-road vehicle landed back on the ground. Lin Mo's chin collided with the roof of the vehicle, causing blood to immediately trickle forth. Yet, he merely wiped it away, gazing into the distance, and weakly murmured, "I must secure my share." Suddenly, the ground nearly 400 meters away erupted violently. Gravel soared into the air, cascading down like rain, as a thunderous roar reverberated through the earth, while the signal indicating the mutated sandworm vanished from the map. "Well done," the captain's voice resonated, an unusual commendation. Ahai exhaled a sigh of relief. The hulking figure resumed operation of the armor-piercing machine gun, while Shoho tossed 2 grenades in celebration. The mechanical arm discharged the last tracking rounds from the vehicle, exploding like fireworks amidst the swarms of insects ahead. Under the barrage of fire, the 2 clusters of insects remained unable to converge. They were about to break free. However, the seemingly barren sandy terrain ahead suddenly heaved, rumbling as though the very earth were quaking. "Watch out," Ahai screamed. The rising ground was not a result of the sandworm's explosion, but rather a colossal, beetle-like aberration emerging from the sand, its immense body resembling a small mountain, draped in a shell covered with menacing spikes, as dust and gravel billowed around it. "Third-tier armored beetle," Ahai shouted. "Everyone, brace yourselves." The captain abruptly slammed on the brakes. This gigantic armored insect must have been lurking here, having remained stationary since the beginning, thus eluding detection by seismic scans. No wonder this vast expanse of gravel had not revealed any wormholes. No wonder there was such a wide gap. No wonder the approach of the 2 clusters of aberrations felt slower than anticipated. With this massive armored beetle present, the cunning mother insect hidden in its lair knew they could not escape. The captain's heart sank momentarily, only to be jolted anew as he heard the hoarse shout of the hulking figure in his earpiece. "Xiao Mo." Lin Mo discovered that he was soaring through the air. But why? Perhaps it was his own naivety. Both the burly figure and the lean monkey remained firmly on the frame, their center of gravity so elevated that their inertia should have kept them grounded. Yet, he found himself propelled from the bike when the captain abruptly slammed on the brakes. He had distinctly heard Seagull's warning for everyone to hold on tightly. He ought to have reacted immediately. But perhaps it was the exhilaration of having just hit the target that had swept him away. Or maybe the continuous state of being a mere bystander had finally overwhelmed his mind, rendering him unable to respond to Seagull's admonition in time, resulting in his body being catapulted from the frame and suspended in midair. Surely, it was his foggy mind at play. If that were the case, then it could hardly be deemed a blunder on his part, he mused. Yet, why was he still in flight? Time seemed to stretch agonizingly slow, as if he had unwittingly entered a different state of being. Perhaps this was how everyone experienced those final moments, an odd sensation indeed, Lin Mo reflected. He observed the burly figure extending its robust right hand towards him, yet it was ultimately a fraction too late. His pant leg had already escaped the grasping fingers. The lean monkey appeared intent on releasing its hold, propelled by inertia to try and catch him, but while its mind registered the urgency, its body failed to respond, leaving only a glimmer of despair in its bright, expressive eyes. Lin Mo's gaze pierced through the front window, landing upon the middle-aged man at the wheel. He observed the weathered, stoic face contort with shock and tension upon hearing the roar of the burly figure. A wry smile crept across his mind. At last, this dogged captain possessed a shred of conscience, for he had indeed labored for 4 years without recompense. It was true, Seagull had been the one to rescue him initially. A twinge of regret surfaced. He had intended to treat him as a father would, yet it seemed this captain lacked the fortune to receive such care. As for Siegel, the girl must surely be paralyzed with fear now. Otherwise, with her rapid-fire speech, she would have already uttered countless words. What could she possibly say in such dire circumstances? Do not worry, dear. I shall avenge you. Lin Mo mused. Yet, in this predicament, whose blame would fall upon him? Perhaps it would rest upon the insects. Nevertheless, Siegel would undoubtedly feel guilt for a long time. If only he could speak at this moment, he would assure the Na'vi girl that he had heard her commands, that it was he who failed to respond. Perhaps he would even reveal that he was not merely an 11-year-old child. In truth, the boy he once was might have quailed in fear, but after enduring 4 to 5 years of grueling training alongside them, undertaking perilous missions, he had certainly grown into a formidable man. He was unafraid. Alas, he could not see the mechanical arm and the wild dog in the back seat. When Lin Mo first arrived, he was most afraid of the two of them. In his nightmares, he often envisioned the piercing gaze of the wild dog, which seemed to see right through him, perceiving him as an adversary. He dreamed of the wild dog in the depths of his slumber, slitting his throat with a cold, unyielding dagger, or of his own body parts transforming into something as mechanical as the left arm of the mechanized hand. He had caught a glimpse of the gruesome junction where the mechanical left hand fused with the flesh of the upper arm, a sight he felt he would never be able to erase from his memory. Siegel recounted that both of them had once been regular soldiers, their entire battalion decimated in a particularly brutal landing operation. He mentioned that the wild dog had barely survived, akin to a stray, while the mechanized hand had lost his left arm. Moreover, he spoke of how the mechanized hand had originally been entitled to a substantial pension, but he chose to allocate most of it to the surviving orphans of the war, utilizing the remainder to acquire a dilapidated antique, which he affixed to his severed limb. Subsequently becoming a mercenary, Lin Mo understood that the captain was indeed quite frugal, and the money saved was allocated to the orphans affected by the war. Everyone was aware of this. Lin Mo chuckled, harboring hopes that these 6 individuals might discover a way to break free, even if it meant sacrificing limbs. Upon their return, the intelligence regarding the discovery of the placental nest would surely yield a substantial reward, far exceeding the meager earnings they had accumulated over the past few years. Such a sum would suffice for them to indulge in the advanced tissue repair solutions available at elite medical facilities on developed planets. If he grew accustomed to a mechanical hand, he could also upgrade his own left hand to a more sophisticated model. Both his left hand and his Sting 3 were antiquated relics, having been rendered obsolete decades ago. As for himself, Lin Mo glanced at the increasingly approaching gravelly ground, contemplating that he might very well break his neck. A tinge of regret washed over him. He had yet to explore thoroughly, especially considering that the inhabitants of this Earth had never even heard of it. The database of the Ire Star base did not contain any mention of the name. He envisioned a future where, once he amassed wealth, he would acquire a spaceship and joyfully escort his captain and companions back to the solar system he fondly remembered, located on the Orion Arm, adorned with 8 or 9 majestic planets. He imagined pointing to the Azure planet and revealing to his captain and the others, "This is where I truly hail from. This planet is called Earth." You illiterates, who are unaware even of free fall. Lin Mo smiled faintly and glanced at his exhausted right hand. On the back of his right hand, near the base of his thumb, there lay a small, unusually regular purple triangle. The captain had said it was a birthmark, one that had been present since he could remember. He had once entertained the thought that perhaps one day he could use this mark to uncover some familial ties or even recover some relics, allowing him to pay homage to his bloodline. Speaking of paying homage, Lin Mo suddenly recalled that tonight he would be unable to offer incense to the goddess of fortune. However, she had not favored him either. So perhaps it was a fair trade. At that moment, the biometric device on his wrist began to vibrate, and he realized it was July 15th, 2333. At 2300 hours, 00 in the Galactic Republic. 11 years old, what a sorrowful birthday. He cursed the Galactic Republic of 2333 one last time in his heart, preparing to close his eyes and await his end. Yet, he was abruptly startled by a peculiar sound, a clap. Oddly enough, he had not yet landed. It was not the sound of his neck breaking. Lin Mo curiously turned his head slightly and caught a glimpse of a figure cloaked in gray. The features of the person's face were obscured, yet under the dim light of 2 large moons, he discerned strands of golden hair cascading naturally from the individual's chest, as well as a subtly pronounced bosom that peeked from beneath the cloak. It appears to be a girl, Lin Mo mused, only to find himself puzzled as to why that would be his foremost thought amidst a multitude of inquiries. Who was this person? From whence did she come? How did she come to be here? Had she just materialized, or had she been present all along, her drab cloak perhaps a marvel of high-tech invisibility? Imperceptible even to the alien creatures? Yet, the fact remained, she was indeed a girl. Lin Mo couldn't help but ruminate on this again. Surely, he was in a state of sheer bewilderment, his mind overwhelmed to the brink of collapse. In that instant, Lin Mo noticed the girl lifting her gaze towards him. And in that fleeting moment, he beheld her indistinct visage. He also observed her delicate right hand waving gently before her. It seemed he caught a glimpse of something extraordinarily terrifying, but his overwhelmed brain could not process it. Only one thought lingered in his mind. This girl is truly beautiful. Far more so than that silly girl by the seagull. Then, he collided with the ground and succumbed to darkness. Lin Mo awakened to a gentle jolt of his body. A sensation he recognized all too well, the unique vibration of the team's colossal off-road vehicle, modified with mechanical hands. He had been seated in this vehicle for 4 or 5 years, and he could recall precisely the feeling of sitting in his designated spot. He knew he occupied the left seat in the second row. Yet, an unsettling strangeness enveloped him, for the atmosphere was eerily silent. Aside from the rumble of the engine and the vibrations coursing through the cabin, there was an absence of any other sound. In the past 4 or 5 years, this vehicle had never been so quiet. Ordinarily, if the loudest seagull was not chattering away, then the second loudest, the mechanical hand, would at least be tinkering or fabricating parts. The third most boisterous, the bulky one, not only maintained firearms with a clatter, but also enjoyed humming tunes during idle moments. Oblivious to how grating his raspy voice could be, the comparatively quieter wild dog and lean monkey would engage in disputes during their leisure, while the most reticent captain would continuously suck on a cigarette. What was most peculiar was the complete absence of even the captain's cigarette sounds. Had something befallen these individuals? Lin Mo suddenly opened his eyes. He immediately focused on the vital sign monitor on his wrist. Observing 7 bright dots representing the members of the Sea Serpent Squad converging and moving towards the supply base. A sigh of relief escaped him. They were safe. He then glanced at the time on the monitor, 23:21, 12 on July 15th, merely 21 minutes since the incident. Wait a minute. Lin Mo was taken aback. Was he truly still alive? In astonishment, he raised his head and noticed a cloaked figure seated in the passenger seat, a spot that had long been dominated by seagulls. His first instinct was to recognize that this figure was a woman. He could not quite fathom how he deduced this, as all he could see was the drab cloak from behind. His second thought was that she was far more beautiful than the seagulls. However, his face turned pale in an instant as memories flooded back. He recalled the moment he had collided headfirst with the ground. Aside from this enchanting woman, he remembered something else. Behind him was a skidding off-road vehicle, and not far ahead loomed an enormous iron beetle. Surrounding them were shadowy swarms of insects surging forth. And under the dim moonlight, this girl, appearing barely 20, raised her delicate right hand from beneath her cloak and waved it before her. In that instant, the towering third-tier iron beetle seemed to be cleaved into a myriad of pieces by an extraordinarily sharp blade, fragmenting into hundreds, if not thousands, of irregular shards. Regardless of whether it was the relatively softer muscle, the gland, the clusters of eyes, or the immensely hard third-tier exoskeleton, limbs, and brain crystals, everything shattered and fell to the ground, mingling with the thick, murky blood that poured out. The encroaching insect swarms, sensing an imminent threat, abruptly halted and clustered together. This woman, she had merely waved her hand. Lin Mo was astounded to discover that even the alien insects could experience fear. The beautiful girl sat in the passenger seat of their off-road vehicle, and it suddenly made sense why the atmosphere inside was so subdued. The others dared not even breathe. He glanced around, amusement flickering in his heart, and realized that Seagull, Big Guy, Skinny Monkey, and Mechanical Arm were all huddled in the tail section, braving the cold wind. It was his first time realizing that so many could squeeze into that small space. Only the captain, who was driving, and Wild Dog remained in the cabin. The captain, unusually, did not drive too quickly, while Wild Dog appeared somewhat restless, his gaze frequently darting to the roof of the vehicle, as if he longed to escape outside. Although it was evident there was nowhere for him to land. How amusing, Lin Mo thought disdainfully. Usually, these braggarts were so full of themselves, yet now, faced with an incomprehensible beauty, they all seemed utterly cowed. Was it so terrifying to share a cabin with such a stunning girl? Surely she wouldn't devour them. Noticing the commotion he caused, Lin Mo caught Wild Dog glancing his way, and soon after, he felt his wrist monitor vibrate. Upon inspection, he discovered a message from Wild Dog on the public channel. Little Mo has awakened. Why the formality? Lin Mo mused. Nonetheless, He cautiously replied to his teammates via the monitor, physically stable. His dislocated joints had been reset, the wound on his chin treated with gel, and all his vital signs appeared normal aside from slight dehydration. Remarkably, he had not broken his neck. It was undoubtedly due to the intervention of that terrifyingly beautiful girl. What transpired after I was flung out? Lin Mo inquired. Moments later, his monitor buzzed to life. That girl appeared out of nowhere, Big Guy reported. Somehow, she crushed that armored beetle, and the surrounding insects fled in terror, Skinny Monkey added. She picked you up with one hand, knocked on the door, and boarded the vehicle. The captain seized the opportunity to accelerate, escaping the insect's territory. A few sandworms pursued for a short distance before giving up. We should be safe now and are heading back to base, Wild Dog concluded. She lifted me with one hand? Lin Mo was taken aback. And apparently, it had been effortless for her. She had dealt with that monstrous beetle with a mere gesture. Surviving such an encounter could only be attributed to her prowess. I thought you were a goner, Mechanical Arm chimed in. What is the situation now? Lin Mo inquired again. Uncertain. I believe they were coming for you, Big Guy replied. After she boarded, she mentioned she needed rest and seems to have fallen asleep. Don't disturb her, Wild Dog warned. Who else but a legendary, immensely powerful awakener would appear in such a place? Little Mo, cling to her, Skinny Monkey urged. You cowardly lot actually fled to the tail section, Lin Mo mocked. Indeed. Cowards, Wild Dog echoed, feigning nobility. It's too cramped if I go inside, Big Guy remarked. It's hot in here, Mechanical Arm added. Seagull even vacated the passenger seat. I followed him in. It's quite cool outside, Skinny Monkey noted. This formidable awakener might be able to sense the messages you're sending via the monitor, Seagull warned. Seemingly intimidated by his words, everyone fell silent, and Lin Mo's wrist monitor ceased its vibrations. He observed Wild Dog's head rigidly fixed on the window, seemingly absorbed by the moon. A powerful awakener has come for me, Lin Mo pondered. Despite having heard tales of extraordinarily powerful awakeners, witnessing one firsthand was a novel experience. The sight of the captain and his teammates, equally awestruck, confirmed the girl's immense strength as she effortlessly vanquished the colossal Tier 3 armored beetle, instilling fear in the voracious alien insects. She claims to be searching for me, but why? Since arriving in this world, I have not owed anyone anything. Thus it cannot be a debt collection, Lin Mo reasoned, glancing at the triangular purple birthmark on his right hand. Could she be a relative? Yet, if that were the case, one would expect a more familiar demeanor, at least sitting beside Wild Dog, waiting for him to awaken rather than occupying the front seat while watching over him. But if she isn't a relative, contemplating her religious-like cloak attire, Lin Mo's thoughts drifted further afield. 3 hours later, in the temporary quarters of the Sea Serpent Squad at the supply base designated RS-3249, 7 members, including Lin Mo, sat in a semicircle like obedient students, nervously gazing at the mysterious and powerful awakener. Under the bright lights, they all recognized that she was quite young, appearing to be only around 20 years of age, yet the memory of her effortlessly dispatching the insects left an indelible impression on them. Even Lin Mo felt a twinge of trepidation. This striking girl had not spoken a word during the journey. It was unclear if she had been asleep. Upon arriving at the base, she merely yawned, exited the vehicle, and silently followed a few members, indifferent to the curious gazes within the base. As she strode directly into the meeting room of their Sea Serpent Squad, "May I submit the location intelligence for the placental insect nest first?" Seagull inquired, gesturing to her wrist communicator. She was not addressing the captain, but rather the composed girl who appeared younger than herself. Although a high-altitude beacon had been dispatched, it remained uncertain how long it would take for the space station to retrieve it. She wished to report it directly once more. The girl nodded. "Do not mention my involvement." Lin Mo discovered that the young woman's voice was quite melodious, yet her tone and expressions were remarkably flat, as if she were discussing something trivial. After all, that was a treasure beyond measure, the placenta worm nest. When passing through the biometric scanner at the base entrance, she, like them, walked past the identification screen, but all the information displayed was blurred, with only the authorization level revealing it. Lin Mo recalled his captain mentioning that only 2 categories of individuals possessed such high clearance, one being high-ranking officials from the Republic or military, such as Star Domain senators or fleet commanders, and the other being operatives from the intelligence department. Judging by her demeanor, it was likely the latter. A peculiar silence enveloped the conference room. The captain shot Lin Mo a glance, prompting him to rise promptly and pour a cup of warm water for each person at the table. Refraining from adding the captain's inferior quality tea leaves, Those were treated like treasures, though Lin Mo deemed their flavor utterly unpalatable by past standards. The woman sipped the warm water twice, yet remained silent. Coughing, the captain could no longer contain himself and cleared his throat. This lady. Huh? She appeared momentarily taken aback. Pointing at the seagull, wasn't she supposed to report the intelligence first? Oh, yes, it has already been submitted, just now. I sent it directly to the space station using my arm-mounted communicator. The seagull gestured to the electronic device attached to her right arm, managing a strained smile that seemed somewhat peculiar. Lin Mo instantly judged that she could not be from the military, as she appeared unfamiliar with the function of the arm-mounted communicator, at least not someone who frequently engaged in frontline combat. The wild dog exchanged a discreet glance with the captain. Oh, I see. Well, let's begin, the woman said, her azure eyes shifting towards Lin Mo. It seemed she wanted to say something but then furrowed her brow slightly. After a moment, a faint blush appeared on her face, and she murmured, I apologize. This is my first time doing this job, and I'm not very familiar with the procedure. Then, much to everyone's astonishment, she inexplicably produced a rather antiquated-looking piece of paper, glanced at it, and immediately concealed it within her cloak. She then looked at Lin Mo once more and inquired, Are you Lin Mo? Lin Mo nodded in a daze. The earlier behavior of this young woman, was she momentarily at a loss for words and sneaked a glance at her notes? The atmosphere had shifted unexpectedly. Who are your parents? This time, she refrained from looking at her paper. Lin Mo's expression darkened. Aren't you an S-rank agent? I still wanted to inquire about you. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, I am an orphan. It is the captain who has raised me all along. She paused, seemingly taken aback by the revelation of Lin Mo's orphanhood, and reluctantly lowered her head to furtively glance at her notes before raising it again to ask, Then, who is your guardian? These individuals are my guardians. Lin Mo indicated the captain and others nearby, having lost all confidence in the visit from this beautiful woman. Ah, I see, she exhaled softly, turning to the captain seated beside Lin Mo, and spoke with newfound politeness. Good evening, I am Ikria. I was quite fatigued earlier, and I apologize for any rudeness on the way here. I have come to invite Lin Mo to study at our school, as we happen to know he is a remarkably gifted child, and we wish to nurture his talents. Ikria, Lin Mo finally learned the name of this enchanting young woman. Yet, she had come to invite him to school? She claimed he was exceptionally talented? Or perhaps going to school was merely a euphemism for training him as an agent? That seemed likely. Lin Mo pondered. Although he was unaware of the duties of agents in the Republic, if he could become as formidable as she, it might be worth considering. He had always known that the awakening of his talents was somewhat peculiar. His abilities were not honed through repetitive practice like those of the mechanical arm and lanky monkey, but rather an innate awakening. However, how did she know he was a gifted child? The captain evidently grasped the situation as well. Is this a school for training awakened agents? One could say that. Ikria nodded. The school is named Hogwarts. Coughing violently, Lin Mo nearly choked on his drink. After a series of forceful coughs, he finally regained his composure. Striving to maintain a neutral expression, he looked at Ikria and bowed respectfully, asking, I beg your pardon. Cough. Could you please repeat the name of the school? Hogwarts. Excuse me, could you say that once more? Lin Mo inquired softly. Hogwarts, Ikria patiently repeated. Hogwarts? Lin Mo attempted to articulate the peculiar name, struggling to keep a straight face. Indeed, she confirmed. We are a school dedicated to students with extraordinary talents. Hogwarts? Hogwarts. Lin Mo wished to confirm once more. Mo? The captain reprimanded sharply. Lin Mo hurriedly lowered his head. So that's how it is. He continuously opened his mouth, panting in an attempt to relax his facial muscles, but inside, he was truly laughing like a madman. Heaven and earth, Buddha and the three pure ones, Nuwa and Fushi, ancestors and deities, bless me, Sun Wukong. After 4 long years, I, Lin Mo, a traveler from Huaxia, have toiled in this desolate star, shedding blood and tears, and now, finally, I am about to turn my fortunes around. No wonder this girl named Hiklia is so formidable, without any weapons. She effortlessly reduced that 3rd-tier iron beetle to mere fragments. She is not merely a super-awakened one. She must be wielding magic. Is there not a magical academy named Hogwarts? Have they not invited me to enroll? The sudden wave of happiness was almost overwhelming, even for Lin Mo, whose psychological resilience had been honed over 4 to 5 years. He suppressed an urge to burst into laughter. His face flushed as he stood up to apologize, stating, Excuse me, I need to use the restroom. He dashed towards the toilet, adjusting the water temperature to freezing and splashing it on his face. Calm down, calm down. If it truly is magic, I need to remain composed. After splashing cold water on his face and shaking off the shock, he dried himself and took several deep breaths to prepare himself, hurriedly returning to his room to light incense for the goddess of fortune before finally making his way back to the tactical conference room. The captain was engaged in conversation with Hiklia. Although your authority level is quite high, as Lin Mo's guardian and caretaker, I must ask, does this school called Hogwarts belong to the military or the government? Hiklia glanced at her notes and replied, You may consider us to be part of an independent intelligence agency. And if Lin Mo were to attend your academy, would he be obligated to fulfill any specific duties upon graduation? Hiklia glanced at her notes again. No, we do not compel any graduates or current students to join any organizations or undertake any jobs. In fact, we are a rather altruistic institution, hoping to provide better training for gifted children. Gifted children? The captain hesitated. You must have noticed some of the abilities Lin Mo has exhibited that are not typical for ordinary youths, Hiklia explained. But how do you know this? Why have I never heard of such a school during my time in the military? We maintain strict confidentiality from the outside world. But, Captain, seeing Hiklia's slight frown, Lin Mo quickly interrupted, not wishing for her to grow impatient and cast some sort of confusion spell on the captain. These people were his family, and he did not want them to suffer any harm, not even from a confusion spell. Miss Hiklia, may I ask if this school would compel me to attend? I mean, if I am unwilling. No, after we discuss in detail, if you decide against attending, that will be your choice. So my opinion holds some weight? Lin Mo mused, perhaps we should speak privately. If I decide to enroll, the captain and the others will not obstruct me. He glanced at the captain and then at the seagull and wild dog, who wore expressions of hesitation, clearly indicating that this girl named Hiklia could not solely rely on her looks to earn their trust. Continuing this conversation could very likely result in each of them receiving a confusion spell. So, may I speak with this lady alone? Lin Mo suggested to the captain. The grizzled middle-aged man exchanged glances with the other team members, nodded, and stood up. We'll be outside. Call us if you need anything, he instructed. If it truly is a good school, we will support your decision to attend. Seagull cast a glance at Hiklia, unable to resist warning Lin Mo. But keep your eyes wide open. Don't let yourself be deceived. The muscle-bound companion flexed his biceps at Lin Mo, signaling his readiness for battle. Given her combat prowess, even if they all joined forces, they would not stand a chance against her, Lin Mo thought, somewhat speechless, gesturing for the skinny monkey to suit up in his mech. The mechanical hand subtly pointed to the plasma grenade at his waist as he exited, while Wild Dog discreetly felt the dagger concealed in his pants. Now, only Hiklia and Lin Mo remained in the conference room. My family tends to worry about me, Lin Mo chuckled awkwardly. Uncertain if Hiklia was aware of the Wild Dog's small gestures, but he assumed she would not mind. You mentioned that the school, Hogwarts, recruits awakened individuals with special talents? Are you one of the faculty? A professor, she replied, her cheeks slightly flushed. My name is Hiklia Tang, a professor at Hogwarts. I am not much older than you. So you may call me Professor Tang or simply Hiklia. Professor? Lin Mo's eyes widened in astonishment, wondering if one could truly become a professor at Hogwarts at the mere age of 20, or if her strength was indeed exceptional enough to earn her that title. Cough. Hiklia awkwardly cleared her throat and continued, moreover, when we refer to special talents, we are actually speaking of magic. Magic? Lin Mo displayed an appropriately curious expression. She nodded and glanced at her notes again. Because you grew up in a muggle environment, our term for those without magical abilities. It may be difficult for you to accept, but you are a wizard. A wizard? Indeed. Simply put, a wizard is someone who can wield magic, she clarified. The most evident sign is that while underage wizards' magical abilities are suppressed in the muggle world, making it difficult to manifest, they will still awaken their magical talents early on. Akin to how ordinary muggles awaken skills in specific fields. My muggle status, Lin Mo exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, realizing that was the awakening of a wizard's magical talent. What muggle status? Lin Mo felt a wave of disappointment. It seemed that even in this era, the realm of wizards lacked such a condiment as soy sauce. In an instant, I can perceive a multitude of information and make judgments, just like this. He produced a galaxy coin and, at the moment it entered a state akin to soy sauce, flicked it away. Moments later, the blue coin flipped through the air, striking the ceiling light. And upon its descent, it tapped the rim of Lin Mo's cup before standing upright on the table, spinning twice without toppling over. Remarkable. Hiklia commended him as one would praise a child, a rare talent in perception, with immense potential. However, You must not disclose this to me. In fact, had you been raised in a wizarding family, an elder would have informed you that the awakening of magical talent from a young age is a secret to be kept. Especially if it pertains to compatibilities, it is best not to make it public. Nevertheless, I shall keep your secret. She winked at young Lin Mo. So there are such intricacies. Lin Mo suppressed the recurring thought in his mind that this girl was truly beautiful and said, but I have yet to trust you. Can you prove the magic you speak of? Certainly. Hikria extended her right hand, covering the opening of her cup. When she lifted her hand again, a damp little bird made of water emerged, fluttering in the air before chirping in front of Lin Mo and gently pecking his forehead. Before finally splashing back into her cup, Lin Mo's initial astonishment swiftly transformed into exhilaration. I agree to go, Lin Mo exclaimed, but then recalled something and added, however, I have no money. Oh? The other party paused momentarily. Let me see Professor Hiklia, noticing that the individual was about to sneak a glance at the manuscript. Lin Mo chuckled and said, you can take the manuscript out and read it on the table. I don't mind. If memory serves correctly, this magical academy should offer scholarships or similar assistance. Lin Mo had no intention of asking the captain for money, certainly not from that miser. A faint blush crept across Hiklia's face as she hesitated to take out the manuscript. It was a document regarding the admissions process at Hogwarts. She quickly scanned it and, with a serious demeanor, stated, the school has a fund available for you to purchase textbooks and robes. You may not be able to buy everything brand new. Additionally, Gringotts offers a loan specifically for school-age wizards. A loan? This was indeed a surprising revelation. After all these years, it seemed the financial system within the wizarding world had finally matured. Lin Mo inquired, is it possible to borrow a substantial amount? As a student of Hogwarts, one could indeed secure a considerable sum. If you genuinely need it, you can borrow some. However, generally speaking, unless one is particularly averse to secondhand books or has urgent needs, the fund provided by our school is usually sufficient, she replied earnestly. Lin Mo nodded, displaying little concern for the matter at hand. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, Professor, while I am still somewhat uncertain about the essence of magic, is there a spell that can enhance one's luck? Not the kind that involves venturing out to collect lottery winnings, but rather a slight, enduring increase in fortune, preferably one that lasts an entire year. His guardian observed him with curiosity reflected in her azure eyes. Such magic may indeed exist, but I would not be the one to wield it. However, there are rare magical potions that can achieve the effect you describe, albeit at a considerable cost. If you truly desire one, I could assist you in procuring it immediately, though this would necessitate borrowing a substantial sum from Gringotts to repay me, she remarked, a faint smile gracing her lips. It would likely exhaust the entirety of your borrowing capacity, and should you fail to repay Gringotts punctually, the consequences could be quite dire. I would advise you to reconsider this plan. What is the interest rate? Lin Mo queried. Hikria glanced at her notes. 10%, simple interest, meaning that the interest does not accrue further interest. Yet, that is still quite steep. Those avaricious goblins will not part with their money without sufficient incentive. Not an issue. I implore you, Professor, to assist me in acquiring one at once. I shall secure a loan from that Gringotts place to repay you. Lin Mo declared with determination. What a jest. Even if the interest were 100%, I would still borrow the sum. Initially, he had entertained a glimmer of hope, but he had not anticipated the existence of a potion akin to a long-lasting luck elixir. Hesitation was unwarranted. He needed to ensure that his companions were well arranged, for he was not entirely at ease with the prospect of attending Hogwarts for an extended period. With the luck potion, however, circumstances would surely change. With the combination of his comrades' experience and strength, coupled with a sprinkle of fortuity, he believed they could navigate the desolate realm of Ael Star without peril for a considerable time. Furthermore, what was a mere debt? He could face any challenge that arose, for he was not accustomed to the frequent demands of creditors. In addition, he was quite curious about how she intended to procure a potion for him on the spot. It appeared that the magical world had made significant advancements over the years. Are you certain? Hikria questioned, taken aback by Lin Mo's resolute stance, raising an eyebrow. Perhaps I did not elucidate sufficiently. The current price of this potion is half of my starting annual salary from my tenure at Hogwarts. Should you fail to repay in advance, a 10% interest rate could imply that even if you secure a position akin to mine upon graduation, it would require nearly a year's worth of wages to settle the debt, and the potion's effects last merely a year. Moreover, with repeated use, its efficacy may diminish or even vanish entirely. Understood. If it lasts a year, that shall suffice. Please assist me in procuring it, Lin Mo replied. feeling an increased fondness for this diligent and strikingly beautiful professor, even wondering what subject she taught. "Very well, since you are insistent," Hikria replied with a smile. She produced a small purple pouch, which appeared remarkably elastic. As she tugged at it, the opening, originally the size of a fist, expanded to over a meter in width. She then reached inside and withdrew a black metal box, measuring half a meter on each side, placing it upon the table. The surface of the box was intricately etched with a myriad of lines and patterns, causing Lin Mo to feel slightly dizzy upon a mere glance. Prompting him to avert his gaze, Hikria drew forth her wand. It was a pristine white wand, with the handle seemingly entwined with a sapphire-like crystal that sparkled under the light, harmonizing beautifully with Hikria's azure eyes, both radiant and translucent, reflecting one another's brilliance. Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, finally regaining his composure after a while as he sniffled and coughed. Having spent such an extended period on Elstar, he thought it was only natural to admire a beautiful witch without incurring Merlin's wrath. However, he was astonished to discover that she possessed a magic wand. Previously, during the 2 occasions when Hiklia had cast spells, he hadn't noticed her wielding a wand and had assumed that such tools were no longer necessary in this era. Uncertain if Hiklia had noticed his gaze, Lin Mo observed her placing the wand against the metallic box. She then closed her eyes and murmured something inaudible to him. Yet the black metallic box began to glow, revealing countless silvery lines that danced and intertwined across its surface, suggesting a powerful magic was coalescing. He noticed Hiklia's golden locks also began to levitate. "Long-lasting release of the fortifying elixir," Lin Mo distinctly heard her say, as she uttered this name. The metallic box flickered brilliantly before dimming back to its original state, and Hiklia opened her eyes. She retracted her wand and deftly unlatched the box, retrieving a small crystal vial containing a golden liquid. This was a long-lasting release of the fortifying elixir, produced by the Potion Association. Classified as a premium quality and exceedingly rare potion, with the Dream Realm auction house valuing it at a fixed price of 1,000 galleons, equivalent to half a year's salary at Hogwarts. She playfully handed the golden vial to Lin Mo, adding with a hint of mischief, "It also signifies the beginning of your woeful career as a wizard." Lin Mo expressed her gratitude as she received the item. Observing the youth's curious gaze fixed upon the metallic box on the table, she elaborated, "This is the junior delivery box from the auction house. As long as one is not within a special magical barrier, it can directly transport any suitably sized items you have purchased to your side." "And how shall I settle the payment?" Lin Mo inquired. "Each member of the auction house maintains a vault at Gringotts. Upon the completion of a transaction, Gringotts will transfer the gold coins to the respective party. As of now, I should have approximately 1,000 galleons deducted from my account. Once you finalize your loan at Gringotts, you may also deposit directly into my account under the name of Hikria Tang. Otherwise, carrying such a substantial amount of gold galleons to school would pose quite the inconvenience for you." Lin Mo marveled at the instantaneous delivery system, astonished that Gringotts had ventured into online banking services. The wizarding world had indeed advanced, and she found herself nearly drooling as she pointed towards the metallic box, eagerly asking, How can I possibly acquire one of these?" "First, you must become a member of the auction house. Secondly," Hikria teased with a smile, "you will require a vast fortune. Do you have any further inquiries?" "For the moment, none," Lin Mo replied with a shake of her head. How could she possibly have no questions? A plethora of inquiries swirled in her mind, enough to last 3 days and nights of discussion. However, she feared that such an outpouring of curiosity might arouse suspicion, leading to close scrutiny from her companion, which was decidedly undesirable. "Everything else you need to know is contained within this letter." Lin Mo reverently accepted the parchment envelope handed to him by Hiklia, as if receiving a sacred relic. Upon it was inscribed a line of dark green lettering, "Third spiral arm of the river system, B58 star domain, L star, supply base RS 3249, quarter zone 4, room 7. Mr. Lin Mo." The envelope was identical to the one etched in his memory. Trembling, he turned it over to reveal a wax seal adorned with a familiar crest, a shield emblazoned with the letter H, encircled by a lion representing Gryffindor, an eagle symbolizing Ravenclaw, a badger denoting Hufflepuff, and a serpent signifying Slytherin. Finally, he had awaited this moment. A wave of emotion swept over him. In his previous life, he had long cherished the enchanting world of magic, enduring the agony of waiting for a letter from Hogwarts, only to grow into a man in his 20s without ever receiving it. He vividly recalled discovering a similar envelope on his 13th birthday, lying on the doormat, filling him with uncontainable joy, only to find it was merely a birthday gift from a friend, leaving him heartbroken and unable to even taste the beautiful cake. In the end, as magical creatures frolicked across the screen, he had resigned himself to the reality of being a mere muggle. Yet, unexpectedly, transported to the year 2333 of the Galactic Republic. He had become a wizard. A wizard. Heaven bless the year 2333 of the Galactic Republic. You may read the letter later, for now. It is imperative that you convince your guardians. Hiclia, donning her drab hood once more, stood up and urged, hurry and pack your belongings. Lin Mo had no intention of opening the letter. Open Hogwarts acceptance letter? Who would be foolish enough to commit such a reckless act? I have some matters to attend to and cannot accompany you to gather your supplies. However, if you act swiftly, I can take you to the Muggle capital, Asta, from where you can venture to Diagon Alley for your school necessities. Otherwise, traveling from here to Asta using Muggle transport could take an eternity. Right now. Lin Mo sprang to his feet. Can I tell my guardians about magic? He recalled that, in that era, Muggle relatives of wizards could be informed of such matters. Of course. Oh dear. Hiclia blushed. I forgot to mention that. She produced a scroll and handed it to Lin Mo. Your guardians need to sign this Muggle confidentiality agreement, ensuring they do not disclose any information regarding the magical realm to other Muggles. I have no intention of informing them yet. Is that really necessary? Lin Mo furrowed his brows. What if they inadvertently mention it to others? If a Muggle who has signed the confidentiality agreement speaks of the magical world to one who has not, their words will transform into vague, cryptic verses in the listener's mind, rendering the message incomprehensible and diverting the conversation elsewhere, Hiclia explained. This is a rather precious contract scroll. It bears no side effects. So rest assured. Very well. Lin Mo finally nodded. I'll pack quickly, Professor. Please wait for me. With that, he dashed out. As he exited the tactical conference room, he found the captain and a few others waiting for him outside. The slender monkey had donned a tattered exoskeleton suit, while the burly one shouldered an armored machine gun. The mechanical hand adjusted the module of the Bee Sting 3, and the dagger of the wild dog lay on the table, while the seagull had produced a substantial tactical backpack. Are you really going? The captain inquired, seated at a square table. Yes, Lin Mo nodded. You little brat. After all these years, I raised you, and yet someone else tricked you away in half an hour. The captain berated. You ungrateful Scrooge. I've worked for you all these years without a single galactic coin in wages, and now I have to worry about you as I leave? Lin Mo retorted, tossing a slow-release Felix Felicis potion to the captain. What is this? Alcohol. The captain examined it, fuming. This little amount? You dare call me stingy. That is poison. 100-year-old vintage. If you don't drink it, just give it to the wild dog. Lin Mo snapped. The captain and the wild dog were both the most sensitive to danger, even if it didn't guarantee fortune. The slow-release Felix Felicis would at least help them evade peril. The captain downed it in one gulp, smacking his lips in anger before hurling the empty bottle back at Lin Mo. What kind of sweet nonsense is this? Leaving, and you make me drink fake alcohol? Huh. May the fake alcohol poison you, Lin Mo scoffed, reclaiming the empty bottle and slamming the confidentiality contract on the table, waving Hiclia's banner. This is the confidentiality agreement of Hogwarts Academy, protected by the Intelligence Department. They said everyone must sign it. From now on, I am an awakened agent. And you are forbidden from telling anyone what I do. Also, do not occupy my room. If we change quarters, make sure I have a room reserved. I might very well want to return during summer vacation. You intend to return every year? The captain was taken aback, but quickly retorted. I want to be paying for your travel expenses. As if you were planning to fund anything else. Lin Mo shot back. I don't need your money. Who says I haven't tea prepared? This is your pocket money. Don't waste it. A sharp savings card spun toward Lin Mo, who caught it effortlessly. He glanced at the label, which read 30,000, confirming it was indeed a substantial sum. A warm feeling spread through him. 30,000 galactic coins was quite a fortune. The purchasing power was significant, as his electromagnetic sniper rifle, the Bee Sting, cost less than 1,000 without ammunition. It seemed the captain had finally shown some generosity, likely due to recent intelligence reports from the Hive that would yield a considerable reward. Lin Mo, pursing his lips, said nothing further as he tucked the savings card away. The heavy package he received from the seagull was filled with protein bars. And as he stuffed in the dagger from the wild dog and the Bee Sting from the mechanical hand, the tactical backpack became almost unbearably heavy. How are you leaving? The captain asked. Just like this. Keep your eyes wide open and learn something. Lin Mo declared, bracing himself against the weight pressing down on him. He handed the signed contract to Hiclia, saying, Professor, everything is ready. How do we proceed? Hiclia scrutinized it for a moment. then accepted the contract and placed a hand on Lin Mo's shoulder. Lin Mo cast a final glance at the group before him and waved his hand. If circumstances permitted, he would prefer that they abandon their lives as mercenaries, with a substantial bounty, that could easily pursue different paths, even retire if they so wished. They could seek out a warm planet, a tranquil town, and live peacefully. However, Lin Mo was acutely aware that such a scenario was but a distant dream. In the protracted catastrophe that spanned over 2 decades, the Republic had lost a quarter of its third spiral arm, equivalent to 1/10 of the Republic's star sectors, including thousands of habitable planets colonized for centuries. Countless civilians, unable to evacuate in time during the disaster, had perished. The captain and his comrades were among the fortunate few who had managed to escape the calamity. Yet, their loved ones had not been so fortunate, for they had not returned. Lin Mo understood that they would fight to the death on this battlefield, in this war, even in death. They must take down a few more bugs. You better wait for my return, you guys. With a loud bang, the figures of the two vanished. For some reason, Lin Mo thought he sensed a peculiar smile in the final glance those guys cast upon him. At that moment, he could never fathom that shortly after, he would stand before a mobile card machine, dumbfounded, letting out a roar that could reverberate across half the galaxy, from A-star to L-star. Damn you, Captain. You dare to add 2 extra zeros to the mere 300 galactic coins in my account. Just wait, I'll fly back and settle the score with you. Regardless of how fervently Lin Mo wished to confront the captain, the paltry sum of 300 galactic coins was utterly insufficient for him to traverse from A-star to L-star. With a heart full of vengeance but devoid of funds to purchase a ticket, Lin Mo could only stand in the galactic square, forlornly observing the passing tourists while enduring the strain on his back from the heavy burdens he carried. He yearned to see someone resembling a tour guide to direct him on his path, preferably someone who could lend him a hand, as he felt increasingly dizzy and unwell. Though he was yet to experience the sensation of actively casting apparition, he could assure that being dragged through a series of apparitions was, without a doubt, not an experience to be relished. Not even the allure of being accompanied by a beautiful girl could alter that sentiment. It felt akin to being forced through a suffocating narrow rubber tube, which was itself submerged in a roaring washing machine, jostled against other indistinct objects, spiraling and twisting chaotically, until, after a strenuous effort, he was finally expelled from the constricting tube, only to be immediately thrust into another. Once again and again, perhaps due to the extensive journey, Hecrea had taken him through over 20 apparitions before arriving at this location. Lin Mo, feeling lightheaded and on the verge of collapsing, was nearly sent sprawling to the ground if not for the timely intervention of a young female professor who caught him. Yet, Lin Mo mused that perhaps losing consciousness by colliding with the ground might have been a preferable choice. Professor, is this Diagon Alley? This is the Muggle Galactic Square. You can access the Diagon Alley Marketplace through the Leaky Cauldron to the south, Hecrea explained. Magical spaces like the Marketplace are unique and independent. The first time you enter Diagon Alley, you must pass through a specific entrance like the Leaky Cauldron to gain recognition. I cannot directly manifest you within. I have matters to attend to. The Leaky Cauldron is quite conspicuous. You will certainly find it just south of the square. Remember, do not consume anything at the Leaky Cauldron. Old Tom never cleans his cloths. Additionally, avoid secluded areas in Diagon Alley. After hastily handing Lin Mo a small pouch of gold galleons, she added, "See you at Hogwarts, and do not forget to repay your loan at Gringotts." Huh. Lin Mo barely had time to react before Professor Hecrea winked and vanished with a snap. Wait, you're leaving just like that? Damn it. I truly lack the fate of a protagonist. Others are accompanied to purchase a full set of supplies, wands, uniforms, birthday gifts, and pets, while I find myself abandoned in this vast square, left to search for the Leaky Cauldron alone. Dazed and confused, Lin Mo scanned his surroundings, unable to catch a glimpse of the Leaky Cauldron. He had no idea which direction was south. The Galactic Square, after all, was a prominent symbol of the capital planet. It lay before the Republic's Parliament building, spanning several thousand meters in width and length. The ground was a seamless expanse of crystal display flooring, shimmering with countless starlights. From the towering Parliament building at the square's end or the central observation tower, one could discern that the starlights formed a colossal map of the Milky Way galaxy. Beneath each section of the flooring glowed thousands of points representing stars, alongside clusters of faintly luminous nebulae. In the vastness of the starry sea, the exceedingly rare and precious habitable colonial planets were marked with special luminescence in remembrance. This was the entire territory of the Galactic Republic. Lin Mo raised his hand and recorded the surrounding images with the biometric device, preparing to boast about it later when he reunited with the captain and the others. Those fellows must still be staring blankly at the spot where he and Hickley vanished, right? TSK. He truly did not wish to miss the expression on the captain's face at this moment. If the K9 captain were to learn that Professor Hickley had traversed half of the galaxy, bringing him to Ice to Star, the expression would surely be even more splendid. After all, even with the most advanced warp ships, it would take 2 to 3 months to traverse the stargates to reach this location at the highest priority. Gazing at the biometric device, he noted that it was already late at night, yet the square remained bustling with visitors. The Republic's standard time is based on this locale, precisely aligned with the axis of the Galactic Square and the Parliament building. The standard units of time bore a remarkable resemblance to those Lin Mo was previously familiar with. A year consists of 365 days, a day has 24 hours. An hour is divided into 60 minutes, and a minute consists of 60 seconds. This indicated that the rotation and revolution of this planet were strikingly similar to that of Earth. However, Lin Mo had repeatedly confirmed that Ice to Star was not Earth. He approached some tourists to inquire about directions, adjusted his backpack, and strode confidently southward. The Galactic Era, even without magic, was immensely vast, but with magic, one would undoubtedly choose it. Not to mention, he was in urgent need of a levitation spell to alleviate the pressure of the backpack on his waist. Furthermore, the profound space expansion magic would far surpass the Republic's current technology in anti-gravity and spatial manipulation. As progress in these fields by the Republic's scientists had been slow and arduous, before long, he was pleased to discover that the ancient profession of tour guiding had not vanished. Thus, with practiced ease and joy, he trailed behind a small group of tourists. Disregarding the tour guide's disdainful glance and eagerly listened to the introduction, Ice to Star boasts a rich history. Having been a significant political center during the galactic exploration era thousands of years ago, after the establishment of the Republic, the core administrative district was set here. Known as the capital of the Republic, Ice lacks a natural satellite to ensure the administrative center's immense capacity. The scale of the starport on the star ring has expanded over the millennia, ultimately becoming an artificial moon. The moon that everyone gazes up at is, in fact, the artificial skyport moonstar. Lin Mo tilted his head, momentarily taken aback. A single moon? Yet he distinctly perceived two, both luminescent orbs suspended in the night sky. One moon was larger, while the other, smaller orb, was likely the skyport moon mentioned by the tour guide. Lin Mo could vaguely discern the outlines of colossal dock structures along its edge. The other moon appeared somewhat dim and hazy, yet it was slightly more substantial in size. What could that other moon be? Lin Mo inquired aloud. The guide paused in confusion. Another one? Where is there another moon? It quickly dawned on him that this youth was merely eavesdropping, not a member of his group. Who was this impudent child, audacious enough to pose such irrelevant questions? Annoyed, he shot Lin Mo a glare and chose to ignore him. It's that hazy one, Lin Mo muttered. It seemed that, apart from him, the others around were oblivious to the presence of that grayish moon. Can't see it. Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. That is the headquarters of the Wizarding Alliance. A faint, youthful voice chimed in beside him. The magical headquarters of the Wizarding Alliance resides upon that moon. At least, that is what the bearded professor conveyed to me. On Asta, only wizards, those endowed with magical talent, can behold the second moon. Lin Mo abruptly turned around. Standing beside him was a girl with black hair, slightly taller than he, who gazed at him with an expressionless face. She was wrapped in a pale blue scarf, yet her attire was remarkably thin. Her dark eyes were as tranquil and silent as a winter night. Surprised by her sudden proximity, Lin Mo hesitated and stammered, "Can you also see that moon? The larger, grayish moon?" "Yes," she replied. "So, when you mentioned that only wizards can see the second moon, does that mean you are a wizard too?" According to that self-proclaimed professor with the bushy beard, yes, the girl said calmly. "I have been able to see that gray moon since childhood. It remains unchanged, with no waxing or waning." "Ah, you've been able to since childhood? Are you from Capital Star?" Also, Lin Mo inquired curiously, "Did you just find out?" "Yes." The black-haired girl maintained her impassive demeanor. "The old professor approached me earlier, claiming that I am a wizard with magical talent and that I have been accepted into a school called Hogwarts." "Hogwarts? What a coincidence!" Lin Mo exclaimed, realizing that this girl, like him, hailed from the Muggle world and was destined to be his future classmate. "I am too." Just as he was about to ask further questions, he noticed the girl seemed to spot something and disregarded him, striding towards a nearby tourist. "Hey, wait." Lin Mo hurriedly followed. The tourist was a middle-aged man in his 30s, evidently well-off, with a rather portly figure, seemingly enjoying his solitary outing as he took pictures with his communication device. The girl stepped directly in front of him, obstructing the scanning lens of the device. "What do you want, kid?" the tourist asked, not recognizing her. "You are going to die," the girl said coldly. Lin Mo nearly choked on his own breath, astonished by her audacity. What kind of game was this? Was this his classmate? The tourist, clearly taken aback, stammered, What? You are going to die." The girl reiterated succinctly. "Soon. What nonsense are you spouting? You are the one who will die." The middle-aged man's expression shifted drastically, and clenching his fists, he erupted. "Whose child is this, so poorly raised? Looking for trouble, are you?" Lin Mo stepped forward unassumingly. The burly man and the wild dog had previously trained him in close-quarters combat techniques, which, while ineffective against aberrant creatures, would not bring them disgrace in a confrontation with humans. "Get lost," the middle-aged man bellowed, raising his fist menacingly. Lin Mo playfully regarded him. The fellow appeared to be plump and walked with an air of frivolity. He possessed at least 3 methods to subdue his opponent in a mere 10 seconds. If he were to employ more ruthless tactics, the options would be countless. However, he had never practiced such harsh measures, and the life-or-death skills imparted by the wild dogs at the Galactic Square seemed ill-suited for the occasion. It was best to remain discreet, his gaze sharpening as it fell upon the man's vital points. The middle-aged man, startled, felt a chill in his groin and stumbled back 2 steps, only to realize that Lin Mo had not struck. Upon seeing the youth's smile, he became infuriated and rushed forward, exclaiming, "I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents." "It must be a cardiac issue," said Ivel, unfazed, continuing with an expressionless demeanor. "Heart failure, to be precise. I cannot ascertain the specifics. While you are equipped with a vital signs monitor, certain symptoms of heart failure may remain undetected. If you lack medication, it would be prudent to seek assistance immediately via the medical channel. If fortune favors you, perhaps you may survive." "Heart." The tourist froze, his simmering rage transforming into bewilderment as he instinctively glanced at the monitor on his wrist. "How do you know I have a heart condition? If you have medication, it would be wise to take it at once." The girl ceased further discussion and turned to leave. "Don't go. Clarify your statement." The middle-aged tourist attempted to voice more, but a sudden wave of excruciating pain surged through his chest. He let out a pained wail, clutching his heart with his right hand, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "Medication," he trembled as he pressed the monitor on his wrist. The effort drained him entirely. Moments later, he collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath like a cornered beast in despair, the light in his eyes gradually dimming. On the monitor, an almost invisible needle pierced his wrist, a pale blue liquid swiftly coursing through his veins. This was the emergency medication prescribed by his doctor 5 years prior. Although the cardiologist had repeatedly instructed him to carry it, he had never imagined he would truly need it one day. The medication took effect rapidly, his darkening vision slowly regaining clarity. The middle-aged tourist recovered, struggling to rise from the ground. Having narrowly escaped death, he looked around in confusion. Aside from a few tourists who had come to assist, he could no longer find the enigmatic girl or the youth. "Will that person die?" Lin Mo pondered, following the girl. He injected the medication. He probably won't die now. But how did you know he was about to have a heart attack? "I've been able to see it since childhood. The bearded professor said it was my magical gift," the girl replied calmly. To possess such a magical gift since childhood is quite remarkable. Upon hearing the term magical gift, Lin Mo recalled Professor Haikria's warning and shivered, choosing not to inquire further. Instead, he introduced himself. "I am Lin Mo. It is a pleasure to meet you." "I am Jian." The girl halted her steps. "Jian Ivel." A flicker of distaste crossed her face, as if she held a strong aversion to her surname. This was the first time Lin Mo had witnessed a clear emotion on the girl's face, and he cautiously asked, "What's wrong?" "Ivel is my mother's surname. She is my only guardian, and I dislike this name," the girl replied coldly. Ahem, Lin Mo cleared his throat, surprised to discover that this classmate had familial issues, making her seem somewhat difficult to approach. "Am I familiar to you?" "Huh, call me Ivel. But didn't you just say you dislike that surname?" "Did I say that?" The girl paused, then coldly stated, "Call me Ivel." "All right then, Ivel. Which academy do you wish to attend? What difference does it make?" Lin Mo hesitated. Since the names of the 4 academies had not changed, their spirits likely remained the same. He explained, "Slytherin values ambition and bloodline, so we probably cannot go there. Hufflepuff is rather down-to-earth. If you are particularly eager for knowledge, Ravenclaw might be better. However, I would recommend Gryffindor as it is quite interesting." Gryffindor is known for producing notable figures. That is a primary reason. Then Gryffindor it is, Ivel replied nonchalantly. The choice of academy is significant. When it comes time to don that tattered hat for sorting, it is essential to inform it of your desire to join Gryffindor. However, I am uncertain of the circumstances then. I hope there are not many changes. By the way, Jin, call me Ivel. Ivel, have you opened your acceptance letter? Might I borrow it for a glance? Haven T, you received yours? I wish to keep it as a memento. I have yet to break the wax seal. Just let me see that attachment listing the precautions and supplies needed. Here, take it. By the way, can I call you Jin? Call me Ivel. The leaky cauldron, for those capable of perceiving it, stood as the most incongruous structure within the entire galactic square. It was merely 3 stories high, constructed of stone, resembling an ancient public lavatory pitifully positioned at the southern end of the square. The exterior walls were uneven, and the windows were smeared with countless greasy stains, suggesting that no one had thought to clean them for centuries. Only the faint orange glow emanating from within indicated that it had not yet been abandoned. However, unexpectedly, despite the dimness within the bar, it bustled with activity. Half of the wizards donned cloaks, while the other half wore attire reminiscent of muggles, gathering in small clusters. Most engaged in animated discussions. Notably, a few elderly women were particularly exuberant, their wrinkled faces contorting in laughter, their cackles jarring to the ears. Lin Mo and Ivel did not attract undue attention. The essence of magic invigorated Lin Mo as he inhaled deeply, uttering his first words upon entering the magical realm. It certainly smells like old, moldy, and repugnant brew. Your description, though blunt, is not entirely inaccurate, Ivel corrected without reservation. Ahem, if you insist on characterizing it that way. It seems I cannot argue, Lin Mo muttered. The bar's owner stood at the counter, lost in thought, still wearing an expression of delight, likely having encountered some joyful event. He held a grimy, dark cloth in hand, absent-mindedly wiping the goblet while daydreaming. Professor Hykria had claimed he never washed that cloth, which appeared quite credible. Oh, and he is also named Tom. It seems that every owner of the leaky cauldron bears this unremarkable name. What can I get for you too? Old Tom finally took notice of them. Lin Mo lowered his head politely and inquired, could you please direct me to the rubbish-devouring bin in the back alley of Diagon? Upon realizing he was not a customer, Old Tom immediately lost his patience, shaking the dirty rag in his hand. There is a brick on the wall that is empty. Simply affix a magical object to it and give it a tap to unveil the passage. A magical object? Your admission letter. Truly mindless. You little lawbreakers. The term lawbreaker was unfamiliar to Lin Mo, yet Old Tom's tone suggested it was far from complimentary. He refrained from asking further questions and, alongside Yver, navigated a cluttered corridor, cautiously avoiding 2 floating trays brimming with wine glasses, while casting curious glances at a smoking skeleton, which particularly piqued Yver's interest. Upon reaching the backyard and following Old Tom's directions, he touched the empty brick wall with the corner of his admission letter. The wall parted, revealing a broad archway. A gentle breeze greeted him as Lin Mo stood in astonishment. Diagon Alley was entirely unlike his expectations. It was not the winding, seemingly endless alley he had envisioned, but rather a vast chasm-like expanse, a colossal space interconnected by innumerable wide archways and corridors, bustling with a ceaseless flow of people. Shops of all sizes stacked from the ground to the sky, with adjacent layers exhibiting contrasting styles, shapes, and sizes, precariously leaning as if they were a chaotic heap. The broad streets appeared narrow due to the towering edifices on either side, resembling a bottomless gorge, irregularly divided into countless levels. Moreover, it seemed the entire market continued to ascend. Countless signs of varying dimensions dazzled his senses. Hey, welcome to the Grand Market of Diagon Alley. You entered through the passage of the leaky cauldron at number 17, thus arriving from the Muggle capital, Star. On behalf of the Grand Market, I extend my warmest welcome to you. Lin Mo took half a day to realize that it was the rusted street lamp beside them that was speaking. I am the guiding light of Diagonal Alley. The Diagonal Alley Market now boasts 103.5 floors, featuring 150 public entrances and over 15,000 legally operating shops, making it the largest magical marketplace where you can find anything. For just 5 nats, I can escort you to any shop you desire. And if you are willing to part with 2 sickles, you can procure a magical map of the market, guaranteed by the Wizarding Alliance. Despite its dilapidated appearance, the street lamp spoke with a rapidity that rivaled that of the young Lady Seagull. Yvel was utterly unable to keep pace with its speed, appearing somewhat bewildered. While Lin Mo comprehended its words, Though he pondered whether the lamp was a charlatan, one must exercise caution in an unfamiliar land, especially in the magical realm. After all, their scholarship funds were rather limited. Seeing Lin Mo hesitate, the lamp continued, "Given your age and attire, you must be newly accepted thieves of magic. Visiting the market for the first time. Without a guide, merely locating shops would consume most of your day. With your school scholarship, 5 nats is undoubtedly a bargain. And if you are dissatisfied, you may report to the Wizarding Alliance's Market Affairs Office." As it spoke, it waved its lamp post, revealing a flickering emblem of the Wizarding Alliance, lending some credibility to its claims. Thieves of magic? Lin Mo echoed, puzzled. The term refers to wizards whose parents are muggles, possessing no wizarding blood, yet unexpectedly endowed with magical talent. This is how everyone addresses you now. It's merely customary, devoid of malice. Oh, so it is akin to being of muggle lineage, he mused, realizing it was hardly a flattering designation. The boy counted out 5 nats and tossed them into the lamp's arm, which resembled a piggy bank. The lamp flickered momentarily, jingling its arm with an air of delight. "Ah, Hogwarts students, are you? In recent years, there have been few thieves of magic, and even fewer schools willing to accept them. Allow me to take you to purchase your school robes." Typically, Hogwarts students procure their robes from Madame Malkin's Robes for All Occasions, renowned for its quality and reputation. "Follow me." Goodness, Madame Malkin's robe shop has endured until now? Lin Mo was taken aback. It is indeed remarkable for a tailor shop to have such a legacy, akin to Hogwarts itself. He found himself momentarily lost in thought, a vague sense of having overlooked something significant beginning to surface. The street lamp creaked and swayed, leading the way through archways and ascension passages, while Jian remained expressionless, following the lamp. Her gaze, however, flitted curiously among the myriad of peculiar shop windows, particularly intrigued by a magical pet shop named Ball's Cottage, which elicited a rare expression of curiosity from her. Though the galaxy's republic spans vast territories, most habitable planets lack indigenous species. The artificially transplanted ecosystems bear little resemblance to the Earth in Lin Mo's memories, with an alarmingly scant variety of common species. My biometric communicator is malfunctioning, she thought, attempting to record some footage, only to find the screen flickering erratically. Lin Mo's communication device for girls is a rather niche model, quite valuable. The mechanical assistant had previously mentioned this instrument, noting its exceptional stability and safety, comparable to military-grade equipment, and its remarkable versatility, making it a favorite among connoisseurs. Little did she expect to encounter this model in Eve's possession. She skillfully input a self-diagnostic command, aiming to identify the underlying issue. But the screen flickered feebly before ultimately succumbing to darkness. In the bustling market, electronic devices of muggles are rendered inoperative. They require specialized incantations for proper functionality, as the lantern explained. Furthermore, electronic communication is impossible. Wizards possess their own methods of contact. The girl furrowed her brow in frustration, stowing away the device and hastening to keep pace with the lantern. The market's labyrinthine layout is fraught with intertwining paths and throngs of people, replete with staircases and narrow alleys that can easily lead one astray. Eve, captivated by a few diminutive fairies, inadvertently followed them into a narrow alley. Fortunately, Lin Mo noticed just in time and, alongside the lantern, retraced their steps to extract her from the alley. The market harbors secret passages that often lead to small, illicit trading venues, dealing in contraband goods. The administration has chosen to overlook such activities, so it is imperative to tread carefully in the market, especially in particularly narrow and dimly lit areas where one might easily become lost, the lantern cautioned. "Miss Eve, please stay close to me. We shall arrive shortly." They ascended a series of steps. Lin Mo appeared to be deep in thought as she lingered at the end, her mind still contemplating the Madame Malkin's Robes for All Occasions, a tailor shop with a rich heritage, along with the leaky cauldron. What had I overlooked? Suddenly, Mr. Street Lamp halted his steps. "Is there a wand shop here by the name of Ollivander's?" "Ollivander's, indeed. That is a wand shop steeped in tradition, located on the ground floor," he replied. "Is there also a bookstore called Flourish and Blots?" "Oh, yes, that bookstore opened a few years ago and boasts a comprehensive collection. Yet I am not particularly fond of its decor. There are several rather disagreeable light fixtures that are quite harsh," he remarked. Mr. Street Lamp looked quite surprised. "That bookstore isn't particularly renowned. How did you come to know of Flourish and Blots? Was it mentioned in your acceptance letter?" Lin Mo did not respond to the Street Lamp. The recently opened Lihan bookstore sparked an incredible thought in his mind. "Show me another sheet of paper. The one without an appendix." Yvel produced her acceptance letter and handed it to Lin Mo. The boy merely glanced at it, and upon seeing the name at the top, his heart raced as if it might explode. Had he dared to open his own acceptance letter, he would have discovered this astonishing signature long ago. It read, Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, Albus Dumbledore, lifetime honorary member of the Galactic Wizarding Alliance, President of the Magical Research Association, First-Class Wizard of the Guardian Corps. Dear Miss Avell, we are delighted to inform you. It's Dumbledore, Lin Mo exclaimed, unable to contain his disbelief. How can this be? Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts. Dumbledore, the renowned wizard. The street lamp, glowing with admiration, remarked, even as a magical guiding light. I have heard of him. A first-class wizard and a lifetime honorary member of the Wizarding Alliance. I dare say he is rarer than the Alliance's chief. By the way, I've heard he contributed to the enhancement of the flame magic in our lamp Eswick. It gleamed proudly as it spoke. Is something amiss? Jian gently inquired. Noticing the boy's astonishment. Everything is wrong. This is utterly absurd. Is this not the Galactic Era? It is already the year 2333 in the Galactic Era. How can Dumbledore still exist? And Madame Malkin, Ollivander, Lehan Bookstore, Old Tom, and those snickers I overheard at the Leaky Cauldron. The words I barely registered at the time, could it be? Could it be? Lin Mo was uncertain whether it was excitement or anxiety that made his voice tremble as he addressed the figure before him. Excuse me, Mr. Streetlight. May I inquire if there is also a person referred to as the Mysterious One? He initially intended to ask whether there existed a dark wizard known as the Mysterious Figure, but it was unnecessary, for Lin Mo had already discerned the answer. In the bustling crowd ahead, he spotted a towering figure, grander than any he had previously encountered. The man's hair, resembling the branches of a tree, obscured his fierce and rugged face, rendering his features indistinct. However, his beetle-like eyes sparkled with an undeniable intensity, exuding an aura of authority. It was undeniably Hagrid, the gentle giant. Beloved yet somewhat careless, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, Rubeus Hagrid. Beside him stood a boy, seemingly downtrodden, slender in comparison to his peers, clad in oversized, worn garments that made him appear unremarkable, and sporting a disheveled mane beneath round spectacles. This was none other than the indomitable Harry Potter. Harry appeared to have just exited a robe shop, cradling a large parcel in his arms, his expression one of despondence. He and Hagrid engaged in a hushed conversation for a moment before proceeding toward the lower passage, presumably to acquire books and wands. From this distance, the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead remained obscured. Lin Mo did not rashly step forward. At that moment, he felt as though he had been struck by a hammer. He glanced at the rust-covered street lamp, observed the impassive expression on Jian's face, and caught a glimpse of Hage's retreating figure, trying to piece together the chaotic fragments of his surroundings. The sign of Madame Jin's robe shop flickered incessantly, driving Lin Mo to the brink of madness with its blinding radiance. In this disordered realm of time and space, he was compelled to harness his magical prowess to stabilize his tumultuous thoughts. The world around him slowed, and his perception sharpened to an acute sensitivity. The magical universe of the Galactic Era, a curious blend of Harry Potter, the Republic, and alien insects, both foreign and familiar. Yet, this disarray was not entirely unwelcome. He reassured himself. At the very least, he had finally discerned who the true ally was. He could hardly believe he had managed to catch a glimpse of Harry, now fading into the crowd. As Lin Mo regained his composure, two words echoed in his mind. Embrace it. Oh, but that was incorrect. He ought to embrace none other than the esteemed lifetime honorary member of the Wizarding Alliance, Dumbledore. He was the genuine pillar of strength, a wizard of unparalleled renown. Though Lin Mo remained largely ignorant of this world's intricacies, it was evident that Dumbledore was among the most formidable sorcerers, wise and powerful. The headmaster of Hogwarts, a figure so revered that even the street lamp would sing his praises, could not possibly be ordinary. However, the risks that Lin Mo faced were substantial. The most apparent threat loomed in the form of the Dark Lord and his Death Eaters. The very name of that individual was feared. A true tyrant who had exhibited cruel tendencies even as a child in the orphanage, terrorizing his peers. He began his studies on Horcruxes during his school years, coldly murdering a classmate and framing Hagrid for the crime, delving deeper into the dark arts. After leaving school, he amassed a legion of Death Eaters, wielding formidable power and extreme ideologies. His methods ranged from covert assassinations to kidnappings, employing every conceivable tactic. Should the Dark Lord rise to power, he and Jian, as lawbreakers, would certainly face dire consequences. Given this predicament, it was clear that he was destined to be at odds with such a merciless adversary. with no possibility of evasion. Yet Lin Mo bit down on his cracked lips, inadvertently tearing a small piece of peeling skin, the faint metallic taste of blood dancing on his tongue. With only fragmented information at his disposal regarding this half-familiar, half-foreign world, could he truly participate in its affairs or even instigate change? How many differences existed within this realm? A headache ensued. Damn it all. In any case, should he be pushed to his limits, he would not yield without a fight. Lin Mo let out a heavy sigh, dismissing any further thoughts. He and Yvel entered the robe shop, where they encountered a short and plump witch. Madame Moken greeted them with a warm smile. Adorned in a splendid purple ensemble, and enthusiastically inquired, "Are you here to purchase Hogwarts uniforms?" Lin Mo nodded slightly. If memory served him correctly, Harry had just departed not long ago, and perhaps Malfoy was still present. He instructed Yvel to try on some clothes while he wandered around the shop, intending to familiarize himself with this audacious individual who dared to oppose Harry. He held a certain respect for Malfoy. It was well known that even the Dark Lord had met his downfall in Harry's presence, vanishing without a trace. Just how bold was Malfoy to constantly challenge Harry? Were it Lin Mo, he would undoubtedly choose to retreat at all costs. Alas, apart from a haughty blonde girl, he did not encounter anyone else in the store. "Hey, are you also heading to Hogwarts?" The blonde girl inquired, tilting her head with an air of indifference. Her complexion was quite pale, accentuating her sharp chin. "Yes," Lin Mo replied, equally nonchalant, as he lacked the inclination to converse with this new classmate. It seemed Malfoy had either left earlier or, in this timeline, their paths had not crossed as he had anticipated. Many of the things he knew appeared not to apply here, which left him somewhat irritated, feeling overlooked. A flicker of annoyance crossed the girl's eyes as she stared at Lin Mo's retreating figure, biting her lip, on the verge of speaking. Just then, Madame Malkin approached with an exquisite package in hand. "Miss Malfoy, your uniform," she announced. The girl accepted it, saying, "My house elf will come to settle the bill shortly." "Not a problem. If you require robes, do consider browsing our latest selection. We've just received a splendid batch of fabric." The girl responded with a non-committal murmur, only to discover that the insufferable boy had turned to face her, curiosity evident in his gaze. She felt a surge of pride within. Yet her expression remained composed as she tilted her head and huffed. "What? Miss Malfoy?" Lin Mo scrutinized the pallid girl before him, subtly employing his observational prowess. This time, he noticed a black-green-silver tricolor badge adorned with a serpentine motif and the inscription of pure, unwavering supremacy on her darkly gilded attire, exquisite and resplendent. Seemingly the emblem of the Malfoy family. How peculiar, he mused, for he could not recall such a person. Hesitating momentarily, Lin Mo curiously inquired, "Pray tell, do you have a brother or perhaps a sister named Draco Malfoy?" The girl's expression shifted dramatically, as if she had been gravely insulted. She glared fiercely at Lin Mo, her teeth clenched, and retorted, "Who are you to mock me? I am the sole heir of the ancient and noble Malfoy lineage, the only daughter of Sir Lucius Malfoy. Draco Malfoy, who do you think you are, you wild wretch, to insult me?" Madame Moke looked on, alarmed by the girl's fury, casting urgent glances at Lin Mo. Although the Malfoy family was dwindling in numbers, their storied legacy held significant weight in the wizarding world. Yet the boy appeared utterly unfazed, as if frozen in disbelief. The only daughter, Draco Malfoy? Lin Mo was taken aback. Observing the irate girl before him, with her pale complexion, sharp chin, and golden hair held in place by a dark green ribbon, it finally dawned on him. This girl was indeed Malfoy. The once Draco Malfoy had transformed into Draco Malfoy. Little Harry's earlier sullen demeanor was attributed to an unpleasant exchange with her. It was her, indeed, it was she. Gazing at the girl's furious countenance and wide-open eyes, Lin Mo could no longer contain his mirth. He burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha, I simply cannot believe it. You." Draco was taken aback. As a scion of an esteemed family, she had always faced pressures regarding her gender, and throughout her life, no one had dared to insult her in such a manner. She could scarcely fathom that this boy, after deriding her femininity, would display such an exaggerated smile in her presence. In her moment of rage, she struggled to find venomous words and finally screamed, "I shall remember you. Just wait. I shall wait." Lin Mo chuckled, scarcely able to recover from his amusement. Just as he contemplated clarifying that his intentions were not malicious, a finely attired man with golden hair entered the shop. "Draco, have you not yet procured your school robe?" The boy's heart sank, recognizing this man as none other than Draco's father, the enigmatic supporter of the Dark Lord, the cunning and capricious Death Eater, Lucius Malfoy. There was no denying that the man possessed an impressive appearance, holding a silver serpent-headed cane, exuding an air of ancient nobility, while Dracarys, perhaps still youthful, appeared rather juvenile in comparison. The girl's lips turned pale with rage. What is there to discuss with a Muggle-born? Lucius cast a disdainful glance at Lin Mo, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. There's a dilapidated guiding lantern at the entrance. It must have led them here. Only a Muggle-born would require such a guide. Curse it. So, a Muggleblood. Dracarys spat venomously. Why on earth does Hogwarts admit such filth? Mind your language, Dracarys, Lucius admonished, tapping his cane. His gaze was as haughty as a peacock's. Hogwarts indeed requires reform. Albus Dumbledore. But rest assured, a Muggle-born will never have the opportunity to enter Slytherin. You shall not share a house with him. Come now, your mother awaits outside. We shall select your wand. As the girl followed Lucius out of the robe shop, she cast one final, fierce glare at Lin Mo, silently mouthing the words, "Muggleblood." Lin Mo remained unfazed. It appeared that Miss Malfoy had not changed in the slightest, still arrogant, cruel, and firmly rooted in her belief of blood superiority. Yet, from another perspective, one might not entirely falter, raised in such a household with both parents being pure-blood Death Eaters and staunch supporters of the Dark Lord. Alongside a father who indulged and a mother who coddled, what kind of character could be expected of Draco? Have you developed an affection for her? Yvel interjected unexpectedly. What a joke, he exclaimed, waving his hands dismissively. That pale, gaunt girl had little to offer, and if one were to speak of beauty, she certainly did not compare to Professor Hicklea. Such childish musings. You are a child as well, Yvel replied, his expression unchanging and her gaze is rather peculiar. Oh, Lin Mo said, a strange smile gracing his face as he reflected, that is because she reminds me of a departed friend. The sharp words of Clarice did not affect Lin Mo, yet Madame Moak seemed quite disconcerted, repeatedly assuring them that Hogwarts boasted many wizards of Muggle descent, and that most students did not harbor animosity towards Muggle-borns. She added that Miss Malfoy had a rather strong personality and advised them to avoid provoking her at school. Most crucially, while they awaited their garments, Madame Moak produced a plate of her freshly baked, crispy cookies for them to savor, which brought Lin Mo to tears of joy. Ever since his arrival in this realm, he had endured a life of hardship alongside Captain Dog, and had never tasted anything like this in the desolate Ael Star. Upon tasting, he nearly swallowed his tongue, observing that Yvel had only taken a single piece and refrained from further indulgence. He shamelessly polished off the entire plate. Mr. Luton stood outside, waiting, and upon seeing Lin Mo and Yvel emerge with their packages, he prepared to lead them in acquiring further items. What do you think? The Hogwarts robes are crafted from fine black silk combined with enchanted fabric, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer. The quality is exceptional and can withstand various magical enhancements, a privilege granted by the school. Lin Mo was indifferent to the robes, but the cookies remained a delightful memory he longed to relive. Mr. Luton, may I inquire what mudblood means? Yvel asked. It is a derogatory term referring to those of Muggle heritage. Specifically thieves whose parents are both Muggles, Luton replied somewhat awkwardly. He was unaware of the recent encounter with Lucius in the events that transpired in the tailor's shop. Generally, thief is a neutral term, but mudblood is quite venomous. Meant as an insult, they are merely envious of your magical talents, for Muggle-borns often possess remarkable magical abilities. Moreover, those who employ such terms are typically of a nefarious nature, he summarized in a manner palatable for children. Oh, Yvel's voice appeared somewhat subdued. Lin Mo glanced at the expressionless girl and suddenly realized their differences. She was a genuine girl, and despite her indifference and well-restrained emotions, she could not possess the same open-mindedness he had cultivated over 2 lifetimes. The attitude of Miss Malfoy had undoubtedly affected her, much like the earlier despondency of young Harry. Jane, he thought, feeling a surge of empathy, ignore that girl. Let's head to Gryffindor. I'll look after you at the academy. If she dares to bully you, I'll stand up for you. Call me Yvel, she replied. The shopping list for Hogwarts was indeed extensive and varied. Lin Mo and Yvel darted through countless shops. And even with the guidance of street lamps, they spent more than half a day gathering their supplies, which included standard quantities of various potion ingredients, cauldrons, and magical protective gloves. The youth couldn't help but marvel at the value of the 5 Canute guidance fee. As for textbooks, Lin Mo initially considered summoning a set through the Accio spell from the school's room of requirement, reasoning that such items should be plentiful at Hogwarts, perhaps even inherited from predecessors. However, uncertain if Hogwarts still had such a room and lacking the spell proficiency, he reluctantly decided to purchase a set instead. The hefty tomes of magic came at a steep price, with even second-hand copies costing several galleons. Consequently, despite their frugality, their scholarship had dwindled to half after acquiring the necessary items. Not far away, a candy shop was bustling with children, the air thick with the enticing aroma of sweet and sour confections. Lin Mo weighed his pouch of coins, struggling to restrain his eager steps. Yvel, noticing Lin Mo's longing gaze, couldn't help but chuckle. Is it really that delicious? The cookies in the shop were rather mediocre. Of course it's delicious, Lin Mo retorted. You, being from the capital star, have a better living standard and wouldn't he understand? Where are you from? She inquired. The third arm spiral, B58 star domain, AEL star. Yvel replied silently, her expression momentarily shifting to one of realization. While she hadn't heard of AEL star, it was common knowledge that all the star domains beginning within the third arm spiral were frontline territories, where habitable planets were either recently reclaimed and in ruins, or still occupied. What about your family? She asked. An orphan, Lin Mo responded with a nonchalant smile, glancing at the small purple triangle birthmark on his right hand, letting out a quiet sigh. After a moment of silence, Yvel quietly suggested the remaining money should suffice for a wand. Why not buy some candy instead? Just a little less. Now it was Lin Mo's turn to be amused. The concern she showed was indeed endearing. Yvel's expression stiffened as she reverted to her previous impassivity. Mr. Lumos, please lead us to buy a wand. Shall we head to Ollivander's first? The street lamp, unfamiliar with Muggle affairs yet adept at its task, guided them downwards while explaining. Finding a wand that suits you requires patience. If we can't find the right one at one shop, we shall proceed to the next. Including Ollivander's, there are currently 11 reputable wand shops in the market. Some unfortunate children must visit them all before finding a suitable wand. Isn't that going to take all day? Yvel exclaimed in surprise. For wizards, a wand can last a lifetime. It's crucial to choose the most fitting one, the street lamp emphasized. All right, let us go to Ollivander's first, Lin Mo agreed, knowing Harry was likely to go there as well. If fortune favored him, he might even encounter Hagrid and Harry. Hoping that Harry had yet to find the wand made of phoenix feather, navigating to Ollivander's wand shop. Located in a narrow alley at the very bottom of the market, or rather, the first floor, the architecture appeared exceedingly ancient, cloaked in a layer of dim gray mist, with sparse foot traffic of wizards. Before the wand shop, the street lamp gestured, lamenting, the market is growing taller, and many wizards have taken to avoiding the shops below. Most larger stores have relocated to higher levels, yet these shops possess the oldest legacies and the finest quality goods. You've arrived at an inopportune time, during busier hours. This street is so packed that there's hardly a place to stand. Finally spotting the golden sign of Ollivander's, Lin Mo pushed the door open with great anticipation. However, the child selecting a wand inside was not Harry Potter. Mom, let's go. I refuse to use a wand from a shop associated with thieves. Upon noticing Lin Mo and Yvel, Draco's sister, Galactic, angrily tossed aside the wand in her hand and stormed out without a backward glance. Narcissa Black, or Mrs. Malfoy, appeared to be in her 30s, possessing a certain beauty, but upon hearing Galactic's words and realizing Lin Mo and Yvel were associated with thieves, she immediately adopted an expression of disdain, as if she had caught a whiff of something particularly foul. In young Harry's words, it was as if a dung ball had lodged beneath her nose. Galactic, this wand seems quite suitable, Narcissa remarked. Impossible. I refuse to use a wand from this shop. Galactic shrieked from outside. Narcissa cast a cold glance at Lin Mo, her expression still one of revulsion. Very well, let us seek another shop. I've heard that the two in the upper district only craft wands for pure-blood wizard children. With that, she briskly walked away. Lin Mo relaxed. A few jibes meant little to him. He had no desire to engage in conflict with the other party, at least not at this moment. Narcissa, the cousin of Sirius, and the wife of Lucius, may not bear the dark mark upon her arm, yet she is undoubtedly a Death Eater, a loyal servant of the Dark Lord. As a scion of the Black family, in addition to indulging her son and daughter, Draco and Cressida, she is unequivocally a proponent of blood purity. Exhibiting a ruthless and acerbic disposition, Lin Mo did not perceive herself as an easy character to deal with. Young ones, there is no need for anxiety. You are warmly welcomed here, a gentle voice intoned. An elderly gentleman stood before them, stooping to retrieve the wand that had been cast aside by Delacour. Placing it carefully upon the counter, he murmured to himself, 10 inches, hawthorn wood, unicorn hair, a formidable affinity for flames, luminosity, somewhat unstable, yet possessing considerable potential for growth. This wand has already chosen Miss Malfoy, and she shall return, be it sooner or later. Ollivander's voice was soft and ethereal, akin to a whispering dream. Lin Mo observed that the elderly man possessed a pair of pale, large eyes that sparkled like two luminous moons in the dimly lit shop. Curiosity is a virtue of youth, and Ollivander smiled as he elucidated. Wands choose their owners. A wizard can only possess one wand destined for them. Once a wand recognizes its master, that wizard can no longer be accepted by any other wand. Miss Malfoy will not find a suitable wand in any other shop. She shall ultimately return. Then we must hasten our selection. I wish to avoid encountering that girl again, Lin Mo remarked. He noted numerous scattered wands atop the counter. Remnants of either Delacour's disarray or perhaps an earlier mishap caused by Harry. Ollivander leaned in, his pale eyes nearly brushing against the boy's cheek, seemingly perceiving something as he nodded thoughtfully. After examining Lin Mo, he scrutinized Ivy with keen interest, murmuring, "Two thieves of magic, quite extraordinary. I admit, this poses a challenge. But it is rather intriguing. There have been far fewer magic thieves in recent decades. Now, from whom shall we begin?" He mused quietly to himself. "You, my dear girl, shall be first. It will be easier for you." He glanced at Lin Mo, adding, "We will reserve the more difficult task for later." Ivy, following the elder's instructions, stepped upon a diminutive footstool as a self-measuring tape began to assess her arm. "What is your name?" "Jane Ivy." "Ah, Miss Ivy, you possess a remarkably rare magical aptitude. I have not witnessed such a gift in many years. Let me contemplate the type of wand you require." He waved his hand to dismiss the measuring tape, stating, "The dimensions and weight of the wand are of little significance compared to its intrinsic magical properties. Let us keep our minds open." His gaze wandered across the high shelves within the shop for a considerable time, yet it appeared he found nothing. After a moment of contemplation, he inexplicably closed his pale eyes, resembling someone in slumber, causing the room to feel even more somber. "What are you doing?" Ivy inquired, feeling fatigued on the low stool. "Shuh," Ollivander replied. "I still shut. I am listening. I am listening to the voices of these wands." "Listening?" Lin Mo questioned, intrigued. This magical realm seemed more intricate than he had previously comprehended. "Yes, wands express their opinions, provided you can hear their voices." Ollivander's voice grew softer. "This is also a kind of gift. Not every wizard has the opportunity to delve into their world. Most wizards cannot even learn to listen to their own wands. Now, please remain silent. There are too many wands here, and I require some time." Lin Mo and Yvel quietly held their breath, fearing to disturb the elderly gentleman. After a brief moment, they observed the closed eyes of Ollivander flickering between joy and concern, as if he were grappling with some dilemma. "Oh, very well, very well. I understand. Please refrain from making noise," he murmured, seemingly addressing an unseen presence. "You should try first before making any decisions." With that, he opened his eyes, his gaze settling upon the corner of the cabinet, from which he extracted two wands, one white and one black. The white wand appeared to be crafted from a certain type of wood, while the black resembled a crystal, transparent and gleaming. The combination of moonlight wood with nightmare corruption, or perhaps black crystal with the shell of the mysterious tortoise, posed a perplexing choice. He presented the wands to the girl, encouraging her. "I am curious to see what you will choose. Give it a try." Yvel gave a tentative flick of her wrist. The white wand emitted a flame that scorched the counter, while the black crystal wand conjured a small silver mirror that shattered upon hitting the floor. She hastily set it down, hesitating. They both seemed rather weighty. Nevertheless, Ollivander appeared quite pleased. "Select one," he urged joyfully, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "Both wands are exceptionally suited for you. The white wand, made of moonlight wood combined with nightmare corruption, measures 13 inches and possesses formidable strength, albeit leaning towards the darker attributes. The black wand, at 12.5 inches, is a whimsical pairing of crystal and tortoise shell. Yet it complements your talents remarkably well. Of course, both wands are notably dense and require skill to wield." Yvel glanced at Lin Mo, who instinctively nodded. Based on his understanding, Ollivander's craftsmanship was undoubtedly impeccable. The girl experimented once more, ultimately grasping the black crystal wand. "I choose this one." The black crystal wand radiated a gentle light, seemingly becoming lighter in her grasp. "Ah," the elderly man's eyes twinkled. "An astute choice, Miss Yvel. I hope it serves you well, even in your most challenging moments, and that you do not regret today's decision." Yvel pondered for a moment before hopping down from the low stool. Ollivander then turned his attention to Lin Mo. "Now, let us tackle the more challenging task. Step forward." "Child, what is your name?" "I am Lin Mo, Mr. Ollivander." "There's no need for such formality." The elder scrutinized Lin Mo once more. this time not dismissing the measuring tape with a wave. To be honest, you present a greater challenge than that previous child from the Potter family. I seem to lack a clear direction. However, after all, the thief of magic. He rubbed his hands together with excitement. Let us begin with these. Unlike Avel, Ollivander swiftly produced a selection of around 10 wands, displaying them before Lin Mo. He hurriedly swapped wands, some being discarded before even brushing against the boy's fingertips. No, that won't do. Let us try this one. Oh, this one is also unsuitable. It seemed the more difficult the choice, the brighter the elder's eyes shone. Lin Mo observed that the wands here lacked gemstone embellishments, they only featured a small groove. Curiously, he remarked, previously, I noticed that Professor Hicklia's wand handle was adorned with an aquamarine gem. Why do the wands here seem so unadorned? The wands were elegantly crafted from 12 inches of white peach wood, complemented by the exceedingly rare feather of a Pegasus. He recalled that child, Hicklia Tang, who possessed remarkable talent. As Ollivander replaced Lin Mo's wand, he elucidated, what you refer to is not a gemstone, but rather a soul bond. Each wand can grow alongside its wizard, forming a soul bond, which you will learn about in school. A soul bond? Lin Mo inquired. Indeed, the elder replied gently. Every wizard, oh no, every individual's soul is unique, leaving its distinct mark upon the world, endowed with extraordinary powers. The essence of condensing this power into a wand constitutes the soul bond. Lin Mo suddenly recalled the concept of soul vessels, exclaiming, to condense a soul within a wand? No, no. Ollivander shivered in response, saying, Mr. Lin Mo, how could you entertain such perilous thoughts? A soul is a cohesive entity, indivisible and untransferable. The soul fragment is merely a refined imprint, potent yet resonant with the soul, but it is not the soul itself, not at all. Now, let us refrain from delving into such matters. It is still too early. Curiosity is commendable, yet remember, magic is fraught with danger, and one must proceed with caution. Ollivander cautioned. Lin Mo nodded in agreement, refraining from further inquiries. After exchanging several wands, the elderly gentleman appeared to encounter a conundrum, gazing thoughtfully at the wands upon the counter. No, this cannot be right. Mr. Lin Mo, have you selected a wand from any other shops? The young man, perplexed, shook his head. Mr. Streetlight brought me directly here. Puzzled, the elder pondered the reason behind this. The diligent measuring tape remained by Lin Mo's side. Having already gauged the boy's height, arm length, and even the distance between his nostrils, it then began to measure the length of each of the boy's fingers. Ollivander cast a glance and his gaze fell upon the purple mark. Your hand? He suddenly exclaimed. Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat. Have you seen my birthmark? No. No, but something similar, Ollivander replied as he grasped the boy's right hand and placed it beneath his gaze, fixating on the neat, pale purple triangle. His hand was as rough and resilient as ancient tree bark, if I am not mistaken. He then picked up a wand and gently, as if brushing away falling petals, touched Lin Mo's skin. The triangular mark suddenly illuminated, resembling a small purple star, and the room fell into a profound silence. So quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Well, this just became complicated. Lin Mo stared blankly at the glowing birthmark, utterly perplexed by the situation. Suddenly, a dramatic change occurred. Bang! A purple wand burst forth, shimmering with light, and soared directly into Lin Mo's hand. The radiance mirrored the mark on his palm, resonating in a brief flicker before gradually dimming. Ah, indeed. Ollivander was exceedingly excited. Finally, it is you. However, with all this excitement and finality, could you please offer some explanation? How wondrous it is, Ollivander gently remarked. This dates back over a decade. When I crafted this wand, one day, a hurried wizard entered my shop, seeking my expertise on a magical material, a remarkably resilient thread, imbued with a type of magic I had never encountered before. Yes, it shares the same essence as the mark on your hand, powerful yet alien. I had never seen such a substance and was thrilled to acquire it from that wizard. He touched the purple wand in Lin Mo's grasp, as one would caress a child. After some research, I decided to use it as the core of a wand, intending to create something extraordinary, a wand with the potential to surpass all others. However, to my surprise, upon completion, it seemed to have already chosen its master. Furthermore, Ollivander sighed, it is incomplete. That thread appears to be merely a fragment of a larger magical artifact. Upon further investigation, I surmise that the complete thread must be considerably longer. It has been severed into at least 3 pieces, and this is merely the middle segment. This has resulted in significant flaws within the wand. Lin Mo raised his hand, inquiring, what connection does this mark on my body have with the matter at hand? If I am not mistaken, this triangular imprint is indeed a fragment of that magical artifact, which has somehow merged with you, transforming into a magical sigil. The thread was originally intended to link it, possibly as a pendant, a necklace, or some other adornment. Hence, you are unaware of my origins. Lin Mo felt a wave of despondency wash over him. I apologize, child. The elder hesitated for a moment before continuing, but you are indeed a thief of magic. Not one of wizard lineage. Lin Mo pondered for a moment. From where did that sorcerer acquire that fragment of thread? Who is he? I inquired. And he mentioned it was fortuitously seized from several dark wizards. As for that sorcerer, he was once a remarkable young man. But alas, he has succumbed to madness. A tragic fate. It was a time remarkably devoid of reason. Ollivander shook his head and chose to remain silent. It appeared that the final clue had also been severed. Lin Mo exhaled softly, no longer dwelling on it. He held little obsession regarding his origins in this world. Instead, he recognized that there were more pressing matters at hand. You just mentioned that this wand possesses significant flaws? Ollivander smiled apologetically. Indeed, my child. Due to the incompleteness of the wand's core, you may find the practice of magic considerably more challenging. Lin Mo's expression darkened. No, we haven't even arrived at Hogwarts yet. Let's not complicate matters. Is there truly no way to remedy this? If there is a chance to find the remaining strands and fuse them, completing the wand core, it would become extraordinarily magnificent, truly wondrous. I even modified the wand body to enable it to absorb compatible strands. Yet now, it seems there is no recourse. The young man set down the purple wand, contemplating the white wand that Yuville had abandoned. The Nightmare Corruption wand core sounded quite impressive. However, before he could reach for the white wand, the purple wand, positioned on the counter, unexpectedly quivered and knocked the white wand away, then floated back into Lin Mo's grasp. It flickered momentarily, perhaps out of indignation or perhaps in a playful manner. Oh no, it seems I have been claimed by this wand. How remarkably sentient. Ollivander marveled. As I mentioned, it has already recognized you as its master. It has been waiting for you since the day it was crafted. Unless it is utterly destroyed. There is no way to select another one that suits you. Destroy it? Lin Mo observed the wand trembling in his hand, its flicker appearing almost pitiful. That would be too cruel, especially since the core strands shared a profound connection with him. They were not entirely unusable, though incomplete. It was exceptionally potent, 13 inches of Basaja purple wood, swift and light, capable of harnessing extraordinary power. As for a minor challenge, Mr. Lin Mo, I will write to the teachers at your school to explain the situation, so do not worry. Does Mr. Lin Mo lack the courage to attempt this? Nonsense. One must possess courage. After all, I am destined for Gryffindor. How can I lack bravery? Very well then, let it be a challenge. Whoever hesitates is a coward. Lin Mo clenched his teeth and tucked his wand into his bag. For the subsequent half-month, he resided at the Lantern Inn. His options were rather limited, as the Lantern Inn was the only accommodation he could afford in the entirety of Diagon Alley. After procuring his supplies, particularly a wand that was several times more expensive than he had remembered, both their educational funds were nearly depleted. Yuville decided to return home for the time being. Her residence was located in the capital district of Asta, not far from Galaxy Square. Although she departed with an impassive demeanor and did not extend an invitation for Lin Mo to visit, she nodded when the boy waved goodbye at the Wizarding Express station. With an anticipated remark, she said, "Call me Yuville." As for Lin Mo, Mr. Lantern, seeing his financial constraints, tentatively invited him to the Lantern Inn, claiming it to be the most affordable lodging in Diagon Alley, at merely 10 nuts per day. Upon the boy's agreement, Mr. Lantern was elated, even humming a tune as he led the way. The Lantern Inn resembled more of a resting place for magical street lamps. Situated in the dim depths of the bustling market, tucked away in the most secluded corner, with only a minuscule entrance adorned by a flickering, antiquated oil lamp as a sign. Had it not been for Mr. Lantern's guidance, Lin Mo would never have guessed this was a functioning inn. Fortunately, the interior was spacious. Thanks to an expansion charm, Lin Mo's residence was arranged on the second floor, where the street lamp, with its rusted arm, laboriously illuminated the dust-laden room, transforming it into a clean and orderly space. The fixtures sparkled with renewed vigor, yet it appeared that only the street lamp operated the establishment. Now joined by Lin Mo as its sole guest. During the initial days, Lin Mo remained in his room, toying with his wand. This was a genuine handcrafted wand from Ollivander, purchased at a considerable cost with solid gold galleons. Logically, it should be far superior to the wooden sticks he had previously acquired from the amusement park souvenir shop. As he gazed at the intricate carvings on the purple wand, tears of emotion welled in his eyes, reluctant to part with it even during sleep. However, after a few days of experimentation, he begrudgingly realized that it bore no difference from the wooden sticks he had once collected. No matter how he waved it, there was no response. It did not emit the brilliant sparks as he recalled from Harry's magic, nor did it unleash flames or summon mirrors like Ivy's wand. Perhaps, as Ollivander had mentioned, there was a slight difficulty in its usage. Resisting the urge to return it, Lin Mo carefully stored the wand and casually flipped through the complex spellbooks, transformation tomes, and potion manuals, but found himself discarding them in disinterest. Ultimately, he solemnly opened the weighty tome on the history of magic. The glorious era of the Republic had reached the year 2333, and Lin Mo knew little of the extensive age of galactic exploration preceding the establishment of the Republic. The data network of L-Star yielded no relevant information on this matter, and even less was recorded about the earlier epoch known as the origin of civilization, leaving only fragmentary accounts. The captain and his crew had never even heard of Earth, nor could anyone clearly articulate from which celestial domain humanity's civilization had initially emerged. Lin Mo often dreamed of uncovering the events that transpired during those lengthy epochs, which could lead to such a significant loss of knowledge for humanity. Now traversing the interstellar age and forgetting its origins, he yearned to discover the whereabouts of that enchanting azure planet that lingered in his dreams. Yet, the Hogwarts History of Magic textbook offered no answers. Instead, it enveloped him in further mysteries. The earliest records therein traced back to the establishment of the Wizarding Alliance, which, according to historical context, corresponded to the early era of galactic exploration. The epochs preceding that, the era of civilization's origin, were equally hazy in the annals of this wizarding tome. Among the vague descriptions of that period, one paragraph particularly captured Lin Mo's attention: the Muggle Wars. It was not a conflict among Muggles themselves, but rather a war between wizards and Muggles. The scattered accounts in the history of magic indicated that this war, while not particularly brutal, spanned a considerable duration. It seemed that the magical world had been fully exposed at the outset, but after a protracted struggle, wizards ultimately emerged victorious, concealing their world once more. Due to that history, the animosity of the wizarding community towards Muggles today was stronger than Lin Mo remembered. They had instituted far stricter laws regarding wizard secrecy. Any Muggle aware of the existence of wizards, including lawbreakers and relatives of wizards who married Muggles, was required to sign a special magical contract, ensuring that they could not disclose the existence of the magical realm under any circumstances. The Wizarding Alliance even established an entire department dedicated to ensuring strict adherence to this law. The term lawbreaker itself had persisted from that era. Subsequently, the Wizarding Alliance was formally established, with its headquarters located beside the Center of Exploration Alliance, now the capital planet of the Republic. Yet it did not revolve around Asta like a satellite. It experienced perpetual seasons and constant daylight, visible solely to wizards. This served to highlight the transcendent pride of magic. Later historical records gradually became more detailed, but Lin Mo was indifferent to those matters, such as conflicts among wizards or issues with fairies. His sole interest lay in that war, yet the book provided no accounts of its causes or specific events. Thus, he dedicated the remainder of his time at the Lihing bookstore, attempting to trace a clearer narrative through the murky threads of history. Unfortunately, after half a month, he had perused numerous books, yet his findings remained sparse, save for the hostility of the bookstore owner. The proprietor of Lihing bookstore, a stout, big-nosed witch known as Madame Bark, seemed to have never encountered a wizard who treated a bookstore like a library. Infuriated by Lin Mo's daily presence, he would arrive every morning with bread and remain in front of the history of magic bookshelf all day, departing only at night, having never purchased a single book throughout the month. Initially, the big-nosed witch had inquired enthusiastically about his literary needs, but after a few days, upon confirming Lin Mo's intention to merely browse, she furiously ordered the manager to remove all the low tables and stools from the store. Nevertheless, Lin Mo persisted, leaning against the bookshelf to continue his research. Even the few spiteful lamps in the store could not deter him. They would flicker wildly around him when the shop was empty, prompting Lin Mo to don a tactical eye mask, one of the few useful items he had found in his backpack, and close his eyes for a moment of respite, treating it as a halftime break. He remained there all day long. Thus, he continued until the end of the month. It was rather amusing to reflect that in his previous life, he had also spent a similar age lingering in bookstores, and as he grew older, he learned to frequent libraries, where he could borrow 4 books at a time, enough to last 2 weeks. Lin Mo regained his senses and returned the book he held to the bookshelf, letting out a resigned sigh. The historians and archaeologists of the wizarding world seemed utterly inept. Not only were their writings densely obscure, but the content was also vague and ambiguous, making it more exhausting to read than solving a riddle. Even more troubling was the fact that many texts contained contradictory information, significantly diminishing their credibility. He shook his head, deciding to temporarily abandon this endeavor and spend his final day engaging in other activities. Moreover, should he continue to linger in the Lehan bookstore, he suspected that the large-nosed Mrs. Buck might secretly cast a curse on him, given her glare. This did not seem far-fetched. He had felt as if she might pop her eyes out during their previous encounter. The next day, rising early, Lin Mo did not encounter Mr. Streetlight and made his way alone to Gringotts to arrange a loan. Gringotts was a rare architectural marvel in the bustling market. With a uniform style from its lowest to highest levels, an impressive 103.5 stories, with the construction of the 104th floor underway and an unfathomably deep underground section. Each floor featured luxurious entrances and reception halls, always brightly lit and perpetually open, prompting one to marvel at the wealth possessed by the goblins, albeit merely as custodians. A role that had sparked various conflicts. After passing through the silver doors inscribed with warnings, Lin Mo chose a less crowded counter and was soon attended to. The goblin at the counter, wearing a green hat, spoke in a high-pitched voice. Loan. Student loan. Lin Mo's eyes gleamed at the sight of the shimmering pile of galleons and several fist-sized gemstones on the counter. He had a general understanding of the wizarding world's currency. Gringotts was not the only bank, but it was the sole institution with the right to mint coins, and galleons were not pure gold. They bore some unique magical markings. Please present your token and register your want. The goblin took the boy's acceptance letter and tapped the seal with his crooked nail. Ah, Hogwarts. You are a muggle-born. Such a label drew several glances, with nearby wizards frowning, making Lin Mo acutely aware of the blatant blood prejudice. However, he had mentally prepared himself for this. Having previously studied the history of magic, given the past Muggle wars, it was hardly surprising that not all Muggle-borns would support the wizarding world, and many might have distanced themselves from the magical community to align with ordinary folk. It was understandable, therefore, that such discrimination persisted even in times of peace. After registering his wand and signing the agreement, he deposited 1,000 galleons into Professor Hicklia's vault. Lin Mo envied the professor's online banking account and instant delivery box. But alas, he couldn't even afford to open an account at Gringotts, which required a minimum deposit of 100 galleons. And 1,000 was necessary to qualify for vault rental. Becoming a member of the wizarding auction house was a distant dream. He would need to contemplate ways to earn some money. After leaving Gringotts, he strolled around Galaxy Square and discovered the star marker for AEL Star on the floor. He took a commemorative photo and inserted the storage card into his communication device. Connecting to the network of Ista Star to send a message to Captain Dog and the others. All is well, do not worry. Interstellar communication, like starships, required transmission through stargates, which was both time-consuming and exorbitantly priced. A mere few words cost a full 50 galactic coins, and by the time Captain Dog received it, it would likely be over a month later. In such moments, the benefits of magic became evident. He had once seen owls used for delivering messages in a marvelous pet store, magical creatures known as phantoms, resembling owls but adorned with iridescent wings. It was said they could apparate like wizards, delivering messages between different star systems in just a few days. The only drawback was that he could not afford one. Having assured the Sea Serpent squad of his safety, Lin Mo pondered and ultimately entered a few characters into the communication device's map. Number 4, you wrote. Should he approach Mr. Potter? Previously, he had only glimpsed a side profile of young Harry in the bustling market, which left him feeling regretful. The address he found was several hundred kilometers away, but for the well-connected Ista Star, that was merely in the suburban area of the governing district. A ride on the hover train would allow him to make the trip in no time. However, that was the formidable protective barrier erected by Albus Dumbledore and Lily Potter for young Harry. Although Lin Mo did not particularly favor the place for Harry, it was the safest spot in the world, safeguarded not only by Lily's magical legacy but also by the neighbor, Mrs. Fig, who kept cats. If he were to visit uninvited, he might be perceived as harboring ill intentions, drawing Dumbledore's attention. It would be prudent to wait until tomorrow. There was no rush. Upon returning to his lodgings, he found Mr. Streetlight already present in the hotel lobby, conversing with a strange male wizard. The wizard bore a twisted scar on his face, as if burned by some malevolent flame, resulting in one eye being larger than the other. Yet, his demeanor and voice exuded an air of arrogance. Number 1, Streetlight. Is this the guest you mentioned? Indeed. This month, I have guided 6 Muggle-born children, and Mr. Lin Mo is also staying here, Streetlight replied respectfully. Though there was an undercurrent of unease in his tone, respected Inspector. The man with the mismatched eyes, referred to as the Inspector, ignored Streetlight entirely and turned his gaze to Lin Mo. Are you the guest here? Lin Mo nodded. Just in time. Go ahead and pack your belongings. Huh? The young man was taken aback. Why? Why so many questions? Just do as you're told, the inspector replied impatiently. Due to prolonged vacancy, I represent the Diagon Alley Market in shutting down and reclaiming this lamplight inn. On what grounds? Protested the young man. I am a resident here. Lin Mo glanced at Mr. Lamplight, noticing his glow was considerably dimmed. Enough chatter. This inn is an asset of the Wizarding Alliance, managed by our Market Affairs Office. The inspector smirked slightly. Moreover, Lamplight number 1, you are the last guiding lamp of the market, are you not? Indeed, esteemed inspector, replied the Lamplight respectfully. Over the decades, the number of children of thieves has dwindled, and most guiding lamps have been reassigned elsewhere. I remain the sole guiding lamp in this position. The Lamplight continued to bow graciously. It was about time to abolish such specialized services for thieves. The inspector tapped the table. Lamplight number 1, you are hereby dismissed. The market will no longer have the profession of guiding lamps. This is unacceptable. What will happen to those children of thieves? Who will guide them? Mr. Lamplight exclaimed anxiously. Hardly anyone is left. Let them find their own way. With so many magical signposts, if they lack wizard relatives to guide them and cannot read the magical signs, can they blame me? Wouldn't you agree? The inspector scoffed at Lin Mo. Or do you believe there are oversights in our office's management? Lamplight number 1. Mr. Lamplight trembled, shaking his lamp arm in fear. May I inquire where I am to be reassigned? There are no other positions for you. The office does not require the likes of you. Perhaps you should find an antique shop to sell yourself. Seemingly amused by his own words, he broke into a twisted grin, his scarred face grotesque. Mr. Lamplight sighed, refraining from arguing. He turned to Lin Mo, humbly requesting the inspector, esteemed inspector. Could you possibly grant a reprieve of 1 day before reclaiming the inn? Why should I concern myself with that? The inspector retorted. I have no time to indulge you. He drew his wand and gestured toward the upstairs. So, you refuse to pack your things? Allow me to assist. With a wave, clutter erupted, packages flew chaotically into the air. Bang! Lin Mo heard his door crash open, and an avalanche of disordered items surged in, carelessly jamming together, rushing into the last backpack and cart, ultimately clattering down before him. Mr. Lamplight murmured, this is truly disrespectful. Get out. Do you wish for me to throw you out? The inspector snorted coldly. Lin Mo silently packed his belongings and walked outside with the lamplight, observing as the patrol officer took out an object resembling a magical contract and affixed it to the door. Moments later, a soft sound echoed, and the small and suddenly shrank into a tiny hanging lamp, which the patrol officer grasped in his hand, leaving a small vacant space behind. How much did you receive from Lord Lucius? The youth inquired suddenly. 500, the patrol officer replied, realizing the situation and glaring menacingly at Lin Mo. This inn should have been shut down long ago. Even if you go to the Grand Market Affairs Office, it would be the same. We have decided to cease providing guidance services to lawbreakers. Speak no more, and you shall not enjoy a good fate. With that, he rolled up the hanging lamp and hastily departed into the mist. Indeed, it was Lucius Malfoy, Lin Mo pondered. He had crossed paths with him that day at Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, but it was likely not directed at him. Perhaps he merely noticed the guiding lamp and casually suppressed it. For him, clearing away the guiding lamp in the lamplight inn, which only lawbreakers required, was probably as trivial as driving away mere insects. The cost of 500 galleons was hardly worth mentioning. He likely did not even need to make personal contact. A mere gesture would suffice, and naturally, there would be those eager to serve the ancient Malfoy family. Perhaps at this moment, Lucius did not even remember giving such an instruction. It was uncertain whether the scarred-faced patrol officer was also a reformed Death Eater. Realizing this, Lin Mo understood that he was temporarily out of danger. However, Mr. Lamplight appeared quite dejected, drooping his rusty lamp arm, the flame of the wick dim and lifeless, which pained him as well. I am sorry, Mr. Lamplight. It is my fault that you and the inn have suffered, he said apologetically. The Lamplight waved his lamp arm. The office has always sought to eliminate us. Otherwise, the Grand Market would not be left with only my guiding lamp. It is a pity for this inn, which has existed here for such a long time. Back then, Diagon Alley was not as tall, and many first-time visitors to the magical world would stay here, with children occasionally needing to squeeze in the lobby when there was no room. Do you know why lawbreakers have become so scarce? Lin Mo asked, puzzled, as he had found no explanation for this change in his books. In fact, most wizards seemed to delight in it and had no desire to investigate the underlying reasons. I do not know. Over the past few decades, well, perhaps since 80 or 90 years ago, the number of new lawbreaker children arriving in Diagon Alley has gradually diminished to the point where they are nearly invisible now. The lamplight shook his head. 80 or 90 years ago. Lin Mo silently noted this time frame. The day was drawing to a close, and the lower levels of the Grand Market appeared even grimmer. In the dusk, Lin Mo glanced at Mr. Lamplight and then at the various packages before him. Suddenly, an excellent idea flashed through his mind, and he excitedly said, Mr. Lamplight, if you have no other plans, why not accompany me to Hogwarts? Mr. Lamplight seemed taken aback by Lin Mo's suggestion and took a while to respond. Go to Hogwarts with you? Yes, as far as I know. The pathways at Hogwarts are quite complex. The staircases move at any moment, and there are various hidden paths. There must be many students who are lost and require your assistance. The lamplight flickered in anticipation and then drooped his lamp arm again. But I am unfamiliar with the paths there. I have spent so many years in the Grand Market, only knowing the shops here. You will become familiar in no time. After all, you are a professional magical guiding lamp. Once you live in Hogwarts for a while, you will surely grasp the layout of the paths and classrooms. Not to mention, I will definitely need your help, and so will Jane. Lin Mo unhesitatingly mentioned his classmate, Miss Avell. She certainly requires your guidance. Miss Avell was indeed indifferent to directions and had previously gone astray while following. Yes, and Lin Mo pressed on, I will also pay you a guiding fee. Of course, I may not be able to pay you much at first. After all, 5 nats a day amounts to nearly 4 galleons a year. But I will have money in the future. That is unnecessary, but Mr. Lamplight still lacked confidence. Is this really feasible? Rest assured. The acceptance letter did not state that magical lamps are prohibited. Anything not expressly forbidden is permitted. You will officially be considered a magical item I bring in, of course. Only in name. He added, moreover, if any issues arise, we can always request the assistance of Professor Dumbledore. He would surely be willing to accommodate you. That is too much. I cannot do that. Upon hearing that he might disturb the great Dumbledore for his own matters, Mr. Lamplight waved his arms repeatedly. But upon realizing he would have the opportunity to meet that legendary wizard at Hogwarts, the very wizard who had personally improved the magic of their guiding lamps, he could not help but flicker with excitement. Then, I shall trouble you, Mr. Lin Mo. The Lamplight Inn had been taken away by the scarred-faced patrol officer. And according to Mr. Lamplight, other lodgings in the Grand Market started at no less than 5 sickles, equivalent to half a month's rent at the Lamplight Inn, while the hotels near Galaxy Square were exorbitantly priced and utterly unaffordable. Lin Mo glanced at his pouch, realizing he could not even muster a complete galloon. Well, it seemed there was no choice but to find a place to make do. As he passed by the Lehan bookstore, he was met with a fierce glare from the large-nosed owner, Buck. Embarrassed, Lin Mo refrained from entering, especially since the bookstore was set to close for the night. He meandered through the bustling market, stopping by several intriguing shops until the hour grew late, ultimately arriving at the Broken Cauldron Bar. The establishment was sparsely populated, with patrons scattered about. This time, he was determined to indulge himself. With newfound confidence, Lin Mo inquired, what is the least expensive item you have? The bartender, Old Tom, barely lifted his gaze as he replied, lemon soda, 5 nat, no refills. Lin Mo discreetly glanced at the dark, grimy cloth beside the other person, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He cleared his throat and asked, is there anything to eat? The cheapest snacks, perhaps? A plate of peanuts for 10 nats. His eyes brightened at the prospect. I'll have a plate of peanuts. Lin Mo counted out 10 nats and emphatically placed them on the counter. Extra sugar, less salt. Old Tom rolled his eyes, waved away the gnats, and rapped the counter. A small, steaming plate of fragrant peanuts emerged from the kitchen. Lin Mo took it and, accompanied by Mr. Streetlight, found a cozy corner to sit, devouring the crispy peanuts with fervor, leaving half a peanut on the plate just in case. He then retrieved the book on the history of magic from his bag, idly flipping through 2 pages, sleepiness beginning to take hold. Wrapping himself in his long coat, he rested his head on the table and fell into a deep slumber until dawn. After a few burps, he felt as if he had spent the night at a 24-hour fried chicken joint. His back was a bit sore, but it was far more comfortable than being out in the field with the captain and the others. Over the years, he had slept in makeshift tents countless times. The cold, dry nights on Elstar were unbearable, and the hard, unyielding ground of the Gobi Desert made sleep elusive, always on guard against the threat of strange insects. Fearing he might dream of being devoured by one. Not wanting to disturb old Tom, Lin Mo initially intended to leave the bar quietly, only to find himself facing a dilemma he couldn't manage with Mr. Streetlight. Mr. Streetlight, could you lighten your weight a bit? I suppose that's not possible. Let me try. I've never encountered this issue before. Just lighten up a little, all right? I can shrink a bit more. He curled inwards, now only slightly taller than Lin Mo. This is the limit. Please refrain from speaking in front of muggles or making any movements, and certainly avoid flickering or shining. Oh, like an ordinary lamp, is it? No problem. The magical world has many ordinary lamps. My apologies. Lin Mo hoisted the rusty streetlight, pushing his luggage as he strode confidently into Galaxy Square, quickly capturing the attention of the ordinary folk. Wow, look. What is that person carrying? It looks like a lamp, right? Incredible. It must be a prop from some historical drama, so lifelike. If I were carrying that streetlight, I'd surely shout at you all. Not a single one of you could handle it. Indeed, Elstar is truly the capital, excelling in cultural and artistic design. Absolutely. It looks so light that even a child could carry it, yet it possesses such quality. I've only seen lamps like this in games. As Lin Mo paraded through the streets, he soon began to regret his choice. Despite Mr. Streetlight's efforts to lighten himself, the burden remained heavy for Lin Mo, his shoulders burning. Moreover, the curious gazes around him were overwhelming. He dreaded the thought of inadvertently breaching some wizarding confidentiality law. Who knew how troublesome that could be? Mr. Streetlight, please do not utter a word. In his era, a talking streetlight would have been commonplace, merely a smart voice assistant equipped with a speaker. However, the Galactic Republic seemed to lack the technological advancements in robotics. At most, they had automated assembly machines on factory lines and navigational systems for flying vehicles, with labor still required for tasks like asteroid mining in space. In terms of automation, the Republic was hardly more advanced than what he remembered. For the capital district of Elstar, King's Cross Station served as a vital transportation hub. Within the atmosphere, aside from those expensive small aircraft, hovering trains were the most convenient and swift means of travel. The area was bustling with a massive flow of people. Lin Mo hoisted the street lamp and pushed his luggage, walking through the security checkpoint with bated breath. The sirens did not blare, and he was not apprehended by any sudden agents. He finally let out a sigh of relief. The platform 9 3/4 appeared between the 9th and 10th ticket gates. Lin Mo set down the street lamp and found a seat, still having over half an hour before departure. He had arranged to meet Avel here, so there was no rush to enter. Soon, he spotted two oddly dressed adults pushing a cart laden with luggage, accompanied by children as they entered the wall. The surrounding crowd seemed utterly oblivious to their disappearance. After about 10 minutes, Avel had yet to arrive, but a boy pushing a suitcase stopped nearby. He appeared somewhat frail, clad in oversized clothing, with striking green eyes framed by round glasses, and his disheveled hair obscured his forehead. He seemed lost, glancing around anxiously as he paced between the 9th and 10th ticket gates, his face etched with worry. Notably, among his luggage was a covered birdcage. Indeed, it was none other than the fortunate Harry. Hey, hello. Are you also heading to Hogwarts? Lin Mo inquired, striving to suppress his excitement. Oh, yes. You, hello. Upon encountering a fellow student, Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him. Do you know how to get to the platform? Just push your luggage through here. Don't fear the wall. If you're truly apprehensive, simply shut your eyes and run, Lin Mo instructed, gesturing towards the wall between the ticket gates. I've seen previous wizards do it this way. He intended to elaborate further when he noticed a short, plump woman approaching. Conversing with a gaggle of red-haired children behind her, it was evident that they belonged to the Weasley family. Many wizarding families associated with the ministry resided in Astoria. You can join them, Lin Mo suggested. They seem to be wizards as well. Harry noticed the Weasley family and hesitated momentarily. What about you? Aren't you going in? I'm waiting for someone. You go ahead with them. I'll find you on the train, Lin Mo smiled reassuringly. Don't be anxious. They seem quite approachable. Oh. All right. I'll go first. By the way, I'm Harry Potter. He introduced himself nervously, fearing a reaction akin to that of the wizards at the Leaky Cauldron. I'm Lin Mo. A pleasure to meet you, Harry, Lin Mo replied with a gentle smile. Lin Mo, which house do you wish to join? Harry inquired, glancing toward the Weasley family, who had just approached the wall. The plump woman was scolding a group of twins, and he noticed a little girl among them with flaming red hair. Gryffindor, undoubtedly Gryffindor, Lin Mo responded easily, recognizing the code. Really? I wish to go there too, Harry exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise. He felt compelled to continue conversing with this newfound friend and quietly asked, "What about your parents? Are they wizards too? Why didn't they send you?" "I'm a squib, lacking any wizarding blood, hailing from the B58-star region, L-star," Lin Mo stated succinctly. "As for my parents, they likely perished. I have never known them. I was raised by mercenaries, previously ignorant of the magical realm." The weight of this revelation left Harry momentarily speechless, prompting a soft gasp. It's all right. Life in the military can be quite interesting," Lin Mo reassured him. Harry was taken aback by the similarity in their backgrounds. Both lacked parents and were equally uninformed about the magical world. In fact, Lin Mo's situation seemed even more tragic. Having originated from the front lines, where even the notoriously callous Uncle Vernon seldom made light of such matters. "Actually, I should go ahead," Lin Mo interjected. "Look. The tallest one among them has already vanished." "Huh?" Harry's gaze was drawn, and indeed he saw that the tallest boy had disappeared. Percy had entered the platform. And if Harry didn't approach soon, he might miss the chance to connect with the Weasleys. While Lin Mo desired Harry's trust, he recognized that he could not entirely substitute for the Weasley family. He too was new to this magical world, and he couldn't offer Harry the familial care that Mrs. Weasley would provide. "Go on quickly. I'll find you on the train." "Don't worry," Lin Mo urged. "All right, but you must come," Harry insisted earnestly, noticing the twin brothers vanish through the wall in an instant. He hastily pushed his luggage forward. Lin Mo sat quietly, observing the scene. Mrs. Weasley, with her characteristic understanding, explained to Harry the method of accessing the platform, while gesturing towards her youngest son, introducing him to Harry. The boy appeared tall and lanky, clumsy in demeanor, with a face adorned with freckles and a long nose smudged with a patch of dirt. This must be Ron. Subsequently, Harry, with his eyes closed, dashed towards the platform, with Mrs. Weasley, Ron, and Ginny disappearing between the 9th and 10th ticket gates. Lin Mo glanced at the communicator, noting that there were less than 15 minutes until departure. Where was Yviel? Had something unfortunate befallen her? A sense of worry crept in. He regretted not having added her contact code earlier. With less than 10 minutes remaining, he could no longer remain still. He hoisted the streetlight, intending to enter the station first. "Why have you brought Mr. Streetlight along? This is indeed Mr. Streetlight, isn't it?" Yviel's voice echoed from behind him. Lin Mo quickly turned around, almost colliding with the nearby wall due to the street lamp on his shoulder. "Hey, you finally made it. Can we have a little more time? Don't just arrive right on the dot. I'm utterly frazzled." Yviel held onto an advanced electric luggage cart, laden with an enormous suitcase that appeared exceedingly heavy. With an expressionless demeanor, she mimicked Lin Mo, saying, "I'm not flustered at all, and the train has even departed." Lin Mo internally grumbled that if she had been any later, he would have had to drive over in a rush and likely crash into a massive violent willow tree. "Indeed, it is Mr. Streetlamp. We will discuss matters later. Let us hurry inside the station. Do you see that wall between the 9th and 10th ticket gates? Just pass through it and stay close to me." He led Yviel into the platform. A long, antique deep red steam locomotive was stationed alongside, with a large sign reading, "Galactic Wizard Express, King S. Cross Station, Platform 9, S***, Muggle Capital, Headquarters of the Wizarding Alliance." Smoke swirled above the train, and various patterned cats darted about. The platform was not overly crowded, and Lin Mo quickly spotted Mrs. Weasley and the fiery-haired girl, Ginny, beside her. "Why can your luggage cart follow you? Did you cast a spell on it?" Lin Mo shouted above the surrounding noise, recalling Mr. Streetlamp's mention that electronic devices could not be used in such magical areas. "It operates on mechanical power, devoid of electronic chips, hence unaffected," Yviel explained. "The letter instructed us to head to carriage 3. The street lamp lit up. "Mr. Lin Mo, you may set me down now. Moreover, it is a pleasure to see you again, Miss Yviel. Mr. Lin Mo has promised to take me to Hogwarts." Lin Mo, nearly crushed under the weight, hastily placed it on the ground. The street lamp, bouncing excitedly, rapidly recounted stories about the inn, how it had been reclaimed after his unemployment, and so forth. They squeezed past several snack vendors and arrived at carriage 3, where a sign read, "Hogwarts Special." A loud whistle sounded from the locomotive. "You too? Why aren't you aboard yet? Hurry up, Percy. Come help them." Mrs. Weasley, noticing Lin Mo and Yviel still struggling with the luggage, approached to assist. While Ginny stared intently at the carriage, her eyes red, likely yearning to see Harry's lightning-shaped scar, but was reprimanded by Mrs. Weasley for being too young to attend Hogwarts. "Thank you." Lin Mo expressed his gratitude. Yviel's luggage felt as though it contained a massive iron block. They were utterly unable to lift it onto the train. Wingardium Leviosa. Mrs. Weasley cast a levitating charm on their luggage. Quickly, get it aboard. Do you see Percy? If you encounter any difficulties, seek him out, he asked the prefect of Gryffindor. Moments later, a newly robed Percy approached, assisting them in moving their luggage into the carriage. Lin Mo, Avel, and Mr. Streetlamp hopped aboard, just as the whistle blew again and the train doors slowly closed. You actually brought a magical street lamp? Percy remarked, surprised. But it seems it doesn't violate school rules. I'll be in the prefect compartment at the very front. Come to me if you have any issues. He straightened his prefect badge proudly. Thank you, prefect. We will be sure to seek your guidance. Lin Mo said with profound respect. He was aware that the Weasley family's third son harbored a considerable sense of vanity. As expected, Percy's face brightened with a smile, and he waved to them before turning to leave. Lin Mo gently pushed the luggage forward alongside Yviel. The interior of this train carriage appeared exceedingly long, perhaps extending the entire length of the train itself, capable of accommodating all the students destined for Hogwarts. The aisle resembled a corridor in its spaciousness. With the left side partitioned into compartments, the majority remained unoccupied, while a few had sliding doors shut, through which glimpses of the interiors could be seen through the glass panes. Where are we headed? Yviel inquired. Lin Mo continued to walk forward, having already passed several empty compartments. While I was waiting for you at the station, I encountered an intriguing classmate. Let us seek him out. Lin Mo spoke without a hint of hesitation as he approached the next compartment, his gaze peering through the small window to observe the students within. Fortuitously, Harry and Ron were seated in this compartment, engaged in conversation. The notion of intrigue might not be entirely accurate, but the allure was certainly palpable. Moreover, if my memory serves me right, a smile flickered across Lin Mo's face. The table before Harry and Ron was already heaped with an assortment of exquisitely packaged snacks, which was truly the focal point. Ahem, if Harry were to encounter any difficulties, he would undoubtedly not stand idly by. Mutual assistance is the essence of camaraderie. He rapped gently on the door. You're just in time. I just bought these. Harry exclaimed, his excitement evident upon seeing Lin Mo. This is Ron. This is Jan Avel. And this gentleman is Mr. Lantern, who previously served as the guiding light in Diagon Alley, Lin Mo introduced. Guiding light. I know you. My father mentioned that there is only one guiding light left in Diagon Alley. Ron exclaimed. What brings you here? Mr. Lantern politely inclined his lamppost. I was dismissed by the patroller, and Mr. Lin Mo has kindly offered to take me to Hogwarts. To Hogwarts? Ron appeared stunned by the idea, staring at Lin Mo, momentarily at a loss for words. Once settled, Lin Mo comfortably sank into a plush chair and accepted a steaming pumpkin pasty from Harry, which had likely been enchanted for warmth. He was about to savor this magical world delicacy when he noticed something amiss with Avel, who was seated by the window. She was intently gazing at Harry, her brow furrowed in contemplation, seemingly assessing something. Harry, assuming she was like others searching for the fabled mark, pushed his hair aside to reveal the distinctive lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, having shown it to Ron previously without any concern. However, Avel's gaze did not fixate on his forehead. She merely continued to scrutinize Harry, her expression still tense. Wait, hold on, Jan. Lin Mo suddenly felt a wave of foreboding and, disregarding the pasty, attempted to intervene. But he was too late. Avel earnestly remarked to Harry. You seem to be in grave danger. Bang. Lin Mo's head collided with the window. Ah, I should have known this would happen. It appeared that Avel possessed a rare gift for foresight. She had previously foreseen a heart condition afflicting a portly tourist in the square, and now, encountering Harry, who perpetually teetered on the brink of peril, she must have perceived something alarming. Moreover, she had audaciously voiced it in front of everyone. This was a classmate, for goodness sake. Lin Mo cursed himself for not having forewarned Avel in advance. He could hardly bear to look at Harry's expression, which was one of sheer terror. What did you say? Harry asked, bewildered, his lips devoid of color, while Ron turned to him, wide-eyed, seemingly searching for some ominous sign on his face. Avel's voice wavered. You seem to be in danger. Ugh. Lin Mo hastily interrupted. What she means is that you might not have the best of luck. After a hurried explanation, he swiftly led Avel out of the compartment. In a secluded corner, he lowered his voice and inquired, Hey, did you genuinely see that he's in danger? Can you be certain? I'm not entirely sure, but I've seen something similar before. He seems to possess some unique power that I cannot fully discern, Avel hesitantly explained. If you aren't certain, it's better not to say anything. It's rather frightening. But at least he could be prepared, she countered, somewhat displeased. Wouldn't you want me to warn you if you were in danger? It's better than being caught unawares. That reasoning held some merit. But Lin Mo pondered for a moment. Can you discern where his danger originates? Like last time with the tourist, you said he was in danger due to a heart issue. What about this time? Yvel pressed her lips together and slowly shook her head. Right? If you don't know the nature of the danger, how can one possibly prepare? He could choke on water or be caught off guard by a snack. Sharing such thoughts would be of no practical assistance and would only serve to heighten his anxiety. Not those kinds of dangers, she insisted stubbornly. In any case, if you are uncertain and lack clarity about the type of danger, it would be unhelpful to voice such concerns. Lin Mo sighed, recognizing that Yvel's forthright nature, combined with her peculiar magical gift, likely did not endear her to her classmates. What do you think, Jan? Just consider it a favor to me. Harry is unlikely to face immediate danger. After all, he is a wizard and not an ordinary person. Fine, I suppose, Yvel acquiesced reluctantly. But if I ever ascertain that he is in danger, I will certainly warn him. I won't hold back. By the way, I wonder if your professor mentioned this. Your magical gift should remain confidential. Do not elaborate to me, just keep it a secret. I'm not entirely clear on it myself, she replied. I previously inquired about it with that professor. He mentioned that every wizard's magical gift is unique, and even similar abilities may differ fundamentally, especially for someone like me with a rare gift. It is something that must be explored individually and cannot be understood overnight. However, if one can delve deeper into it, they can enhance their talent, she added. Ah, I see. So it is indeed possible for one's gift to develop. Lin Mo felt a surge of excitement. Upon discovering his soy sauce state, he had been deliberately practicing, especially on days when the Sea Serpent Squad had no missions. He would repeatedly stimulate his keen perception to hone his aim, pushing himself until his mind began to swirl. Over the years, he had managed to use this state more frequently, and his thoughts and perceptions had quickened within it. Each encounter with danger provided an additional opportunity to utilize this state. However, he had previously been unaware that this was a magical talent. It seemed that if he could advance further, there was still substantial room for improvement in his soy sauce state. Upon returning to the compartment, Harry and Ron, who had been whispering, fell silent and gazed at Yvel. She sat by the window, her expression impassive as she stared outside, ignoring the two boys' scrutiny. Lin Mo, racking his brain to explain the girl's unusual magical talent, noted that sometimes Yvel saw strange things. He clarified that she had merely perceived some ominous traces on Harry, perhaps remnants from a close encounter with death, suggesting it was not necessarily a harbinger of doom. Yvel glanced at Lin Mo, who maintained a composed demeanor, convincing even himself with his explanation. Harry struggled to grasp Lin Mo's meaning, realizing that the girl's magical ability was indeed peculiar. He discreetly observed Yvel before quickly averting his gaze, conceding. What she said is not entirely incorrect. I have indeed brushed against death, though I remember nothing of it, nothing about my parents or Voldemort. Harry, Ron exclaimed, his face paling. You mentioned the Dark Lord's name. It's no big deal. I just never realized we weren't supposed to say it. Look at Lin Mo and Yvel. They aren't as shocked as you are, Harry retorted. Lin Mo can surely say it just like I can, right, Lin Mo? I'm not sure who you were talking about. Lin Mo replied, feeling a bit uneasy. Please don't involve me in this. Who knows if the name Voldemort has any magical significance? If one is not powerful enough and casually utters his true name, it could very well attract his attention, or worse, invoke his dark magic. For safety's sake, it's more prudent to refer to him as the Dark Lord or the Mysterious Man. After all, he is someone who could confront Dumbledore directly. Naturally, Harry, as the one who had caused Voldemort considerable misfortune, was likely safe. He could speak however he wished, probably already cursed countless times by Voldemort in secret. Perhaps that was why Yvel had warned Harry that he could die entangled in the Dark Lord's curses, Lin Mo mused. Oh, you don't know him? Harry said. I only know that he killed my parents. Ron, could you tell us more about Voldemort? Ron, in a panic, popped a piece of candy into his mouth and mumbled. The Mysterious Man is known as the most powerful dark wizard in history. During his rise, he killed many people, including a significant number of Muggles. He gathered a large following of Death Eaters until he encountered Harry, after which he was defeated and vanished. Everyone says he is dead, but rumors suggest he merely disappeared. He then touched the wooden table, hoping for good luck. My parents rarely discuss that era. But Fred and George often joke about the Mysterious Man to scare me and Ginny, which drives my mom mad. As the conversation shifted to Ron and his brothers, Harry expressed envy for their large family. However, Ron, accustomed to second-hand items, complained until Harry recounted his miserable life with his aunt and his dreadful cousin, which brightened Ron's mood. Actually, Lin Mo's situation is even tougher. He comes from the front lines, Harry remarked. Well, it's not bad, just a bit resource scarce. But the mercenaries who took me in were quite decent, Lin Mo said, devouring a warm pumpkin pie, which was truly delicious. The treatment in the regular army is far better, but mercenaries are clearly an overlooked group. I've heard about the war between Muggles and the insectoids. You grew up in the military, Ron exclaimed in surprise. In a mercenary squad, Lin Mo corrected, popping a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean into his mouth. Lucky to get a lemon-flavored one. Fred and George always wanted to hunt insectoids to earn some extra cash, but my dad won't allow it. Wizards hunt insectoids too? Lin Mo asked, intrigued. Yes, some wizards' jobs involve hunting insectoids, Ron explained. Their materials can be used to brew potions, and they are abundant, things like insect shells. And some rare materials are quite valuable. He looked enviously at the mention of galleons. Fred and George say that if you're lucky, you could earn dozens of galleons in one outing. But my dad says it's too dangerous. Even strong insectoids are hard to deal with, even with magic. The formidable insectoids likely referred to high-level mutated forms. In the past few years accompanying the captain on missions, Lin Mo had only encountered third-level adult insectoids, like the armored beetle that Professor Hikria had obliterated. Higher-level ones were beyond the capabilities of their squad. Do wizards intervene in frontline wars? Lin Mo inquired. Not really. They only hunt insectoids in areas inaccessible to Muggles and avoid participating in direct warfare, as that would expose the existence of the magical world, Ron replied. I've heard my dad mention that even wizards find it difficult to penetrate the regions occupied by insectoids. Historically, the Wizarding Alliance attempted to organize efforts to eradicate insectoids, but it was unsuccessful. Lin Mo, Harry suddenly asked, have you ever hunted insectoids? Even Yvel, who had been gazing out the window, turned her attention to him. Well, I've taken down a few from a distance, Lin Mo replied, retrieving the modular bee-sting weapon from his pack to show them. His bag was a chaotic mix of emergency supplies and a pile of crushed protein bars. Had it not been for the Seagull's goodwill, he would have discarded the heavy bag in Diagon Alley long ago. Upon seeing the real weapon, Harry and Ron were utterly thrilled. A bee-sting sniper rifle. My cousin Dudley has a model, but he only has the model, Harry exclaimed. I bet he would trade all his birthday gifts this year for that. Yet he was unaware that Dudley's limited edition model was far more expensive than Lin Mo's second-hand genuine item. This is a gun, right? It seems just as good as a wand. My dad would go crazy over it. He is particularly fascinated by Muggle things, Ron remarked, touching the cold electromagnetic barrel. You must come over to my house sometime. My dad would definitely like you. Yvel, uninterested in the weapons, wrinkled her nose and turned back to gaze out the window. Suddenly, darkness enveloped the outside, and the new students in carriage 3 gasped in surprise. The lights flickered on, and the lamp post shone brightly, serving as a polite guide. Rarely interjecting. We're entering a tunnel, Yvel stated calmly. The train soon emerged from the tunnel. Look outside, Harry suddenly exclaimed. Oh my goodness. My word. Ron gasped. Oh my. Yvel's eyes widened in astonishment. Wow. Mr. Streetlight could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Even Lin Mo was rendered speechless. Outside the window lay the profound expanse of space. Against the black backdrop of the cosmos, an enormous fireball burned silently, waves of towering flames rising languidly, tracing circular outlines. The blinding radiance remained intensely vivid beneath the train's tinted glass, with patches of brilliant white interspersed with darker spots, occasionally releasing bursts of fierce luminosity. Lin Mo had never encountered such a phenomenon before. No, he had never witnessed anything of this magnitude from such proximity. This was unequivocally a star, a sun. It was the son of Aista. Ron was nearly pressed against the window, his nose flattened, oblivious to the discomfort. Fred and the others had boasted countless times about how the Wizarding Express had a segment of its trajectory beside the star of Aista. They stood transfixed, gazing at the furious star as if turned to stone. As the train drew closer, the colossal fireball rapidly consumed their entire field of vision, expanding further. Harry felt a twinge of anxiety and vacantly inquired, Ron, we're not going to crash into the star, are we? I don't know. I hope not, Ron replied, his own apprehension rising. The gravity remained unchanged, yet the star loomed closer, and Lin Mo could no longer discern the curved outline of the immense fireball. The train seemed to glide above an ocean of flames, weaving through the ever-shifting solar flares that resembled gateways to hell. The windows had turned pitch black, yet the searing light seeped through, causing beads of sweat to form on Lin Mo's forehead. He could hardly fathom the thousands of degrees Celsius of heat outside. along with the more terrifying solar winds erupting from the depths of the star at temperatures reaching hundreds of thousands of degrees. Could this antique train truly safeguard them? Without magic, even the most advanced spacecraft crafted from nanoalloys would likely have melted away by now. As the train entered the star's atmosphere, a blinding brilliance enveloped them, rendering everything indiscernible. "We are about to plunge in." Eve's voice remained steady, but Ron had begun to silently scream. The outside world darkened as the train entered an unknown tunnel, the lights flickering to life. A whistle sounded from the front of the train, heralding an unexpected calm. Seated within the steam locomotive, Lin Mo felt a tumultuous surge within his heart as they skimmed across the turbulent surface of the star. Tears welled in his eyes, refusing to dissipate with a blink, and he longed to shout, to leap and embrace this world. Just witnessing that moment alone made his life feel worthwhile. Even if it meant immediately returning to AEL Star, battling insects on the desolate, arid Gobi with his comrades for eternity, and never again gazing upon the cosmos. He would bear no regrets. Magic, Hogwarts, Eve whispered. If only it could be recorded. Harry felt a pang of disappointment, but quickly found solace in the thought that Dudley had surely never witnessed such a spectacle. "I should have insisted George sneak me onto the Wizarding Express long ago," Ron lamented. As they emerged from the tunnel, they found themselves above a serene lake. The clattering train barely disturbed the tranquil waters, which mirrored the soft lavender sky, surrounded by majestic mountains. The sunlight was perfect, and a cerulean, four-winged bird circled gracefully above. The train gradually came to a halt on an island in the middle of the lake. A sign lit up on the window, Galactic Wizarding Express. Salt Lake Town Station, purple cloud star, blue-tailed four-winged cuckoo bird habitat, sky mirror. Stop duration, 6 minutes. Purple cloud star, Lin Mo had never heard of such a name. However, the open-air station revealed a colorful array of quaint town buildings, starkly different from the misty platform 9 3/4. It appeared to be a pure wizarding village akin to Hogsmeade. The youths composed themselves and began to relish their snacks. Lin Mo had already consumed a box of Birdie Bots every flavor beans, and thus far had not encountered any peculiar flavors. He extracted a card from the box, depicting the visage of an elderly man, adorned with crescent-shaped spectacles and sporting a crooked, elongated nose, his white hair and beard cascading naturally. Dumbledore. What is he doing in a box of every flavor beans? Lin Mo's heart skipped a beat, seizing the opportunity while the elderly figure in the painting was momentarily distracted. He hastily passed the card to Harry. "Oh, it's Dumbledore," Harry exclaimed, delighted to see the old man wink at him. Eagerly, he flipped the card over to read the introduction on the back. "This is a wizarding trading card," Ron remarked. "It features the most renowned witches and wizards in the magical realm. My brothers and I have collected nearly 800 of them. But many cards are already out of circulation, including those of several infamous dark wizards like Grindelwald, who was defeated by Dumbledore. Since his imprisonment, his card has not appeared in the collection." Ron spoke of Grindelwald with a surprising lack of trepidation, likely due to the passage of time. Harry, however, remained uninterested in Grindelwald, fixated on the details of Dumbledore's introduction, oblivious to the fact that the elderly figure had vanished. The most notable contributions attributed to him included the defeat of the dark wizard Grindelwald in the year 8012 of the Silver Age, his profound research in transfiguration, and his collaboration with Nicholas Flamel in alchemy. 8012 of the Silver Age? Lin Mo paused in contemplation. The Silver Age is a calendrical system used by wizards, commencing with the establishment of the Wizarding Alliance, which predates the Muggle Republic by over 5 millennia, Ron elucidated. Lin Mo understood the significance of the Silver Age, however. This year marked the year 8102 of the Silver Age. By this calculation, it had been a full 90 years since Dumbledore had triumphed over Grindelwald. "Ron, how long can wizards live?" he inquired. "Most live about as long as Muggles, although a few powerful wizards, like Dumbledore, tend to live longer. Yet, it is rare for anyone to exceed 250 years. In my family, the longest-lived ancestor recorded reached 186 years, Ron mused. Goodness, can you imagine? 186 years. I've only been able to remember for 6 or 7 years. Thus, time and lifespan had indeed elongated somewhat. Thanks to advanced medical care, ordinary people in this era could also live beyond a century, with 100 being the minimum life expectancy. Though few surpassed 120, it seemed that powerful wizards might live for twice that duration. Lin Mo felt a twinge of curiosity about how old Master Nicholas Flamel, the keeper of the Philosopher's Stone, was this year. He rummaged through the pile of snacks, but found no chocolate frogs to satisfy his craving. Instead, he discovered a type of gummy fruit that screamed when bitten. He offered a piece to Ivel, who swallowed it whole, muffling its shriek in her mouth. "It tastes quite good," she remarked with a blank expression. The train jolted again as it traversed a tunnel, emerging into a view of a dim and desolate planet. The sky, shrouded in ominous clouds, seemed to drift with wisps of tattered debris, while the barren earth lay lifeless, entangled with decaying vines and grotesque, twisted thorns that gaped with jagged openings. A station alert illuminated the train window. Galactic Wizard Express, Guard Station, Platform 2, Forbidden Star, Azkaban Prison, Level 7 Lock, the only legal habitat of Dementors, Black Pit. Stop duration 3 minutes. Passengers not disembarking at this station are advised not to leave the carriage. Danger level, red-orange. The train doors opened slowly, and Percy cast a freshness charm at the front of the carriage, though the spell had yet to reach their location. The stench of decay permeated the compartment, and Lin Mo suddenly felt as if something had tightened around his throat. He struggled to breathe. Lin Mo gasped desperately, his chest heaving like a bellows. Yet he could draw no breath. His vision began to blur, and the surrounding cold enveloped him like a frost-laden cellar, rendering his body numb and prickling with pain, as if he might shatter into ice at any moment. Gathering the last of his strength, he instinctively entered the soy sauce state. It was his lifeline, having saved him more than once before. However, realization struck him immediately. This was a grave mistake. Heightening his perception was ill-advised, but it was too late. His heightened senses detonated like a frost bomb, the frigid chill intensifying exponentially. The darkness pressing upon his chest transformed instantaneously into a colossal wave, crashing down upon him and engulfing him, pulling him into an abyss unseen. The sensation of suffocation vanished. He no longer required breath. In the depths lay a desolate world, a dim, lifeless planet, its sky shrouded in dense clouds devoid of warmth, the air thick with drifting motes of dust that crumbled into blackened smoke at the slightest touch. The earth was entwined with decaying vines wrapping around dead trees, black thorns tearing ghastly wounds into the ground, burrowing deep like twisted parasites. Only Lin Mo remained, the sole living being. In the distance, shadows loomed. Whispers of the unknown wavered restlessly, and all hope had vanished. Lin Mo could no longer endure. The fortress of his heart, which he had painstakingly built over the years, suddenly crumbled to dust. An infinite sorrow and indignation surged within him, compelling him to roar at the heavens, to challenge the abyss. Why, oh why did he possess nearly all the memories from before his crossing, retaining countless details of that world, yet could not recall a single intimate soul? Indeed, within the recesses of his mind, there was no recollection of any dear ones. Though he had childhood friends with whom he had shared countless adventures, their names eluded him. Though he had companions with whom he had spent countless days, their faces remained shrouded in obscurity, though he had been nurtured with utmost care by his elders. He had forgotten the parents who had sheltered him through the storms of life. No, those individuals were merely phantoms of a past he once possessed, now utterly lost. Everything was gone, even the remnants of memory. But why was this so? With a heart-rending cry, Lin Mo gazed skyward, his voice hoarse from relentless shouting, until his last vestige of strength waned. Finally, he collapsed, the silence of the world offering no reply, as black thorns ensnared his form and shadows approached silently from afar. So be it. He lacked the strength to rise once more. The whispers of darkness echoed in his ears. The sky grew ever darker, and soon the final glimmer of light faded away. No, it was the last semblance of sensation that vanished, as if he were frozen in time, transformed into a blackthorn. After an indeterminate period, amidst the darkness, he caught a whiff of an unfamiliar fragrance, one not belonging to this realm. Then, a flicker of light appeared in the distance. The glow seemed oddly familiar. Was it the street lamp? Lin Mo's call felt distant, as if it were echoing from the ends of the earth. Awaken! Suddenly, he opened his eyes, as though pulled from icy waters, taking a moment to grasp his surroundings. He found himself in the warm compartment of the Galaxy Wizard Express, rather than the desolate, shadowy world outside. "Are you all right? You frightened us," Harry exclaimed, still shaken. Perhaps he was fine. Lin Mo glanced at the vital signs monitor, only to realize it could not operate here. What had just happened? He seemed to have inhaled a decaying scent. Struggling to breathe, his body chilled. Instinctively, he activated the soy sauce state, but before he could even perceive, he was swept into that abyss of silence. No, he did not wish to revisit that feeling. He looked out the window. The train remained halted at the dimly lit second platform of the prison guard station. "How long was I unconscious?" he inquired. "Just a few breaths, 11 seconds, Harry replied. "Precisely since you collapsed," Yver added. "Only 11 seconds? Yet it felt as though centuries had passed, his body decaying, Lin Mo shivered, vigorously brushing off his clothing as if still tainted by remnants of darkness. Those tattered threads, dust, the sharp thorns, and the despairing sense of powerlessness. Others gathered around him. The street lamp emitted a warm glow, the air imbued with a subtle fragrance. What is that scent? He wondered. It's a freshness spell. Emanating from the front of the train. Perhaps it was cast by Percy. I saw him practicing a couple of days ago, Ron explained. Did you all perceive that decaying odor? Lin Mo asked. The three nodded in unison. But it was dispelled by the freshness spell, Ron added. So, everyone had sensed it. Yet he alone had fainted. Lin Mo gazed out the window at the lifeless world beneath the gloomy sky. The Forbidden Star, the only legal dwelling of the Dementors. Azkaban prison. Could it be that he was affected by the decaying air that had surged in from outside, carrying the essence of the Dementors? But why were the others unaffected? Harry, did you feel anything unusual just now? He inquired. Just a bit of cold. Once the magic dispelled those scents, it was no longer a concern, Harry recalled. I didn't sense anything strange, Aver stated. Neither did I, Ron added, shaking his head in confusion. Are you all right? I'm fine. Perhaps I simply didn't rest well last night. It's been exhausting, Lin Mo reassured them, gesturing for them not to worry any further. Lin Mo was aware that Harry was particularly sensitive to Dementors due to his traumatic childhood experiences. Yet, even Harry only felt a slight chill. While Lin Mo succumbed to unconsciousness. How could this happen? Was it the weight of past events, the loss of memories, the faces forgotten, that rendered him so fragile? He had never considered himself weaker than Harry. In the face of a Dementor, he had not even confronted the creature directly. For merely the decaying aura that permeated the air had dragged him into darkness. It was simply a scent wafting in from outside, utterly indefensible. However, it would be inaccurate to label this as weakness. He had merely witnessed horrors beyond what others had encountered. Harry had lost his parents and could recall only fragments of that tragedy, the piercing laughter, the green light, perhaps the burning house and the flying motorcycle. In contrast, Lin Mo had lost everyone, his entire world, his entire era. He remembered everything, except for those individuals. Feeling somewhat dejected, Lin Mo took some time to recover. He seldom dwelled on the past. In Irixing, there was little opportunity for lamentation. He had grown accustomed to erecting walls to block out those memories, and over time, it seemed inconsequential. Yet, he had not anticipated such a complete collapse when faced with a Dementor. He shivered again, contemplating the horror of facing a Dementor up close without the protection of others. He could hardly bear to imagine the outcome. He needed to practice summoning his Patronus soon to avoid becoming the next meal for those wretched creatures. The mere thought of potentially being forcefully kissed by a Dementor ignited within Lin Mo a fervor for studying magic. While devising a plan, he rummaged through the snacks on the table. If memory served him right, consuming chocolate after being affected by a Dementor was quite beneficial for recovery. A secret shared by Professor Lupin. Could you help me find some chocolate? Chocolate frogs or something? I can't seem to find any, Lin Mo said. Feeling rather unlucky that day, as he sifted through the plethora of snacks yet found not a single piece of chocolate. What'd I say, chocolate frog? Ron furrowed his brow. Is that a muggle food? It's just chocolate. ISNT it? You don't know what chocolate is? Lin Mo felt a pang of panic. The product list doesn't include anything you mentioned, Harry remarked, having checked the snack list. Just moments ago, under Ron's guidance. He had tapped the names of the items with his wand and placed the gold coins on top. After the coins vanished, a plethora of snacks had emerged from the thin menu. Shall we ask the attendant? Harry suggested. Lin Mo helplessly glanced at Aver. I have not heard of chocolate pears in Ista. Perhaps it is merely a delicacy unique to your Elstar, non-existent elsewhere. The girl's deduction appeared reasonable. Yet it was merely an illusion of reason. How could this be? It felt akin to stepping into a void. No. Such a description was too mild. It was as though struck by a thunderous calamity, a fate far more terrifying than a Dementor by 1,000-fold. Upon realizing that this era not only lacked soy sauce, but shockingly, even chocolate, Lin Mo furiously drew his wand and began to wave it aimlessly. He yearned to cast a spell to transform this world into an egg, only to shatter it into a million pieces. If he possessed the means, he would undoubtedly do so, he vowed. Honestly, what kind of world exists without chocolate? What sort of world is this? Damn it all. The Galactic Era of 2333. At that moment, the door to the compartment swung open, revealing a young girl standing outside, now donned in her Hogwarts robes. Has anyone seen a toad? Neville has lost one, she proclaimed, her tone imbued with an air of superiority. Her thick brown hair framing a pair of notably large front teeth. Is that Hermione? The erudite Hermione? The omniscient Hermione. A flicker of hope ignited within Lin Mo's heart as he tremulously inquired, "Are you familiar with chocolate?" "Chocolate? Is that the name of the spell you intend to cast?" The girl gazed at the wand in his hand, adding, "Allow me to witness it." Without hesitation, she took a seat. Lin Mo, utterly despairing, thought to himself, "Ah, you wish to see magic, do you? You long to open your eyes to it? How envious I am of you lot. Utterly oblivious to the exquisite delight you have missed. There is no need to reminisce about the sweet, fragrant warmth that once graced your palate. And yet, you have the audacity to demand a display of magic." Filled with indignation, he pointed his wand at a package of screaming gummies on the table, waving it erratically while exclaiming, "Flame soy sauce big nose, 3,000 miles, chocolate, chocolate, chocolate." Yet, nothing transpired. "Are you certain that is indeed a spell?" The young girl queried, her tone skeptical. "It doesn't seem particularly impressive, does it? I have memorized all the textbooks, and I assure you, the incantation you spoke of is not in them. Moreover, mere words are insufficient for successful spellcasting." She rapidly elaborated before introducing herself. "I am Hermione Granger. May I inquire as to your names?" "Evil," she replied curtly, revealing her disdain for the girl. "Lin Mo," he said absently. Lost in the memory of his last encounter with chocolate, a bittersweet morsel gifted by a friend that he devoured hastily due to hunger. If only he had known it would be his last taste of chocolate, he would have savored it with greater care. The thought was too painful to linger on. "Ron Weasley," muttered Ron. "Harry Potter," Harry added. Hermione was taken aback, mentioning that she had read several books that referenced Harry, while he appeared entirely unaware. She expressed a desire to join Gryffindor, claiming it to be the finest house, from which none other than Dumbledore himself had graduated. She then declared her intention to assist Neville in locating his toad. "Miss Granger," Lin Mo interjected, "I suggest you accompany that boy named Neville to the compartment at the front of the train for assistance. The prefect is there, along with other upperclassmen who might be able to use a spell to find the toad. I believe that is the simplest course of action." "Oh yes, how could I have overlooked that?" Hermione exclaimed, smacking her forehead as she cast a glance at Lin Mo before hurriedly departing. "Percy would never use magic for such trivial matters," Ron grumbled. "However, if she calls out Prefect a few more times, there might be some hope. Though I doubt that proud girl realizes it." Harry chuckled, having heard Ron's rants about Percy's vanity countless times. The steam train resumed its journey, swiftly leaving the dreary world behind. Lin Mo emerged from the shadows, engaging in conversation with his companions while snacking, excluding the silent Ivel and Mr. Streetlight. Gradually growing more familiar with them, the Hogwarts Express leapt from one station to another, with some platforms bustling with passengers, not limited to students, while others stood eerily devoid of life, save for those disembarking. Some stations were reached in daylight, others at midnight, with some perched atop mountains, others nestled in caverns, and a few even submerged beneath icy waters. One platform bore the astonishing sight of 3 suns of varying sizes blazing in the sky, the scorching rays threatening to consume the earth. The station's sign read, "Native Ecological Planet, Key Protection." Heaven knows what ecology could possibly warrant protection on such a planet. According to Ron, as Fred had mentioned, the route of the Hogwarts Express was not fixed. It adjusted based on the passengers' destinations and the number waiting at the stations. On days like today, it would first travel to the platforms where Hogwarts students boarded, delivering them to the school before proceeding to other stops. Harry found himself spellbound by the notion of a steam train capable of jumping between interstellar stations. While not every stop had a jumping track near the sun, the train would traverse deep space between certain stations, during which everyone would fall silent, their gazes reflecting the distant, vibrant stars. Ron even pulled out the dozing rat from his pocket. "Look outside, Scabbers, stop sleeping all day?" Suddenly, Lin Mo was jolted into awareness. "Oh no, I almost forgot about that creature," he thought, a cold sweat breaking out. To his dismay, he noticed the rat had opened its eyes, its dark orbs fixed on him, locking him in a gaze with the traitor. A sense of dread filled him. "Oh no, does it sense my emotional turmoil?" "Alright," Lin Mo cried in panic, his voice tinged with desperation. "I can't stay here." "Oh, don't be afraid. Scabbers is my pet, or rather, he was a gift from my father." "A messenger rat that Percy discarded," Ron explained, his face reddening. "Though Scabbers is quite old, I suspect he won't last much longer. Perhaps then I can get a new pet if my dad can afford it." Feeling chatty, Ron handed Scabbers over to Lin Mo. "He won't bite you." "Give it a try? I've never seen such a creature before," Lin Mo stammered, instinctively recoiling. "He truly won't bite me? Is he poisonous?" The rat continued to stare at him. Harry and Ron found the situation amusing, while Ivel regarded the flustered boy and the rat with skepticism. You could try feeding him a Birdie Bot's every flavor bean. He loves those, Ron suggested. Oh, really? Is that all right? Lin Mo, palms sweaty, accepted Scabbers, suppressing the urge to squeeze him tightly, unable to predict the consequences of such an action. Even an animagus wizard had no reason to relinquish their capacity for self-preservation. Trembling, he retrieved a black bean and offered it to the rat. Upon noticing the rat was missing a toe, Lin Mo no longer needed to pretend to be afraid. He was genuinely terrified. He had spent years preparing himself for the prospect of being consumed by worms. But he was wholly unprepared for the idea of being obliterated by dark magic. The mere thought sent chills down his spine, despite the rat appearing warm and lethargic. Who could tell how many lives he had claimed with that stubby digit? At that moment, Lin Mo dared not inquire about Black. See, this fellow really can eat, Ron said, chuckling. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Mo tossed it onto the table beside the bag of assorted beans. Ban finally lost interest in Lin Mo, diverting its gaze like a gluttonous mouse attempting to climb into the bag of treats, only to be admonished by Ron with a tap. Away with you. Do not venture into the snack bag, you lazy mouse. Lin Mo's heart raced intensely. He was genuinely afraid that Ron might revert the mouse back to its original form. The thrill of the situation was overwhelming. His heart could hardly bear it, and the tension could potentially raise suspicions about the tale. He forced himself to divert his attention from the mouse and overheard a few students conversing outside. Traveling late at night was truly unpleasant. Indeed. He envied those fortunate enough to catch a ride during the day. Stop complaining. At least there's a station near your home. In my vicinity, vast stretches of the starry expanse lack any platforms, and there is no flying route network. Each time my parents drop me off, they must use several keys, which feels even more excruciating, as if I've taken a blow to the stomach. I suspect I might have even lost a piece of my intestines while fumbling with the keys. Ron, Lin Mo whispered. Why don't your parents just use apparition to take you to the station? Apparition across interstellar distances? You truly lack knowledge of wizardry. Only exceptionally powerful wizards can accomplish that, and even succeeding once is exceedingly rare. Moreover, interstellar travel often requires multiple apparitions in succession. A moment's inattention could lead to disorientation. Lin Mo hesitated, contemplating whether to mention Professor Haikria's experience of taking him through over 20 successive apparitions. Suddenly, the partition door swung open, and two girls entered. Lin Mo hastily emulated Yvel's profile, gazing out of the window. Harry recognized one of the figures. It was the pale-faced girl with the sharp chin he had encountered at the robe shop. Is it true? The girl inquired. Is Harry Potter in this compartment? Have I seen you in Diagon Alley? Yes, Harry replied, glancing at another girl beside her. Oh, this is Pansy, the pale girl introduced herself. I am Malfoy, Draco's sister. Draco Malfoy. Upon hearing Ron's gentle cough, she cast him a disdainful glance and remarked, Do you find my name amusing? The Weasley family's red hair? I've heard all about it. It's truly shameful for a pure-blood family to be reduced to such poverty. And who are you two? Draco's sister inquired with displeasure. Noticing two classmates still gazing out the window as she entered the compartment, it was a tremendous affront. Clearing her throat, Lin Mo coughed lightly and turned to greet. Hello. Miss Malfoy. What a crab and goyle. Why aren't they accompanying you? This voice. This visage. Yes, it is. The pale girl suddenly shrieked in fury, completely disregarding the cordial intentions of Potter and the embarrassment of the red-haired Weasley. It's you, she yelled, brandishing her wand. You dare to appear before me? Draco's sister screamed, pointing her wand at Lin Mo, oblivious to the fact that she was the one who had chosen to enter the compartment and confront Lin Mo. Miss Malfoy, Lin Mo said, struggling to suppress a laugh. It was my fault last time. After all, I did not grow up in the magical world and am unfamiliar with your customs. Please do not take it to heart. He could not finish, for he recognized the wand in Draco's sister's hand, a 10-inch hawthorn, precisely the one she had discarded in Ollivander's. She had indeed returned to purchase this wand. At last, Lin Mo could not contain his laughter. You, Draco's sister exclaimed, flustered. As she drew her wand, regret surged within her. Realizing Lin Mo's gaze was upon her wand, she anxiously hoped he would not notice, lowering the tip of her wand discreetly. Yet, to her dismay, this detestable individual recognized it. After she had stormed out of the wand shop in anger that day, her mother had taken her to roam the marketplace, visiting every other wand shop until she was nearly exhausted, only to ultimately return to Ollivander's to buy this one. She had been infuriated, and her mother had suggested breaking this wand to seek another, believing it would allow her to find one that suited her better. However, her doting father forbade her, asserting it would hinder her potential and that she should not be influenced by that one thief. Even skipping dinner did not persuade her father to relent. Thus, she begrudgingly accepted the hawthorn wand and the reality that she had to share a wand shop with that thief, which kept her awake all night. However, upon discovering the wand's effectiveness the next day, her focus shifted to practicing spells, allowing her to swiftly forget that insufferable individual and her prior indignation. Yet, she had not anticipated that he would dare to appear before her again. And just like before, he pretended to be polite while secretly mocking her. She had almost been deceived. Initially, she believed he was genuinely apologetic, but alas, it was merely a facade of courtesy. She should have known better. This crafty individual was far more cunning than she had imagined. Upon seeing the upturned corners of his mouth, that infuriating smile, Draco's sister felt as though she might explode. He was laughing again. He was indeed laughing. Why doesn't he just go die? She screamed, her wand quivering in her grasp. Lin Mo's body was electrified with fear, sensing that imminent danger was upon him. In a state of sheer panic, he instinctively activated his magical prowess. Without a moment's hesitation, he noted the quivering tip of the girl's wand aimed directly at his throat, the incantation on her lips nearing completion. His body remained ensconced in the soft seat, unable to fully muster the tension required. In this fraught moment, he was compelled to channel all his energy to engage his muscles, compressing his core like a coiled spring, and then explosively releasing that pent-up force. There was no time to contemplate his next course of action. Suddenly, the tip of Chris's wand stilled. An almost imperceptible trace swept through the air as Lin Mo launched himself forward. Almost simultaneously, a resounding explosion echoed within the compartment. His body jerked slightly, and the spell grazed his neck before striking his left shoulder, erupting in a cloud of debris. Yet Lin Mo did not falter. He merely hesitated for a fleeting moment before closing the distance. In the next instant, his right hand seized Delacris's throat. Gasps filled the compartment. They were still warning Lin Mo to be cautious, with Pansy exclaiming in shock over Chris's reckless behavior. Until a sudden silence enveloped the room as they realized that the tables had turned. Lin Mo was not the one in peril. He stood less than a foot away from Miss Malfoy, his right hand firmly grasping the girl's neck, their eyes locked in a moment of bewilderment. Let her go. Let her go. Pansy recoiled in fright, taking a half-step back. Lin Mo cast a sideways glance at his left shoulder, noticing the faint seepage of blood. A wave of apprehension washing over him. The spell cast by Miss Malfoy had not only torn through his 2 layers of clothing and a tactical vest reinforced with high-strength fibers, but had also left him with a wound. Had it struck his unprotected neck, the consequences would have been utterly dire. A gaping hole in his neck. And unless a skilled healer arrived promptly, he would likely meet his end right there. What a grave oversight it was. He had dismissed her as merely a mischievous child, forgetting that she wielded a weapon far more perilous than an AK-47. Indeed, this wand was infinitely more dangerous, lacking even a safety catch. From this moment forth, every wizard, regardless of age, must be regarded with the utmost caution, equivalent to the threat level of a third-tier explosive sandworm. Furthermore, Hogwarts had proven to be even more perilous than the campuses of certain gun-friendly nations in a past life. It was a place where everyone was armed. It seemed necessary to remain vigilant not only against the ever-scheming dark arts professor, but also against the potential for campus terror incidents. Truly, if he continued to be so careless, he might as well find a protein bar and bash his head against it. It was also a reflection of his inexperience. Had he dodged or countered immediately, he would not have found himself in such a predicament. In truth, Lin Mo had never anticipated that Chris could cast a spell, let alone launch a malevolent curse upon their very first encounter. It was only at the last moment, as Chris was nearing the completion of her incantation, that he sensed the impending danger and realized that what was about to be unleashed from the tip of her wand was not some playful magical prank, but rather a lethal force capable of disintegration. Lin Mo was utterly unaware of the repercussions that the spell could inflict upon a human body, narrowly averting a grave incident. Who could have anticipated that Miss Malfoy would wield such formidable power, surpassing Master Malfoy by such a margin? Empiricism can indeed lead to perilous outcomes. It appeared that Chris had finally regained her senses. She struggled to twist her wrist in an attempt to direct her wand towards Lin Mo. Yet his grip was as unyielding as a vice, firmly restraining her wrist without a hint of movement. She then attempted to drive her knee into his abdomen, but Lin Mo preemptively thwarted her effort. A flicker of panic danced in her eyes as she fell silent, resorting to a chaotic flurry of kicks or futilely attempting to pry Lin Mo's right hand with her left, but her neatly manicured nails proved ineffectual. leaving merely a few pale marks upon his skin. "Let her go?" Pansy cried out, rushing forward. "She is going to suffocate." Lin Mo was taken aback and quickly pushed Chris aside. Miss Malfoy stumbled backward to the door, bowing her head as she coughed violently. "Chris." Pansy hastily came to her aid. Lin Mo observed a bruise on the side of Delacris's neck, a mark left by his own hand. He had just executed a technique aimed at the throat, a ruthless maneuver demonstrated to him by the wild dog, intended to shatter the enemy's windpipe in a single, decisive blow. In that moment of peril, he instinctively resorted to it, altering his strike to a chokehold, a choice fraught with danger. Nevertheless, even if he had indeed fractured her throat, there exists a temporary means of respiration through intubation, which involves cutting the trachea below the throat to connect directly to the lungs, thus averting immediate fatality. In truth, it was still a more merciful approach compared to the curse she had aimed at his own neck. "Chris, are you hurt?" Pansy too had noticed the bruise. Enraged, she drew her wand, shielding Chris while shouting at Lin Mo, "How dare you harm her? How could you?" Lin Mo's expression darkened as he leaned slightly forward, preparing himself. Should Pansy Parkinson dare to cast a spell upon him again, he would not hesitate to retaliate fiercely. He would never underestimate a dangerous child again. After all, he recalled that healing magic could effortlessly mend fractures and similar injuries, leaving him with a plethora of harsh options. Pansy still pointed her wand at him, while Harry, Ron, and Neville all stood up. "Miss Parkinson, it was not I who initiated the confrontation," Lin Mo said softly, "and I am the one who nearly sustained a severe injury." "What nonsense are you spouting?" Pansy trembled with anger. "Clarice only struck your shoulder. Such a superficial wound." "Is that so? And what of it?" Lin Mo inquired. His voice low and tinged with irritation. He detested nonsensical arguments. "So," Pansy faltered, raising her wand hesitantly. "Put away your wand," Pansy, Clarice said, her voice hoarse as she kept her head bowed. "But he dared to." "I lost control just now," she admitted. "Ah, fine, but he shouldn't have." Pansy lowered her wand. "Clarice, let me help you with your collar." She carefully adjusted Clarice's collar to conceal the bruise before stepping back. Clarice lifted her head. The flush of her face, once reddened from suffocation, had now faded to its usual pallor, transforming her back into the proud peacock of the Malfoy estate. Her gaze flickered towards Lin Mo's left shoulder, discerning that the fabric was not of ordinary material. She realized her magic had indeed spiraled out of control, not the perilous kind that ancient tales spoke of, which could inflict severe harm upon oneself, but rather an eruption of magic spurred by overwhelming emotion. Such occurrences were generally harmless, often resulting only in minor household mishaps, leaving no lasting repercussions for young witches and wizards, unless one happened to be casting a spell at that moment. This could render spells unstable, leading to unpredictable and dangerous consequences. A fact that any child raised in a wizarding family understood, as adults strictly forbade them from wielding their wands during emotional turmoil. Otherwise, accidents could easily occur, much like what had just transpired. The splitting charm was not inherently offensive and should not possess such power. During her practice, she had struggled to even break ordinary leather, merely leaving marks on dried leaves, and it took a stroke of luck to crack the cover of a book, let alone specialized fabric. Moreover, her father had repeatedly warned that this spell must not be used on living beings, especially not against classmates at school. Yet, Clarice could not entirely blame herself. She thought bitterly. Had it not been for this detestable boy's incessant mockery, she would never have resorted to the splitting charm. Nor would her emotions have spiraled out of control. His injury was entirely his own doing. This wretched thief of magic had nearly landed her in serious trouble. It was all his fault. And how dare he choke her? He had been so close. For reasons unknown, Clarice felt a warmth creep into her cheeks, lowering her gaze slightly. Although this insufferable, lowly thief had not harmed her, of course, he would not dare. He had merely left her dazed, releasing her only when she was on the verge of suffocation. Still, she would not forget this fright. No, this humiliation. This was the third time, and it would definitely be the last. She would have Pansy summon Crabbe and Goyle, those two oafish brutes, to teach him a lesson, without magic. No, they should bind him up. And she would take her revenge personally. To bully a girl with brute force. How despicable of a thief. With her plan solidified, as if she had already avenged herself. Clarice wore a smug smile. "Mr. Potter," she addressed Harry, avoiding a glance at the loathsome boy to prevent further irritation, "you will soon discover that among wizards, there are distinctions between the noble and the lowly. Some wizarding families are far superior to others. And I trust you would not wish to associate with despicable thieves or incompetent paupers, would you?" I believe I can discern good from bad, Harry replied coldly. Oh, really? Claris's smile faltered. That insufferable thief was one thing, but she had not expected the boy who lived to be so ungrateful. She fixed her gaze on Harry, noticing the faint scars along his brow, and provocatively stated, How fortunate you are, but perhaps you should ponder whether your fortune can last forever, Potter. If I were you, I would embrace and appreciate the support from distinguished families. You are a student of notable reputation, and it is through our backing that you can advance further, rather than being hindered by some, unsavory individuals. Say that again. Ron's face was as red as his hair. Oh, I shall not repeat myself, Weasley. Did you not hear me the first time? Truly, you are astonishingly dim-witted. Claris mocked, eliciting a shriek of laughter from Pansy. Let us go, Pansy. The two girls departed the compartment, Claris seemingly on the verge of looking back, but restraining herself, leaving behind a parting threat. And you, wait for it. Everyone understood this remark was directed at Lin Mo. With a furious pull, Ron slammed the door shut. How's your injury? Yvel inquired. Just a moment ago. She had sensed that something troubling might transpire in the compartment, but the feeling vanished in an instant when Lin Mo had grasped Claris by the throat, rendering her as defenseless as a small creature. It's nothing, just a minor injury, shielded by clothing, Lin Mo replied nonchalantly, though he felt a pang of concern. The wound was indeed not severe, but that tactical vest was ruined, worth 200 galleons. Damn it, I should have demanded compensation from that Claris. He cursed inwardly. What an insufferable brat, destroying my belongings and acting so self-righteous. Ron, can you mend spells? He asked, filled with hope. Ron's face reddened further as he stammered. Most wizards don't practice spells before schooling. Well, I should have known not to rely on a Weasley. Lin Mo first picked up the large fibers, intending to seek assistance from others later to attempt to repair, before he began to tend to his wound. The injury was indeed shallow, with a small cross-shaped gash in the skin, resembling a carved mark, bleeding only slightly. He rummaged through his backpack and retrieved a small bottle of gel spray, applying it to the wound twice, which formed a layer of blue gel. Moments later, the gel solidified, completely covering the injury. His 3 layers of clothing were all torn, so he promptly donned his school robe, with Harry and Ron following suit. Yver borrowed a nearby girls' compartment to change his attire. The 4 of them tidied up the scattered belongings and snacks, and after extracting the speckled creature from the jellybean bag, tranquility finally returned to the compartment. Ron continued to enlighten the others about the wizarding world, discussing how wizards lived, the Wizarding Alliance, his father Mr. Weasley's work at the Alliance headquarters, and shared some hearsay about Hogwarts, including accusations against the Death Eater Malfoy and others who were attempting to clear their names, emphasizing their affiliation with Slytherin. Additionally, he narrated some details about Quidditch, proclaiming it the finest sport in the world. Following the establishment of the Wizarding Alliance, the rules of Quidditch had finally been amended. The value of the golden snitch was altered from 150 to 60 points, and the game would not conclude merely upon the snitch's capture. Instead, after each snitch was caught, the referee would restart the game until the 2-hour duration was completed, with the referee announcing the end. During this time, if players were injured, there would be added stoppage time. Overall, this modification reduced the Seekers' dominance and reliance on luck, transforming Quidditch into a more team-oriented sport rather than a showcase for individual Seekers or mere luck. Historically, most games ended with the team that caught the snitch winning, rendering the efforts of other teammates seemingly insignificant. The revised format also intensified the competition due to time constraints and stable snitch scoring, provoking a plethora of new strategies. For instance, Seekers could assist their teammates in executing offensive plays at opportune moments. Lin Mo felt relieved by the new rules, as he no longer had to worry about being dragged to watch a match where both Seekers were inept, potentially causing the game to extend indefinitely. Wasting an entire day in the stands, historically, such occurrences were plausible. The only interruption thereafter was Hermione passing by, upon knocking on the compartment door. She angrily declared that Percy had been utterly unhelpful, and along with a few other enthusiastic first years, they had scoured the entire carriage before locating Neville's toad in the restroom. Thankfully, it had croaked loudly. Remember, magic should not be used to accomplish everything. She mimicked Percy's tone in indignation. After Hermione departed, the boys erupted in laughter. The Hogwarts Express had brief intervals between jumps, often leaping to the next segment of track just minutes after leaving the platform. Lin Mo had attempted to keep track of how many stations they passed, but while munching on a screaming jelly bean, he lost count. The noise from the candy in his mouth caused his forehead to vibrate. After traversing approximately 40 to 50 stations, the train exited another tunnel, gradually slowing to a stop. Outside, evening had fallen, with the western sky painted in a blood-red twilight, and the dense forest appeared pitch black in the dim light. A flock of crows flapped their wings, rising from the forest and forming peculiar shapes in the sky. A message illuminated on the train window: Galactic Wizarding Express. Hogwarts Station, Cursed Star, Hogsmeade, Godric's Hollow, Earth Rift, Lonely Peak. Stopping time, 5 minutes. Due to the high volume of passengers, please remain standing. The train will transport you to the platform. Hogwarts students may leave their luggage on board without concern. Everyone stood up once the train came to a halt. In an instant, all students were gently propelled onto the platform, evenly dispersed. A few first years sat bewildered on the ground, having failed to rise in time. The sudden evening chill sent a shiver down Lin Mo's spine. The surrounding vegetation was lush, and the air was comfortably humid. In the distance, rolling hills were blanketed with verdant alpine moss. At least, by first impressions, this planet seemed quite habitable, far superior to the environment on Elstar. Lin Mo raised his gaze once more. At this hour, the stars had yet to make their appearance. Yet a chilling silver rainbow bridge arched across the sky from west to east, exuding an aura of profound height and enigma. It soared higher than the loftiest of bird flocks, eclipsed the tallest of mountains, and ascended far beyond the most elevated clouds. From the eastern horizon, it traced a grand arc, spilling cold nightfall into the still bright western sky. The cursed planet, he realized, was adorned with its own rings. Previously, during a segment of the Wizarding Express's trajectory, they had swept past a star ring reminiscent of a milfoot in the cosmos, leaving them in awe. Yet now, gazing up from the earth, it was an entirely different spectacle. Cold, mysterious, distant, and indifferent to the world. Many first-year students looked up in astonished wonder. Hagrid, with a lantern in hand, exerted considerable effort to gather them together. He guided them through a pitch-black thicket. The path was laid with ancient stones, yet remarkably clean. And at the end of the trail, a dark lake unfolded before them. On the opposite shore, a majestic castle loomed on the hillside, its grandeur rivaling that of towering mountains. Lin Mo took a sudden step forward, nearly plunging into the lake. Hogwarts, at last, I have arrived. As they began their crossing of the lake under Hagrid's guidance, night had completely fallen. The silver rings of stars were mirrored in the tranquil waters, emanating faint glimmers from the depths, while distant lights illuminated the ancient castle, stretching along the towering walls up to the mountain peaks. The first years were grouped in boats of 4, gliding slowly towards the castle without the need for oars. The closer they drew, the more they were struck by the castle's grandeur, resembling a slumbering dragon revealing its menacing form. Hagrid, alone in the foremost boat, no one dared to join him. For his immense size led everyone to believe he would capsize it, held a lantern aloft, guiding the fleet. They did not need to traverse the entire lake. A small bay would suffice to reach the cliffs beneath the castle, where a hidden entrance awaited them. Hagrid explained that this was the sole path for newcomers to enter Hogwarts. Only through this method could they earn the school's trust. Otherwise, ancient magic would hurl them to the center of the lake, where monsters would drag them to the depths. This assertion seemed to frighten Neville, who awkwardly leaned over the side of the boat to peer down, only to tumble into the water with a splash before Lin Mo could issue a warning. Moments later, he was shrieked back onto the boat by the tentacle of a colossal octopus, eliciting laughter from everyone, including Hermione and Seamus, who were also drenched. Excitement filled the air, with Lin Mo perhaps the most eager of the new students, having long anticipated this moment. Truth be told, he had yearned for this day for 2 lifetimes. Pureblood and half-blood wizards often knew from a young age that they would receive acceptance letters from Dumbledore. Ron mentioned that nearly every magical academy accepted children from the same family, and many wizarding families had attended the same school for generations. With a low birth rate and slow growth, there was little concern about overcrowding in the next generation. Families like the Weasleys were exceedingly rare exceptions. For others hailing from Muggle backgrounds, like Ivy, the school was still a mystery to her. Her dark eyes regarded the castle beneath the silver rings of stars with a sense of profound curiosity. Occasionally, she glanced at Harry, perplexed by his continued existence. In her mind, he seemed highly likely to have met an untimely demise on the train, and even now, he appeared at great risk of perishing in the dark waters, yet remained inexplicably unharmed. She recalled Lin Mo's reassuring words on the train, that Harry would be fine, but how could he be so certain? Beside her, Hermione was furiously attempting to dry her hair with a spell, achieving some success, as Seamus, lacking spell work, had begun to sneeze. Poor Neville trembled in a corner, clutching his toad, too frightened to glance at the lake again. Even Harry, who had been confined to a cupboard by his uncle, did not match Lin Mo's enthusiasm. He had just heard from Ron that Fred had mentioned a terrifying test during the sorting ceremony, which made him particularly anxious, especially with Ivy occasionally glancing his way. Harry regretted indulging in too many sweets. As the boat passed through the entrance beneath the cliffs, Lin Mo could hardly contain his excitement. He felt as if he were on the brink of battle against a swarm of insects, certain to be reprimanded by his captain for such exuberance. The last time he felt this thrilled was when he mistakenly thought his soy sauce state was a temporal domain. He stood at the stern of the boat, prompting a gasp from Ron, gazing around at the black waters where each small vessel glowed with a lantern. Lin Mo estimated he could see around 40 boats, suggesting their group of newcomers numbered over 100, slightly more than he had anticipated. Ron remarked that magical schools were generally of similar scale to Hogwarts, admitting only a limited number of students to avoid overcrowding and interference among young wizards. Upon reaching the castle's underground dock, Hagrid knocked on the grand door, and they were greeted by Professor McGonagall. She was a tall, black-haired witch clad in a deep green robe, her expression exceedingly stern. As her gaze swept over the throng of first years, the whispers faded. Even the rowdy children seemed aware of who truly commanded respect. First years, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid announced. "Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take it from here," she replied. After a brief introduction, she led them in 4 orderly lines through a lengthy corridor, past the entrance hall, into the opulent dining hall. The velvet black ceiling sparkled with stars, curving silver rings arched like a celestial bridge overhead, wisps of clouds swayed gently, and countless candles floated in midair. Lin Mo's gaze transcended the tattered patchwork of a worn hat, settling upon the distinguished guest seats. There, in the center, he beheld Dumbledore. The venerable elder engaged in conversation with Professor Flitwick, who sat beside him. Lin Mo's attention was then drawn to the greasy-haired Severus Snape, the potions master, whose hair seemed to be a manifestation of his magical prowess, perpetually beyond the reach of shampoo or even magical potions, much like Harry's eternally disheveled locks. Following Snape was the half-giant Hagrid, who was enthusiastically waving his large fingers in greeting towards Harry. Lin Mo's eyes then wandered to several unfamiliar professors, whom he did not recognize, until they landed in the far left corner, where a familiar visage awaited. It was the enchanting Professor Hecat, astonishingly seated at the distinguished table. This revelation took Lin Mo by surprise. Moreover, it appeared that Hecat had noticed him. She lifted her gaze, offering him a warm smile, a silent greeting before returning to savor a dessert that resembled cake. She was the only professor at the table who had already begun her meal. Lin Mo's gaze shifted once more, scanning from left to right, yet he could not locate the individual adorned with a headscarf. Wait, he recognized the figure seated beside Snape. It must be Quirrell. However, Lin Mo's expression turned peculiar as he observed that Professor Quirrell's head was completely bald, devoid of a headscarf, and not a single hair graced his scalp. It was as shiny as could be, gleaming brilliantly, including the back of his head, which Lin Mo caught a glimpse of while he conversed with the potions master. Thus, a question arose. Where was that individual? As Professor Quirrell's gaze swept the room, Lin Mo dared not meet his eyes, hastily lowering his head. "If any of you can find a hat more splendid than mine, I shall devour myself." The sorting hat. Before the first-year students, split open a wide seam, resembling a mouth as it began to sing. "For great wizards founded Hogwarts, bestowing upon me a precious spirit. And thus I possess the ability to think, selecting the students of their desire." As the song concluded, thunderous applause erupted. Aside from the first-year students, who remained anxious about their sorting, Professor McGonagall stepped forward to commence the roll call, proceeding according to the order of confirmed admissions. One by one, the new students hurriedly approached, donning the hat which assigned them to different houses. The upperclassmen at the long tables of the 4 houses applauded warmly, welcoming the new members, while the professors at the head table ceased their conversations, focusing on the sorting ceremony. Only Professor Hagrid appeared to be discreetly indulging in cake, seated at the far end, thus remaining less conspicuous. Ivy felt a twinge of nervousness. She glanced back at Lin Mo and whispered, "Gryffindor? The red table?" "Yes, the red table," Lin Mo nodded. The sorting ceremony seemed largely unchanged. He should be able to negotiate with that hat if it dared to deny him entry into Gryffindor. Nearby, a young boy clearly destined for Slytherin scoffed derisively, "Country bumpkin red." "Ah, forgive me, green." Lin Mo chuckled in response. The boy was still too young to comprehend the significance of green or its connection to forgiveness, leaving him looking utterly bewildered. "Silence," Professor McGonagall commanded from the front. "Hermione Granger." Hermione hurriedly ran up and placed the hat upon her head. The sorting had hesitated for a moment before finally declaring, Gryffindor. Lin Mo observed as Hermione visibly sighed in relief, her excitement propelling her towards the Gryffindor long table. In her mind, Gryffindor was the epitome of excellence. The illustrious headmaster Dumbledore himself, having graduated from this esteemed house, she felt compelled to join the best. Janie Vare. Professor McGonagall called out promptly. Do not be anxious. Lin Mo gently encouraged. Yver hurried to the front, donning the sorting hat, its brim nearly obscuring her eyes. Ah, the girl heard a faint voice whispering in her ear. A rare talent. To which house shall I assign you? You desire Gryffindor. Indeed, you possess courage and determination, but I must caution you. Bravery is a double-edged sword. Do not forget to wield it wisely. Gryffindor, the hat proclaimed, as Yver prepared to remove it. She heard the subtle voice again. Those who sought to pursue your ambitions before have failed. You are not the first. I hope you can. In a flurry. The girl removed the hat. She glanced at Lin Mo, Harry, and Ron, who were still in line, and, with an expressionless demeanor, walked towards Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall continued to call out names, the queue of new students gradually dwindling. Neville was sorted into Gryffindor, while Pansy and Draco were instantly assigned to Slytherin. Particularly Miss Malfoy, who appeared quite esteemed among the Slytherins, warmly welcomed by older students, as she arrogantly took her seat towards the middle of the long table. The towering figures of Goyle and Crabbe were predictably sorted into Slytherin as well. Ron followed in the footsteps of his brothers, joining Gryffindor. When it was Harry's turn, the bustling hall fell silent, whispers circulating as Professor McGonagall announced his name. The sorting hat lingered upon his head for an extended moment, ultimately granting him his wish to be placed in Gryffindor. The jubilant cheers from the red-decorated table nearly shook the hall to its foundations. Lin Mo, Professor McGonagall finally called. Phew, I never anticipated I would feel nervous. Lin Mo felt the perspiration in his palms as he smoothed his clothes and stepped forward. In the entire hall, aside from the familiar faces of Yver and Harry, as well as Hermione and Ron from the train, hardly anyone paid attention to his sorting. Perhaps Professor Hycrea might momentarily set aside her cake to observe, and then there was Chris, who despised him with a passionate fervor. She was likely fervently wishing that Lin Mo would be sorted into the rival Gryffindor house, so she could justifiably reprimand him. After all, for the noble Slytherins, reckless little lions were always more detestable than the clever eagles and steadfast badgers. Disregarding the others, Lin Mo placed the crumpled sorting hat upon his head. The wide brim enveloped him in darkness. A rare child. A faint yet excited voice whispered in his ear, You are indeed unique, are you not? For one so young. Your maturity is exceptional. You might be the bravest child I have encountered. Oh, you have truly faced danger, understood war, and grasped the distinction between courage and folly. Such qualities are exceedingly rare. In fact, many wizards go their entire lives without discerning this. Clearing his throat, Lin Mo felt a twinge of embarrassment from the praise. If that is the case, might you kindly send me to Gryffindor? Don't be hasty. It is a rarity to meet such a unique child. Allow me to ponder a while longer, the hat chattered. Very well, Lin Mo replied, engaging in casual conversation. So, you truly possess the ability to think? Oh, if you had truly listened to my song, you would know that the four founders bestowed upon me a precious essence of thought. I indeed possess unique insights, the sorting hat replied with a tone of pride. Ah, it seems you understand the power of intellect and the value of knowledge. Why not consider Ravenclaw? You would achieve extraordinary accomplishments. No, I wish to join Gryffindor. What does to hug a leg mean? The subtle voice inquired, perplexed. Ah, it is nothing. Well, I must say, I also sense diligence and steadfastness. The precious qualities of Hufflepuff are indeed rare. Without effort, wisdom amounts to naught. Does it not? You are remarkably mature, honestly. Were it not for my confidence in my own abilities, I might suspect you were sent by Dumbledore, transformed by Polyjuice Potion to toy with me. That old coot. What is Polyjuice Potion? Lin Mo asked hastily, fearing his ignorance would be revealed. Do not doubt, young one. Your headmaster is an unadulterated madman, wise yet devoid of reason. Should he engage in any outrageous behavior before you, do not be alarmed. It is nearly certain you will encounter such occurrences during your 7 years. The sorting hat muttered. And after a moment, its faint voice returned. Ah, and there is shrewdness and unyielding ambition. Indeed, that is only fitting, for any child of such intellect must harbor ambition. Ambition is not inherently negative. I assure you, you possess ample capability to match your aspirations. But I am a thief of magic. Lin Mo hastily gestured, indicating that Slytherin would not do. Oh, indeed, what a pity. Slytherin could have guided you to greatness, but a pure blood is the minimum requirement. Suddenly, the voice of the sorting hat shifted, Merlin's beard. What do I see? Lin Mo felt a warmth emanating from the purple triangle on his hand, sending a jolt of alarm through his mind. Oh no, could it be that the difficulty was about to escalate once more? May the goddess of fortune bless me. I shall light incense for you in the Gryffindor lounge. I vow to keep my promise. However, the Sorting Hat seemed to be in a state of shock, exclaiming, Goodness gracious! Although you are indeed a thief of magic, born from Muggle parents devoid of wizarding blood, you possess a nobility that is remarkable. By Merlin. I cannot believe I am witnessing this day, encountering you. Little one, I must declare that you belong to Slytherin. Please, no. Lin Mo nearly lost his mind. I am a thief of magic. Goodness, oh no, esteemed Hat. To take a closer look. If I am placed in Slytherin, Salazar Slytherin-esque coffin will surely not hold him down. He will be enraged to the point of resurrection, and only by personally strangling me will he find peace. Quite the contrary. I bear his spiritual imprint. Trust me, if Salazar were to return, he would undoubtedly claim you for his house. I could swear on Salazar's little mustache. Proclaimed the Sorting Hat with pride. If you truly understood him, you would recognize how much he cherishes that mustache. The Sorting Hat continued, though the reasons elude me. I see within you the power to break chains, and your lineage is far older than even the most ancient pure-blood families of today. Even in the early days of the founding of the Academy, I have never encountered such an ancient bloodline. If the former headmasters were to arise, they would vie for your allegiance. But Slytherin would undoubtedly prevail. He would employ cunning methods. Thus, it could hardly contain its eagerness to announce, No, esteemed Hat. I have heard that the headmaster of Gryffindor is the most formidable. He wields a great sword, and no wizard can withstand a master of martial arts. Should I be taken, let it be to Gryffindor. Please, allow me to join the ranks of Gryffindor. Lin Mo was in a tizzy. Alternatively, I could lower my aspirations to Ravenclaw, the table adorned in blue. I shall immerse myself in studies, striving to further the theory of magic. You just mentioned the power of knowledge, did you not? Please, anything but Slytherin. Even Hufflepuff would suffice. You may not have noticed, but at heart, I am a true foodie, exceptionally discerning when it comes to food. I possess knowledge of many lost recipes from the culinary arts. I assure you, the Hufflepuffs will enjoy a feast like no other, living in blissful happiness. Esteemed Hat, perhaps Gryffindor after all? I beseech you, observe my mouth, Gryffindor, G-R-Y-F-I-N-D-O-R. Very well, very well. Since you have so earnestly requested, the voice of the Sorting Hat suddenly boomed. Slytherin. Lin Mo was startled by the resounding voice of the Sorting Hat. His ears ringing. It was Slytherin, indeed Slytherin. In a daze, he removed the hat, and Harry and Ron gaped at him from the long table adorned in red. Their mouths agape as if they could fit an apple inside. Even Yvel appeared bewildered, unable to comprehend how Lin Mo ended up in the bad house that Ron had spoken of. Wasn't he supposed to be sorted into Gryffindor? On the opposite side, at the green decorated table, a few students clapped in welcome, yet a larger number whispered amongst themselves. They had never heard of Lin Mo's surname and were inquiring about his family background and connections. The students of Slytherin never regarded others as mere independent individuals. They preferred to acknowledge and respect the heritage of those around them. Lin Mo gently placed the tattered hat back onto the chair. Staring vacantly at the long table of Slytherin, the Sorting Hat had made its declaration, and there was likely no turning back. Yet, his legs felt as heavy as lead, rendering him incapable of movement. He simply could not take a step forward. It was Slytherin. He still could not reconcile this reality. A buzzing echoed in his ears. Although he did not harbor disdain for this house, he certainly did not hold any fondness for it either. He had never contemplated such a possibility. Whether in simulated sorting games or through the Gryffindor scarves he had purchased from shops, he had always been a true and loyal lion in gold and crimson. He clenched his teeth, a voice resonating in his mind, a voice that belonged to Gryffindor, noble and brave. It proclaimed, a true warrior must dare to confront the grim and somber green. How on earth had he been placed in Slytherin? No, it was impossible. At the green and silver adorned table, Galactic stood up and shouted, he is a mud-blood, a thief of magic. How can he be sorted into Slytherin? Surely, there has been a mistake. Yes, Lin Mo thought, there must be some error. He indeed had crossed over from many years ago. And perhaps he had unwittingly brought along an ancient lineage? Pondering this, he could only conclude that it might explain the Sorting Hat's judgment. Claiming his bloodline to be exceedingly ancient, compelling it to place him in the Serpent House against his will. This was quite the predicament. The table adorned in silver and green began to stir with agitation. Galactic's accusations festered, and more voices joined the fray. The expressions of the upperclassmen shifted dramatically. No one applauded Lin Mo's welcome anymore. They were questioning, and a few even began to pound their fists on the table and clatter their utensils in discontent. The atmosphere grew increasingly chaotic. Ding, ding, ding. Dumbledore tapped his goblet, urging, "Please be quiet." The murmurs and protests subsided, yet the buzzing in Lin Mo's ears persisted. He turned around. At the center of the guest table, the headmaster's gaze pierced through the crescent lenses of his glasses, meeting Lin Mo's eyes. Faced with the kindly elder, Lin Mo silently opened his mouth, wishing to explain, yet finding no starting point. "Hey, did you know? I crossed over from a planet called Earth in the 21st century." Could he really say that? No, any revelation of his origins would be far too reckless. At the very least, such matters should never be broached in this setting. Lin Mo silently gazed at the headmaster. "Mr. Lin Mo, why not take a seat at your college's long table?" Dumbledore inquired with a smile, as if nothing had transpired. "I presume you have already heard the Sorting Hat's decision regarding your house, Slytherin, at the table adorned with silver and green." Yet, Lin Mo opened his mouth as if to protest. Was this truly the conclusion? For some reason, under the headmaster's watchful gaze, his stiff legs suddenly regained mobility, and the buzzing in his ears faded away. He took a step towards the Slytherin table, then another. It appeared that no one dared to oppose him any longer. Despite some upperclassmen, including Chris, looking exceedingly furious, she seemed on the verge of shattering the goblet in her grasp, but with the headmaster's endorsement, they lacked the courage to challenge the world-renowned Dumbledore. However, there were more than just students present in the banquet hall. "Wait," a voice from the main table interjected, sounding somewhat impatient. Lin Mo followed the sound with curiosity. He anticipated that it would be Professor Snape, who, as the head of Slytherin, certainly had the authority to speak in such a situation and had ample reason to express his indignation, especially considering the Sorting Hat had placed a Muggle-born thief into his esteemed house. However, Lin Mo was mistaken. What he beheld was a gleaming bald head. It was Professor Quirrell. "Pardon me, I beg your forgiveness for my rash words, and they are not directed at you, Mr. Lin Mo," Quirrell stammered slightly. "But perhaps we should reconsider." He rubbed his hands together, gradually gaining fluency. "Hogwarts is nearly, as ancient as the Wizarding Confederation in its thousands of years of history. The great Salazar Slytherin's house has never accepted a thief. I believe that if, Mr. Lin Mo were indeed sorted into Slytherin, it would lead to misunderstandings among many, including Headmaster Snape. They would perceive this as a provocation against Slytherin's traditions." "Do not speak on my behalf, Professor Quirrell," Snape replied coldly. He turned his gaze to Lin Mo, his eyes devoid of warmth, resembling two pitch-black, bottomless tunnels. "Is it true what Miss Malfoy claims? Are you a thief?" he inquired. "Oh, Severus, you cannot be so foolish as to take a child's jest seriously," Dumbledore interjected kindly. "Consider it well. We have all experienced that age, brash and proud." "I fear it is true." Lin Mo attempted to project his voice so it could be heard. "Mr. Ollivander has confirmed it. I indeed possess no wizarding lineage, from either side." As soon as the words left his mouth, an uproar ensued. The Slytherin table erupted in chaos. If Draco's accusations held no merit, the illustrious Mr. Ollivander would certainly not be mistaken. Moreover, the thief himself had admitted it. As Professor Quirrell noted, in all these long years, Slytherin had never accepted a thief, and even those of mixed blood had to carefully conceal their identities, let alone a thief of pure Muggle lineage. This was nothing short of an affront to them. "Albus!" Professor McGonagall exclaimed in shock. "Why would the Sorting Hat place this thieving child into Slytherin?" The Sorting Hat could not err, she firmly believed, but the question remained, why? Yet, Dumbledore appeared unfazed. "Mr. Lin Mo," he said, "please bring me the Sorting Hat. I believe it has its reasons." Lin Mo picked up the soiled hat and hastily made his way to the distinguished guest's table, extending it to the headmaster with both hands. As he descended, he felt the weight of everyone's gaze upon him, the students below, the professors at the guest table, especially Quirrell and Snape, whose stares pricked at him like needles, leaving him inexplicably uncomfortable. The kindly old man removed the wine-red pointed hat from Lin Mo's head, revealing his thick, silvery hair and long beard, which were nearly indistinguishable from one another, save for a bow tie adorning the beard. It seemed he intended to don the Sorting Hat himself. The Sorting Hat exclaimed loudly, "No, Dumbledore, you cannot do this. You will grow fond of me." This elicited a chuckle from Dumbledore, who jestingly replied, "I assure you, I prefer my square hat. If I ever have to venture forth wearing you, do remind me to cast a transfiguration charm on you in advance." This prompted him to remark that the hat was indeed looking rather unkempt. He shook the tip of it, declaring, revitalize. The Sorting Hat emitted a muffled cry, as if it had been filled with a large cup of soapy water. Moments later, the unsightly stains were washed away, leaving it considerably cleaner, though the patches and frayed edges remained unaltered. Only then did Dumbledore don the still protesting Sorting Hat. The brim did not obscure his wise eyes as it had done for the students. What a sight to behold! Albus Dumbledore wearing the pointed Sorting Hat. Lin Mo felt an exhilarating rush. Wishing he could capture this moment, the Weasley twins in the distance had already begun to chant the recording spell. To witness such a scene made the prospect of being sorted into Slytherin a worthwhile endeavor. Lin Mo couldn't help but think. No, it was an absolute windfall. Slytherin, or not, what was a mere dreary green to him? After a brief moment, Dumbledore appeared to glean sufficient information from the Sorting Hat. He smiled and softly addressed the tattered headpiece, saying, "This is indeed splendid news. If you could bring such tidings daily, I might truly come to adore you. Though I am quite advanced in years, I must concede that you are far older than I. Moreover, I must admit, you are indeed more captivating than my little square hat. After all, thought is priceless, is it not?" The Sorting Hat emitted a sound akin to retching. Reluctantly, Dumbledore reverted to his own hat. This time, he did not trouble Lin Mo, instead using magic to pass the Sorting Hat to Professor McGonagall. "Professor McGonagall, please continue the sorting. Do not keep the little ones waiting." Ahem. Snape gently cleared his throat. "Oh, I almost forgot. Thank you for the reminder, Severus." Dumbledore smiled. "Mr. Lin Mo, you may join the Slytherin table. You undoubtedly belong there. The Sorting Hat does not err, not in the past, and not now." Isn't there an explanation forthcoming?" Lin Mo thought silently, though since you say so. He was about to proceed towards the silver and green adorned table when ahem. Quirrell also coughed heavily, clearly indicating the need for an explanation. Yet Dumbledore seemed disinclined to provide one. Everyone's eyes were fixed upon him. Well, the old man appeared somewhat vexed. "In truth, the Sorting Hat did not divulge anything to me, and I am as puzzled as to why it placed Mr. Lin Mo in Slytherin. But there is an effective way to resolve our current predicament, is there not?" "Quite evident." He waved his hand, his aged but slender fingers gripping an ancient wand. "Obliviate." He intoned towards Professor Quirrell, of course, without actually casting the spell. "Obliviate, obliviate, obliviate." His wand gestured towards the professors at the guest table, including the discreetly cake-munching Hagrid, before he elegantly waved at all the students in the hall. "Forget it all." Finally, he pointed the tip of his wand at himself and chanted, "Forget, forget." Satisfied with his work, he tucked away his wand. "Now everyone has forgotten that Lin Mo is a thief of magic. Let us proceed with the sorting. Professor McGonagall, do hurry. Do not delay the enjoyment of the feast." The grand hall, filled with over 1,000 people, fell into profound silence. Had something peculiar just occurred? The younger students were astonished. Harry and Ron looked more bewildered than when they first learned Lin Mo had been sorted into Slytherin, while Ivor furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the headmaster. Only Fred, seated nearby, wore a knowing expression, whispering to Ron, "I told you, our great headmaster is a tad unhinged." George chimed in, "Or perhaps just a bit mad. But it is quite useful," Fred concluded, "when you encounter tricky situations. Madness is essential." "See how the other professors have fallen silent?" George summarized. As whispers grew louder, Professor McGonagall cleared her throat, her voice resonating. "Next, Dean Thomas. Please come forward and don the hat." Quirrell's face twitched, but he did not voice any further objections. Snape remained silent as well. Lin Mo felt slightly dizzy as he staggered to the long table adorned with silver and green decorations. Just moments ago, Dumbledore's wand had even given him a gentle tap. In retrospect, it seemed hardly surprising that he had been sorted into Slytherin, considering the esteemed headmaster Dumbledore himself. In Lin Mo's mind echoed the words of the Sorting Hat, "Your headmaster is a madman." He found himself inclined to believe it. No one at the long table welcomed him. They merely stared at Lin Mo as he walked from the front row to the end of the table, nearly returning to the spot where the few unsorted first years sat, encountering not a trace of kindness from Slytherin. Among the first-year students, no one seemed eager to engage with him. They instinctively chose to sit apart, leaving insufficient space for Lin Mo to take a seat. The expression on Draco's face was particularly ghastly, almost green with discomfort. To her left sat Pansy, while a considerable gap remained to her right, yet as Lin Mo passed, she slammed a plate down onto the bench with considerable force. Lin Mo chose to disregard her. He found a rather vacant bench and sat down with a nonchalant demeanor. It was reasonable that he was sorted here. Although the current headmaster exhibited some peculiarities, the Sorting Hat would not err. The voice of Bloodman Barrow, hoarse and rasping, cut through the air. He appeared gaunt, his eyes vacant, and his robe was marred with silver bloodstains. No first year from Slytherin wished to sit beside him, creating a significant buffer of empty space around him. I understand, Senior Barrow, Lin Mo remarked. Barrow nodded in acknowledgement, lapsing into silence, for he was inherently a reticent spectre. As the final student, Blaise Zabini, the boy who had earlier referred to Gryffindor as a bunch of rustic fools, was sorted into Slytherin. The sorting ceremony reached its conclusion. Following Dumbledore's seemingly deranged address, the long tables in the Great Hall were finally laden with a sumptuous feast. Many students continued to regard Lin Mo with curious glances. Yet his thoughts were entirely consumed by the array of food before him. He swore to the Slytherin table that he had never encountered such a lavish banquet in his previous life. A diverse array of dishes was available, from fried to grilled, stir-fried to steamed, both raw and cured. Everything he could conceive, and much that he could not, was present, including a plethora of traditional delicacies. He had to concede that he had underestimated Hogwarts' culinary offerings. He even spotted a platter of spicy roasted insect tendons, one of the few edible parts of the bizarre creatures. Previously, in Aelstar, these had been sold by the dog captain responsible for handling corpses. Only a couple of times, when supplies were critically low, had he dared to utilize them for his team's rations. Lin Mo had tasted 2 pieces, simply seared with a blowtorch, rendering them crisp and delectable, leaving an enduring aftertaste. Most importantly, all of this was entirely self-serve and complimentary. He envisioned the inevitable outcome of his evening, a weak, pitiful, helpless figure, yet capable of feasting. Thus, throughout the banquet, he immersed himself in the culinary delights, for no one seemed inclined to converse with him, nor did any upperclassman approach to enlighten him about the house or the school. Even Bloodman Barrow remained silent, offering no words for an extended duration. Lin Mo spent the entire night engaged in a series of exchanges with others, expressing himself with phrases such as, "Excuse me, I'll take a chicken leg," "Excuse me, I'll grab a piece of braised pork," and "Excuse me, I'll serve myself a bowl of seafood sweet soup." He exclaimed, "Oh, such a plump crab, and none of you are going for it? It's mine now." He continued, "Hey, this basket of dumplings appeared before me first. It must be fate that they are meant for me, so do not touch them." By the end, he had eaten to the point of near oblivion, extracting every last bit of potential from himself and squeezing out the final remnants of space within him. Ultimately, after the main course, he successfully devoured a plethora of delightful desserts, somewhat compensating for the absence of chocolate. Comfortably leaning back in his seat, life seemed to brighten. Moreover, in a world where one could exploit house elves, the lack of chocolate became somewhat bearable. Truly, it was a transgression indeed. Yet, one cannot deny the exceptional culinary skills of the house elves, as Lin Mo let out a satisfied burp. Finally, the desserts on his plate vanished, leaving it pristine once more. Dumbledore rose again, conducting the scattered students and completing the school anthem. To be honest, even a diehard fan like Lin Mo struggled to remember the lyrics, which included bizarre phrases like "dead flies." Only the Weasley brothers persevered to sing the final few bars, and the headmaster earnestly directed them to the last beat. He then erupted into enthusiastic applause, deeply moved by the music. At last, I must emphasize here, Dumbledore proclaimed, that the dining hall must return to silence. All courses include safety education. Please heed the safety warnings from your instructors and strictly adhere to the regulations. Magic can be perilous, especially when exploring the unknown. And no caution is too great to ensure that you might live to my age, provided you are not devoured by the beasts of the Forbidden Forest. It is forbidden to enter the Forbidden Forest without a teacher, particularly for first-year students. If you wish to avoid becoming lost within the forest's intricate paths and being consumed by monsters, there is a simple way to remain clear of it. Furthermore, anyone who wishes to evade a painful and untimely death should not venture into the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Naturally, as is customary, to be on the safe side, please refrain from uttering the name of the cursed star. Cursed star, cursed star, Fred and George whispered almost immediately, startling Harry and Ron. Dumbledore's bright gaze swept over the Weasley twins and then across to Lin Mo. "Oh, I almost forgot," Dumbledore cheerfully announced this afternoon. "I heard an intriguing luck charm while at the Every Flavor Bean stand, and I wish to share it with you all, hoping you may derive some mysterious power from it." The old man once again grasped his wand and, before the entire school, recited, "Flame soy sauce big nose. 3,000 miles, chocolate, chocolate, chocolate." Lin Mo nearly spewed forth a mouthful of ancient bloodline from the 21st century. Flame soy sauce big nose, 3,000 miles. Chocolate, chocolate, chocolate. This was the very magic he had performed on the Hogwarts Express, uttered in a fit of anger, only to find it had been overheard by Dumbledore. The other first years, bewildered, believed this to be an impressive spell, frowning in concentration as they desperately tried to memorize it, eager to master the headmaster's luck charm. The older students vaguely understood that this was merely another of Dumbledore's eccentricities. Among the first years at the Gryffindor table, Hermione, with her hair tousled, having dried it with a spell, was utterly dumbfounded. After Dumbledore announced the end of the feast, the young girl desperately turned her head, her bright gaze searching the Slytherin crowd for Lin Mo, filled with regret for not having inquired about that spell regarding chocolate on the carriage. Since the esteemed headmaster claimed it possessed mysterious powers, it certainly did, yet she failed to recognize it and missed her opportunity. She had not yet achieved the pride to think she could rival Dumbledore, and she also realized that merely memorizing the first-year textbooks would be far from sufficient. Thus, she resolved to order a set of second-year textbooks the very next day. As for Harry and Ron, they discussed the topic of chocolate until sleep finally claimed them. Compared to other bewildered first years, they believed they held a significant advantage in understanding and grasping the luck charm, at least knowing that chocolate was a type of Muggle confection unique to the Ailstars. As the feast concluded, the first years bustled away, following their upperclassmen. Lin Mo did not notice Hermione searching for him amidst the crowd of Gryffindors, but he did catch sight of Ivy, who was glaring at him with an expression of discontent. He helplessly shrugged his shoulders in response. He certainly did not anticipate being sorted into Slytherin. However, Gryffindor would have been a more suitable choice for Ivy. At least the atmosphere there was friendlier compared to Ravenclaw, given her cold demeanor. If she were to join the fiercely competitive environment of the Eagle House, she might find herself unable to utter a word to her classmates throughout the entire year. Moments later, Ivy's figure vanished behind a group of bustling Hufflepuff students. The new Slytherin students began to move as well, and Lin Mo followed the throng towards their common room. The entirety of Slytherin's dormitory, including the common room, lies primarily beneath the surface of the lake. Legend has it that this area was once the castle's dungeon, which Salazar Slytherin himself selected and transformed into the opulent Slytherin dormitory, a space that is notably lower than those of the other three houses, symbolizing his expectations of patience and ambition for Slytherin students. Many associate it with lurking in darkness, and even some Slytherin students share this belief. Yet, this is somewhat of a misconception. Naturally, Lin Mo held no illusions about the character of his peers. The male prefect of their year was named Marcus Flint, a tall, unattractive fifth-year student. Apart from his prominent overbite, Lin Mo's initial impression of him was dominated by his astonishingly large nostrils, which, to be candid, could effortlessly accommodate a gnat coin, though claiming it could fit a gallon would be an exaggeration. While ushering the freshmen to the common room, Flint scrutinized Lin Mo with his nostrils, then carelessly barreled past him as if he were merely a slimy slug, utterly disregarding his presence. Lin Mo nearly failed to evade the situation, as he was somewhat hindered by the wall. On one hand, he was unaware of the true capabilities of the upperclassmen. On the other, it was prudent for a newcomer to remain humble and develop quietly. Thus, he restrained himself from the impulse to trip Flint. Their head girl, named Gemma Farley, though diminutive in stature, had a commanding presence. In the common room, she addressed the newcomers, repeatedly asserting that Slytherin had won the House Cup for 6 consecutive years and that they must secure a 7th victory this year. She was adamant about not witnessing the House Cup slip away. Any form of failure would be deemed unforgivable. We are neither reckless lions nor clumsy badgers, nor are we overly competitive and self-important eagles. We have no justification for losing points. If you lack the ability to bring honor to the house, at the very least, do not cause trouble for others. Please adhere strictly to all rules. Only fools and primitives fail to comprehend the importance of regulations. Coughing at this proclamation, Lin Mo felt a twinge of guilt. To some extent, he indeed resembled a primitive. However, the Sorting Hat had designated him as belonging to an ancient and noble lineage, far more distinguished than the pure bloods and half-bloods surrounding him. Nonetheless, the other newcomers evidently disagreed, maintaining a distance of at least a meter from him in the common room, leaving him to stand conspicuously by the fireplace, as if his status as a thief would taint their bloodline. Farley, while emphasizing the rules, cast particularly pointed glances at Lin Mo, almost as if singling him out to admonish him against becoming a hindrance. Should they fail to obtain the House Cup, all Slytherins would be condemned to the pillory of shame, especially Flint and me, and all of you. No one is permitted to lag behind, for the glory of Slytherin. After fervently asserting the importance of the House Cup, Farley finally began to recite the Slytherin Code, which included mandates for unity, prohibitions against pranks in the dormitory, respect for other statuses, and resolutions of conflicts through traditional means, negotiation and exchange of interest rather than barbaric violence, as well as the notion that violating the code would equate to opposing the will of all Slytherins. This segment comprised a staggering 50 or 60 rules, rendering Lin Mo nearly drowsy. Perhaps it was the first day at school, or perhaps the students were simply too fatigued after a hearty meal. Regardless, no one seemed inclined to confront Lin Mo after listening to Farley's speech, allowing him to peacefully navigate his first night in Slytherin. His bed was nestled in a corner, adjacent to a vertically oriented window, half submerged in the lake, with his belongings piled on the other side. Through the floor-to-ceiling window, he could behold the shimmering magical creatures in the lake, the twinkling stars in the sky, and a distant silver ring of stars reflecting and refracting in the water. The rhythmic lapping of the lake against the window lulled Lin Mo into a state of tranquility as he extinguished the silver lamp by his bedside and drew down the green silk curtains. He wished to remind himself to remain vigilant, for this magical world was rife with the unknown and perilous, yet he found himself unsuccessful in this endeavor. The sumptuous bed of Slytherin enveloped him, almost consuming him, and the fluffy down pillow bore the scent of sunlight, swiftly lulling him into slumber. It was the most peaceful sleep he had ever experienced. It was not until dawn that he began to dream. In his dream, Lin Mo boasted about his magic before the dog captain, awing them to the point of dropping their eyes. However, the seagulls began chattering, and he realized it was the Sorting Hat speaking. Shortly thereafter, the hat was transformed into a chocolate cake by the bearded Dumbledore using a charm of fortune, who then concealed the cake within the square hat upon his head. Yet, Professor Hickley stealthily devoured the cake, and Professor Locky arrived to patrol, his bald head gleaming like the morning sun, quickly becoming blinding. Blinding indeed, and it flickered incessantly. He awoke to find it was the lamp-post, peering into the curtain and shining its light before him. The lamp-post? Lin Mo rubbed his eyes, feeling as if he were about to fall apart from sleep. "I beg your pardon for interrupting your delightful dream, Mr. Lin Mo," the lamp-post said swiftly, with a melodic tone. "The other children have long since departed the dormitory. You mentioned yesterday that your classes commence at 8 in the morning, and I deemed it necessary to rouse you." Lin Mo suddenly sprang up, glancing at the clock which read 7:50. "What the hell, didn't I set it for 7? He cursed under his breath, certain that some mischievous child had stealthily turned off his alarm. His Slytherin roommates, including the boy Blaise who had mocked Gryffindor's humble appearance the previous day, certainly had not changed their attitudes overnight. They must have taken advantage of his deep slumber to silence the alarm without a word, leaving no trace behind. Perhaps they were now reveling in his misfortune in the classroom. The supposed unity of Slytherin was, after all, contingent upon recognition, and those of Muggle blood, like him, were evidently not included in that circle of acceptance. Grabbing his backpack, Lin Mo dashed down the corridor. This morning's lesson was Transfiguration, and any student familiar with Professor McGonagall knew that arriving late would leave a poor impression on her. Fortunately, he encountered a few helpful portraits along the way that directed him through the maze of erratic staircases. Ahead, he heard the panting voices of Harry and Ron. "Ron, why do you think Lin Mo was sorted into Slytherin? Isn't he a Muggleborn?" Harry questioned, perplexed. "Perhaps he has wizarding blood, but doesn't he know it?" Ron suggested. "But he said Ollivander confirmed it," Harry replied. "Maybe he's just too Slytherin, and the Sorting Hat overlooked his bloodline?" Ron speculated. "But he clearly expressed a desire to join Gryffindor," Harry countered. "You know how Slytherins are adept at disguise, like old Malfoy," Ron added. Lin Mo coughed loudly from behind, catching up to them. Feeling somewhat awkward, the trio hurried to the Transfiguration classroom. Amidst the chaos, Lin Mo insisted on finding a seat by the window, just in case a campus horror incident occurred. He could escape through the window. After all, wizards are notoriously difficult to kill in a fall. The bell rang almost simultaneously, and several Slytherin boys stifled their laughter. A tabby cat leaped from the podium, transforming into Professor McGonagall before their eyes. "Quiet, out-of-breath students, please take your seats. We shall commence our lesson now." In their first class at Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall spent a significant portion of the time stressing the importance of safety. "Today, you will be introduced to the 3 laws of Transfiguration, formulated by countless scholars who have explored this magical field. These laws represent the most fundamental and essential descriptions of Transfiguration magic. Thus far, no instance of Transfiguration has been found to violate these 3 laws." McGonagall tapped her wand on the blackboard, and a series of shimmering words appeared as she spoke. "First, remember that the first law of Transfiguration states that Transfiguration is not permanent. No matter how powerful the spell, It will gradually lose its potency over time and eventually revert to its original form. From this, what can we deduce? Mr. Weasley? It means that if you use transfiguration to create fake coins to buy goods, they will eventually be discovered? Ron replied, standing up nervously, his brow furrowed in uncertainty. No one laughed at him. The idea of conjuring coins was indeed tempting. Precisely. And that is why the coins minted by goblins possess a special magical quality to differentiate them from any counterfeit, Professor McGonagall said. Coins created through transfiguration lack the goblin's magical signature, and soon enough, you will be able to discern them. But that is not my point. Does anyone else have a different perspective? Hermione eagerly raised her hand. Miss Granger? The first law implies that transfiguration is dangerous, the girl answered, standing up. The textbook emphasizes safety throughout. Indeed, danger, McGonagall noted, awarding a point to Gryffindor. A massive warning appeared in the air. Transfiguration is dangerous magic. In fact, if it weren't for the necessity of teaching transfiguration from a young age, all schools would eliminate it for students below 5th year. It is simply too perilous. I assume you have all covered the basics of matter and ecology. Both wizarding and muggle education will touch upon these topics. Now, imagine if you were to transform a piece of metal into water and consume it. Once the moisture is absorbed by your body and the transfiguration wears off, the water could revert to iron, dispersing throughout your body. An incredibly lifelike, twisted 3D human figure appeared on the blackboard, startling the entire class. The expression on the figure's face was one of agony, something that would have been strictly forbidden from viewing by minors in the past. Lin Mo, horrified by the ghastly image, shuddered at the thought of solid iron permeating his body. Likewise, the idea of converting solids into gases that could be inhaled was equally terrifying. Or transforming a significant amount of metal into a minuscule amount of water, if that were even possible. Once the transfiguration dissipated, it would likely cause the body to explode. Even more terrifying, he thought, was the prospect of turning animals into water for other creatures to drink. God knows what kind of abomination would emerge from that. Even insects would seem adorable in comparison. He felt no curiosity regarding this at all. At St. Mungo's, Professor McGonagall warned, there exists a vast department dedicated to managing disasters caused by transfiguration, far more than you can imagine. Despite all transfiguration professors emphasizing safety, numerous wizards lose their lives each year due to their own recklessness. Even the most seasoned healers at St. Mungo's cannot restore their lives. If you dare to use such transfiguration to prank or attack your classmates, McGonagall's tone turned severe. You will be expelled without question and imprisoned in a wizarding prison after an investigation. Even if it's not Azkaban, it will be no better. Even if you are merely a minor, this is an absolute red line that must not be crossed. To reinforce this point, Professor McGonagall summoned a multitude of images during the following lesson, all depicting various horrifying accidents caused by transfiguration, only slightly blurred for effect. Far more terrifying than the twisted illustrations in the transfiguration textbook. Lin Mo was both fascinated and alarmed, his heart racing, adrenaline surging. In comparison, the horror films he had watched in his past life seemed like children-esque cartoons. For most first-year students, this class would become a source of nightmares for the entire year. Perhaps this was the very purpose of safety education. After all, for a group of mischievous children wielding wands, no amount of intimidation could be deemed excessive. The second law of transfiguration states that the more unstable an object, the more challenging it is to transform or be transformed. Professor McGonagall finally concluded her terrifying presentation and resumed the lesson. If you attempt to ignite a stone that has been transformed into a wooden stick, the wood may become unstable under the heat and revert to stone. Unless the applied transfiguration is exceptionally strong, igniting it could lead to unknown dangers. Do not attempt this. Professor McGonagall's discourse revolved around the theme of danger. Similarly, transforming a burning stick is more difficult than transforming an ordinary stick. Transfiguring objects with temperatures that differ from the environment is more challenging than those with matching temperatures. Transforming a cup of water is harder than transforming a stone. Lin Mo recalled the damp little bird conjured by Professor Hicklea before him. Once again, a caution was issued. Without the accompaniment of a professional wizard for protection, one should never attempt to transfigure unstable materials to prove one's abilities. In truth, even for a master of transfiguration, such endeavors are fraught with peril. 2 millennia ago, a renowned transfiguration master, Slime, proposed numerous theories on transformation and could effortlessly transmute a rock into a ferocious dragon or mountains into quagmires. However, during one ill-fated experiment, he endeavored to create a substance that existed solely in theory. Professor McGonagall furrowed her many-layered brows, displaying a visage of profound sorrow, despite meticulous preparations and exhaustive measures. Having established his testing grounds on a desolate planet and employing countless protective charms, an accident still occurred. What transpired? A Slytherin student inquired. The planet vanished. Entirely erased from existence, and Master Slime tragically perished, McGonagall replied gravely. No one knows precisely what happened. It is merely speculated that the substance created by Master Slime caused a catastrophic explosion, reducing everything to ashes. His research manuscripts are classified as top secret and remain forever sealed within the Department of Mysteries. Thus, she warned sternly, if I discover anyone foolish enough to recklessly attempt dangerous transformations, even if no serious consequences arise, the school will expel them. No institution would ever accept such a student again. Lin Mo felt a profound curiosity about the Department of Mysteries. Compared to the violent horrors, he would much prefer to work there. Should he manage to survive until the day he could seek employment. Now, before we commence our study of transfiguration spells, there is one final law to discuss, McGonagall stated. The third law, in transfiguration, all transformations originate from within oneself. This law is not as clear-cut as the previous two. As you progress and delve deeper into the realm of transfiguration magic, your understanding of the third law will gradually deepen. For now, I can only offer a brief explanation. To successfully induce a change in an object, one must first undergo a change within oneself, not in terms of altering one's physical form, but in transforming one's perceptions and beliefs. Professor McGonagall picked up an exquisite snuff box. If you perceive it as merely a snuff box, it shall never become a mouse, unless you alter your perception to envision it as a mouse. With that, she silently tapped the snuff box with her wand. Squeak, squeak. Moments later, the snuff box transformed into a large gray mouse. The key lies not in contemplating change, but in believing it to be so. The large mouse was tossed onto the podium. Reverting back to the snuff box, a look of bewilderment swept across the faces of the majority of students, including Hermione. For first-year students, this law was indeed challenging to grasp. Although they had absorbed a fair amount of foundational knowledge, few had contemplated the essence of consciousness and existence. They were just beginning to experience the world. And at this age, everything remained novel, leaving little time or energy to engage with philosophical inquiries. Yet Lin Mo vaguely comprehended the essence of the third law. The transformation of one's own cognition is the foremost change that must occur, followed by that of the object being transfigured. Judging from the prerequisites of conditions and the subject-object relationship, this law ultimately suggests that consciousness determines matter. Goodness gracious! Lin Mo suddenly felt a shiver run down his spine. The transfiguration classroom was enveloped in silence, with students furrowing their brows in an attempt to grasp the intricacies of the third law. Only Lin Mo exhibited signs of excitement. Viewed from this perspective, if I perceive you as a teapot, you shall indeed transform into a teapot. If I see you as a mouse, you will become a mouse. If I envision you as a delectable roasted meat, you will morph into a succulent piece of roasted meat. However, consuming you would lead to terrifying consequences. It is certainly feasible to conjure food, as one could merely transform a small animal and cook it. Moreover, the definition of food itself is rather ambiguous, permitting the consumption of raw or live entities, such as sashimi or drunken shrimp. One could even indulge in soil. Furthermore, according to Professor McGonagall in Transfiguration, one merely needs to acknowledge rather than contemplate the transformation. There is no need to wish to become a teapot. One simply must recognize oneself as a teapot. What one originally is, be it human, ghost, stone, snuff box, or dementor, holds little significance. According to the second law, this only affects the difficulty of transformation, not its feasibility. In fact, it is unnecessary to comprehend how one transitions from a mouse to a teapot. One need only affirm one's identity as a teapot, and thus one will become a teapot. In an instant, without a process, results manifest, thoughts materialize. This realm is extraordinary, by comparison. The cumbersome assembly of numerous parts to engineer a transformer pales in comparison, does it not? Based on Lin Mo's current understanding, transfiguration is the act of influencing the objective properties of an object through one's subjective cognition, while the wand and transfiguration magic serve merely as conduits or tools to exert this influence. Therefore, when casting transfiguration spells, it is unnecessary to trace intricate shapes with the wand as with other forms of magic. A gentle tap suffices. However, this raises a pertinent question. If subjectivity is paramount, what transpires when two subjective perceptions converge? He raised his hand. Professor McGonagall, May I inquire what occurs if two wizards simultaneously cast transfiguration on the same object? Ah, Mr. Lin Mo, Professor McGonagall appeared quite taken aback. To pose such a question indicates that you have developed your own understanding, correct? Concerning the matter of first principles within the third law? Lin Mo nodded. Very well, due to Mr. Lin Mo's inquiry, Slytherin received 5 points. Harry and Ron gazed at him with envy, yet the students of Slytherin exhibited no signs of joy. On the contrary, many wore expressions of discontent, akin to having just consumed a bean with an earwax flavor or a mouthful of dirt. The first points awarded to Slytherin came from a thief, which left them feeling humiliated. However, Professor McGonagall stated, I'm afraid I cannot clarify this for you here. It is a complex matter, entangled in many profound concepts. To delve into such issues too prematurely may prove detrimental. You may contemplate seeking answers in a couple of years. After elaborating on numerous intricate topics, Professor McGonagall distributed a square of black stone to each student, instructing them to attempt to conjure some designs upon one of its faces, preferably transforming it into a seal adorned with text. With the use of wands permitted, excitement surged among them as they began pointing their wands at their respective black stones. Yet, after several attempts, Lin Mo set aside his delicate, ethereal purple wand. The challenge was indeed formidable. He had finally grasped the difficulty that Ollivander had alluded to. Due to the wand's core issues, he was consistently unable to successfully cast spells, even in a state of minimal effort. It felt as though his magical energy was being obstructed within the wand, and the burgeoning power of the incantation abruptly dissipated due to the core. After repeated attempts, he felt akin to an electromagnetic firearm that had misfired, or a lighter that would never ignite, producing sparks each time yet failing to catch fire. The strand of silk used for the wand's core was merely a fragment of the complete silk, 1/3 or less, thus presenting slight difficulties during use. Lin Mo recalled Ollivander's deceptive words, feeling a chill in his heart. It became evident that this was no trivial challenge. It was exceedingly arduous. What difference was there between this and a mere stick? Aside from its instinctive choice to align with Lin Mo in the wand shop, it had not exhibited any commendable performance thereafter. He realized he had been duped by Ollivander, unwittingly purchasing a defective item. Furthermore, he had not gained entry into Gryffindor due to his courage in selecting this wand. It was a significant loss. Seal, seal, seal. Undeterred, he tried again and suddenly sensed a subtle difference. It seemed there was something distinct. He focused intently, attempting time and again, and ultimately discovered that with each failure, his wand's power grew incrementally stronger. Each subsequent attempt surpassed the previous one, as the energies from his failed attempts had not entirely dissipated. Some power was retained within the wand, enhancing the next casting, albeit still unable to breach the core's fissure. Yet there was hope, and Lin Mo rallied his spirits. He visualized the stone as an exquisite seal in his mind and, once more, directed his delicate wand at the stone. Seal, seal. Curse be it, he was so close. Seal, seal. The wand trembled uncontrollably, and a barely visible light purple trace struck the stone. Before he could revel in his success, a sharp crack echoed. The stone on the table shattered into fragments, with tiny shards flying about, causing nearby students to cry out in pain. It's Lin Mo. He shattered the stone. Blaise exclaimed, reveling in the chaos. Ron and Harry discreetly gave Lin Mo a thumbs up beneath their desks. Their eyes nearly bulged out in astonishment as they had failed to elicit any reaction from their stones, and they genuinely admired Lin Mo, who had managed to obliterate his stone. The school had already received correspondence from Mr. Ollivander. Professor McGonagall approached, inspecting the affected students, who were largely unharmed. With a stern expression, she remarked, "Yet I still do not comprehend why he would recommend such a wand for you. Protective rebirth." She pointed at Lin Mo's desk and handed him several more stones. "Please master your wand promptly, Mr. Lin Mo. Otherwise, next year, I may have to confine you in a protective box to practice magic." Lin Mo continued his practice with a hint of embarrassment. During the following moments, he shattered 3 more pieces of black stone, each explosion prompting a ripple of laughter from his peers, not just from Slytherin, but from everyone who found it amusing. Gradually, he began to comprehend the issue with his wand. It resembled an electromagnetic rifle requiring manual recharging. Each failed spell would accumulate a bit more energy, enhancing the potency of the subsequent attempt. Failure would lead to further accumulation until sufficient energy could course through the wand's core fissure, unleashing a powerful yet unstable incantation, reminiscent of the chaotic splitting charm previously demonstrated by Chris. Once the energy depleted, he would start anew. While it posed a challenge, it was manageable for the time being. with the understanding that after approximately 10 recharges, he could execute a spell. Consequently, throughout the entire lesson, the opportunities to truly test his transfiguration were exceedingly rare. And he consistently found himself unable to prevent the stones from exploding into tiny fragments. Insufficient energy. Insufficient energy. Energy fully charged, bang. A wave of subdued laughter ensued. Quiet. Continue practicing. This was the rhythm of the class. Naturally, everyone struggled with transfiguration during their initial encounter, and by the end of the lesson, no one had managed to create the complete seal design. Only Hermione succeeded in adding a ring of indentations to her stone surface, earning 3 points for Gryffindor. Yet, she wore a frown, feeling discontented because despite her successful transformation, she had only garnered 3 points, while Lin Mo had obtained 5 merely by posing a question. It seemed unjust. The professor had not even provided the answer to that question. Resolving not to seek Lin Mo's advice on the lucky spell any longer, she decided to consult the library for information instead. As the bell rang, the disheartened students, having failed to achieve transformation, filed out of the classroom, leaving it remarkably empty. Only Professor McGonagall remained. She tidied up a few items when her attention was suddenly drawn to a small fragment of stone nestled in the corner, likely a remnant of Lin Mo's initial successful spell, which had shattered before her protective measures were in place. Holding the fragment in her hand, she raised an eyebrow in surprise. On its surface lay half of a complete plane inscribed with the curious word chocolate, surrounded by a ring of jagged indentations. Though rough and uneven, it could certainly be regarded as a seal. This was clearly not a mere coincidence born of shattered cracks. From it, she could distinctly sense the child's intent. McGonagall hesitated, contemplating the implications of Slytherin's work. She scrutinized the imprint once more, ultimately deciding to temporarily award points. Recognizing that the boy himself was unaware of his commendable transfiguration skills. Shaking her head, she tucked the fragment into her pocket. Perhaps a conversation with Albus was in order regarding that precocious Slytherin boy. This fair yet strict professor resolved to observe him a while longer before drawing any conclusions. Lin Mo was unaware that he had undergone a transformation that garnered recognition, nor did he know that he had caught Professor McGonagall's attention, who had marked him as that Slytherin boy. Even if he had been aware, it would barely have registered, as he was preoccupied with the urgent task of locating the classroom for his charms lesson. After finishing lunch, without the usual wall support, he found himself unexpectedly lost. Indeed, if wandering aimlessly could be considered a legitimate profession, he was certain that all the lost souls in the galaxy would flock to Hogwarts, a place replete not only with shifting staircases and secret passages but also with corridors that defied all logic. For instance, he was convinced he was ascending, yet somehow he found himself descending. One moment he was on the left side of a corridor, only to discover inexplicably that he had shifted to the right. He was certain he had walked in a straight line, yet for reasons unknown, he had returned to his original position. At this very moment, Lin Mo felt as though he was traversing the ceiling, his surroundings, armors, and paintings appearing upside down and decidedly unfriendly. None offered assistance. Instead, they either provided unhelpful commentary or mocked his misdirection. The crux of the matter was that he had no inkling of how he had arrived at this point. He had been following Ron and the others, and in the blink of an eye, after turning a corner, he found himself alone. Wait. Lin Mo suddenly recalled glimpsing something at the corner. Peeves. Come out, he exclaimed, feigning anger. I know it's you. Erler. A cold hand pinched Lin Mo's nose from behind. Got your nose. Indeed, it was that troublesome spirit. He hadn't even realized when he had fallen into his trap. If you had attended the start-of-term feast, you'd know that Lin Mo muttered, I was sitting with Senior Barrow. Among all the Slytherin students, he and I share the closest bond. I am the only one who can converse with him. Cancel your prank and take me to the charms classroom. Otherwise, I shall inform Senior Barrow. He would not be pleased to learn that you are tormenting his only friend. All right, down you go? Peeves replied cheerfully. The corridor shook violently, and Lin Mo found himself back on the ground. He turned around, but Peeves had vanished. Fearing the mischievous spirit might escape, he called out loudly, Peeves, take me to the charms classroom. There's a guiding light ahead. You can follow that. I have other mischief to attend to. Peeves cackled, his voice fading away. Erler. Little Slytherin can't see me. Round and round. What a fright. Lin Mo helplessly touched his painfully pinched nose. It seemed nearly impossible to exact revenge on the mischievous spirit. Even the professors were at a loss when it came to dealing with him, especially in a situation where one could not strike his ethereal form while he could easily grasp one's nose. Opposing him appeared rather unwise. Perhaps there was a chance to seek a protective talisman from Barrow or something of that nature. Lin Mo hastened to catch up with Mr. Streetlamp ahead. It was indeed fortunate to encounter him here. Mr. Streetlamp, renowned as a navigation expert, had already familiarized himself with the main classrooms and corridors during Lin Mo's transfiguration class, and he swiftly guided Lin Mo to the correct classroom. It appeared that Mr. Streetlamp had thoroughly fallen in love with the labyrinthine halls of Hogwarts. As Lin Mo had mentioned, there would always be students in need of his assistance, and he relished such endeavors. His luminous glow radiated with excitement as he expressed his intention to create a detailed magical map for Lin Mo, having previously crafted Grand Market maps. However, he requested a bit more time to further acclimate himself to the school. Although Lin Mo understood that Mr. Streetlamp's map would not possess the enchantment of the Marauder's map, he was nonetheless filled with anticipation. They arranged to meet at a fixed location every few days, allowing Lin Mo to explore Hogwarts freely at night without returning to the common room, provided he dimmed his light to avoid disturbing the sleeping suits of armor and portraits. The school did not prohibit the free movement of magical items, and he could also strive to assist lost students whenever possible. Upon entering the charms classroom, Lin Mo chose a seat near the window. The instructor was none other than Professor Phileas Flitwick, the head of Ravenclaw House. If the performances of the students in the previous Transfiguration class had been rather even, in this charms class, a distinct disparity emerged. Those who had previously wielded wands exhibited considerably greater proficiency. Professor Flitwick did not hasten to teach them spells right away. He stood atop a high stack of books. His diminutive stature, a consequence of his fairy ancestry, belied his human appearance, and he excitedly tumbled when calling out Harry's name. And aside from safety education and foundational knowledge, he emphasized the importance of wand movement during spellcasting. Each spell, in addition to its incantation, required a unique wand trajectory. Thus, mastering the wand's elastic properties, weight, length, and center of gravity was essential for precise control of wand movements during spellcasting. Beyond the accuracy of the incantations, the precision of the wand's motion was paramount, and they would begin their practice with the fundamentals. He distributed to each student a beautiful blue orb known as a training ball. The orb would dart about like a golden snitch before the students. Their task was to follow the trail left by the orb's movement with the tip of their wands. If they strayed too far or lagged behind for too long, the training orb would gradually shift to an unsightly brown hue and eventually land on the desk, requiring a gentle poke from the student to resume its flight. When the training orb deemed a student sufficiently adept, it would slightly diminish its size and reduce its range of movement while increasing its speed, compelling the students to wield their wands with greater precision and swiftness to keep pace with the orb. This exercise aimed to enhance the students' concentration and wrist dexterity. In comparison to the Muggle-born tricksters and those like Harry, who were raised in Muggle households, a rare occurrence, as he was the only one in his year, students like Chris, hailing from wizarding families, were far more proficient. They had already undergone this practice, and most quickly managed to reduce the size of their orbs significantly. Lin Mo observed intently. He noticed that a select few adept students merely needed to flick their wrists gently, allowing the tip of their wands to follow the diminutive orb of light, tracing remarkably intricate trajectories. For instance, Chris, albeit reluctantly acknowledging it, was indeed ahead of the pack in wand maneuvering skills. Even Professor Flitwick praised her with an additional point, which filled her with undeniable pride. Ron's performance was commendable as well. As for Harry and Hermione, it could only be said that they were as inexperienced as Lin Mo. Though the training orb was large and moved slowly, they struggled to make the wand tip synchronize with its path. And soon the orb transformed into an unsightly shade of brown, coming to rest motionless on the table. Feeling somewhat disheartened, Harry set down his wand and inquired if Ron had any tips, while Miss Granger resolutely prodded her orb back into action, glaring as she continued her practice. One must adeptly utilize the wand's elasticity, Percy had advised me. Ron, momentarily distracted, lost track of his own orb. In any case, with more practice, progress is inevitable. When I first practiced, I was too much better. Perhaps by tomorrow, you'll be as proficient as I am. Lin Mo glanced at Ivor beside him. The girl appeared to possess a remarkable affinity for wand magic. Despite her wand being heavy, rigid, and devoid of elasticity, crafted from the rare black crystal rather than wood, she managed to keep pace with the trajectory of the luminous orb, which had already diminished in size. Well, practice makes perfect, thought Lin Mo as he prodded the training orb and continued his practice. He held a certain advantage, for his wand was remarkably light, much lighter than those of Harry and Ron, allowing him to wield it effortlessly, reminiscent of using a computer mouse. He attempted to sense the flight path of the training orb in a relaxed state, but could only grasp its trajectory momentarily, making slight adjustments to his wand before being swiftly outpaced once again. After 3 consecutive attempts utilizing his keen perception, he finally succeeded in increasing the orb's speed. A dull ache settled in his head, a consequence of prolonged relaxation. In the distance, Neville appeared relatively adept, likely due to his grandmother's extensive training. This might be one of the rare instances where he could surpass Hermione, judging by Miss Granger's persistent poking at her orb. It would not be long before she overtook him. After class, Professor Flitwick reminded everyone to take their training orbs home for diligent practice, emphasizing that this skill, akin to incantation, was fundamental yet paramount. Do not fret over wrist fatigue. Professor Snape will instruct you on how to concoct a relaxation potion to alleviate exhaustion, ensuring you can wield your wands without difficulty from excessive practice. He then drew forth his wand to demonstrate for the class. Before them, the orb swiftly diminished to a size akin to that of a grain of sand. Indeed, even smaller, moving at a speed so rapid that it was nearly indistinguishable, resembling a hazy mist of light. Yet, under Flitwick's subtly trembling wand, the mist retained a stunning azure hue, indicating his exceptional precision in following the light's trajectory. It was nearly imperceptible. To the untrained eye, it appeared as though he merely pointed at the orb without any motion. The spellcasting class concluded amidst the applause of envious classmates. Having experienced both transfiguration and charms, Lin Mo's understanding of this magical realm deepened significantly. This was not a world where one could simply recite a long-lost spell to vanquish a great adversary. He must ground himself, accumulating power gradually, much like his wand. Mastery of skills and knowledge was not easily attained. Otherwise, not only would he fail to become a great wizard, but he might also struggle to pass even the ordinary wizarding examinations, let alone engage in warfare or thwart the Dark Lord. Just imagine, when he clumsily waved his wand, attempting to conjure a disarming spell, yet failing to complete the proper trajectory, while the Dark Lord's wand trembled slightly, unleashing a green flash that whisked him away in an instant. Such a fate would scarcely be deserving of the term tragic sacrifice, but rather a gift of his own demise. Even wielding Harry's wand, he would need to pronounce the incantation swiftly. According to Professor Flitwick, mastering any spell was no simple feat. It required diligent practice and solid ability, not to mention the mastery of silent or wandless spells. Lin Mo resolved to channel the spirit of diligence from his previous life to earnestly engage with each subject, including potions, which he found quite intriguing. At the very least, it spared him from the tedium of repeatedly charging his wand. When potions class commenced, as Professor Flitwick had warned, they were immediately tasked with concocting a potion during their first lesson, a relaxing draft designed to alleviate sore muscles. Many students, unaware of Professor Snape's reputation, harbored expectations, their wrists aching from excessive practice, a sentiment Lin Mo intimately understood, far exceeding the fatigue of using a mouse. Even Harry was filled with anticipation for the class. Poor Harry was oblivious to the formidable instructor he was about to encounter. Professor Snape entered the classroom clad in a long black cloak, gliding in like a silent bat. Unlike other professors who emphasized safety, he shut the door with a resounding thud, plunging the room into an eerie silence before he began to showcase the power of potions. To him, the field of potions was the most exquisite and enchanting realm of magic, and those incapable of grasping its intricacies or devoid of talent in this discipline were deemed unworthy of his time. "I hope you do not resemble the fools I frequently encounter," he intoned, his voice barely above a whisper, yet resonating clearly in the hushed classroom, as he, much like McGonagall, exuded an aura of intimidation. After delivering a collective scorn, Snape mercilessly singled out Harry, initiating a triad of humiliation regarding the origins of powdered daffodil root, the essence of wormwood, and the name of the plant known as aconite. Poor Harry was utterly at a loss. Upon receiving a deduction of points and finally taking his seat, he likely realized that the greasy-haired Professor Snape harbored a distinct disdain for him. Lin Mo could hardly bear to look at Harry's pallid complexion. During lunch, he contemplated whether to offer Harry a word of caution, but ultimately deemed it futile. After all, as long as Snape was inclined, he could easily concoct a myriad of grievances to undermine Harry. Any reminder would merely serve to intensify Snape's wrath, resulting in further deductions of points. Even Lin Mo knew that he could not equip Harry with Hermione's impeccable breadth of knowledge within a mere half-day. He lamented, "It seems the blame lies solely with your father. It appears that regardless of the era or realm, Professor Snape's disdain for Harry remains unwavering and immutable." Even though Quirrell had lost his ever-present turban and Malfoy had transformed into a haughty young lady, in a world devoid of soy sauce and chocolate. Harry would still stand as Snape's most detested pupil, simply due to his surname, Potter. A bully from one's childhood had usurped your beloved childhood sweetheart, the sole object of your affection, and now he had a son who bore an uncanny resemblance to him, thrust upon you for protection. Could it possibly be more tragic? Lin Mo believed his own circumstances were quite dismal, yet when juxtaposed with the pitiable professor, his plight seemed trivial. In fact, the notion of amnesia might even be viewed as a form of liberation. He found it nearly impossible to empathize with Harry's plight. Upon introspection, he mused that if such a misfortune were to befall him, he would likely exhibit greater brutality than Snape, had he not frightened Harry into withdrawing from school on the very first day. All esteemed wizards comprehend the potency of potions. Thus remember every word I utter in class. Snape reprimanded the lackluster performance of the students with a stern warning. Instantly, the classroom was filled with the rustling of paper and pens. After venting his animosity towards Potter, Snape finally felt prepared to commence the lesson. In truth, Lin Mo had once pondered whether to share the professor's heart-rending tale with Harry, thinking it might ease Harry's burden, if only to enlighten him as to the cause of the harsh treatment. However, considering Snape's disposition, he quickly dismissed the idea. Setting aside how he had come to learn of those bygone events, if Snape were to discover that Lin Mo had divulged such matters to Harry, the greasy-haired potion master would likely cast him into the Slytherin sewer to feed the snakes, or concoct a potion to silence him forever. If memory served, Snape's agreement with Dumbledore to oversee Harry came with the stipulation of never revealing the truth to him. Poor professor, Lin Mo mused with a tinge of melancholy. Lin Mo, is there a potion recipe inscribed upon my face? Where are your paper and pen? Snape bellowed. Oh, my sincerest apologies, Professor. I was entranced by your description of the wonders of potion making. Lin Mo stammered as he rose hastily. Sit down. If you lose focus while brewing a potion, you might incinerate your foot. Having escaped point deductions, Lin Mo exhaled in relief. After all, he was still a Slytherin, albeit not universally accepted, and it was well known that their head favored his own house. Snape elucidated the potion they were to brew that day, outlining the detailed process along with the properties and functions of each ingredient, displaying all the information on the blackboard. He then distributed 5 mint leaves to each student and instructed them to begin their attempts. With his voluminous black cloak trailing behind him, he paced the classroom, exerting pressure on all the students. If you cannot brew even the simplest calming potion, I would recommend a visit to St. Mungo's to have your wits examined. The potion station utilized by Lin Mo and his companions was remarkably sophisticated. The polished surface was aglow with magical flames that could be adjusted in temperature, and it was equipped with all necessary features, including a spigot for water, a waste outlet, and a toolbox complete with a small enchanted hourglass for timing adjustments. He carefully placed the cauldron and began the process of concocting the potion. Following the prescribed method, he added lemon juice, stirred clockwise 5 times, and then incorporated 5 grams of licorice powder. It must be acknowledged that Severus Snape demonstrated considerable expertise. The potion-making procedure outlined on the blackboard was clear and detailed. Lin Mo simply followed the steps meticulously, adding the precisely measured powders and solutions, stirring as required, and adjusting the temperature. The potion's characteristics aligned almost perfectly with the descriptions on the board. Its color, boiling intensity, and the shape and brilliance of the steam were all identical. This course was not particularly challenging. Lin Mo mused that with careful attention to detail, he could undoubtedly produce an effective potion. However, he overlooked the fact that most untrained individuals tend to be careless. For instance, Neville predictably incinerated Seamus's cauldron, resulting in tears from the scalding and a reprimand from Snape, though the potion's professor did use his wand to heal the burn, sparing Neville a trip to the infirmary. Similarly, Ron mistakenly added the wrong ingredient mid-process, turning his potion into a murky black concoction, which Snape swiftly banished with a flick of his wand, ordering him to restart from scratch. By the final steps, most students had deviated to some extent, leaving only a select few whose potions still matched the descriptions. How did you manage that? Ron gazed enviously at Lin Mo's potion. He and Harry had brewed 5 cauldrons of black sludge, and infuriatingly, several Slytherin students nearby had produced identical black potions, yet Snape chose only to collect Ron and Harry's, mandating them to redo the task. Attention to detail, diligence, and adherence to the process are key, Lin Mo replied, stirring his potion once more. It released a delightful lemon aroma and revealed a lovely pink hue. Noticing Ron's puzzled expression, Lin Mo elaborated, "It's a matter of habit, you see. I was raised by mercenaries and often accompanied them on missions in the Alstar region. What do you think would happen if one were not constantly meticulous and earnest? Would you die? Ron whispered. Clearly, Ivel interjected nonchalantly. Lin Mo rolled her eyes in agreement. Jian's enthusiasm for discussions surrounding death was particularly noteworthy. Her potion bore a striking resemblance to Lin Mo's, both exhibiting a hue of pinkish red. Having reached the final stage of preparation, upon the addition of 4 fresh mint leaves, the potion was to be rendered clear and colorless before extinguishing the flame and sealing it away. Lin Mo double-checked the requirements on the blackboard, selecting 4 leaves from the 5 mint leaves distributed by Snape, which she then cast into the bubbling brew. Following a series of hissing sounds, the potion's color began to lighten, ultimately settling into a delicate shade of pink. How peculiar! It was supposed to be clear and colorless, was it not? Lin Mo waited a little longer, observing that the potion in the crucible exhibited no discernible changes. It remained clear, yet retained a slight reddish hue. This was indeed perplexing. He was confident in his execution, for Hermione's potion appeared identical to his clear, yet faintly red. Furthermore, when Snape had passed by Hermione, he had merely frowned without voicing any criticism, indicating that he could not pinpoint any significant flaws. Otherwise, he would have mocked her as he did with other Gryffindors. Miss Granger also seemed somewhat puzzled, but after a brief wait to ascertain that the potion would not further lighten, she ultimately extinguished the flame and began to seal her concoction. Meanwhile, Avel, after adding mint leaves, produced a potion that was similarly tinged with red. This was not an issue exclusive to Lin Mo. However, there was undoubtedly some discrepancy. Undeterred, Lin Mo meticulously reviewed the procedure once more, his gaze drifting over the remaining mint leaf on the table. A spark of insight illuminated his mind. Most of the steps provided by Snape were quantitative and precise, such as stirring clockwise 3 times, adding 5 grams of licorice root powder and 2 drops of honeysuckle powder solution. Their herbal powders were procured from reputable apothecaries in the marketplace, thus the likelihood of deviation was minimal, even among the few less precise descriptions. Lin Mo's gaze settled on the final step, adding 4 fresh mint leaves. This was it. Whether described as fresh or merely 4 leaves, such phrasing is rather vague. The size of mint leaves can vary significantly. Although Snape provided them with leaves that were relatively uniform, they were not entirely identical, and the term freshness is inherently ambiguous. It is possible that these leaves did not meet the requisite level of freshness, resulting in a diminished potency. More importantly, despite the instruction on the board to add 4 leaves, Snape distributed 5 mint leaves to each of them. It must be precisely as such. Lin Mo was filled with excitement. However, exercising caution, he refrained from directly tossing the final mint leaf into the pot. Instead, he employed a silver knife to meticulously slice the leaf into rectangular pieces, striving to create uniformly sized narrow strips akin to shredded strands. Subsequently, he carefully selected 1 strip and placed it into the crucible. A hissing sound emerged as the solution's color appeared to lighten slightly. Lin Mo's spirits lifted upon seeing Iviel preparing to encapsulate the potion. He promptly advised her, adding a few more leaves will enhance its clarity. But be cautious not to overdo it, just a touch will suffice. Iviel glanced at Lin Mo's crucible and replied, I'll give it a try. Lin Mo continued to add narrow strips of leaves into the crucible, waiting for the hissing sound to subside and the potion to cease its transformation before daring to add more. Uncertain of the consequences of overindulgence, he proceeded with utmost caution. This process proved to be even more laborious than the entire preceding procedure. As the solution grew increasingly clear, Lin Mo felt more hesitant to add further ingredients. Ultimately, he activated his perception state to assess the color variations of the potion. After adding a minuscule amount of crushed mint leaves, he finally extinguished his flame. Perhaps it was not entirely perfect, but it represented the pinnacle of his capabilities. The potion retained a faint blush of red, barely discernible against a white background. In contrast, Ivel's potion appeared to be a richer shade of red. Lin Mo carefully poured the potion into a flask and presented it before Snape, awaiting his assessment. Professor Snape. My potion, he stated. Snape's brow twitched slightly as he silently scrutinized the concoction, lifting it to gently shake it a few times. Lin Mo stood trembling beside him, anxiously anticipating Snape's judgment. At that moment, Ron and Harry finally completed their potions and hurriedly submitted them. Ron's potion remained dark and murky, while Harry's appeared strikingly red. Lin Mo observed Snape casting a glance at Harry's potion, and a sense of foreboding gripped his heart. As anticipated, the greasy-haired professor revealed a sneer, mockingly stating, Potter, is this the potion you have concocted? Have you not noticed how much more transparent and pure Lin Mo's potion appears? Why not seek his guidance? He is seated right beside you, after all. Do you truly believe that your ruddy relaxation potion suffices? Or do you presume that your fame alone is sufficient to secure your success without the aid of others? Ignorance in itself is not terrifying. What is truly dreadful is the arrogance that refuses to seek knowledge, for that is the essence of irredeemable folly. Gryffindor has lost 2 points due to your blunders. Harry wished to defend himself, but Ron firmly pulled him away. Pansy giggled, while Draco and Chris wore expressions of glee, despite their own potions being no better than Harry's. Then Snape's voice turned to Lin Mo, dark eyes fixating on him. How many mint leaves did you add to the cauldron? About 4 2/3? Lin Mo replied cautiously, avoiding Snape's gaze. Standing so close to the professor, he felt the weight of his intimidating presence, an oppressive aura that rendered him nearly breathless. He suspected Snape didn't even need to breathe. His chest remained utterly still, as if he were a lifeless statue frozen in a winter's night. It was hard to fathom how Harry would learn occlumency from him in the future. Do you know what happens if you add too many mint leaves? Snape's voice was as hissing as a serpent. I don't know, but I believe I didn't exceed the limit, Professor? Snape's gaze sharpened as he glanced at Lin Mo's potion station, which still bore remnants of chopped mint leaves. It seems you have considered this point, not entirely foolish. I must say, however, if you had added just a bit more, your potion would have become excessively viscous, losing all efficacy and causing burns akin to blisters if applied to the skin. I specified 4 mint leaves for a reason. Even if the potion is not perfect, it will lack significant side effects. But I believe there was a reason you provided us each with 5 leaves, Lin Mo impulsively retorted. He had initially thought to gain points with his exceptional potion, but upon uttering his words, he realized he had been rash. Is that so? Snape sneered. Because you failed to adhere to the potion's requirements, you will stay after class. On the very first day of school, Lin Mo had the dubious honor of being detained by the potion's professor. The news spread swiftly, earning high praise from the Weasley twins, George and Fred, who recalled how they had only mustered the courage to cause mischief in potions class by second year, ultimately facing detention for cleaning the slime left by the snails they had let loose. Lin Mo had undoubtedly shattered some record for the quickest student to be detained by Snape. They speculated that he might carry on the proud tradition of pranks. Moreover, he was a Slytherin. A Slytherin stirring up trouble in potions class was simply delightful. Even Harry had to concede that upon seeing Lin Mo rush off to detention after merely grabbing a piece of bread for dinner, he suspected Snape might harbor more animosity towards Lin Mo than towards himself. After all, Lin Mo was a thief sorted into Slytherin, and Snape was the head of that house. Harry had initially felt a twinge of anger because Lin Mo hadn't disclosed how to render the relaxation potion colorless, which resulted in his own reprimand and the loss of 2 points as he neared the end of the lesson, though he vaguely understood that Snape always had a reason to deduct points. Yet, a gentle reminder would not have been too much trouble. He secretly envied Lin Mo's ability to craft such an excellent potion if he could achieve similar results. Perhaps he would not have to endure Snape's biting sarcasm. Ivy explained that Harry and Ron had fallen far behind, and even if she divulged the information, they would not have time to make improvements. The final step was quite tedious and time-consuming, and Lin Mo himself was uncertain. She bluntly pointed out that Harry's potion had evident flaws, and even with improvements, Snape would still chastise him. It was rare for Ivy to speak so much, leaving Harry at a loss for words. He still felt a slight fear of this oddly gifted girl. Ron continued to entertain the notion that Lin Mo was a schemer, suggesting that Slytherins were adept at concealment, until Harry hesitantly mentioned that the Sorting Hat had once suggested he might belong in Slytherin. Ron's face registered surprise, awkwardly asserting that there was a difference between a suggestion and actually being placed in Snake House. Nonetheless, he agreed that being detained by Snape was, to date, the most terrifying punishment he could imagine. Knock, knock, knock. In a dimly lit corridor, Lin Mo rapped on the door. Enter. The door swung open, and Lin Mo trembled as he stepped into Snape's office, adjacent to the potions classroom, also located in the castle's dungeons. The walls were shrouded in darkness, lined with shelves filled with glass jars of all sizes, containing various unappetizing substances. Nevertheless, his curiosity led him to steal a few glances. His experiences in Alstair's class had long since fortified him against such sights, or perhaps it was that he had exhausted all his capacity for retching back then. The fireplace stood empty and black, and Snape sat behind his desk, waving his hand to slam the door shut. Lin Mo noticed the potion he had submitted earlier resting on the table. Do you know why I instructed you to add only 4 leaves? Snape inquired. Adding too much would render the potion ineffective, As you previously mentioned, Lin Mo replied, somewhat surprised by the question. He forced himself to muster courage and meet the potions professor's gaze. After all, there was no reason for Snape to suddenly employ legilimency on him. Even when instructing Harry in occlumency, he had only utilized it then. I had anticipated a more astute response, Snape remarked, his gaze penetrating as he picked up Lin Mo's potion and gave it a shake. Extracting the essence from mint leaves for the relaxation potion is not particularly challenging. I could standardize it and distribute it for your use. But that would only serve to make you more foolish. He abruptly stood, swiftly retrieving 3 vials of red powder from the shelf, startling Lin Mo with his speed. Do these 3 vials of powder appear identical, Mr. Lin Mo? Lin Mo hesitated for a moment before activating his keen perception. In an instant, his senses sharpened remarkably. In the dim light, he discerned that the granules of the potion powder on the left were noticeably coarser. A slight headache plagued him. This would be the last time today. The powder in this left bottle is coarser, he remarked. A flicker of surprise crossed Snape's face, albeit fleeting. You were able to detect a difference. In truth, all 3 bottles contain standard powder derived from dragon's blood, yet each exhibits its own variations. The coarser granules in this bottle have absorbed moisture, while the middle one, though it appears identical to the other, originates from a more formidable dragon, whereas the last is sourced from a mere hatchling. Do you grasp my implications? Snape continued, his tone enigmatic. Indeed, the art of potion-making resists standardization. Especially in the realm of complex potions, substantial uncertainties abound. Even the slightest deviation can lead to a loss of efficacy or, worse, adverse effects. Most potent potions require extensive preparation time, during which one must continually adjust and discern the minutest differences in materials to adeptly compensate for variations in potency. Even for potions of the same type, differing humidity levels necessitate entirely distinct preparation methods. Moreover, for certain unique categories of potions, the mood of the potion maker can influence the potion's efficacy. Do you comprehend this? Mood? Lin Mo paused momentarily, then realization dawned upon him. The Patronus charm indeed required emotional alignment. It seemed he had overly simplified the matter, assuming potion making was akin to chemistry, where precision alone guarantees identical results. Yet, as Snape elucidated, the art of potion making encompasses not only peculiar distinctions like clockwise and counterclockwise stirring, but also the subtleties of emotional influence, rendering it quite esoteric. It is no wonder that potion professors invariably emphasize the importance of innate talent, be it Snape or Slughorn. Perhaps in future potion preparations, he might consider invoking the favor of Lady Luck. Who knows, it could prove beneficial. What if Lin Mo resolved to light the incense upon his return? Now, please tell me how to describe the final step of the relaxation potion, Severus Snape suddenly interjected. It should be. Lin Mo organized his thoughts. Gradually add mint leaves until the potion becomes transparent and colorless. Snape nodded lightly. Indeed, but one must exercise caution, especially for the foolish. Wouldn't you agree? Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, feeling a mix of surprise and flattery. Could it be that this was a veiled compliment suggesting he was not a fool? For Severus Snape, this must indeed be an extraordinary accolade. To be regarded as anything less than foolish in the eyes of the potion's master was an immense honor. Could it be that he possessed a latent talent for potion making? The greasy-haired professor seemed to have taken an interest in him. Yet, in Snape's presence, Lin Mo would never dare to refer to himself with such arrogance. He himself had been unaware of any such potential. Lin Mo found himself lost in thought, a smile unwittingly gracing his lips. However, the chilling voice of Snape, punishing him with detention, jolted him back to reality. Snape handed Lin Mo a herbology guide, instructing him to categorize and repackage a haphazard collection of ingredients stored in the classroom cabinet, a jumble that was likely the result of mischief from the Weasley twins. Yet, Lin Mo swiftly completed the task, and after Snape's inspection, a subtle expression crossed his face. Have you done something similar before? He inquired. Yes. I once organized some remnants of peculiar insects, which required categorization as well, Lin Mo replied. His speed paled in comparison to that of Captain Dog. Had Snape witnessed the captain's efficiency in handling corpses, he would undoubtedly suspect him of wizardry. The potion's master glanced at the clock. The time on the cursed star bore a striking resemblance to standard time, with a complete cycle of 24 hours, an occurrence Lin Mo suspected was due to some arcane magic. As Ron had mentioned that most wizards preferred to dwell on planets with a similar 24-hour rotational period. Noticing that there was still ample time, Snape assigned Lin Mo another task, to brew a potion of relaxation once more. Professor, the potion of relaxation is not particularly difficult. I have nearly mastered it. I would prefer not to squander my time on this task, especially since the previous herb classification yielded more fruitful results, Lin Mo said. His head bowed as he hesitantly explained, "You understand, as a proud Slytherin student, time is a precious commodity, is it not?" "Absolutely not," Snape coldly rebuffed him, adding with a sneer, "As the head of Slytherin, time is far more valuable." He then scoffed, "You require the relaxation potion to practice wand movements. Yet some fools evidently cannot complete their tasks in a timely manner. Thus, you shall brew another batch. I will reserve your potion for those incompetent fools, and remember, if any issues arise from their use, it will reflect upon you. Understood? Leave the potion in the classroom. I shall inspect it tomorrow." Lin Mo could only shiver in trepidation as he nodded in acquiescence. He had come to the disheartening realization that his fate in this lifetime was to toil in obscurity. After spending 4 or 5 harrowing years on Alstar under the command of Captain Dog, he had received not a single coin for his labor, only to depart with a meager sum of 300 galactic credits. Now, upon his arrival at Hogwarts, before he could even savor the joy of being there, he was summoned by Snape to perform menial tasks, specifically to concoct relaxation potions. It was evident that Snape had initially intended to brew potions for Neville and the others himself. Despite his evident reluctance, the students could not practice their wand movements without the potions, which would be unacceptable to Professor Flitwick. Now that Lin Mo was present and had demonstrated a commendable quality in potion making, Snape had naturally relegated this tedious task to him. Under the guise of detention, he compelled the students to assist him without the need to pay even half a canute. Truly, he was more unscrupulous than a heartless employer. Lin Mo resigned himself and took his leave. "If you do not wish to be like those fools, I suggest you borrow a book on the properties and implications of 100 fundamental herbs from the library and peruse it at your leisure, for it supplements much of what is absent in the textbooks." "No, I shan't read it. You surely intend for me to acquire more knowledge to continue serving you." "I refuse to be deceived." With that, he closed the door, letting out a long sigh in the chilly corridor. "I can't believe I'm still alive." Setting aside the toil of labor, he had just narrowly escaped from Professor Snape's office, having completed the rare golden achievement. This was something he had never dared to imagine. He had initially feared that the potion's master had seen through his thoughts, discovered his knowledge of long-buried secrets, and summoned him to administer a bottle of cursed potion along with a memory-erasing spell. Yet, it turned out to be mere drudgery, which he considered fortunate. Lin Mo thought optimistically. In the desolate classroom, he retrieved his materials and began to brew a relaxation potion once more, murmuring to himself. Following Snape's instructions, he employed a large cauldron this time, which prolonged the preparation of the ingredients. By the time he finally completed the potion, it was quite late. He refrained from using the soy sauce state, although he could still activate it once more, but he preferred to reserve it for emergencies, especially since Hogwarts was a place where everyone wielded wands. Thus, the quality of the potion was slightly inferior to that produced in class. However, at least there were no mistakes. He pondered for a moment, took a small sample of the potion, and applied it to his right wrist. There was no extraordinary sensation, merely a cool, fragrant touch akin to floral water. Yet, the aching wrist felt significantly better. Mission accomplished, Lin Mo beamed with joy, refilling his vial with a bit of the potion for later use before sealing it. Who is the genius? I am the genius. Who possesses the talent for potions? I possess the talent for potions. Who engages in labor? I engage in labor. As he hummed a little tune while returning to the Slytherin dormitory, midnight was approaching. The lights in the corridor dimmed, signaling to the students that curfew was imminent. Unlike Gryffindor, which had a portrait at its entrance guarded by the fat lady, the entrance to the Slytherin dormitory was a stone door concealed within the stone wall. If one did not find the correct location, it was all too easy to speak the password at a mere stretch of wall, only to discover that there was nothing there, rendering the effort futile. Fortunately, Lin Mo had made a note of the entrance's location beforehand. "Pure blood," he said to the wall, which, though appearing unremarkable, concealed the entrance to the common room. "Pure blood," he repeated. There was no response. Ahem, pure blood. Still, nothing happened. Damn, Lin Mo finally realized. They had changed the password. As curfew approached, the corridor was devoid of any shadows. The lights on the walls flickered dimly, and silence enveloped the surroundings. Lin Mo stood alone before the rough stone wall, attempting to recall the incantation. Academy Cup, long live Slytherin. Silver and green endure. Pure blood above all. Glory and unity. The will of the serpent. What on earth is Salazar's little mustache? No trespassing for thieves? Open sesame? I am your grandmother? Fire. Run quickly? Amida Abimanyu? I can't think of anything anymore. How is one to deduce such an abstract command without a single hint? Lin Mo ceased his attempts. This was truly despicable. No one informed him of the change in password, leaving him locked outside. He had not anticipated such a treacherous maneuver. Initially, he contemplated waiting to see if he could slip into the dormitory behind someone else, but after lingering in the corridor for quite some time, he realized that not a single Slytherin student, whether upperclassmen or underclassmen, was in sight. Perhaps they had all discreetly returned to their dormitories early, now tucked in and secretly reveling in their good fortune. Or perhaps they were entirely unaware that this thief was stranded outside, lacking the latest password. After all, which Slytherin would concern themselves with whether a thief knew the current password? Should he knock on Snape's door? The potions master, clad in his nightclothes, sent a shiver down Lin Mo's spine, causing him to hastily dismiss such a dreadful thought from his mind. Suddenly, a cat sprang out from an unknown corner. Unlike Professor McGonagall, this one had red eyes and long whiskers. It was undoubtedly Mrs. Norris, the feline companion of Filch. Lin Mo was not in the mood to pet the cat, though he had often indulged in the pleasure of cloud cat appreciation in the past, and Mrs. Norris's claws appeared exceedingly sharp. He waved his fist at her, signaling her to depart. Meow, don't make such a racket. It's not even curfew yet. Lin Mo exclaimed in frustration. Unsettled by the piercing gaze of the red-eyed feline, he resolved to spend the next few years feeding Mrs. Norris into a state of plumpness, transforming her into a cat so rotund that she could scarcely move, and then he would see if she could still monitor him. The lights along the walls began to extinguish one by one. Yesterday, Prefect Farley had mentioned that when all the lights went out, it signified curfew, and all students were required to return to the common room. Should they be caught by the caretaker Filch, they would face consequences. Filch possessed the authority to deduct points, albeit with certain limitations, unlike professors who could impose penalties at will. Otherwise, he would have long since depleted Gryffindor's points, thanks to the Weasley twins. Mrs. Norris continued to fix her gaze upon him. Damn it, I refuse to believe I could be locked out all night, Lin Mo declared defiantly, opting to sit on the floor and await Filch's arrival. After all, his transfiguration class had earned him 5 points, even if he were to lose some. It was no fault of his own. Finally, the lights dimmed, leaving only a few faint night lights casting their ghostly glow. Curfew had arrived. Meow, Mrs. Norris called out, and promptly turned to flee. Surely, she was off to summon Filch. Before long, heavy footsteps echoed ominously as they approached. In the dim hallway, Filch, wielding a lantern, followed closely behind Mrs. Norris, muttering under his breath, "You think you can skip sleep on the first day of term? I will ensure you unruly students pay the price." He knew many shortcuts and swiftly arrived at the corridor leading to the Slytherin common room, where he spotted a student idling outside. Energized, he rushed towards Lin Mo, his hoarse voice proclaiming, "I see you. No running, you little rascal." Meow. Just as Filch was about to reach him, a soft creak emanated from the wall before Lin Mo, revealing a narrow opening. The stone door swung open, and without a moment's hesitation, he leaped inside. While he was unconcerned about point deductions, it was prudent to remain stealthy, especially with Filch's fearsome demeanor. "Curse it!" Filch exclaimed, his hand reaching out in vain as he missed grasping Lin Mo's clothing, who had already slipped into the passageway. "You little wretch!" The furious caretaker could only watch helplessly as the entrance to the common room gradually closed, and Lin Mo, glancing back to make a face at him, elicited an irate response from Filch. "Are you deliberately toying with me? If you dare to come out again, I will summon your head of house. Moreover, I've memorized your face, little rascal. Should I catch you, you will learn the true meaning of mischief." The door sealed shut, muffling his furious curses. Blaze. Lin Mo recognized the small boy who had assisted him in opening the door. The boy glanced at him briefly, then silently stepped inside. Lin Mo hurriedly caught up, asking, "Hey, what is the new password?" Longyun Blaze muttered an answer. Dressed in pajamas, he appeared to have a change of heart, fearing that Lin Mo might not return, and had specially come down to open the door for him. Lin Mo felt a sense of appreciation. It seemed that not all Slytherin students were entirely wicked. "You're not bad," he remarked to Blaze. "From now on, I will look out for you." The young boy chuckled as if he had just heard the most hilarious joke in the world, replying, "You should be grateful to even survive in Slytherin. Nobody likes you. And remember, don't tell anyone it was me who let you in." To access the common room, they had to traverse a short passage where their footsteps suddenly halted. "Good evening, Prefect," Lin Mo said coolly, as Flint, the rather imposing prefect with nostrils reminiscent of a gorilla, blocked their path. Blaze hastily lowered his head. "Oh, it seems you've been let in a bit early, Lin Mo." Flint continued his customary scrutiny through his nostrils. The young boy beside him trembled slightly. "Was it your intention to lock me out?" Lin Mo inquired pointedly. "Were you hoping to have Slytherin lose points because of it, Prefect Flint?" Flint's eyes narrowed dangerously. "And if I did?" Lin Mo spoke nonchalantly, a cheerful grin on his face. "While it may not be easy to earn points for Slytherin, losing them is quite effortless. I can think of 100 ways to lose 100 points. If you're so unconcerned, I might just take a stroll later tonight. And when you awaken in the morning, you'll be pleasantly surprised to find that all of Slytherin's base points have vanished, leaving not a single gem in the scorekeeping hourglass. You'll be expelled, you little thief." Flint snarled, revealing his crooked teeth in a menacing manner. "Oh, I'm well aware of that," Lin Mo replied with a relaxed smile. "As a student of Hogwarts, as long as I don't cross certain lines. Expulsion is not something that happens lightly. If you don't believe me, I could always give it a try tonight. I do have a spirit for experimentation." He then shifted his tone, stepping forward 2 paces. "Now, if you would kindly make way, or else I might have to spend the night in the headmaster's office. I just returned from detention, and the headmaster was preparing to rest. I believe he would be extremely displeased if I interrupted him over trivial matters." Flint hesitated, clearly intimidated by their headmaster, Snape. What a blustering coward, Lin Mo thought to himself, not allowing Flint any time to ponder. He turned and strode away, the stone wall door slowly opening as he approached. The corridor appeared devoid of Filch's gaunt figure, though given his temperament, he might well be lurking around the corner, waiting for Lin Mo to stumble into his grasp. Flint huffed loudly, perhaps owing to his prominent nostrils, and stepped back to clear the passage. "Get back and go to sleep. You're not allowed to leave the dormitory during curfew." Lin Mo turned around, smiling as he exited the corridor alongside Blaze, who mimicked a soft hum, albeit lacking the resounding quality of Flint's prominent nostrils. "Please refrain from such actions in the future, even though you are the head boy." Explaining this to Professor Snape could prove quite troublesome. Alas, he was compelled to rely on Snape's authority, given his own inadequacies. After all, Flint wielded his position and nearly adult age to intimidate the weaker. Flint's expression darkened, seemingly oblivious to Lin Mo's words, and without uttering a sound, he returned to the dormitory, slamming the door shut. As the head boy of Slytherin, he enjoyed the privilege of a private dormitory, which was perhaps the only aspect Lin Mo envied. "I didn't see them when I came out," Blaze said, his head down, clad in pajamas. "Ah, it's nothing. Thank you. If Flint gives you any trouble, just let me know, and I'll find a way to handle it," Lin Mo reassured him, noticing the boy was trembling slightly, evidently fearful of the wrath of the fierce head boy. "You're not actually planning to sneak out later, are you?" Blaze couldn't help but inquire. "Not at all. But if I do find myself locked out, who knows? So thank you. You have safeguarded Slytherin's foundational points by at least 100. Flint never manages to accumulate such a score in a year. You should take pride in that," Lin Mo encouraged, patting Blaze on the shoulder, a gesture that made the boy stiffen. "Thanks again for opening the door for me. Now you should rest. These 2 ladies likely have matters to discuss with me." As the hour grew late, only a handful of students remained in the common room. However, the orchestrated prank directed at him, steeped in blatant bloodline discrimination, clearly had an audience. Draco and Pansy sat on the couch, and upon seeing Lin Mo ushered early into the dormitory, they appeared less than pleased. Blaze, still in his pajamas, hurried past the girls without greeting them. Draco glared fiercely at Lin Mo. She had never been so angered by anyone for such an extended period. Despite her efforts to suppress thoughts of that detestable individual, they were in the same house, and each accidental glimpse of that loathsome face drove her to crush whatever was in her hands. She felt Lin Mo was deliberately opposing her, mocking her at every turn from the marketplace to the Hogwarts Express, employing some insidious method to deceive the Sorting Hat. Now, it was utterly absurd that the noble Malfoy was compelled to share a house with a base thief. She even pondered how to broach this disgraceful matter with her father. The Malfoy name had been sullied because of her. "If I were you, I would obediently allow myself to be caught by Filch and await expulsion," she said sharply to Lin Mo. Pansy chimed in, her face contorting with laughter. "Then break your wand and retreat back to the Muggle world. After all, your wand was never particularly useful, was it?" So that was their scheme, to have him expelled for a nighttime escapade. Lin Mo realized, yet found the plan rather foolish. What student gets expelled for a midnight stroll? Nevertheless, it alerted him to the fact that the troublesome Miss Malfoy not only harbored a strong desire for revenge, but was also willing to act upon it. This alteration to the password must have been instigated by her and Pansy, although their plan was rather clumsy this time. It was likely to become more cunning in the future. This time, they had not impulsively drawn their wands as they had before. Mischievous children can indeed progress. He would need to remain vigilant. Miss Malfoy, I have heard your father shares a good rapport with Professor Snape. Perhaps you could ask him to discuss my transfer to one of the other 3 houses. But before you do, you might want to consider carefully, lest the esteemed Slytherin lose points due to the reckless actions of a thief. Head boy Farley would surely go mad. Lin Mo yawned, humming a little tune as he entered the dormitory. Who has the genius? I am the genius. Who has the talent for potions? I have the talent for potions. Who does the hard labor? I do the hard labor. You should just go die? Seeing Lin Mo unperturbed by their taunts only served to infuriate Draco further. She begrudgingly hurled a cushion towards the entrance of the boys' dormitory where Lin Mo had vanished. The cushion was deflected by an invisible barrier. We shall see. She spat bitterly. Perhaps due to the curriculum's rigorous demands, time flew by swiftly, and the first week was nearing its end in the blink of an eye. The plethora of knowledge and practical exercises overwhelmed Lin Mo, leaving him no time to delve into the history of magic. He was the sole student in the year with a genuine interest in this subject. Others, even Hermione, merely engaged in rote memorization of key points without a thought to explore the broader historical context. The reason was evident. Their Professor Binns delivered his lectures in an exceedingly dull manner. The gray, translucent history of magic professor resembled a desiccated old tortoise drifting above the classroom lectern. His voice akin to a grumbling vacuum cleaner, monotonous and flat, reciting the textbook's dreary content without any variation, lulling students into a stupor within moments. Even when they actually dozed off, he scarcely noticed. Our subject, history of magic, he emphasized at the start of the class, concerns itself with thoroughly documented facts, those events universally recognized as having genuinely occurred, rather than the nebulous myths and legends. This declaration extinguished the last flicker of interest among the students. Professor Binns had likely long since adapted to the disinterest in his subject. Thus, when the class bell rang, and he noticed Lin Mo remaining behind instead of joining the throng of students rushing out, clutching his textbook and preparing to ask questions, the ghostly professor appeared somewhat astonished. So, it turned out this professor was capable of displaying expressions, Lin Mo mused. He wondered who was the stronger of the two, he or the ghostly professor. If Hogwarts were to host a competition for the most expressionless, it would be difficult to determine whether the champion would be Binns or Professor Sinistra. Yet, it was likely one of them. Professor, I wish to learn more about the Muggle Wars. I noticed that the textbook mentioned this topic but provided no detailed account. Lin Mo inquired, adding, I presume this does not fall under the category of nebulous legends? Binns lowered his gaze to consult the list, which had been posted on the lectern for his perusal prior to class. Mr. Lin Mo, you refer to the wars between wizards and muggles. That is a matter from a very long time ago. At that time, the Wizarding Alliance had yet to be established, although some records have survived. Most are merely fragmented descriptions. Researching that period of history is exceedingly challenging, the ghostly professor drawled in his slow, languid manner. But, Lin Mo pressed eagerly. In my youth. Binns recalled with effort, pausing for what felt like an eternity before finally stating, I once conducted some research on that war. From the limited materials available, it seems that the conflict was not particularly intense, and the losses for the magical community were minimal, at least towards the end. You must understand that this conflict, or war, persisted for quite some time, perhaps several centuries. Most of the records pertain to how the wizards concluded the conflict, concealing the magical world once again. But what about the costs? Lin Mo pressed further. I wish to understand the origins of the war and even the events that preceded it. To comprehend that war, or rather the prolonged conflict, Professor Binns reiterated, there exists scant documentation from earlier times. Back then, the wizard's magic was not as formidable and refined as it is today. One might venture to speculate that Muggles discovered the existence of the magical realm through some peculiar means, yet the two worlds failed to reach an accord, resulting in a buildup of tensions that ultimately culminated in conflict. However, this remains mere conjecture, for I have been unable to uncover any material evidence to substantiate this hypothesis. He stated with meticulous care. Thus, I would advise against your pursuit of that historical narrative, Mr. Lin Mo. The records are far too fragmented, and even historians can only engage in unfounded speculation. Consequently, I prefer to classify it within the realms of myth and legend, the ghostly professor admonished. Yet, is it not the historian's duty to seek ways to restore those lost annals? Lin Mo retorted, unwilling to concede. Perhaps reluctant to disappoint the only student in his class with an interest in magical history. Professor Binns hesitated before finally conceding. Should you remain resolute in your desire to delve into that history, the ghostly professor ultimately introduced Lin Mo to several tomes. Though he cautioned that 2 of them were not even available in the Hogwarts library and would need to be borrowed from the Grand Library of the Wizarding Alliance, and that the perspectives contained within them are not entirely reliable. Lin Mo watched as Professor Binns floated through the wall. He tucked away his notes, which contained the titles of several books, resolving to ponder them when time permitted. There was an overwhelming wealth of knowledge he yearned to explore: magic, history, enigmatic figures, the eccentric Dumbledore, familiar classmates and professors, the Wizarding Alliance and the Republic, the war against the strange insects, and the myriad technologies of ordinary humans. This era, this world, not to mention the hidden historical trajectory shrouded in mist, were all subjects of his curiosity. Yet, he was resolute. One day, he would dispel those mists himself. For now, however, he needed to acclimate to life and studies at Hogwarts, dedicating the majority of his energy to learning and practice. In addition to the knowledge found in their textbooks, they had recently acquired several spells, more aptly described as commands, related to Hogwarts. These incantations were devoid of complexity and could only be utilized within the confines of the school, thus not representing true mastery of magic. For instance, by placing an assignment on a specially marked desk and uttering a phrase with his wand, the desk would split open like a mouth, devouring his paper, which would then materialize on the desk of the respective professor moments later. A similar method could be employed to borrow or return books from the library remotely, as long as one knew the title. A book could be summoned from the shelves to their desk, provided it was still available. It is worth noting, however, that this method was limited to non-magical books, which were merely copies. Those requiring magical power to read were classified as magical books, and mere illustrations that changed did not qualify. Magical books were far more precious and were predominantly stored in the restricted section, necessitating authorization for borrowing. Regrettably, they were unable to summon food via this method, likely to prevent students from becoming excessively indolent, remaining perpetually in their dormitories, or overly studious, confined to the library. The school mandated that they must dine in the cafeteria. In summary, Hogwarts was evolving with the times. Despite the ancient stones of the castle, generations of headmasters and professors had tirelessly enhanced and refined the institution, rendering it increasingly convenient and comfortable in every aspect. Lin Mo had developed a fondness for perusing various magical newspapers during breakfast. The school had subscribed to most of the publications, including the rather niche Singing Out of Tune, allowing them to summon the respective newspapers with a simple incantation at no additional cost. However, should they wish to keep a personal collection, they would need to subscribe individually, though the expense was not exorbitant. While the magical realm still clung to the antiquated medium of newspapers, it was significantly more advanced than the Galactic Republic of this era. For instance, the Daily Prophet was capable of delivering the latest content to the majority of its subscribers daily, regardless of how remote their planetary abode might be. In stark contrast, the news delivery system of the Republic was markedly slower. Initially, news from the AEL star primarily revolved around the conflicts in the B-58 star region, and events occurring in neighboring sectors would arrive at AEL star as outdated reports days later. News dispatched from the galactic capital, Ista, such as Lin Mo's earlier message to Captain Dog, would take 1 to 2 months to reach the far-flung AEL star, though this was relatively swift in terms of linear distance. It paled in comparison to the magical realm's efficiency. Moreover, the newspapers of the magical world were imbued with enchantments. Particularly popular publications had the capability to update their printed content continuously. For example, a simple flick of the wand on a specific news item would magnify it to occupy the entire page, displaying a plethora of reader comments below. These comments were updated every few minutes, though not in real time. And Ron mentioned that they were all filtered by editors to avoid any excessively harsh or extreme opinions. The Daily Prophet employed a substantial number of wizard editors to manage this monotonous task. Similarly, readers could leave comments using their wands, and if selected by the editors, these comments would appear in the comment section within minutes, visible to all wizards who access that segment. Some breaking news sections would automatically refresh with new content over time, providing readers with the latest updates. Students who enjoyed following trending topics could easily spend an entire day engrossed in the Daily Prophet's coverage of current events. Through these publications, Lin Mo gained deeper insights into Avel. Generally, most first-year students favored reading about trending news or gossip columns, yet Avel's reading choices were distinctly unique. during breakfast. Lin Mo was astonished to discover she was engrossed in the legal section, filled with reports on legal documents related to wizard confidentiality laws and accounts of famous wizards penalized for various infractions. It seemed she was perhaps the only student in the entire year who read this section. Furthermore, she was the sole student to bring a large electrical appliance to school. A few days prior, new students had received a notice that if they possessed Muggle appliances they wished to use, they could bring them to Professor McGonagall's office for inspection. Once deemed safe, she would enchant the devices to function without interference from Hogwarts magic, allowing them to operate normally. Wizards of this era were not entirely averse to Muggle appliances, with the exception of extreme pureblood families. As a student from Slytherin carrying an appliance, Lin Mo was astonished to witness Yvel dragging along her enormous and exceedingly heavy suitcase when he visited Professor McGonagall with his wrist-mounted vital signs monitor, which he had grown accustomed to using for checking the time and his physical condition. To his utter astonishment, the suitcase contained a remarkably massive computer. No wonder the girl's luggage was so burdensome, given the chip density of this era. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that this contraption was akin to a data center. Lin Mo was convinced that such a supercomputer could only be found at the central base on AEL star computers in this age, aside from the monitor. Typically measured less than wristwatch size, like his vital signs monitor, though their computational capabilities far exceeded those of earlier personal computers. Yvel, however, remained unfazed. "I'm used to it at home," she stated. Used for what? Lin Mo could not fathom the purpose of such an unwieldy device. Was she planning to command thousands of mercenary squads from home? "You can access things that others don't want you to see," Yvel replied flatly, exuding an air of ignorance and fearlessness. Things others don't want you to see," Lin Mo pondered, recalling how Mechanical Hand had similarly utilized his outdated machine to hack into the central base's database, uncovering several striking photographs of female officers along with their identification numbers and posted locations. Wait. No wonder this felt so familiar. Using the computational power of a supercomputer to access things others wish to conceal. Wasn't that akin to hacking? Recalling Yvel's adept manipulation of her communication device in Diagon Alley, executing self-diagnostics through pure code, Lin Mo finally grasped the reality, staring in disbelief at the expressionless girl. This was her true vocation. Fortune-telling was merely a side endeavor. No wonder her communication device was so uniquely specialized. A wooden-faced hacker girl who stopped people to declare their demise, and who spent her after-school hours tinkering with computers. It would indeed be a marvel if she had friends. Yet, how curious it was that someone so young would be interested in things others wished to keep hidden. Few children would possess such inclinations, especially given the technical prowess required. Mechanical Hand had spent days cracking L-Star's outdated servers, let alone those of the administrative capital, Ista, as the alien insects lacked spies. The data security level on the front lines was not particularly high. In a moment of inspiration, Lin Mo hesitated for quite some time before tentatively inquiring. "Heavenly King covers the Earth Tiger? Is this some sort of secret command?" The girl failed to respond with the subsequent phrase of the code. Perhaps it does not originate from Huaxia, Lin Mo pondered and cautiously asked again. "In a prosperous age, one must?" Yvel regarded him with an impassive expression, offering no reaction whatsoever. Lin Mo remained undeterred. "Is it true that in a prosperous era, one must innovate, create, amass wealth, cling to the powerful, and even rebel to become an emperor? What exactly is an emperor?" The girl finally exhibited a glimmer of curiosity. "It is a title bestowed upon the supreme ruler and dictator of ancient times, to whom all must submit. What happens if one does not comply? Perhaps one would face execution, akin to the nearly headless Nick? Well, that's somewhat accurate, but his decapitation likely stemmed from other reasons, by his era. Emperors had probably ceased to exist," Lin Mo explained absent-mindedly. Observing the girl's evident ignorance, she was unfamiliar even with the slogans of time travelers. He sighed with relief. Though his emotions were somewhat conflicted, it appeared that Yvel was merely a gifted hacker and witch, after all. There are no stipulations that a child endowed with magical talent cannot excel in the knowledge and skills of ordinary individuals. In a mere few years, Lin Mo had acquired a plethora of mercenary skills. After intermittently imparting knowledge about the Emperor to the girl, Professor McGonagall finally restored the group's electrical devices to them. Lin Mo donned his wrist-mounted vital signs monitor, pressed the switch, and was greeted by familiar readings. His physical condition was satisfactory, albeit with slightly low blood sugar, an expected consequence of having yet to dine. Thanks to advancements in energy storage technology, most small electronic devices, such as vital signs monitors, were powered by high-density batteries that were not only easy to replace, but also capable of sustaining prolonged operation. However, the substantial device belonging to Avel required a more robust power source. Clearly, there was no public electricity supply within the confines of the magical school. Thus, after casting a spell, Professor McGonagall provided the girl with a magical creature capable of generating power, a sparkle fluff. This enchanting creature, said to be bred from fluffies, resembled its predecessor and delighted in frolicking about on the ground, its soft fur often sparkling with tiny electric sparks. To utilize its power, one merely needed to twist two tufts of its fur and connect them to the device's wiring. Due to its practicality and charm, accompanied by a delightful tingling sensation, many wizards, even those without muggle appliances, kept one as a pet. Similar to fluffies, it required only scraps for sustenance while adeptly foraging for insects and spiders, and, of course, indulging in the occasional midnight snack of dried nasal mucus. As a pet, sparkle fluffs came in various hues. The one Avel received was a gentle lavender, emitting a soothing purr when generating electricity. Ron paused in surprise, noting that he too had a sparkle fluff in the same shade. It was evident that Mr. Weasley, with his fondness for muggle products, would certainly own one. Ginny particularly adored snuggling with it during slumber. Ron further explained that while sparkle fluffs were generally docile and well-mannered, they could become somewhat irritable and unstable if overworked without adequate nourishment. In such instances, one had to exercise caution with their electrical devices, as the temperamental sparkle fluff could produce erratic voltage. Though Ron could not fully comprehend the implications of this, he had heard Mr. Weasley mention it. If a device lacked surge protection, it could easily be damaged by an agitated sparkle fluff. As for how these charming creatures managed to provide stable power to devices of varying wattages, or why they could generate substantial electricity from mere insects, such wonders could only be attributed to their magical abilities, something Ron could not articulate. It was evident that the girl held a fondness for this marvelous creature, often keeping it close at hand. In recent days, Lin Mo has continued his arduous labor. After his initial summons to perform menial tasks, it seemed that Snape was somewhat satisfied with Lin Mo's potion, as he was once again assigned attention. This time tasked with concocting a noxious potion for Filch to use against pests, lacking proficiency in spells such as the Bubblehead Charm. Lin Mo donned a large protective mask while brewing, yet still ended up with eyes reddened and streaming with tears from the pungent fumes. Due to his inexperience, he sensed that something had gone awry in the process, resulting in a potion that was considerably thicker than described. However, Snape appeared indifferent to Filch's work and promptly handed Lin Mo's problematic concoction over to the caretaker. Filch, recognizing the impish troublemaker, shot Lin Mo a fierce glare as he left, his gaunt cheeks trembling as if he wished to curse him. As Lin Mo faced consecutive detentions, Ron finally relinquished his notion that Lin Mo was akin to a Machiavellian schemer like Lucius. Instead, he became convinced that Lin Mo was enduring inhumane torment at the hands of the potion's master. Despite Lin Mo's explanations that Snape merely assigned him menial tasks and some study assignments, Harry and Ron remained unsympathetic, resolutely believing that Lin Mo was suffering under Snape's threats to keep his plight a secret. Their interest in potions class had entirely waned. However, when Lin Mo shared the potion's master's recommended book, The Properties and Theories of 100 Basic Ingredients, with Hermione, the young girl expressed her gratitude profusely and sharply criticized Harry and Ron for their lack of ambition, leaving them visibly disheartened. It was clear that her academic prowess was well earned. On the final day of the first week, the new students finally anticipated the long-awaited defense against the dark arts class. Typically, this course would cover various offensive or self-defense spells, making it particularly appealing to the mischievous students. However, Lin Mo held no expectations for the class, primarily due to the instructor, Quirrell. He had inquired and discovered that for over 20 years, no professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts had lasted more than a year in their position, a fact widely attributed to a curse cast by the Dark Lord. Although the Dark Lord had vanished, the shadow he cast remained unshaken. Even Dumbledore struggled to secure a suitable candidate for the position. Understandably, any reasonably sane wizard would be reluctant to accept the role of defense against the dark arts professor, except for Snape, who, if one could deem him a normal wizard, was rumored to be very eager for the position. Thus, even if Quirrell did not wear his turban, he was undoubtedly under the control of the mysterious figure. The reason for the figure's absence from his head, perhaps to evade Dumbledore or for ulterior motives, remained unclear. After all, anyone attempting to steal the Philosopher's Stone would certainly not want to reveal their presence, especially in a school guarded by Dumbledore. A few days prior, Lin Mo had seen the news about Gringotts being broken into without any loss of valuables, coupled with the headmaster's warning at the school feast, confirming that the Philosopher's Stone had indeed been brought to Hogwarts by Hagrid. Hence, Lin Mo was certain that Quirrell was not a good person. Given this, it would not be easy to attend a class taught by a known villain without raising suspicion. Lin Mo resolved to maintain a low profile throughout the lesson, ensuring that he would not attract Quirrell's attention. Thankfully, Quirrell was now a notably bald man and lacked his garlic-scented turban, which at least assured Lin Mo that the Dark Lord was not lurking behind him. Otherwise, he feared he would be unable to maintain his composure during the lesson. After all, life is like a play, reliant on performance, and he had not studied the art of acting, much to his melancholy. Little did he anticipate that his plan for discretion would unravel during the very first defense lesson, as the bald Quirrell seemed to be targeting him. The defense against the dark arts class exceeded his expectations. There was no garlic odor, no conspicuous turban, and certainly no awkward stammering. Upon entering the classroom, Quirrell appeared somewhat timid, his gaze evasive and his body trembling slightly. Yet, as he began to take attendance, his voice and demeanor gradually gained strength, as if he were swiftly acclimating to his teaching role. This transformation in the defense professor was so starkly different from Lin Mo's previous impressions that he began to harbor a sense of foreboding. Indeed, shortly after the class commenced, Quirrell turned his attention towards Lin Mo. When he called out Harry's name, Quirrell merely paused for a moment, maintaining an impassive expression without comment. However, upon reaching Lin Mo's name, his gaze flickered toward him, and Lin Mo felt as if Quirrell's stare, sharp as a broadsword, struck him squarely on the head, leaving him no time to evade. Though it was merely an illusion, the pain was so intense that his vision blurred, and he nearly fainted. Mr. Lin Mo, a Slytherin thief, how rare it is. What could possibly earn you the favor of the stubborn Sorting Hat and the esteemed headmaster? I am curious. Let us see how much you can tell us about Muggles. You must be quite familiar with them, Quirrell remarked, his fingers lightly tapping the parchment roster on the podium. Lin Mo had just emerged from his reverie, yet his attention was immediately captured by Chilo's fingers tapping on the roster. For some inexplicable reason, the gentle sound of those taps resonated in his ears like a drumbeat. Thud, 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 thud. Each profound vibration seemed to weigh heavily upon his heart, inducing a deep discomfort within him, as if his chest might shatter like a drumskin at any moment. Stand up, Mr. Lin Mo. Courtesy, didn't the Muggles teach you the importance of politeness? Chilo exclaimed. Lin Mo clenched his fist and then unfurled his fingers, compelling himself to relax. As long as the enigmatic figure had yet to lay claim to the magical stone, as his puppet, Chilo had no reason to act impulsively. Unless he was foolish enough to curse Harry's broomstick during a Quidditch match, in which case Lin Mo had little to fear. Stifling the discomfort in his chest, he stood up nonchalantly and inquired in a deep voice, Professor, what would you like to know? Chilo continued to gently tap on the parchment, and upon witnessing Lin Mo's calm demeanor as he rose, a flicker of surprise crossed his gaze, swiftly replaced by an air of condescension. In your opinion, Mr. Lin Mo, over the millennia, which has made a greater contribution to the exploration of the galaxy, wizards or Muggles? He waved his hand, and the blackboard transformed into the profound expanse of space, with the dazzling Milky Way slowly rotating, though, in reality, it does not move this quickly. The time it takes for the galaxy to complete a full rotation is extraordinarily lengthy, roughly equivalent to a 9-digit number of Earth years. Lin Mo remained unfazed by the dazzling spectacle before him. He calmly replied, I am uncertain, Professor Quirrell, but if I were to venture a guess, perhaps it is a 1-to-1 ratio. I do not believe that one side contributes more than the other, especially considering that ordinary people far outnumber wizards. Incorrect. Such a superficial understanding. Quirrell's voice trembled slightly yet remained stern. Quantity never equates to true power, no matter how numerous. Ants are still merely ants. In truth, the realms traversed by wizards far surpass those of Muggles. It is only the Muggles who foolishly claim to comprehend the cosmos, arrogantly prefixing their fragile political entities with the term galactic, such as the Galactic Republic. TSK, TSK. His words incited discontent among several students of Muggle descent. Even Miss Granger pursed her lips in disapproval. Yet, Quirrell appeared utterly unconcerned. You may attempt to guess once more why the realms traversed by wizards far exceed those of Muggles, he stated. Lin Mo fixed his gaze upon his desk, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Quirrell, wary of the potential for mind reading. After all, Quirrell's character was evidently untrustworthy. He began to grasp the reason behind the professor's animosity towards him. This man's speech was laced with disdain for the common folk. He was likely an ardent supporter, if not a fervent believer, in blood supremacy and wizard superiority. It was no wonder he served the Dark Lord so loyally. To quarrel. Even Harry, who had been dealt a stroke of bad luck by the Dark Lord, might symbolize a kind of wizardly power, an enemy yet still deserving of respect. However, Lin Mo, being a thief of magic and, notably, one sorted into Slytherin, was intolerable to him, like a thorn in his side. He wished nothing more than to cast him away. Unfortunately, that was not an option. Thus, Lin Mo resolved to employ subtle tactics alongside such inquiries to convey his disdain. Provide me with an answer, even if it is merely a conjecture. Why do the footprints of wizards outnumber those of muggles 100-fold? Quirrell reiterated. Lin Mo replied softly. Ordinary people require stargates, which impose significant limitations upon them. Perhaps the truth is indeed as Kylo stated. The magical realm's exploration of the galaxy far exceeds that of the Republic. Although the Republic spans a vast territory, it relies on those stargates that connect distant star regions. These gates, akin to wormholes, exist in a peculiar manner within the Milky Way. Discovered and utilized for interstellar travel, yet they are exceedingly rare compared to the countless celestial bodies. The numerous star regions devoid of gate connections are referred to by the Republic as the Dark Domains, about which little is known. Ordinary people, you say? Kylo fixated on Lin Mo, his fingers gently tapping. Indeed, ordinary people, Lin Mo asserted with conviction. He typically bore no ill will towards the term muggle and had used it himself before, including in his past life, but before this evidently prejudiced Professor Kylo. He felt that ordinary people better represented his stance. Moreover, now that he had been singled out by Kylo, there was no need for him to feign humility or timidity, lest he inadvertently raise suspicion. He would prefer that Kylo merely targeted his lineage. After all, such individuals, pure-blood supremacists, could easily be counted in droves within Slytherin, and he need not concern himself with this particular defense against the dark arts professor, though he seemed to be a Ravenclaw graduate. Ordinary people are fascinating, Kylo repeated ambiguously. He rapped the blackboard, illuminating the galaxy with red markers. As you mentioned, muggles rely entirely on these stargates to explore the galaxy. They are confined within small regions surrounding the gates, utterly oblivious to the broader world, while we possess the freedom and power of magic, enabling us to perceive the rules of existence and grasp truth and mystery. He advanced 2 steps, the classroom lights dimming slightly. The red indicators of the stargates vanished, and the brilliant starlight faded into vast voids of darkness. In my youth, I was renowned for my talent and erudition. Yet I understand that theory remains merely theoretical unless one engages in actual practice. To attain the most authentic experience, I ventured into those dim realms. Touching upon the ineffable darkness, Kylo's voice began to tremble, revealing a hint of mania. In those years, I witnessed much and accomplished much. I shall impart to you knowledge unattainable from other wizards. Sit down. He barked at Lin Mo. The defense against the dark arts professor now appeared somewhat bizarre. His weak gaze seemingly brimming with power, his calm voice laced with a touch of madness. He even carelessly tossed aside the attendance sheet without completing the roll call. Dumbledore invited me to teach defense against the dark arts, and I must take this responsibility toward you seriously. As he spoke, he nervously rubbed his palms together. I hope you will also approach this course with the utmost seriousness. If you naively believe that peace reigns and the Dark Lord has vanished, thinking this course is of no use, you are gravely mistaken. Indeed, profoundly mistaken. I would be deeply disappointed in you. His expression darkened abruptly. He waved his hand, and his wand traced a glowing arc across the slowly rotating galaxy. Slicing through an arm of stars, Lin Mo recognized it instantly as the front line of the Republic's defense against the alien insects. This world has never truly known peace, never. The vast majority of people, whether muggles or wizards, merely exist within their self-deceptive illusions, living in the peace and tranquility they wish to believe in. Of course, for you, my dear juniors, this responsibility does not lie with you. Kylo's rigid cheeks curled into a scornful smile. After all, our leaders in the magical community, those whose narratives are influenced or even controlled, including the spokespersons for the vested interests, all convey to you that there is nothing to fear. Just enjoy a Birdie Bots every flavor bean. Heh, Birdie Bots. A simmering anger brewed beneath Kylo's mocking tone. His trembling wand swept through the air, and suddenly, a clawed, blade-jumping insect materialized in the classroom. Though merely a phantom, the sight of the blood dripping from its sharp bone blades startled the students. Lin Mo recognized that the ethereal figure was a mature specimen of the 3rd tier, vividly embodying every detail and characteristic. Even the angles of the intersecting bone blades were meticulously accurate, indicating that the defense professor indeed possessed a profound understanding of this insectoid form. The war between Muggles and the extraordinary insects had persisted for an indeterminate duration. Even the Wizarding Alliance had never truly vanquished this transcendent species. Thus, peace remained elusive. Chilo spoke with indignation, as if affronted. He conjured a giant beside the jumping insects, the colossal being voraciously devouring a wild bull, blood cascading like a waterfall. Next emerged several werewolves, their green faces and tusks howling at the moon. A grotesquely contorted human-faced spider, a wraith draped in tattered cloaks. A scorpion-tailed lion with immense crimson wings, and even a sinister, blood-dripping creature with a grinning mouth. Lin Mo surmised it to be a distorted fairy. There were too many. The dangers we face, the foes we confront, although they claimed that the war had long ended. Those who fed you sugary beans insisted that it was merely an ancient chapter in the annals of magical history. Yet they failed to disclose that these perils still loom large. Despite the establishment of dark arts defense courses, the vast majority of you will remain unprepared until graduation. Even becoming an Auror would not spare you from being torn asunder by a brutal giant. Ignoring danger leaves no chance of survival. Thus, the threat is still very real. Chilo furiously dispersed the monsters he had conjured. His gaze fell once more upon the galaxy, riddled with black voids, and he finally settled into a calm, albeit trembling, state. His eyes flickering between light and shadow, he muttered in a quivering tone, not to mention the malevolence that lurks in the depths of the starry sky. The unknown evils few have ever witnessed. Therefore, this is not an era of peace. Do not foolishly allow illusions to blind your vision. The dim galaxy eventually vanished, and Chilo regarded his students, who were too frightened to breathe at his words. Indeed, this course will teach you how to protect yourselves and, when absolutely necessary, to strike at your enemies, ensuring you remain unharmed. Of course, in critical situations, sustaining some injuries is acceptable as long as you survive. Surviving is paramount, he asserted. So, who can tell me how to determine whether a wizard is alive or dead? Chilo once again wore a contemptuous smile. Mr. Lin Mo, let us hear your thoughts on this matter. How can one discern the vitality of a wizard? After experiencing the chilling screenings in Professor McGonagall's Transfiguration class, the freshmen had prepared themselves mentally for the rigorous standards at Hogwarts, yet they exchanged anxious glances as Professor Chilo broached the subject of death. How can one determine if a wizard is alive or dead? In other words, if you intend to kill a wizard, how can you ascertain that he has truly perished at your hand? This is a crucial question, particularly for dark wizards. Lin Mo was aware that a decade ago, this question had a universally accepted and unequivocal answer. If one fell victim to the Avada Kedavra curse, it mattered not whether they were a wizard or a muggle. They were undoubtedly dead. However, the most glaring counterexample sat not far from him, the sole survivor of the killing curse, Harry, who was now gazing intently at his own fingers, clearly uncomfortable with the inquiry. Furthermore, there was another individual who had also survived due to the rebound of his own spell. Surely, Quirrell was well aware of this. Thus, how does one ascertain whether a wizard is truly deceased? Lin Mo shook his head, unable to conjure a suitable answer, resorting instead to an example from the mundane realm. For an ordinary person, the absence of breath, a lack of pulse in the aorta, dilated pupils, and a heart that has ceased to beat for over 5 minutes would suffice. Enough, Quirrell interjected, his disdain and anger palpable. How utterly muggle-like. Mr. Lin Mo, do you truly believe that wizards and muggles are akin? It appears that muggle life has not imparted the lesson of politeness to you. It has bestowed upon you their arrogance. For wizards, what you describe is not a fundamental manifestation. Sit down, Mr. Thief from Slytherin. The Slytherin students erupted in a low chuckle. Who can provide me with a definitive answer? Quirrell inquired. Hermione still raised her hand high. Despite her apparent fury, her lips pressed together as thin as Professor McGonagall's. Quirrell ignored her. Moving towards a cluster of Slytherin students, Miss Malfoy? Draco stood, holding his head high with a smug smile, declaring, for wizards, magic fades alongside life itself. Excellent. 2 points to Slytherin. Quirrell trembled with excitement, his gaze lowered as if inspecting the lines on his palm. It is magic, innate magic. For us, the power of magic is of greater significance than flesh and blood. It is exceedingly difficult to truly slay a wizard with non-magical means, and even harder to severely injure him as long as he retains his power, unless he is weakened or his magic is suppressed when life wanes. So too does the power of magic, ultimately vanishing with life itself. Therefore, remember, never allow yourself to be ensnared by weakness. He admonished. As for the dead, Those who have truly passed away, there seemed to be a hint of disdain in Quirrell's voice. They have lost all the power they once took pride in. A corpse is merely a corpse, and the body of a wizard bears no distinction from that of a muggle. Miss Malfoy, have you ever seen a corpse? Draco was taken aback, her complexion paling further as she shook her head, bewildered. A pity. Quirrell gestured for her to sit. Similarly, if you wish to eliminate a wizard using ordinary methods, a dark wizard who poses a threat, you must first render him extremely weak. Strip him of the majority of his power, perhaps then you could slay him with muggle weapons. Magic will flow away with life. And I have come to understand this later on. Of course, we only resort to attacking others when it is necessary for self-defense. The defense against the dark arts professor added, all the aggressive content discussed in this class is for the purpose of self-protection. As the defense against the dark arts professor. I must emphasize this point. The ensuing lesson continued to revolve around the theme of death, a notion Lin Mo found somewhat agreeable, indeed. Aside from Quirrell's pointed remarks and his unabashed contempt for ordinary people, the content of his course was relatively substantive. However, this subject matter proved excessively grave for the younger students. Except for Avel, who harbored a particular fascination with death-related topics, the other students were disengaged. Throughout the remainder of the class, Lin Mo was spared from the peculiar mental onslaught, yet he remained the target of various jabs. As Quirrell subtly implied that a thief like him was unworthy of being in Slytherin. Aside from not being deducted points, his treatment in defense against the dark arts was hardly different from Harry's experience in potions class. The content was overly serious, and the imagery too gruesome. Even the pure-blooded Slytherins found Quirrell's teaching style unappealing. The freshmen, who had long anticipated this class, were inevitably disappointed, feeling that Quirrell had turned it into a dull history of magic. As the class neared its conclusion, Quirrell finally unveiled his trump card. He distributed a potion to each student, instantly rekindling their interest. The potion, encased in crystalline glass vials, appeared strikingly beautiful, resembling a cocktail that perpetually shifted colors, scattering a rainbow of light when exposed to sunlight, with tiny sparkling bubbles darting about inside. Professor Quirrell announced that this was the Dream Realm potion, instructing each student to consume it before bedtime. Dream Realm, this was the second time Lin Mo had encountered the term. The first was from Professor Hecat, who mentioned that the long-lasting Felix Felicis had been acquired from the Dream Realm auction house. I have stated that the essence of defense against the dark arts lies in practice. You must become accustomed to facing danger, to combat, in order to cultivate sharp reflexes and a resolute mindset, so as not to be flustered when true peril arises. Quirrell continued, holding up the potion. This potion, the Dream Realm potion, will allow you to enter the Dream Realm in advance. The classroom erupted in excitement. The Muggle-born thieves, including Harry, were utterly bewildered, while those from wizarding families erupted in fervent cheers. Their eyes gleamed with fervent longing as they gazed at the potion, eager to consume it immediately, though a few, like Neville, bore traces of fear. Upon hearing that the potion would allow him to enter the Dream Realm, his face turned pale, and he nearly dropped the vial. We're too young. We shouldn't enter the Dream Realm, he murmured, but no one paid him any mind. Everyone was celebrating. Quirrell smiled slightly. Please, keep the potion until bedtime. Otherwise, you will miss out on our exciting lesson tonight. This is a precious potion, so thank your potions, Professor. Thanks to Professor Snape's assistance, we were able to prepare such a quantity of high-quality Dream Realm potions for your learning use. Of course, you are still too young for the true competitive training in the Dream Realm. Dumbledore would not permit that, but I persuaded him to agree to my plan. With the efforts of all the professors, we have harnessed the power of the Dream Realm to create a subdomain for you, where you will become accustomed to danger, dilemmas, battles, and self-protection under my guidance. As the class bell rang, the defense against the dark arts professor concluded. When you enter the dream tonight, I will explain the specifics to you. Cheers reverberated in the classroom. One could only say that the allure of the Dream Realm was overwhelmingly potent. By lunchtime, Quirrell had completed a dazzling transformation, ascending to become the most popular professor among the freshmen at Hogwarts, even surpassing Professor Flitwick of Ravenclaw. At the long table, the newcomers huddled together, animatedly discussing matters related to the Dream Realm. Many were so engrossed that they neglected to eat, eager for time to pass swiftly until they could retire for the night. Only a few students still harbored grievances. Couldn't Dumbledore hire someone else? Miss Granger exclaimed as she slammed her plate down. Professor Quirrell's attitude towards Muggles is nothing short of discriminatory, a severe discrimination. Why does no one seem to notice this? Has a single vial of potion bought your loyalty? and the content of his lessons bears no relevance to the curriculum. His thoughts on war are far too radical. How did he even pass Dumbledore's interview? She seethed. Hermione, why not just endure it? Ron found her incomprehensible, shaking the colorful potion before his eyes. As if entranced by a lover, this is the Dream Realm potion. Hermione, the Dream Realm potion. Do you know its market value? At least 5 galleons. Alas, I cannot believe I am about to consume something so precious. Ron felt a tinge of reluctance. To be honest, I have already begun to miss it. This is the most expensive potion I have ever possessed. Selling it isn't the crux of the matter. Hermione remained incensed. It is indeed the crux, Ron exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The Dream Realm is everything. Without the Dream Realm potion, we would have to wait until next year when we can condense the soul gem on our wands to enter the Dream Realm, you know. But Professor Quirrell said that isn't the real deal. That is sufficient, Ron insisted. The Dream Realm is everything. He offered Hermione no chance for rebuttal. Well, Lin Mo interjected from the side. Ron, could you enlighten us on what the Dream Realm actually is? As a Slytherin student shamelessly mingling at the Gryffindor table in the dining hall, Lin Mo was indeed audacious. However, he clearly could not extract any useful information from the taciturn blood trader, Barlow, and Blaise was reluctant to associate too closely with him. At least not under the watchful eyes of other Slytherin students. Lin Mo, have you not realized how Quirrell is targeting you? Hermione expressed her dissatisfaction. I have noticed. Lin Mo replied, popping a piece of roasted meat into his mouth. It's just like how Snape targets Harry. Harry nodded in agreement. And then? Hermione glared at Lin Mo. And then? Lin Mo hesitated. Aren't you angry? Oh, angry. I must be furious. Especially furious. Lin Mo asserted, nodding solemnly, while indulging in another piece of exquisitely seasoned roasted meat prepared by the house elves, which was utterly delectable. Don't you want to do something about it? Hermione was becoming increasingly exasperated. Well, I want to understand what the Dream Realm is. I heard Quirrell mention it's a dream. Lin Mo replied. Yet again, the Dream Realm. It is merely an illusory world. Yet you all seem to care only about this. Miss Granger cast one last glance at Ivy, hoping for some support, but found the girl was preoccupied feeding her fluffy creature and showed no inclination to engage in the conversation. She shot the 3 boys an incredulous look, lifted her plate in frustration, and stormed away. From Granger's expression, it seemed she was preparing to rally a faction against Quirrell or perhaps an organization advocating for his unworthiness as a defense against the dark arts professor. However, given Quirrell's current popularity, her chances of success appeared bleak. Finally, Ron resumed, sharing his knowledge about the Dream Realm. After all, Harry, Lin Mo, and Jane knew almost nothing about the term, and Ron relished the feeling of imparting wisdom. Clearing his throat, he shook the potion vial in his hand and said dreamily, If I had to describe it, my father once said that the Dream Realm is akin to Muggle online gaming. The Dream Realm is like Muggle online games? Lin Mo mused, momentarily taken aback. The term conjured distant memories, though aside from simulated sniper exercises at the training base. He had not engaged with the virtual games of this era, let alone online games. After all, his life on Elstar had been sufficiently intense and exhilarating, frequently battling monstrous creatures, leaving him no time or inclination to waste in a virtual realm. Well, to be precise, the Dream Realm is a wizard's virtual network world. As Fred described it, Ron caressed the exquisite potion vial as he elaborated, but unlike Muggle virtual games that require peculiar glasses to display images, the Dream Realm connects through the power of dreams. Within the Dream Realm, everything can mirror reality, including magic. In many scenarios, unless one deliberately modifies the identifiers, it is nearly impossible to distinguish between dream and reality. You can learn, train, entertain, embark on adventures, live, and do anything you wish. Even research and experiment with new magic. Experiment with new magic? Lin Mo was taken aback. This was quite astonishing, for new magic had not yet been invented in reality, implying that Wizard's Dream Realm was not merely a fabrication or imitation of the world, but a more profound, fundamental reflection, encompassing rules yet to be understood. Isn't it astounding? When I first heard this, I couldn't fathom it. Of course, I still can't fully comprehend it now, but that is of little importance. Ron blushed slightly. I mean, inventing magic isn't something we should concern ourselves with. What matters more is that the Dream Realm can connect all wizards, regardless of their distance. As long as they enter the same scenario, they can communicate within the Dream Realm. The renowned Dream Realm auction is established on this very foundation. However, there are time constraints. One cannot enter the Dream Realm too frequently or linger for too long. Wait, you mean all wizards? Lin Mo inquired. Yes. It is said that dreams possess a most mysterious magical power. Once one learns to condense the soul gem and masters the incantation, or utilizes the dream realm potion, anyone with the power of dreams can connect to the dream realm, all wizards. One could say the dream realm is a genuine magical world. So that is how it is, a seamless dream network across the entire galaxy. No wonder these newcomers are so exhilarated. Lin Mo instinctively glanced at Avel. As expected. Upon hearing the mention of the network, the girl's attention shifted from the electric fluff to Ron. Can one conceal their true identity in the dream realm? She inquired. Indeed. A question befitting a hacker's mindset. Of course, one can. Wizards connect with each other through the power of dreams, hence they value their privacy immensely. Even in the auction house, transactions are conducted anonymously. Apart from a few special instances that require identity verification, the majority of situations see individuals opting to mask their identities. For one can assume any guise, and no one would take your appearance seriously. Fred and George claimed they most enjoy transforming into a two-headed ogre. Cough. Harry, who was sipping soup, choked. What on earth is that? A creature that relishes raw meat, endowed with two heads, with Fred and George each controlling one, they explained. But how do they manage their limbs? Harry was intrigued by the peculiar being. I never asked them. Perhaps each controls a half? Ron remarked, noting Fred and George's remarkable coherence. But if one can alter their appearance at will, how can we ascertain that others are not impersonating? Lin Mo queried. Generally, we use code words, rendezvousing at predetermined locations, along with various other specialized methods that elude my understanding. The dream realm is partitioned into numerous layers and scenarios, such as auction houses, arenas, academy islands, and Quidditch training zones. Although I have yet to step inside, there was an instance when I felt connected to the dream realm. Some fortunate little wizards can connect naturally, but everyone insists that it was merely a dream I experienced, Ron said, his face reddening as he scrutinized the potion. So we must truly thank Professor Quirrell for providing us with the dream realm potion. Although they are merely scenes conjured by the professors, not those grand arenas, they must still be quite captivating. I mean, it can't be that bad, right? Ron appeared on the verge of swallowing the small vial. One could only wonder what his expression would be if he were to discover Quirrell's true nature. Lin Mo had no intention of revealing Chilo's identity for the time being. He decided to observe for a while longer. Whose control does the dream realm fall under? As a young hacker, Iviel had begun to contemplate the issue of authority. Surely the auction house you mentioned must be managed by someone. Do they not possess greater privileges or power? It remains uncertain, but did not Professor Chilo state that the subdomain we entered at night would be under his dominion? A subdomain is akin to a smaller expanse of the dream realm, or perhaps a unique scenario. Ron cautiously stowed away the potion. He was likely the administrator you described. Friday afternoon was left free, as it was the first week of school and several classes had yet to commence. Harry and the others mentioned that the first-year Gryffindors would tour the campus under the guidance of Prefect Percy, exploring the relics of Hogwarts and becoming acquainted with the renowned paintings. As a widely known Slytherin, having caused quite a stir during the sorting ceremony, Lin Mo felt reluctant to join in the fray. In such moments, he envied Harry's forthcoming possession of an invisibility cloak. Upon returning to the dormitory, he diligently practiced wand movements on his bed for the entire afternoon. Among the various standard wand grip techniques explained by Professor Flitwick, Lin Mo chose the three-fingered grip method. Unlike grasping a racket, where one tightly encloses the wand, this technique employs only the strength of the thumb, index, and middle fingers, gently pinching the wand's handle. Positioning one end against the base of the index finger near the thumb, and slightly raising the wrist to face forward, with the index finger resting atop the wand while the other two fingers merely assist in adjusting balance. One could try this with a chopstick. This posture is remarkably flexible. During the movement, every joint from shoulder to upper arm to fingertip is not fixed, allowing for free adjustments to the wand's direction and angle, enabling a gentle yet swift flourish. The drawback being that it lacks the stability of other grips. However, for Lin Mo, this method best showcased the wand's lightness. He practiced until dusk, finally managing to keep pace with the training ball, which had been reduced in size twice, or at third speed. This could be considered quite an advancement. Lin Mo applied some relaxing ointment to his aching arms, the cool liquid sending a delightful shiver through his limbs. Gazing out at the night, the silver rings of stars shimmered upon the tranquil lake, stirring within him a sense of anticipation for the effects of the dream realm potion. It had been quite some time since he had indulged in such virtual escapism. He leapt from his bed, eager to head to the dining hall and savor some exquisite delicacies before embarking on his enchanting journey into dreams. As a tradition of the Serpent House, every Friday evening, the Slytherin Common Room hosted a modest soiree, allowing these ambitious, background-conscious students from wizarding families to mingle and cultivate their networks. Truly ambitious students would not merely be content with the connections inherited from their forebears, they sought to forge their own wings, regardless of the magical institution. Those who wielded considerable influence during their student years often soared to great heights post-graduation, unless, of course, they were consumed by their own ambition and transformed into Dark Lords. The atmosphere of the soiree remained relatively harmonious until an unwelcome figure strolled through the common room. "Hey, Chris, what do you think about a thief serving drinks?" Pansy intentionally raised her voice, ensuring Lin Mo could not miss her words as he passed by. Typically, younger students took turns as servers at Slytherin gatherings, earning modest compensation while also honing their roles, a virtue of the Serpent House, even for those of noble lineage. "My goodness, that sounds dreadful. I would rather accept a goblet from a house elf," declared Draco. House elves were not permitted at Slytherin soirees, indeed. The choice of student servers stemmed from the belief that humble house elves were unworthy of such gatherings. Most wizards subscribed to the adage, a proper house elf should never be seen by its master unless summoned. "Oh, house elves are kind and loyal. What is so wrong with that?" Lin Mo paused, chuckling as he regarded them, exclaiming, "I would much prefer to accept a goblet from a two-headed ogre." A two-headed ogre? Such a creature could serve drinks? Pansy had yet to realize Lin Mo's sarcasm. Chris, however, quickly grasped the implication. Lin Mo had just likened them to two-headed ogres. No. He was insinuating that they were even inferior to such monsters. The mere thought of being compared to two-headed ogres was unbearable. What a wretched fellow! What revolting creatures occupy his mind? She exclaimed in exasperation. "I would rather drink with a troll." Suddenly, the room fell into a hushed silence. Her voice had grown even louder than before, and everyone turned to stare at her with peculiar expressions. Lin Mo was taken aback. Could this be the legendary occurrence? "When I become angry, do I even darken my own spirit?" Ahem. Well then, as you stated, Miss Malfoy, you have triumphed. I must express my admiration. With that, Lin Mo turned and departed. "Ah, wait a moment," Chris said, somewhat bewildered. "Why are you all looking at me? Just now, I did not mean it that way. We were discussing me, and I did not say, darn it, come back to me." Yet, Lin Mo's silhouette had already vanished, fearing that Chris might block his way. Lin Mo lingered in the library until quite late, clutching a hefty tome on the properties and implications of 100 fundamental herbs. Although reluctant to serve as Snape's laborer, he could not resist the allure of knowledge and thus borrowed the book for study. Moreover, he had just discovered several herbs used in the creation of Dream Realm potions, interspersed with descriptions of the effects of such elixirs, including a degree of hypnotic influence, deepening the layers of slumber, directed dream connections, and synchronization of the perception of time. Among others, the only side effect mentioned was a slight dizziness upon awakening, assuring its safe consumption. After offering incense to the goddess of fortune, Lin Mo collapsed onto his soft bed, uncorked a small vial, and drank the colorful potion in one gulp. His body felt heavy, and he swiftly descended into a dream. In the darkness, a dazzling array of stars unfolded before him. Most of the stars shimmered in silver, while a few displayed other hues reminiscent of jellybean colors, akin to the potion he had consumed. Those stars spun and shifted, and after an indeterminate duration, they gradually coalesced, forming a luminous rainbow portal. Lin Mo realized he should step inside. Thus, he pushed the door open and entered. To his astonishment, he found himself seated on a chair, surrounded by numerous classmates. The flickering light on the walls cast fragmented shadows, while the wooden desks emitted faint friction sounds as fingers grazed over them. The air was tinged with a scent of dust, and he attempted to hold his breath, but soon began to feel dizzy. Everything appeared to be as real as in the waking world. This was the classroom for defense against the dark arts. "Welcome, everyone, to the dream class." Quirrell materialized. "As I mentioned, you will acclimate to danger, confront challenges, learn to fight, and master self-protection in this space. The scenarios you are about to enter have been meticulously constructed by me and many professors, including Headmaster Dumbledore. I call it the survival game of the magical school." The phrase survival game of the magical school stirred something within Lin Mo. He felt a flicker of realization. Could it be? You will enter the scenarios." Quirrell stammered, a proud smile illuminating his face as he spoke of the dreamscape he had crafted. "It is derived from our Hogwarts, albeit with some modifications." which you will discover shortly. Now, let me explain the rules, he continued. The students in the large classroom had gathered, seated and curiously surveying their surroundings, unable to suppress their excitement. The sensation was unlike any dream they had experienced. They could not only perceive subtle details and execute precise movements, but also recall every word Professor Quirrell had just spoken, almost indistinguishable from their waking state. Some students even pinched themselves hard enough to bring tears to their eyes, yet none vanished from the dream as a result of the pain. Please, refrain from jumping ahead. First, remember the rules of this class. Quirrell endeavored to maintain order. The professor of defense against the dark arts in this dreamscape seemed less sharp, at least not immediately targeting Lin Mo. The students remained in a state of chaos. He tapped the blackboard, and a layer of frost spread from his touch, enveloping the ceiling, chandeliers, and floor, rapidly coating everything in the classroom with ice. The chill compelled everyone to shiver, redirecting their focus towards the professor. The atmosphere grew slightly warmer. Please note that throughout this academic year, from today until the end of term, we will enter the dream class weekly for survival training. Each scenario will last a maximum of 2 hours, and your task is to endure until the end, he stated. Of course, there can only be one champion. So while you strive to survive, you must also find ways to eliminate your fellow classmates, using any methods you can conceive, anything not explicitly forbidden by me. As I said, survival is paramount. He displayed a list of first-year students on the frost-covered blackboard. Among you, the last 50 students eliminated, including the champion, will receive ranking points. The 50th will earn 1 point, the 49th 2 points, and so on, with the second place earning 49 points and the first place 50 points. Additionally, for each competitor you eliminate, you will receive a bonus point. If you are in first place and eliminate 10 other opponents, you will ultimately receive 60 points, 50 ranking points plus 10 bonus points. The scoring mechanism did not seem overly complex, but a protest suddenly interrupted Quirrell's introduction. No, you cannot make us attack one another. Hermione's gaze was as stern as Professor McGonagall's, her brows furrowed in frustration. She had had enough of this defense against the dark arts professor and stood up without raising her hand. What infuriated her further was the appearance of many students who seemed to accept this situation without question, completely unaware of the gravity of the matter. Miss Granger? Quirrell appeared puzzled. Do you not understand? He wants us to attack one another in the dreamscape, to kill and eliminate each other. I have read about similar things, Hermione exclaimed to the other students. In such an almost entirely realistic environment, to have us assault each other. Defense against the dark arts should teach us to protect ourselves, not to attack others. We cannot do this. She was almost hysterical. If the headmaster knew, he would never allow this. Please, calm down, Miss Granger. Quirrell's tone was not harsh, lacking any disdain for Hermione's status as a Muggle-born. In fact, Headmaster Dumbledore is fully aware of my teaching methods. I mentioned during the interview that I would experiment with different approaches, and the headmaster did not object. Moreover, I have said that he also contributed to the construction of this scenario. Achieving such a perfect state would have been difficult without his assistance. Additionally, your concerns have been taken into account. If you listen to what I have to say and exercise a bit of patience, you will find your worries to be unfounded. Hermione regarded Quirrell with evident skepticism, clearly disbelieving any of his assertions. Then why not grant me a little more time? If you truly wish to leave, I will not impede you. Participation in the dream class is not mandatory. You need only confirm your exit from the dream in your mind to depart. But, Miss Granger, do you truly want to forego this fascinating class? It will be the most intriguing lesson of your year, Quirrell said patiently, gesturing with his hand, causing the classroom to return to its normal appearance. Moments later, each student's desk bore a textbook on defense against the dark arts. Even if you do not intend to engage in our game scenarios, you can at least use this time to read after I finish my introduction, or practice the wand movements Professor Flitwick has taught you. You may choose to remain in the classroom to do as you wish. The dreamscape will not affect your sleep quality, and the knowledge gained here will be equally beneficial in the real world. The prospect of additional learning and practice was an irresistible temptation for Hermione. She finally returned to her seat, though her brows remained knitted. In truth, Lin Mo found himself quite admiring this young girl, although, from a certain perspective, she could be somewhat self-righteous. At least she had the courage to express her views and held steadfast principles, even willing to violate rules for them, a feat that required immense bravery. Having principles at such a young age was indeed remarkable. Quirrell nodded at Hermione, a friendliness that was perplexing. Compared to the earlier defense class, The professor of defense against the dark arts in this dreamscape appeared to be an entirely different person. He was neither excessively neurotic nor held the same disdain for muggles, occasionally even displaying a seemingly sincere smile. At least, so far, Lin Mo found it perplexing. As previously mentioned, I have explained the point system. Now, please pay attention to the scenario rules, Quirrell continued. A single match may last up to 2 hours. In the first 20 minutes, the danger level will be low, with only a few aggressive creatures. However, in the subsequent hour and a half, the safe zone will continually shrink, and you will receive warnings. Various powerful creatures will emerge beyond the safety boundaries, posing significant challenges, so you must reach the safe zone in time. Given that most of you have yet to learn any spells, you will also need to gather useful magic and items within the scenario, including your wands, cloaks, intriguing equipment, various attack, defense, support, or restorative spells, and tools of all kinds to ensure your survival and eliminate others. As long as you have grasped the incantation, you will naturally comprehend how to articulate it. The wand will instinctively trace the necessary path, yet you must still master the direction yourselves. Miss Granger furrowed her brows even tighter. Regarding mutual elimination, Quirrell stated, focusing intently on Hermione, you cannot kill others in this scenario, you can only incapacitate them. Each participant possesses an indicator representing their health status, and once this indicator reaches 0, they will be eliminated. Moreover, I believe that the number of you eliminated by the danger zone will far exceed those eliminated by your peers. Even the least threatening of creatures, when gathered together, can expel you from the game. Indeed, Lin Mo felt a surge of delight within. This survival game was familiar to him. A danger zone? A toxic circle? A safe range? Navigating the map? Collecting items? A defensive cloak? Level 3 helmets? Magical incantations? Ammunition supplies? This is, quite simply, a battle royale. The Hogwarts Battle Royale. If that is not sufficient, Miss Granger, Quirrell continued, most weapons in the scenario have been, rendered suitable for minors, as per Headmaster Dumbledore's request, ensuring that you do not feel bloodthirsty or brutal. The spells you can collect are mostly of the incapacitating variety. Of course, there exist a few powerful spells, contingent upon your luck. After all, luck is always a significant factor, is it not? Furthermore, pain has been mitigated. Upon being attacked, you will not suffer real harm. Merely a reduction in health points. While I believe this may diminish the educational effect, the headmaster considers it necessary given your age. Once you enter the scenario, you will notice health indicators on various parts of your bodies, so you can confidently employ any means to attack others. Finally, if you feel apprehensive about attacking a fellow student, perhaps striking a charming plush toy will alleviate that pressure. You may view this as merely operating a simulated body within the scene. The students displayed expressions of confusion. Please imagine a turnip-headed mask, Quirrell instructed. Moments later, it seemed as though a cloud of black smoke enveloped each student's head. As the smoke dissipated, they were astonished to find their heads transformed into various whimsical turnips, akin to dolls woven from coarse fabric, with red faces, black bead eyes, pointed triangular noses, and vibrant green leafy hair atop their heads. Alas, yet again, a dismal green hue had settled upon them. Lin Mo pondered for a moment, and shortly thereafter, a plume of black smoke billowed from his head as he successfully transformed his hair into a vibrant shade of purple. You are at liberty to select any persona you desire, concealing your true identity within the scene. Rest assured, no one will retaliate against you in reality for having dealt them a blow in your dreams. In any case, the professors have duly considered your concerns, Miss Granger. There is truly nothing to fret about, is there? Chilo inquired, how do you feel now? Are you inclined to participate? Within the scene, you are entirely free to refrain from initiating aggression against others, and you may withdraw at any moment should you wish. Hermione fixed her gaze upon Chilo, seemingly attempting to discern something from his expression. She likely noted that his demeanor in the dreamscape differed slightly from his behavior in reality. After a breath or two of hesitation, she nodded subtly. Very good, Chilo replied with a smile. Soon, you will be entering the scene. Please take heed. You will have 30 seconds to alter your appearance, followed by a 2-minute period to select your entry point. The initial entry point will appear randomly, so contemplate what location would be advantageous for you. Strive not to overlook promising options, as those who enter the scene first will always enjoy a competitive edge. Most students had already begun to flex their muscles, eager with anticipation. For the mischievous youths, the freedom of a virtual landscape was undoubtedly a paradise of possibilities. Lin Mo quietly observed Chilo on the podium. He noticed that the latter seemed to have truly forgotten him, as throughout the entirety of the dream class. He had not once singled him out, nor had he engaged in those subtle actions that had previously induced hallucinations in him. A flicker of wariness arose within him, prompting a decision to maintain a low profile within the dream realm. Yet, once again, his plan for discretion faltered. Furthermore, as a form of reward, Chilo declared, the college of each game's victor will receive 10 points, and additionally, each winner will be awarded a bounty of 10 galleons, funded by myself. Moreover, the top 30 students in the annual points tally will each receive an extra 10 galleons, with the top 10 receiving an additional 30 galleons, while the student with the highest score will be granted a further 200 galleons as a reward. Lin Mo's eyes suddenly turned red. Every time 10 galleons, a reward for finishing in the top 30, a champion receives an additional 200 galleons. Good heavens! Could it be that he resorted to robbing a few vaults after failing to acquire the Philosopher's Stone at Gringotts? Such wealth, such generosity. If he were to triumph every time, combined with the final reward, it would amount to nearly 500 galleons. The debt to Gringotts can be postponed for now, but he has yet to find the funds for the next bottle of Felix Felicis, and this would cover half? It's as if a pillow was provided while he was drowsy. Moreover, achieving rewards while dreaming truly a form of earning while reclining. He must be ostentatious. He must secure that prize. Every single time. No one shall compete with him. He aims to become the king of the Hogwarts Battle Royale. And he has paid homage to the goddess of fortune. He must survive to the final round. Modesty is non-existent. Is modesty of any use? Can it be consumed as sustenance? Can it repay debts? Can it shine like gold? No. Being humble could lead to having nothing at all. In Lin Mo's line of sight, Professor Chilo radiated a captivating golden glow, were it not for his awareness of the professor's true nature. He might have found himself idolizing him, much like Ron did. Frankly, never before had he encountered a teacher so profound, insightful, and virtuous. Truly a paragon within the realm of education, Ron appeared utterly enraptured by his fantasies of the professor, his face adorned with an indescribable, enigmatic smile. The other students were not faring much better. Even the scions of pureblood families found their allowances rather meager at this tender age. 200 galleons was by no means a trifling sum. Even Neville seemed eager to partake in the competition. Well then, since everyone was so eager, I shall refrain from further ado. May you relish your adventure. Chilo clapped his hands upon the lectern. Suddenly, the classroom floor vanished beneath them, and they began to plummet. A mirror materialized before Lin Mo, accompanied by a message. 30 seconds to alter one's appearance. Feeling somewhat foolish, he attempted to transform into a two-headed ogre, but failed miserably. Clearly, the choices for appearance must conform to youthful standards. Anything too lifelike or frightful would not align with the headmaster's ethos. Thus, a few seconds later, he opted for a jack-o'-lantern visage, still sporting the purple-stemmed hair, with eyes that seemed to blaze with fire. He also deepened his voice slightly. In this guise, he was certain no one would recognize him. The scene below gradually came into focus as they gazed down from the heights. Indeed, it was Hogwarts, a Hogwarts that appeared to have endured considerable devastation. Several crumbling towers, extensive sections of collapsed walls, grounds largely overrun by creeping vines, a roofless greenhouse, an excessively dense forest, a few structures still standing intact, alongside some quaint woodland cabins and small sheds absent from reality. Were it not for the bright weather, the scene would have been rather unsettling. A prompt flashed in the mirror. Please take note. The next step involves selecting an initial entry point. Kindly proceed to your chosen location promptly. Lin Mo fervently recalled his past gaming experiences, yet found little of value to draw upon. In the scenario crafted by Chilo, it was evident that one could not acquire sniper rifles such as the Bee Sting. He pondered the potential damage of unarmed strikes. Before him, the mirror rippled, revealing an image of a tower's pinnacle. No, this location was far too conspicuous, and many would likely choose it, lured by the golden allure of the Garen. He could not afford to be a seasoned master felled by errant blows. The true path lay in seeking out a less populated area to gather supplies. Lin Mo remained motionless. After a few seconds, the scene transformed into a dense, pitch-black forest. Alas, this environment surely harbors no beneficial props, and it is evidently perilous. The scene shifted once more, revealing a spacious classroom that appeared desolate, adorned with several large cracks on the walls. Lin Mo hesitated for a moment. This place appeared quite promising, with an expansive view and numerous student lockers that might yield some useful items. However, he did not act promptly, and within a few seconds, the scene began to shift once more. The room, not particularly large, featured a row of gleaming sinks and stalls. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. This place might just harbor some treasures. It was time to test his luck. The legendary toilet warrior was about to rise. Fellow comrades, tremble, shudder, crawl. Without further hesitation, he lunged forward and plunged into the mirror. Inside the lavatory, Lin Mo plopped down onto the cold floor, which jolted him awake. Simultaneously, a piece of coarse parchment appeared beside him. He unfolded it and cast a glance, revealing a rough map of this very scene. Hogwarts in a state of partial ruin, along with markings indicating his location and the nearby Transfiguration classroom situated in a relatively intact tower. Estimating, there were over 100 new students scattered across the grounds of Hogwarts, with various levels not densely populated. Aside from a few unique starting points, he need not worry about colliding with others. After acclimating to the surroundings, he began to gather supplies. In survival games, restrooms are perpetually filled with anticipation. A row of closed stalls resembles a line of maidens yet to unveil their veils, awaiting your inspection and admiration. You could never know whether what awaited within would be a splendid, high-quality prop or a ghastly toilet lid, or perhaps a diminutive goblin. As he pushed open a stall door, a small goblin, clad entirely in green and wearing a green hat, flew out, baring its teeth at Lin Mo. Before he could react, it conjured a heavy gold coin and hurled it at his forehead. A chill spread across his brow, and he realized he had lost a bit of health. Goodness gracious. To suffer injury before the battle even begins? Attacked from the toilet, no less. Regaining his composure, Lin Mo seized the green-hatted creature and flung it away. Why were such garish green? You could join our Slytherin house as a mascot. The goblin soared through the window in a graceful arc, wailing as it departed. Oh, may fortune spare it a grievous fall. Lin Mo felt no sympathy for the treacherous little goblin. He bent down to pick up a golden galleon. Weighing it in his hand and discovering it was indeed quite heavy. Had his pain perception not been dulled, he would undoubtedly have been struck and left seeing stars. Subsequently, he uncovered a fluffy creature, which surprisingly could be stored as a prop. What a wretched assortment of items. Where were the wands, the spells, the cloaks, the spatial pockets? What had happened to the promised toilet battle god? After thoroughly inspecting a dozen compartments, Lin Mo reluctantly admitted that the toilet battle god had not favored him today. Apart from a cute pet and a gold coin that might vanish at any moment, he had gained nothing. His adventure commenced with a fluffy creature, and no equipment to be found. Unwilling to accept this fate, Lin Mo scoured the restroom once more. This time, while searching the sink, he finally discovered a glimmering item behind the basin, a pink, soft-headed hammer that resembled cotton candy. As he picked it up, he received an item description, Gummy Star Hammer, a basic item, usable as a melee weapon or for throwing. It can inflict minor blunt damage on magical creatures and foes, and if it strikes the head, it can deliver significant damage and briefly stun the enemy, although its effects may be mitigated by defensive gear and spells. Touching the soft hammerhead, he felt reassured that this weapon could be safely wielded against others. Lin Mo had a vague understanding of what Chilo meant by minorization. Nonetheless, it was certainly better than having no understanding at all. Holding the Gummy Star Hammer, he gently pushed open the restroom door, cautiously glancing left and right. The corridor was empty, devoid of any human presence or magical creatures. At least for the moment, there was no imminent danger. Adjacent to him was another entrance, marked as the women's restroom, separate from the men's. At that moment, there was no need for excessive consideration. Lin Mo resolved to grant the toilet god another chance to favor him. He lightly rested his hand on the door. However, faint footsteps echoed from behind the door. The sound of soles striking the stone tiles, unlike any noise that could be produced by diminutive creatures such as goblins. Lin Mo quickly held his breath, stealthily sidling to the side. After a moment's contemplation, he gently placed the fairy's coin and the adorable electric fluff on the ground, restoring the fluff to a collectible state, rendering it immobile. The footsteps behind the door continued. This classmate was rather slow in collecting equipment. It had taken ages, and she hadn't even searched the girls' restroom completely. With a mind for caution, Lin Mo remained pressed against the wall near the door, his right hand gripping the star hammer. I refuse to believe you won't emerge. After a brief wait, the door creaked open with a soft sound. It was another pumpkin head. Silent as a shadow, Lin Mo stood behind the door, listening as the pumpkin-headed classmate let out a soft exclamation. Oh? It was unmistakably a girl's voice. At that moment, Delacris was in remarkably high spirits. Being a Malfoy, she had naturally consumed Dream Realm potions and participated in similar survival games twice. albeit always alongside her peers. However, that was sufficient for her. For instance, unlike those foolish classmates who sought higher ground, she had wisely chosen the restroom as her starting point. By tradition, a noble Malfoy would never deign to search for items in such a place, but she was determined to win this game. It was not merely for the meager reward of 10 galleons. She valued the 10 points that would elevate Slytherin even more. With the first week gone by, her scores still lagged behind that insufferable thief's. This was intolerable. She dismissed the notion of arguing about grotesque topics like trolls and two-headed ogres. But if that wretched individual dared to mock her with his points, she would be at a loss for a strong retort. Thus, she must prevail. Securing those 10 points would allow her to shake off that nuisance. The restroom was certain to be devoid of others, implying she could gather more items. She meticulously searched each stall, finding them relatively clean, and, as expected, her efforts bore fruit. She uncovered a defensive cloak, a magical artifact, a space pouch, and a silent auxiliary spell. All she needed was a wand to achieve perfection. To think such a small restroom could yield so many treasures. Galactic felt quite satisfied with her choice and believed her luck for the night. The dream realm couldn't be better. Until she pushed open the door and discovered a gold coin and an electric fluff glimmering on the corridor floor, waiting to be claimed. Wherever she went, there were items to collect. Surely, tonight was destined for her victory. Oh, she cheerfully bent down to retrieve the charming electric fluff. Then, a sudden force surged toward her. Caught off guard, she felt something strike the back of her head. The object was as soft as a pillow. It didn't hurt, yet for some inexplicable reason, it sent her staggering. She couldn't react in time, realizing her health had plummeted significantly, nearly 30 points lost. Someone had ambushed her. Instinctively, she reached for the magical artifact in her space pouch while turning to see her assailant, only to be met by a candy-like hammerhead hurtling towards her, smashing directly into her pumpkin face. Damn it! The impact made her nose tingle and tears welled in her eyes. She yearned to retaliate, but her body felt as though it had been cursed, rendering her momentarily rigid. As a result, she uncontrollably leaned backward and crashed to the ground. Her vision filled with stars, and her health plummeted once more, entering a critical state. Take this. Finally, she extracted a black sphere from her space pouch. However, her hand was seized. You, she exclaimed frantically. The grip was too strong. She couldn't throw the black sphere. In her blurred vision, the pink candy hammer rose once more. Now, she was truly panicking. Wait. Galactic's scream was muffled in her throat as the pink candy hammer struck her face again. Health points dwindled to 0. Damn it, you coward. If you dare to ambush me, you better not let me find out who you are. Galactic felt herself floating from her body, screaming in fury, yet her foe seemed entirely oblivious. She angrily lunged at him, only to pass right through and land behind him. Glancing at her own form, she saw it had transformed into a transparent specter. Moments later, she received a notification stating that if she did not wish to leave the dream realm immediately, she could remain in this scene until its conclusion. However, the message also indicated that to stay in this scene, she must follow the individual who had eliminated her, not straying too far. Observing and learning how he continued the game. Until he, too, was ousted by a third party, she would follow that third party. Eventually, she would join the final circle of champions. Those eliminated by other beings or factors would randomly follow a contestant. This devious pumpkinhead would surely be eliminated soon. Galactic thought with confidence, anticipating the moment she could mock him mercilessly. And to her annoyance, this imbecile was also a pumpkinhead. She resolved to linger here. Witnessing firsthand his dismal fate, Lin Mo sneezed. He glanced at his gummy star hammer, finding no traces of blood. Was that all there was to it? Had he truly dispatched the formidable toilet war god with merely 3 strikes? Or perhaps the real deity of battle resided in the ladies' restroom, while the male counterpart was merely a pauper? As he observed the pumpkin-headed girl he had knocked down gradually fade away, leaving behind several shimmering props, he suddenly realized that engaging in survival games with these audacious and reckless classmates might be a tad too effortless. It felt somewhat like bullying. The novice difficulty of the fish pond, Lin Mo mused. How bold must one be to emerge from the restroom without a single glance to the side? Stooping down to collect the items strewn on the floor? Was this fluffy electric material truly so enticing, or was it perhaps that golden Cowron? Lin Mo wore a broad smile upon his face. Unbeknownst to him, those who had been eliminated would become specters trailing alongside. Otherwise, he might have tempered his mirth. Yet, there was little to be done, for he found himself amidst the most delightful phase of the battlefield cleanup. Let me observe. This true champion of the toilet has left behind a small pouch, capable of holding numerous items for swift retrieval. And lo, he has also left a basic defensive cloak, which bears a note indicating its resistance to both physical and magical harm. Fortunately, he had been ruthless, striking directly at the head, or else the opponent might have regained their composure. Oh, what a surprise! There is even a magical incantation. It is silent and can be invoked thrice. Thankfully, she lacked a wand, or else she would have rendered herself unable to hear her own footsteps. Furthermore, there lies the black orb that had been grasped tightly in his hand, preventing its disposal. The adhesive sphere, when hurled at an enemy, would burst forth into numerous, exceedingly sticky globules, ensnaring the foe and hindering their movement, making it impossible to swing their arms freely. The stickiness diminishes over time and can also be dispelled by spells. It is a one-time use item. Should it be thrown upon an adversary, they would undoubtedly find themselves temporarily incapacitated in battle. Indeed, these are all splendid treasures. Lin Mo chuckled as he donned his cloak, which seamlessly enveloped him. Grasping a hammer, he secured his pockets with a deft motion, tucking away a bouncy ball and hastily stowing away some electric fluff and gold coins. He then whispered a silent incantation twice, the familiar pronunciation flowing effortlessly from his lips, feeling as though he was finally treading the grand path towards becoming the king of the battle royale. Most importantly, he came to the realization that, given his luck, mere scavenging would not suffice for his ascent to wealth. Ambushing unsuspecting travelers was the true means to prosperity. After all, nothing could rival the delectable taste of a plump little lamb. Yet, he found himself still in need of a wand. Lin Mo resolved to first locate a wand. After approximately 10 minutes, he discovered that his assessment of fortune was indeed accurate. He had meticulously and swiftly scoured the entire corridor, including the adjoining rooms, even rummaging through every pile of crumbling bricks. The endeavor left him covered in dust and grime, and aside from encountering a few diminutive goblins adorned with green hats, along with several counterfeit coins they had conjured, he returned empty-handed, devoid of even a single fluffy creature. Furthermore, he encountered no suitable targets for plunder. The sole advancement was an enrichment of his experience in dealing with the goblins. These magical beings primarily excelled at producing coins, often resulting in embarrassment. If only one or two were present, they could easily be avoided, or he could adeptly shield himself with some tattered tomes, or, akin to playing baseball, strike the coins back. Though this was a challenging feat, Lin Mo succeeded once, causing one goblin to scream as it was struck by its own coin, abandoning its green hat in its hasty retreat, and notably, it was devoid of hair. After swatting away several more goblins, Lin Mo finally reached the end of the corridor. At the corner stood the Transfiguration classroom, its door ajar. A classmate with a feline head was hastily exiting the classroom. Lin Mo had no time to conceal himself and found himself face to face with the cat. They stood 6 or 7 meters apart, each scrutinizing the other. Lin Mo cautiously brandished the star hammer, refraining from hurling the disposable adhesive ball, as his opponent did not appear to be an easy target, at least. They lacked the coveted wand he desired and bore no spatial pouch at their waist. Utilizing the adhesive ball might prove unwise. Moreover, the adversary wore a peculiar glove, rendering their combat capabilities uncertain. Upon noticing Lin Mo subtly lift the gummy hammer, the opponent seemed to adopt an aggressive stance, exuding an inexplicable air of anger. "What do you intend to do?" the feline-headed classmate inquired, visibly irate. This tone struck a chord of familiarity. "Hermione?" Lin Mo ventured tentatively. "Who are you?" She replied without denial. "How could you possibly recognize me? If you had merely masked your tone a little, I wouldn't have been able to tell." Lin Mo did not respond. Instead, he inquired, "I found your comments in class quite impressive. What do you think of this place?" "Thank you. But it would have been more beneficial if you had supported me during the class." The young girl replied candidly. Regarding this place, she hesitated slightly. "I encountered 3 diminutive goblins that appeared just as they were described in the book. I managed to chase them away, but in a storage room, I stumbled upon numerous seductive spirits. The book suggested that the best way to deal with them is with a potion, yet I could not find one. I was even bitten and lost several points of health due to poisoning. However, I shall be better prepared the next time I encounter them. I have certainly learned something. I haven't even found a wand yet. What about you?" Lin Mo asked with a tone of curiosity. "I have not found a wand either, but I discovered this glove in the Transfiguration classroom. It can temporarily detach your hand from your body to strike at others. I have never read about such a magical item in any book. I am quite intrigued by its mechanism, however." I suspect it is merely a fantastical element of this exaggerated dreamlike game, as no one in reality would bother to study such a trivial glove. Moreover, separating one's hand from the body is certainly not a desirable form of magic. Lin Mo was rendered speechless, not only by Hermione's multitude of assertions, but also by how effortlessly this foolish girl revealed her trump card. Well, good luck to you, he said somewhat stiffly, uncertain whether to take action. And good luck to you too. One could discern Miss Granger's lingering resentment towards this place. Never mind, he thought. He would commend the young girl's courage and integrity, choosing to refrain from any immediate action. Nevertheless, in such an environment, she would inevitably come to understand the rules and purpose of this survival game. He pondered who might eliminate her that evening. As it seemed this foolish girl remained oblivious to the game's true nature, he resolved to reluctantly forfeit the reward for this round. Yet, Hermione, her cat-like demeanor apparent, approached him. Lin Mo felt a sense of vigilance, subtly tightening his grip on the hammer. The cat-headed Hermione continued to approach him, drawing ever nearer. Yet she made no aggressive gestures. A slight sheen of sweat formed on Lin Mo's forehead as he fixated on the exaggerated white glove she wore. Given the little girl's earlier speech and reactions, it seemed she was not lying to him. The gloves indeed had the capacity to launch an attack. But why was she coming so close? Maintain a safe distance, for heaven's sake. Lin Mo held his breath, his body slightly stiffened, until Hermione brushed past him. He realized that the girl merely intended to explore the next corridor, walking straight by him simply because it was the shortest route, completely unguarded. Her head held high as she passed him by. He could no longer bear to watch. Lin Mo could no longer restrain himself and slowly raised his gummy star hammer. To be honest, since he was bound to educate others, it might as well be him. It was quite disconcerting to see Miss Granger pass by an armed rival so innocently. However, this approach was untenable, at least within the confines of this scenario. As the saying goes, a teacher is an architect of the soul. For her future points, Lin Mo steeled his resolve to become a competent architect of souls. After a brief hesitation, Hermione seemed to sense something and suddenly turned around. Upon seeing Lin Mo raise the gummy hammer, she was taken aback and immediately questioned him in anger. What do you think you're doing? How can you attack a classmate? Just a moment ago, you agreed with my comments in class. Even now, she had yet to take any initiative to escape or retaliate. Faced with those sparkling cat-like eyes, Lin Mo truly did not know how to respond and could only present the gummy star hammer as his answer. Miss Granger, please never trust strangers, especially when they wear a pumpkin head mask. Chris was absolutely delighted, watching the cat-headed girl transform into a ghost and float away, glaring at the pumpkin-headed assailant. She felt no sense of camaraderie. After all, she had just overheard their conversation. This cat-headed girl was Granger. Everyone claimed that this Gryffindor thief girl was exceptional. But Chris thought otherwise. What could one truly discern in just a week of school? Moreover, does reading a lot equate to being outstanding? If she possessed a photographic memory, she could memorize all those books too. It hardly proved anything. Look at Granger's foolish expression just now. She naively believed that the pumpkin-headed assailant would not attack her. Did she not realize the true essence of this game? How could a girl so slow to react be superior to Malfoy? Delighted, Chris mused, and for a moment, even the pumpkin-headed assailant seemed somewhat agreeable. Noticing a pumpkin-headed ghost observing with crossed arms, Hermione angrily exclaimed, "Did you see that? How could he attack me? Do you think I became like this by choice?" Chris mockingly imitated Hermione's tone. "Oh dear, what do you think you're doing? How can you attack a classmate? You even claim to agree with my statements. Here, everyone is your rival, Miss Granger. Please recognize this fact." Hermione immediately realized that this pumpkin-headed girl harbored a dislike for her in reality. Most likely a Ravenclaw girl. Those girls tended to resent those smarter than them. Thus, she retorted sharply, "At least I've survived longer than you. Even according to your own rules, I have performed better. Haven't I, you hidden pumpkin-headed lady? And perhaps you haven't noticed, but you and he are both pumpkin heads. Unfortunately, that does not grant you any advantage." Chris's pumpkin face darkened, and Hermione's feline expression also soured. With unspoken words between them, the two girl spirits hovered on either side of the pumpkin-headed assailant. Maintaining the maximum distance possible, the scenario's rules prevented them from straying too far from Lin Mo. They averted their gazes from one another, focusing solely on the actions of the pumpkin-headed Lin Mo. Miss Malfoy mentally cursed for the pumpkin-headed assailant to be eliminated swiftly so she could revel in mocking him, while Miss Granger frowned, hoping to see other students sharing her stance, believing that they should not attack one another here. Yet, She soon realized that if students with her perspective encountered this pumpkin-headed assailant, they too would likely be turned into ghosts. In an instant, she was uncertain whether to hope for such students to appear. After a while, Hermione's feline visage transformed from fury to astonishment, even to shock. In response to the pumpkin-headed assailant, he was remarkably skilled. Setting aside the assailant's character, Hermione felt as though she and he were not even playing the same game. This fellow seemed to know precisely what he was doing, exhibiting speed in searching the classroom for items, cautiousness when peeking around corners, and an immersive engagement with the scenario, along with deliberate control over the sound of his footsteps. He was far ahead of her in all aspects. There were even numerous actions she could not immediately comprehend, which would require time for her to grasp. When entering a room, he would gently push the door and then close it seamlessly. When exiting, he would first listen for footsteps before cautiously peeking out. No, it was not just her. Hermione believed that the vast majority of their classmates could not reach such a level either. Not to mention, in well-lit areas, this fellow was even jogging the entire time, appearing utterly unfazed. That gummy weapon was always held at the ready, positioned casually yet capable of swift action against any unforeseen situation. She began to suspect that this pumpkin-headed assailant might be an educational magic conjured by Professor Quirrell and not one of their classmates at all. Otherwise, how could a first-year student exhibit such proficiency? It was known that the physical exhaustion in this scenario was entirely genuine. Why was he so adept? Hermione muttered in confusion. Chris scoffed coldly. Do you think everyone is like you, a thief who has never encountered Dream Realm games? Children from wizarding families naturally participate in similar scenarios. The more they play, the more skilled they become. Of course, exceptions like the Weasleys, who are a disgrace to purebloods, have never even been able to afford Dream Realm potions, meaning this Pumpkinhead is certainly not a Weasley. Hermione fell silent. In this era, Muggles also had similar survival network games, which she was somewhat aware of, but the issue was that there were strict regulations regarding minors, and such games could only be accessed at the age of 17. Furthermore, this assailant's movements appeared exceedingly practiced yet remarkably effective, even with virtual glasses and gloves. One could not develop such habits merely through play. Thus, as that pumpkin-headed ghost had stated, he must be a wizard who frequently participated in Dream Realm games. But could one truly become proficient merely through a few participations? Hermione remained somewhat skeptical. She felt that even if she practiced in this scenario dozens of times until the end of the term, she might never reach such a level, as it was not something that could be attained merely through effort. This thought left her feeling somewhat disheartened, as she was unaccustomed to being outperformed by others. Seeing the cat-headed ghost at a loss for words, Chris smirked with satisfaction. However, when she redirected her gaze to the pumpkin-headed assailant, the amusement in her eyes swiftly transformed into confusion. The words she had just uttered were ones she herself scarcely believed. They were merely intended to belittle that ignorant thief girl. In truth, wizarding children rarely engage with Dream Realm games before school age, let alone survival games. Having participated in 2 similar rule sets the previous year, she felt she had a significant advantage. Yet, compared to this insufferable pumpkinhead, she had to concede her own inadequacy. How had he honed such skills within the Dream Realm? She stared intently at the pumpkin-headed killer, pondering, why are you so adept? The 2 feuding ghost girls shared the same curiosity, continuing to observe the pumpkin-headed assailant in silence. Before long, they witnessed the pumpkin-headed killer discover a third victim. It was a turnip-headed boy, wielding a wand and of considerable size, who was engrossed in searching a locker within a classroom, utterly oblivious to the fact that he had become a target. It was only when he turned around that he saw a large white glove clutching a pink candy hammer, floating in the air like a levitation charm. This turnip-headed boy also made no substantial effort to resist and was swiftly knocked to the ground. As the turnip-headed boy, bewildered, transformed into a ghost, Chris could no longer contain herself. Counterattack. Why aren't you fighting back? You're so foolish. She shouted at the turnip-headed ghost. Is your wand merely for show? What about your spells? What were the 2 spells you dropped? Why not use them? You let that pumpkinhead knock you down like a simpleton. You might as well transform into a dim-witted pumpkinhead. The turnip-headed ghost trembled in a corner, unsure of where this outburst from the pumpkin-headed girl was coming from. Meanwhile, the cat-headed ghost, Hermione, looked on with satisfaction. Miss Pumpkinhead, not everyone shares your and this killer's penchant for violence, Hermione proclaimed proudly. She gazed at the turnip-headed ghost and, with measured tones, commended, you did splendidly, Turnip-head. We ought not to engage in mutual attacks in this scenario, nor should we be incited by Professor Quirrell's radical rhetoric. I believe Headmaster Dumbledore intended for us to learn how to deal with those pesky magical creatures, such as those pesky gnomes and seducers. This knowledge is more than sufficient for our studies. She continued, however, when he attacked you, you could have employed some self-protection spells. I believe that does not contravene the principle of nonviolence, does it? We need not simply await our demise. Ah, I understand now. The 2 spells you obtained must have been overly potent offensive spells, which is why you refrained from using them, correct? I find your behavior quite noble. The turnip-headed ghost was taken aback by Hermione's praise. In a soft voice, he admitted, at first, I thought the floating glove and hammer were magical items, and I couldn't manage to pick them up before I was suddenly attacked. He lowered his head, unable to look at the cat-headed ghost. I just couldn't react in time. Lin Mo admired himself for effectively utilizing the detached glove along with the star hammer. He had remained concealed at the door of the classroom, effortlessly knocking down the turnip-headed boy who was rummaging through the cabinet. It seemed as if the boy had been so startled by the floating glove and hammer that he was at a loss for how to respond, not realizing that Lin Mo was controlling the glove from a distance until he was flattened to the ground. After retrieving the turnip-headed boy's wand and spells, the wand had transformed into his real-life lightweight purple wand, and the spells were rapid healing and fainting. Lin Mo was finally fully equipped. Although the detached glove was amusing, it posed significant limitations. It could not float too far away, and it needed to remain within his line of sight for control. Moreover, if his dominant hand were to be separated in an emergency, he could not immediately retrieve it, effectively leaving him one hand short in a confrontation or forcing him to use his left hand for his wand, which would be perilous. This stealthy approach could only be employed when he was assured of his safety. Spells, on the other hand, were different. Although they had a limited number of uses, they could strike opponents from a distance. He attempted the healing spell to familiarize himself with the feeling of casting, directing his wand at his forehead. Rapid healing, he incanted, and almost simultaneously his wand traced a complex trajectory, and after a moment, he felt a gentle warmth on his forehead as the health he had lost returned. Success. Lin Mo felt a surge of excitement. As the prompt indicated that nearly half an hour had passed, he opened the parchment map, which revealed a larger circular area for the next safe zone, encompassing part of the castle, some woodland, and the Quidditch pitch. Choosing not to continue searching for supplies, he cast a silencing charm on himself and swiftly made his way toward the safe zone. Departing from the tower at the initial location, Lin Mo traversed a small patch of greenery, a section of a crumbling wall, a long corridor, and a dilapidated hall before finally reaching the edge of the safe zone. Along the way, he spotted a few classmates in the distance, but they were too far away for him to waste a spell attacking them, especially since they were running quite swiftly. It seemed that after overcoming the initial period of confusion, everyone had begun to adapt. Lin Mo adopted a more cautious demeanor. As he tentatively traversed a narrow doorway, he suddenly came to a halt. Casting his gaze around, he observed that one side of the doorway led to a corridor corner, while the other side, where he currently stood, was a cramped armory display room. According to the map, this location was precisely situated on the periphery of the secured area. Moreover, since this passage connected to a section of the castle, it was likely that numerous individuals would pass through here. Lin Mo observed the angle and the perspective once more, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. He swiftly brought over several pieces of armor, which were immobile, and carelessly piled them together, narrowing the doorway further. Then, clutching a gummy star-shaped hammer, he pressed against the wall and quietly positioned himself by the entrance. Oh, he had not forgotten to discreetly drop a collectible spell onto the ground. The spell shimmered brightly within the doorway. What was he up to? The radish-headed ghost wore a bewildered expression. The cat-headed ghost, Hermione, furrowed her brow deeply. He intended to lay in wait, using the spell as a trap to draw attention and ambush those who would emerge from the doorway. The pumpkin-headed ghost, Chris, wore a grim expression, her face tinged with a hint of red, for she too had been felled in such a manner. This treacherous pumpkin, how could he execute such schemes with such ease? In a narrow terrain, where a single valiant warrior could thwart the advance of 1,000 troops, what transpires when the enemy consists entirely of novices on their first battlefield? While the guardian, cunningly concealed, lurks in the shadows of the constricted space, striking with stealth. Lin Mo is currently validating this situation through action. The shimmering spell on the ground, adjacent to the doorway, causes any student attempting to retrieve it to find themselves half encased in the entrance, their head exposed directly beneath Lin Mo's hammer. At this angle, even if they notice the anomaly and spot Lin Mo, evasion is futile. The doorway is narrow, further obstructed by a pile of dilapidated armor. The soft hammer blocks the way, leaving no room for retreat. The unfortunate freshmen, having toiled to gather supplies and hurried to the safety zone, are on the brink of entering its confines when they discover a glimmering spell on the ground. Without a second thought, they bend down to pick it up, only to transform into a ghost beneath the soft hammer. The hard-earned supplies scatter across the ground. 1, 2, 3. What bliss! Lin Mo is moved to the brink of tears. How industrious, how passionate, how dutiful, how endearing are these delivery workers. Not only do they deliver the packages, but they also sign for them with a hammer. Moreover, once struck down, they leave behind no mess, their bodies vanishing entirely, leaving only an array of sparkling supplies and items. With each encounter, Lin Mo's proficiency has grown. He can now dispatch a newcomer with an average of 4 strikes. He even finds himself rhythmically humming a work song as he wields his hammer. Hey, ho, swing the hammer. Hey, ho, gather the items. Hey, ho, thank you. Hey, ho. Who's next? We workers are strong, toiling day and night to collect deliveries. As the delivery person brings packages to the door, how glorious are the laboring people. Before long, he has amassed a collection of roughly 10 spells, including duplicates, acquired a wand, and various intriguing trinkets, including a small red clown nose, which claims that wearing it allows one to breathe fresh air. His bounty is overflowing with riches. The starry gummy hammer induces a brief daze upon impact, causing many students to be knocked out of the game without even a glance back at Lin Mo. The entire ambush process has been remarkably smooth, with only one troublesome encounter. That was with a student sporting a magical armor spell. In this scenario, the spells found are limited in usage, typically 3 or 4 times. Hence few students would cast valuable combat spells while on the move. Lin Mo did not anticipate that, upon delivering a forceful strike to the back of this student's head, the armored individual would remain unscathed. The two stared at each other in shock. Lin Mo, however, reacted swiftly. He retrieved a sticky ball and hurled it at the armored student. The sticky ball, lacking offensive capabilities, bypassed the student's defensive spell and successfully adhered to their face. The black sphere quivered momentarily before beginning to split. The student, caught off guard, flailed in confusion. The sticky ball multiplied. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, 4 became 8, and 8 became 16. Not only obscuring the armored student's vision, but soon enveloping them in a writhing mass of black spheres, akin to a dumpling, with the student struggling within. Lin Mo delivered a powerful kick, sending the dark sphere retreating until it was pressed against the wall. Realizing the hammer was ineffective, he swiftly drew his wand. Sleep. With a flick of his wand, a faint crimson streak arced through the air, striking the eggplant head through the gaps of the gelatinous ball. The eggplant head momentarily froze. Its subsequent struggles noticeably delayed. The spell had taken effect. Finally managing to grasp his wand, the eggplant head found his vision obscured by the sticky mass. Tarantella. In his panic, he frantically swatted at the gelatinous ball on his face, barely managing to wave his wand, but he failed to direct it properly. Lin Mo did not need to evade. The incantation soared towards a nearby pile of armor, shattering a piece of rusted iron. Sleep. Sleep. He did not grant his adversary another opportunity and unleashed 2 successive sleep spells, under the enhancement of the defensive cloak and protective magic. Even if the sleep spell struck the foe, it would not render them unconscious. However, the cumulative effect of 3 consecutive spells striking the head ultimately succeeded in penetrating Eggplant Head's protection. The wand in Eggplant Head's grasp fell to the ground, and he lay motionless, having succumbed to unconsciousness. Lin Mo expelled him from the game using the elimination command, which can be directly applied to participants who are completely incapacitated, thus negating the need for further violence. Moments later, the body of Eggplant Head vanished, leaving behind a scattering of sticky spheres, a wand, and 2 shimmering spells, the Iron Armor spell, which can still be used once, and the Tarantella Dance, which can be utilized twice. Lin Mo laughed heartily as he gathered his spoils. He had come to realize that the efficacy of magical artifacts often rivaled that of incantations, especially considering their current sluggish spellcasting speed and lack of precision with their wands. In close quarters, specialized magical items could prove far more advantageous. It was akin to how firearms are rendered less effective than daggers at short range. As for the future, once everyone becomes more adept, the situation might differ. But that remains a separate matter. The perilous zones marked on the parchment map were rapidly encroaching upon their location, and the number of delivery personnel had dwindled significantly. It appeared that they had either found alternate routes into safer areas or were ensnared in dangerous territories, unable to escape for the time being. Lin Mo collected the incantations scattered on the ground and walked into the more open corridor, carefully comparing them against the parchment scroll as he gazed towards the opposite side. He intended to ascertain the nature of the perilous area. Before long, wisps of mist began to creep in. The sky outside darkened, and a swarm of diminutive spiders scuttled through the shattered window, weaving extensive webs throughout the corridor. Moments later, several enormous, slug-like, red creatures, devoid of shells, slithered into the vicinity. Their triangular bodies appeared extraordinarily robust as they lingered just beyond the safety threshold, aimlessly meandering. It seemed these beings were exclusive to the dangerous zone, leaving one to ponder their true strength. Lin Mo picked up a small stone from the ground and threw it at a gigantic red slug. The stone ricocheted off its slimy skin, leaving no discernible impact. Undeterred, Lin Mo seized a larger stone and hurled it once more. The red slug's antennae perked up. Fixating on Lin Mo moments later, its body began to swell, resembling a pufferfish, as sharp spines protruded, transforming it into a spiky red balloon pressed against the ground. It was difficult to ascertain which form was more endearing. In an instant, the inflated slug opened its mouth and suddenly contracted. A burst of flames shot forth towards Lin Mo. Alarm surged through him. This creature could breathe fire. With a chill of apprehension, Lin Mo swiftly dodged to the side. However, the flame acted like a burning liquid, splattering against the wall and scattering sparks, one of which landed on Lin Mo's hand. There was no searing pain, yet his entire arm began to tingle with numbness. Health points dwindled by 5 by the time he finally evaded the flames. He had lost a total of 25 health points. What a perilous encounter. Had he been struck directly without a defensive spell, he might have been eliminated in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, it seemed that this creature could only expel flames once in a short span of time. Observing the slug's apparent exhaustion as it lay limp on the ground after its fiery display, Lin Mo breathed a sigh of relief. Yet suddenly, the nearby group of 4 or 5 slugs seemed to be stirred by the event, each glaring at Lin Mo with intent. Their bodies began to swell rapidly. Lin Mo fled to a vacant classroom within a safe zone, finally shedding the ire of the fire-breathing slugs. He drew his wand and recited the healing spell twice over his scorched left hand. The incantation required repetition to be effective, rather than instantaneously curing the injury. After a brief 30 seconds, his health was fully restored. Fire-breathing slugs, how peculiar. And this was merely a creature at the boundary. One could only wonder what fiends lurked deeper within the danger zone. A moment of silence for the couriers who had fallen victim in that perilous realm. Lin Mo began to joyfully organize the spoils from this recent stakeout. He categorically sorted the magical artifacts by their uses, carefully noting the usage count of combat spells while repeating their incantations several times to avoid faltering during battle or discovering the spells had been exhausted when he needed them most. As for the wands, one was sufficient. The rest could serve as throwing darts, ready to create a delightful distraction at a crucial moment. Alternatively, they could be placed in a pen holder to resemble a fortune teller's tools. To his astonishment, the sheer quantity of items in his spatial bag, now replaced with a larger bag obtained from others, left Lin Mo quite surprised. It was rather embarrassing, he mused. This semester's fortune depended on these rabbits. He hoped they could maintain their reckless enthusiasm for colliding with trees. He could hardly recall how many packages he had received. Was it 11 or 12? Regardless, it was inconsequential. 13. Galactic stared incredulously at the multitude of ghostly figures before her, adorned with various vegetable and animal heads, wishing fervently to seize the hammer of the pumpkin-headed culprit and topple each one of them in turn. 13 in total, with just this one maneuver. She could have dispatched all of them. How utterly disgraceful. She pointed at the colorful ghosts, her voice rising to a near roar. Did none of you think to scout ahead through that narrow passage with limited visibility? Did the fallen spells lying on the ground seem so irresistible that you had to bend down to retrieve them? Did you not find it suspicious? And that pile of armor blocking the path, it was clearly a deliberate trap. How could you all remain so oblivious? You have brought shame upon Hogwarts. Such a simple trap has led to your collective elimination. All of you. Galactic's chest heaved with indignation. Meanwhile, the cat-headed Hermione dismissed her previous notion that the pumpkin-headed villain was a magical creation of Professor Quirrell. For magical constructs were unlikely to be so treacherous or to wear such an infuriating grin. After several deep breaths, despite being a ghost, she managed to quell her anger, reminding herself not to wish ill upon others like that violent pumpkin-headed girl. However, The fact that such cunning freshmen existed among Hogwarts students necessitated a heightened vigilance upon re-entering the scene. She resolved to adopt the pumpkin-headed villain's caution and prudence while discarding his brutality and cunning. The newly joined 13 ghosts found themselves thoroughly chastened by the pumpkin-headed girl, each bowing their heads in shame, though internally they felt wronged. Although they appeared suspect now, who could have anticipated such treachery? They had only encountered minor magical creatures like gnomes before reaching safety, and conflicts with classmates were rare. Who would have thought they would fall prey to an ambush? Moreover, most of them were novices in dream realms, and the pumpkin-headed villain's skill suggested he was an adept practitioner, favoring such devious tactics. The combination of disorienting spells and stunning hammers was quite formidable. Who could withstand such an onslaught? Only the carrot-headed ghost, previously knocked out in class, listened attentively to Delacris's analysis, curious enough to ask quietly, "How were you eliminated?" Delacris's expression darkened. "How I was eliminated is irrelevant. The crux of the matter is this pumpkin-headed villain. He can only rely on ambush tactics, and now you have gifted him an array of magical artifacts and spells. Tell me, who could possibly defeat him? You have effectively delivered the championship into his hands." After another bout of furious rhetoric, Delacris finally vented her frustration. She initially intended to exit this dreamscape for a restful sleep, yet a sense of dissatisfaction lingered. Perhaps a more sinister figure might emerge to vanquish this pumpkin-headed fiend? Ideally, employing a similar ambush strategy. Although she sensed the likelihood of such an occurrence was slim, hope remained. She silently cursed, trailing the pumpkin-headed villain in a circular motion. The other ghosts discreetly retreated, wishing to avoid provoking the irate pumpkin-headed girl. However, not all spirits shared Delacris's desire for the downfall of their assailant, particularly when the assailant lacked the cunning of Lin Mo. For instance, Ron had transformed into an apple-headed ghost, following closely behind a tomato-headed boy. Previously, he had engaged in what he believed to be a commendable duel with this tomato-headed classmate. Upon encountering each other in the corridor, they had drawn their wands and taken on dueling stances, exchanging formal greetings before launching into what he deemed an intense battle, despite never actually hitting his opponent. Ultimately, Ron expended all his spells and was subsequently defeated. Now a ghost, he cheered on the tomato-headed boy who had eliminated him, hoping that this victorious classmate would dispatch a few more students so they could collectively engage in lively conversation as spirits. Ron was quite pleased with Professor Quirrell's dream realm. It not only allowed him to experience casting spells firsthand, but also enabled him to collect fascinating magical items, something he had never possessed in his childhood. While he lamented his inability to claim the prize this time, he remained optimistic about future opportunities, believing that the tomato-headed boy was his equal in skill, merely possessing better luck. Eager to share his experiences, Ron finally spotted a figure down the corridor. It appeared to be another pumpkin head, bright yellow. "Go for it. Win this duel," he silently urged his tomato-headed classmate. However, after a few breaths, as they drew closer, he discerned the multitude of pale apparitions swirling around the pumpkin head, an overwhelming number of fellow eliminated spirits. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ron lost count of how many wraiths surrounded the pumpkin head. How could there be so many? If only the tomato-headed boy could hear his warning. "Ron, don't look back." Yet, the tomato-headed boy neither heard Ron shout nor saw the specters encircling the pumpkin head. Confidently, he brandished his wand, noticing the pumpkin head doing the same almost simultaneously. Quick and formidable, the tomato-headed boy thought, performing an impeccably standard dueling salute. And then he fell, struck by a spell, collapsing silently to the ground. Ghost Ron stared in disbelief, floating in shock, while the surrounding spirits of the pumpkin head wore expressions of knowing resignation. Hermione and Delacris both rolled their eyes in unison, with Hermione concluding that Lin Mo was beyond redemption, while Delacris believed the tomato-headed boy was utterly hopeless. To face such an opponent and still perform a dueling salute? He had single-handedly ambushed and eliminated 13 fools. Claris deliberately overlooked the fact that there should be 14 of her. How could he do this? Ron murmured in horror. When the student with the tomato head offered him a duel, he audaciously uttered the incantation that would send him sprawling. Was this person a devil? This was a sacred wizarding duel. Even if this pumpkin head cared little for the ritual, it was unacceptable to cast a spell in such a manner. The opponent's proficiency clearly indicated he was from a wizarding family. How could he be unaware of the sanctity of the duel? Even the students from Slytherin would not stoop so low. He must be a demon, Ron thought in dread. The one labeled as a demon, Lin Mo, was also taken aback. It seemed that the student across from him had intended to offer a duel. Upon reflection, it truly appeared that way. However, he had not possessed any concept of such etiquette. To be honest, drawing his wand was the only intention he had. Why bother with salutations? He had observed the tomato-headed student swiftly draw his wand, prompting a sense of caution within him. Upon seeing the tomato head bend forward again, Lin Mo assumed he was reaching for some item to launch a surprise attack and quickly cast a spell to incapacitate him. To his surprise, the tomato head neither dodged nor produced a powerful magical artifact. Instead, he bowed deeply without raising his head. Then, he collapsed in silence. Well, this can't be my fault. Lin Mo thought awkwardly as he approached the fallen tomato head, still pointing his wand at him in case of deceit. It wasn't until he nudged the tomato head's body with his foot and confirmed he was indeed unconscious that he relaxed. The theme of this scene is survival, not dueling. I should be more cautious next time, Lin Mo muttered, directing his wand at the fallen student again. Incapacitated, he declared, that is the rule. The tomato head gradually faded away, leaving behind 2 shimmering artifacts and several unuttered spells. This fellow had quite a substantial collection. My apologies, brother. I truly did not know you intended to offer me a duel, Lin Mo murmured as he gathered the items. But had I known you were saluting, would I have waited for the completion of your greeting before casting my spell? After a brief moment of contemplation, he arrived at the answer and chuckled to himself. Certainly not. Only a fool would wait for you to finish your greeting before casting a spell. After the tomato-headed student was eliminated, he and Ron joined Lin Mo's group of ghostly fans or detractors. The tomato head had just begun to recover from his shock when he realized that this pumpkin-headed assailant had attacked him while he was offering a duel. Immediately, as he watched this pumpkin head gather the spells and artifacts that belonged to him, he overheard the assailant muttering, "Only a fool would wait for you to finish your greeting before casting a spell." The tomato head suddenly found himself short of breath. Clutching his chest with one hand and pointing at the pumpkin-headed assailant with the other, he indignantly addressed the throng of ghosts. Did you all hear that? Did you hear what he just said? Can you believe this guy is even speaking human language? Regardless of whether the words were comprehensible, Lin Mo had become the wealthiest individual in this scene, a fact evident from the vast number of ghostly fans surrounding him, indicating how many times he had struck from the shadows. However, he remained oblivious to the presence of the ghosts, continuing his unabashed and somewhat unscrupulous strategy of eliminating other opponents. At this point, for most who had yet to be eliminated, the greatest threat stemmed from the scene itself. When the safe zone shrank for the second time, the difficulty escalated sharply. Everyone noticed that the solitary little goblins had vanished. They began to congregate in groups, appearing in mass. A moment's delay while searching for resources could result in a face full of coins, leading to an instantaneous depletion of health points. Even Lin Mo had yet to devise a strategy for dealing with the hordes of little goblins, thus opting for a strategic retreat. Fortunately, the little goblins tended to guard their territories, refraining from relentless pursuit. Moreover, those fire-breathing giant snails had also appeared within the marked safety zone, albeit not as densely as in the danger zone. Perhaps the scene's administrator, Professor Chilo, deemed that the students had amassed sufficient resources to handle these creatures, or at least evade them. Otherwise, they did not deserve to remain in the safety zone. Consequently, many students were caught off guard and were turned into ghosts by a fiery blast. As for the danger zone, Lin Mo, out of curiosity and recklessness, observed that it was now home to numerous enormous spiders, appearing as though the small ones had been subjected to an expansion spell, growing larger than pumpkins. Their clusters of eyes gleamed with a ravenous green light, and judging by the fire-breathing snails, these creatures would likely be capable of spewing webs or venom. However, their speed of movement was evidently far superior to that of the snails, and Lin Mo dared not test their offensive capabilities further. His entourage of fans swelled, unwittingly gathering the principal ghostly trio. Harry had been randomly assigned to Lin Mo's side after being eliminated from the scene, though he and Ron, along with Hermione, had yet to recognize one another. Simultaneously, the ghostly group splintered into 3 factions. One segment followed Delacour and Clarice encircling and cursing the pumpkin-headed assailant. Another engaged in lively discussions with Ron about exchanging information on the artifacts and spells they had previously discovered, while a third faction expressed keen interest in Lin Mo's performance, hoping to glean some techniques from him, even if they appeared less than honorable. After all, everyone aspired to secure victory in the next round. A few ghosts, like Hermione, drifted outside of the 3 factions, still obsessively speculating on Lin Mo's true identity. However, from their discussions, it was evident they were far from uncovering the truth. As the safe zone continued to constrict, Lin Mo became increasingly cautious and somewhat unscrupulous. unless an excellent opportunity for ambush presented itself. He was not eager to engage in combat with other students. This was due to his previous experience in the dining hall, where he had faced a formidable opponent, a rather impressive, bitter, melon-headed student. Although Lin Mo had discovered him first, there had been no good opportunity for a surprise attack, as the distance made it difficult for spells to connect. He had intended to approach stealthily but was instead noticed by the other student. "Don't run." The bitter melon had charged at him as though he were prey. "Can we not just go our separate ways?" Lin Mo's plea was met with a misfired spell. He was forced into a direct confrontation with the bitter melon head. This encounter bore a striking resemblance to a wizard duel. The bitter melon head possessed a fair amount of spells and several potent magical artifacts. Upon realizing that Lin Mo, the pumpkin head, was no mere pushover, he did not hesitate to expend precious consumable items to summon 3 ice shields, which glimmered with a silvery blue light as they spun around him. This was a formidable magical artifact, as Lin Mo's well-aimed spells were thwarted by the 3 shields, only managing to cause minimal damage to their edges. For a time, he was relegated to a defensive stance. However, Lin Mo was not without his own impressive artifacts, particularly his high-level defensive cloak, which repeatedly absorbed the petrification spells aimed at him. Each time the cloak was reduced to dust, he would promptly retrieve a new one from his spatial pouch. "Where on earth did you acquire so many defensive cloaks?" The bitter melon-headed boy wore an expression of shock. Lin Mo, who had picked himself up beside an archway, evaded spells while responding. Dodging incantations bore a certain resemblance to evading bullets, and he gradually began to find his rhythm. Upon returning home for the summer break, he intended to seek counsel from the wild dogs regarding tactical maneuvers for evading shooting paths, as he had never received training in that regard. Nevertheless, his physical prowess allowed him to outpace his opponent, gradually gaining the upper hand. The bitter melon-headed boy displayed a hint of trepidation, but Lin Mo was unwilling to let him retreat at this juncture, having expended so many spells and resources. Allowing the bitter melon-headed boy to escape would render his efforts futile. He brandished his wand, pressing the attack, unleashing a barrage of spells upon the bitter melon-headed boy's shield. After a prolonged stalemate, the opponent's magical shield finally depleted its energy and vanished without a trace. "Aha!" Lin Mo seized the initiative. "Blazing fire!" he proclaimed loudly. Casting his spell, the magic struck the long table before the bitter melon-headed boy, igniting a massive conflagration that forced him into a corner. Lin Mo had already noted that within that corner lurked a fire-breathing snot slug. As anticipated, the slug unleashed a fierce flame upon the bitter melon-headed boy's head, turning him into a mere specter. "How delightful it would be if we could all return to our homes and find our mothers, yet here I am, Lin Mo." Feeling the sting of loss, he lamented. The blazing fire was the most potent spell he had acquired, yet it could only be used once, and now it was squandered. Once the flame subsided and he began to survey the battlefield, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. The bitter melon-headed boy had dropped nothing of value, only a useless wand, suggesting that all worthwhile resources had been expended in the recent skirmish. Had he known, he would have bolted at the first opportunity. Lin Mo found the situation both absurd and disheartening. Ultimately, this encounter yielded no gain. Instead, he had depleted several spells, akin to practicing marksmanship with precious high-energy particle projectiles. Although eliminating a student could earn a point, it seemed to him an entirely unworthy exchange. If every battle drained him like this, how could he endure, even if he were immensely wealthy? After all, the landlord's household had no surplus provisions, and he had only secured 10 points with a single hammer strike. Thus, Lin Mo resolved to fight with caution, adhering to the principle of no action without profit. And he proceeded with careful deliberation. The safe zone continued to shrink, bringing him closer to the final circle. The parchment began to display survivor notifications, indicating that 5 resilient and fortunate students remained, along with the delineation of the ultimate safe area. After the appearance of the bitter melon-headed boy, Chris felt a glimmer of hope, wishing that a stronger peer would eliminate this pumpkin-headed villain. To her dismay, however, he proved to be incredibly crafty, often neglecting to gather resources, and he was the first to enter the final circle. Resigned, she could only hope that the remaining contestants would unite to eliminate him first. Yet again, reality dashed her hopes. The final circle lay in a grove adjacent to the castle, near Hagrid's hut, and Lin Mo hastened to this location, scanning the surroundings before plunging into the dense thicket at the base of a rocky hill. He cast a clumsy invisibility charm upon himself, which, while ineffectual, sufficed for concealment within the underbrush. Shortly thereafter, he observed a pair-headed boy stealthily approaching from one side, while a carrot-headed boy emerged from the other. The two drew their wands, pointing them at one another, resulting in a tense standoff. Before long, two more students were driven toward them by the magical creatures of the danger zone. The four stood at the final circle's perimeter, alert and wary of one another. "Where's the last one?" inquired the peacock-headed boy with caution. "Trapped in the danger zone. I wager he'll be eliminated soon," replied the pear-headed boy confidently, indicating the carrot-headed competitor. This suggested that the champion would be one among them four. The atmosphere grew tense. Dark clouds loomed overhead. Yet a small opening in the cloud cover allowed sunlight to illuminate the circular safe zone. The four exchanged glances, each hesitant to make the first move. The strawberry girl, who had arrived later, appeared somewhat intimidated. "Shall we draw lots?" she suggested. The others chuckled lightly, offering no response. Clearly, it was not a prudent proposal. The champion would receive a reward of 10 galleons, sufficient to purchase snacks for quite some time. At this juncture, even a first-year student would be loath to relinquish such easily obtainable pocket money. Each contestant held their wands aloft, yet they were uncertain whom to target. For each had 3 opponents. In truth, there were 4, with the 4th concealed in the underbrush. The specters observed this with clarity, their tension palpable. "You foolish 4," they cried. "Can you not see the one lurking in the thicket? Have you not checked the parchment? It still lists 5 survivors." That individual was not trapped in the danger zone. As the latter stages unfolded, most students were eliminated by various perilous magical creatures. Lin Mo's surrounding specters lacked overwhelming support and divided into 3 factions, unlike other specters who rallied behind their students. Only a small fraction of Lin Mo's specters cheered for him, rendering him somewhat isolated. To make matters worse, their pumpkin-headed contestant was not behaving with honor. Consequently, the other 4 teams of specters began to denounce the pumpkin-headed boy hiding in the thicket. In response to the accusations, Lin Mo's specters displayed disdain, and upon hearing the 4 teams claim their contestant would emerge victorious, they merely smiled enigmatically. Especially those who Lin Mo had incapacitated behind the door, witnessing the current situation. They remained convinced of their own chances of success. Even Chris had lost hope. The 4 fools had yet to identify the pumpkin-headed villain. She could no longer bear to watch, scoffing in anger and contempt. With such incompetent contestants, how could they hope to vanquish this insidious fiend? Inevitably, someone could no longer restrain themselves and initiated the fray, leading to a chaotic melee among the 4. They scrambled for cover while casting spells at one another. And amidst the turmoil, one incantation nearly struck Lin Mo, causing him to flinch involuntarily. Fortunately, at that moment, the 4 contestants were entirely oblivious to his presence. The scene devolved into chaos, and the peacock-headed boy, the slowest of the bunch, was soon struck down by a red beam. The remaining 3 paid no heed to the rules as they continued to attack one another. Surprisingly, the seemingly weak strawberry girl showed remarkable resilience. While the 2 boys began to conspire to corner her, yet she valiantly held her ground against their combined efforts. Lin Mo silently continued to observe, showing no inclination to play the hero. Moreover, the strawberry-headed mask was hardly a sight to behold. Before long, the girl fighting against 2 opponents began to falter. Her protective cloak was in tatters, and her magical artifacts had dwindled significantly. The 2 boys, while primarily targeting the strawberry-headed girl, were also exchanging sneaky attacks on each other, bringing the battle to a climactic moment. The girl found herself cornered beside a rocky hill. Flames roared. The boy with the pear-shaped head brandished his wand, unleashing his most potent spells. The girl dodged to the side, and the incantation whizzed past her, striking a low, dense thicket, which ignited in an explosive flare. "Oh dear." Lin Mo awkwardly emerged from the bushes. "What? Who are you?" The 3 panting individuals were taken aback, retreating a couple of steps, all staring in unison at him. Had this fellow been hiding here all along? Feeling slightly embarrassed under their scrutinizing gazes, Lin Mo was the first to break the silence. Lowering his voice to project an air of politeness, he remarked, "Ahem, I must commend your combat skills, but I presume you have exhausted your magical artifacts?" The trio exchanged bewildered glances and shook their heads in unison. They indeed had no magical artifacts left. "And you probably don't have many spells left, do you?" They looked at each other again, shaking their heads once more. The recent fierce battle had nearly depleted their spells. Then, Lin Mo waved his wand grandly, encasing himself in an iron armor spell, finally adopting an air of unparalleled superiority. He then declared with boldness, "I am pressed for time. You 3 may come at me together." The mysterious champion of survival became the focal point of discussion among students during the weekend breakfast. Professor Chilo, adhering to his promise, refrained from disclosing the specific rankings. Each student was only aware of their own positions and scores. Curiosity abounded regarding the identity of the pumpkin-headed figure who had bravely, or shamelessly, emerged at the last moment to take on 3 opponents and ultimately triumphed with undeniable prowess and conveniently claimed the victory. At least 10 students claimed to have been ambushed by that pumpkin head in the same vicinity, further fueling the intrigue. However, despite some students asserting they ranked high, no one admitted to holding the first position. This was understandable, as none wished to become the target of ire for being associated with the pumpkin head's infuriating performance. Had it not been for the thicket catching fire from the spell, that individual might have remained concealed until only one adversary was left. Yet, judging by the number of spells and artifacts he had utilized, even appearing earlier would not have placed him at a disadvantage, as all the ghosts of the year had witnessed it. Yet, this individual had chosen to hide until the end. Moreover, the things they had not seen soon circulated among the tables, disregarding the sacred rules of dueling, launching surprise attacks, and exhibiting extreme caution or cowardice, among others. By the conclusion of breakfast, the pumpkin head had transformed into a universally recognized embodiment of villainy. Even familiar friends would cautiously size each other up, ensuring the other was not the elusive pumpkin head before resuming their normal conversations. Among the 4 houses, the students of Slytherin appeared most suspect. No matter how one assessed it, the Pumpkinhead-esque style seemed uncharacteristic of the valiant or reckless Gryffindors or the steadfast or honest Hufflepuffs. Perhaps the astute or shrewd Ravenclaws were also under suspicion, yet in the minds of most, those proud eagles were averse to employing underhanded tactics to secure victory. The Slytherin students shared a similar sentiment, believing the Pumpkinhead to be one of their own. Though unexpressed, they felt a sense of pride in this notion to them. Victory was paramount, and the Pumpkinhead's actions aligned with their values. Unbeknownst to them, the Pumpkinhead was actually a notorious thief they typically avoided. As the center of attention, Lin Mo had left the dining hall early. He and Ron accepted Harry's invitation to visit Hagrid's hut. Lin Mo, Ron, and Harry had just departed from the castle, traversing a verdant field towards Hagrid's hut. The weather was delightful. A gentle breeze carried the moist air from the lake, while sunlight danced upon the lush greenery, casting a mesmerizing glow. Above, the azure sky was adorned only by a faint silver ring of stars in the distant cosmos. A deep breath, slowly exhaled, felt as though it cleansed him from within. The environment here was indeed far superior to that of Alstar. However, Lin Mo's expression was rather peculiar, for Harry and Ron were engrossed in an animated discussion about the previous night's game, their chatter uninterrupted as they walked. Harry enthusiastically proclaimed that the Dream Realm game was significantly more entertaining than Dudley's virtual game set. During his time at Uncle Vernon's, he had only been permitted to don the gaming gloves and goggles when Dudley wished to pummel someone in the virtual world. Assuming the role of the victim, though he could have triumphed over Dudley in the game, but as Dudley grew larger, Harry was no longer allowed to touch that gaming set, for Dudley preferred to inflict pain in reality. In the real world, the scrawny Harry stood little chance. Fortunately, his agility and the peculiar events that transpired, of which he was unaware were magical, often allowed him to escape peril unscathed. I regrettably got eliminated early, Harry lamented. There will be future opportunities. Anyone could win the next 10 galleons, Ron encouraged, brandishing his wand and reminiscing about his spellcasting experience in the Dream Realm. If only you could have witnessed my duel, though less intense than that of the Pumpkinhead, it was still commendable. Before long, their conversation shifted to the Pumpkinhead. I was cornered by a group of goblins and eliminated by a rain of gold coins placed next to the Pumpkinhead, where I witnessed his battle against that unfortunate fellow, Harry recounted. My duel was slightly inferior, Ron admitted, feeling a twinge of modesty upon discovering that Harry had also observed the Pumpkinhead's duel. However, I was eliminated earlier. I was bested by a tomato head, who was ambushed while attempting to pay respects to the Pumpkinhead. I happened to be near the Pumpkinhead during that encounter, and he completely disregarded the dueling etiquette. To this day, recalling the tomato head's anguished cries still sent shivers down Ron's spine. Can you believe he spoke in coherent sentences? Harry inquired, echoing Lin Mo's curiosity. Ron, wielding his wand, performed a demonstration. He explained that dueling etiquette was a sacred ritual, especially during duels. If one party disagreed with the terms, they were not obliged to adhere to the same formalities. However, one must never ambush an opponent while they were paying their respects. Even dark wizards seldom disrespected dueling etiquette. No wonder everyone refers to that fellow as the Pumpkinhead, Harry remarked, agreeing that the individual displayed excessive caution. The two continued their discussion on the Pumpkinhead's performance. oblivious to the peculiar expression on Lin Mo's face. The source of Lin Mo's discomfort was that he had been quietly listening, yet remained utterly perplexed. How could they have seen his performance? Harry witnessed his battle with the unfortunate fellow, and Ron even knew about the tomato head's foolish bow being interrupted by his ambush. Lin Mo pondered. Lin Mo, what is your take? Harry suddenly asked. Indeed, who did you follow? Ron chimed in. Lin Mo stammered, slowly responding. Who did I follow? After being eliminated, the one who turned into a ghost and followed the victor, you weren't following the pumpkin head, were you? Ron inquired. Oh. Lin Mo exclaimed, feigning realization. I indeed followed that pumpkin head. He rubbed the back of his head, candidly critiquing himself. I was knocked out when passing through that archway. That fellow was utterly despicable. He used a collectible spell as bait. I was caught off guard and eliminated. Finally, clarity dawned upon him. He realized that the eliminated contestants transformed into ghosts, trailing their conquerors. Thankfully, he had not behaved inappropriately under the scrutiny of others. The thought of numerous ghosts surrounding him made the 10 heavy galleons in his pocket feel almost scorching. Upon waking that morning, he discovered an envelope resting on his bedside table, containing his prize, likely delivered by a house elf. Harry and Ron remained fervently engrossed in their discourse about the pumpkin head, leaving Lin Mo to mumble a few vague responses, joining them in their vehement critique of the champion. When I become ruthless, I even chastise myself. Right here, Ron suddenly exclaimed, pointing at a thicket. Lin Mo realized that this was the very place he had previously concealed himself. Harry and Ron lingered by the bushes as if revering a sacred site, until a tense and low growl broke the air, and a magnificent black mastiff charged towards them. In the distance, the door of a small cabin creaked open, revealing Hagrid's beard-laden visage. Back, Fong! Back! He bellowed. The imposing mastiff lunged in front of the trio, sniffing the air before circling them, ultimately returning hesitantly to the side of the cabin. What on earth is that? I mean, how can it be so large? Ron's face had drained of color, fearing he might be devoured. Hagrid 1T let it bite us, Harry responded, albeit his voice bore a hint of tension. In time, you'll see even larger dogs, with 3 heads, Lin Mo remarked nonchalantly, though he certainly could not best the mastiff in a contest of strength. He was confident he could outrun Ron, and that was sufficient for him. Hagrid secured the giant black dog with a collar before inviting the 3 of them inside. Contrary to expectations, Hagrid's cabin was quite spacious. While the wooden and stone structure featured a single room, it belonged to the towering half-giant, who stood nearly 5 meters tall, greater in height than 2 stacked basketball players, and possessed a robust physique that one could only fully appreciate when standing beside him. Although Lin Mo was not particularly short for his age, he barely reached Hagrid's knees. Upon entering and expressing gratitude for the invitation, they had to strain their necks to meet the half-giant's beetle-like eyes, with Hagrid bending down simultaneously. Once they were seated, Hagrid settled onto the fur carpet like a boulder, making conversation somewhat easier. He produced a massive teapot and a large platter of rock cakes. Don't be shy, he said, releasing Fong, who immediately leaped towards Ron, lavishing his face with slobbery affection, the warm breath almost causing Ron to faint. This is Ron, Harry introduced. Hagrid, clearly familiar with the red-haired Weasley family, muttered about the trouble caused by Ron's 2 older brothers, Fred and George, and how he often had to patrol the Forbidden Forest to keep those 2 rascals in check. However, he held a favorable opinion of the eldest Weasley's son, Charlie, praising his adeptness with creatures. And this is Lin Mo, Harry added to Hagrid. Lin Mo was grappling with a rock-hard biscuit, one that threatened to shatter his teeth, and its dryness was unbearable, without a generous sip of hot tea. It was nearly impossible to swallow. Yet, having taken it up, he felt compelled to finish it, for he was not one to waste any morsel of food. I know you, the lad who caused a stir at the sorting ceremony, Hagrid remarked, observing Lin Mo bravely sampling the tea he had personally prepared. With a sense of delight, he inquired, how does the rock biscuit taste? Lin Mo nodded in a manner that was somewhat enigmatic, his eyes glistening with moisture as he desperately attempted to swallow a piece of rock cake, rendered speechless. Why do I have tears in my eyes? It is simply because your rock cake is exceedingly hard. Observing Lin Mo's tearful expression, which conveyed deep emotion, Ron could not resist taking a piece of rock cake for himself. He bit down with vigor, only to discreetly remove the morsel from his mouth the next moment, seizing the opportunity to toss it into Fong's eager mouth while Hagrid was momentarily distracted. The robust Great Dane devoured the piece in a heartbeat. Having a background similar to Lin Mo's, Harry, noticing Lin Mo's temporary inability to speak, offered a brief introduction. He hails from the frontline territories of the Republic and was raised by mercenaries. Poor lad. Hagrid gently patted Lin Mo's back. A gesture that nearly proved fatal. The piece of rock cake, which was almost swallowed, was jolted back to his throat by that hefty hand. However, since you come from the front lines of the Muggles, you must have encountered numerous strange creatures, haven't you? Lin Mo could only nod in agreement. Taking a generous sip of hot tea. They were indeed a fascinating species, exhibiting a remarkable division of labor akin to ants, constantly evolving under the control of the Queen to become ever more formidable. Few creatures parallel their strength. One might say you hold them in high regard. Hagrid harbored an almost fervent enthusiasm for all magical beings, believing others shared his sentiments. Ahem. Lin Mo finally managed to swallow that mouthful of rock pie. In truth, countless valiant souls perished each year in the frontline star domains or were reduced to ash and bone in the depths of space. The mere mention of this topic rendered Lin Mo quite solemn. Forgive me, but it is challenging for me to appreciate that species. Oh, I apologize. I did not mean to imply, yet I comprehend your sentiment. Lin Mo dismissed his serious demeanor with a smile, unwilling to disrupt the pleasant atmosphere of their morning tea. From any perspective, the alien insects are indeed exceptionally powerful beings, should the opportunity arise. I too would wish to gain a deeper understanding of them as adversaries. This notion resonated well with Hagrid, his large eyes sparkling with interest, seemingly eager to delve further into the topic of the alien insects. Alas, before long, Lin Mo deftly redirected the conversation to their experiences during the first week at Hogwarts. He held an interest in the alien insects, but not at this moment. After all, he had only just managed to escape the daily grind of battling those creatures. On such a delightful morning on this charming planet, he preferred not to squander time discussing the intricacies of the third-stage jump insects' serrated limbs or how to nurture a queen's larva with this half-blood giant. Harry and Ron shared their first-week experiences with Hagrid, which largely overlapped as they had been together throughout. They soon resumed their discussion of Professor Quirrell's Dream Realm game. Upon mentioning Quirrell, Hagrid expressed profound regret. Poor Quirinus, he excelled in his studies, possessing a brilliant mind and a kind disposition. Unfortunately, during his travels, he ventured into some perilous dark domains, wandering in desolate places for far too long, and upon his return, he had utterly transformed. Now, he seems perpetually anxious and inexplicably tense, at times even rather sharp-tongued. However, in the Dream Realm, Professor Quirrell's demeanor appeared rather amiable. Lin Mo ventured tentatively. The Dream Realm? That must be your misconception. Hagrid waved his large hand dismissively. Perhaps the poor Quirinus wishes to regain his former self, finding true relaxation only within the Dream Realm. I have heard that it is a scenario he orchestrated, and he must have been utterly terrified. Yet Harry and Ron were indifferent to Quirrell's character. Even if he could be somewhat extreme in class, he remains the finest teacher. Ron exclaimed, contemplating that if every professor offered gold as a reward like Quirrell, perhaps one day his grades might surpass Hermione's. Harry nodded in agreement, finding the Dream Realm quite splendid. They then recounted their encounter with the Pumpkinhead Devil Champion to Hagrid, emphasizing his treacherous nature, while Lin Mo animatedly embellished their tale, eager to present himself as the archetypal villain. I would assert that fellow is undoubtedly a Slytherin, Ron remarked. Quite likely, Harry concurred. Lin Mo, have you heard any rumors? Lin Mo pondered for half a second. He lowered his voice and remarked, I heard them say that Pumpkinhead is actually a girl. What? A girl? This shocking piece of gossip left Harry and Ron dumbfounded. But his voice can change in the scene, Lin Mo said meaningfully. Perhaps it's Malfoy. She must have encountered similar situations before. Ron, ever the exemplary teammate, promptly suggested a suspect they both loathed. That Malfoy child? Hagrid inquired. Draco and his sister, Clarice. You only need to utter a word to her to realize how bothersome she is. Harry described the pale-faced girl with the pointed chin. Recalling their encounter in Madame Malkin's shop, her confrontational behavior on the Hogwarts Express that nearly harmed Lin Mo with a spell, and her performance in potions class, among other incidents. The Malfoy family's reputation is quite disreputable. We are not of their ilk, Hagrid declared. Of course, we need not fear old Malfoy, and Harry, you need not fear that girl either. However, Lin Mo, since you share a house with her, it would be wise to avoid provoking her. I've already been targeted. There's no escaping it, Lin Mo replied with a resigned smile. He was unaware that the first girl warrior he had vanquished in the Dream Realm was precisely Clarice. Speaking of houses, as a thief, your life in Slytherin must be quite challenging, Hagrid said with evident sympathy. I can't imagine how you manage among those students. Had I been sorted into Slytherin, I would have. He did not finish his thought, but it was clear he held a dim view of Slytherin, stubbornly believing it was filled with incorrigible students. It's just a house, Hagrid, Lin Mo reassured him. It was not difficult to envision the discrimination the half-giant faced during his schooling due to his lineage and his love for magical creatures. Indeed, it must have been arduous for a true child. However, he added, even in Slytherin, there are a few amiable classmates. Hagrid hummed noncommittally, perhaps reminded of his own school days, as a hint of nostalgia flickered across his face. He took a piece of biscuit and chewed it with great enjoyment, a large hand positioned beneath his mouth to catch any crumbs that might fall into his bushy beard, then pushed the plate toward the three students, saying, "Help yourselves. Don't be shy." Lin Mo and Ron hurriedly lifted their teacups and began to sip the tea. Compared to the snacks, the warm tea was quite delightful, exuding a rich aroma of barley. Harry, having never tasted the rock cake, casually picked up a piece and bit into it, immediately contorting his face in agony. His green eyes fixed on Lin Mo and Ron, clearly blaming them for not warning him. Nevertheless, he courteously refrained from offering the rock cake to Yaya, laboriously chewing instead. From Lin Mo's experience, it was evident that he would be rendered speechless for quite some time. Hagrid also poured some tea into his cup. This was Lin Mo suddenly noticed a corner of paper protruding from beneath the plate, its material reminiscent of the Prophet. Though he could not discern the entirety of its contents, he was able to ascertain that it reported on the theft at Gringotts, an article he had read a couple of days prior. Observing Harry still valiantly struggling with his rock cake, Lin Mo feigned nonchalance and subtly shifted the tea tray, allowing the clipped report to fall beside Harry. As Harry caught sight of it, he could not avert his gaze. "Hagrid," he exclaimed, desperately swallowing the rock cake. "It was that day? The day you took me to Gringotts. I remember it was my birthday. Perhaps the incident occurred while we were there?" Hagrid, lowering his head, grunted in response, shoving another piece of rock cake into Harry's hands, his meaning unmistakable, no questions permitted. "Ask, and you must eat." When Harry departed from Hagrid's hut, he appeared burdened with thoughts. Hagrid had evaded his inquiries, piquing his curiosity further about what they had retrieved from the vault that day. Lin Mo was acutely aware of the frown etched on Harry's face. This boy, who had narrowly escaped peril, was undoubtedly on a swift course toward confronting the three-headed dog, though for the moment, there seemed little cause for alarm. There is a saying, "First eat your radishes before worrying." The Emperor is not anxious, yet the eunuch is. It was not his place to fret. Harry and Ron planned to seek out a comfortable patch of grass by the lake to practice their wand movements, but Lin Mo declined their invitation. He intended to explore the Room of Requirement, or rather, to locate its entrance. If one were to enumerate the wonders of Hogwarts, the Room of Requirement would undoubtedly rank among the foremost, capable of transforming into various functional rooms based on one's desires. If it indeed existed, he was determined to find it at all costs. Moreover, it was highly likely that it concealed an important artifact, Ravenclaw's diadem. Thus, Lin Mo spent the entire day wandering through the castle. He recalled that the Room of Requirement was situated on one of the higher floors, marked by a peculiar statue or painting opposite its entrance, though the specifics eluded him. He had no choice but to employ a rather rudimentary method of exploration. "I need a place to hide something, a place to hide something, a place to hide something." With each passage past walls adorned with sculptures or paintings, Lin Mo would ardently call out in his mind for the Room of Requirement. Yet, as darkness fell, he had yet to discover that magical chamber. The castle was exceedingly intricate, with countless corridors, and even referencing a map proved challenging. He was unsure if he had traversed every necessary route. However, he made another profound discovery. The essence of humanity is akin to that of a tape recorder. "I need a place to hide something, a place to hide something, a place to hide something." The repetition of this phrase, even during moments of respite, relentlessly echoed in his mind. He felt on the verge of mental exhaustion. Realizing that this was unsustainable, he needed to think clearly, to concentrate. How had Harry discovered this room, or rather, how would he discover it in the future? It seemed he had not stumbled upon it himself. With renewed determination, Lin Mo pressed on. Strength begets miracles, he thought, and in that moment, a light flickered in his mind. He recalled, it must have been in their 5th year, when they needed to practice defensive spells, and then, Dobby, the house elf, come here." Lin Mo slapped his forehead in realization. Of course, it was the house elf. Students came and went over the course of 7 years. But the house elves had always been present, likely serving for generations. If that wondrous room existed, They would certainly know more about it than the students. How had he not thought of this sooner? What a fool he was. He chastised himself again. He opened the magical map he had received from the Lantern Man earlier that day. Though still rudimentary, it indicated the main corridors and classrooms of the castle. Including his destination, the kitchen. There would never be a shortage of house elves there. Following the map, he made his way to the lower levels of the castle. Descending the marble staircase into the foyer below, passing through a wooden door on his left, and descending another stone staircase. Eventually, he arrived in a broad, tidy stone corridor, brightly illuminated by lamps, adorned with delightful paintings depicting an array of delectable foods. He wondered how the Lantern Man had discerned the location of the kitchen. Lin Mo stood before a painting, scrutinizing it intently. The artwork depicted a large bowl brimming with fruit. Following the instructions on the map, he gently scratched the vibrant green pear depicted in the painting. To his astonishment, the pear began to wriggle, chuckling softly, and suddenly transformed into a substantial green doorknob. Grateful for the reliability of Mr. Streetlamp, he felt a surge of appreciation just as the door swung open from within. A striking young woman sprang forth, her left hand cradling a small tray upon which rested a golden, half-eaten honey cream cake. In her right hand, she held a tiny fork, with a delicate morsel of cream perched atop it. She was poised to savor the cream, her cheeks quivering slightly as she relished the taste, her eyes narrowing into crescent moons of satisfaction. Professor Hikriya? Lin Mo. Hikriya was evidently taken aback by the unexpected encounter with her student. She seemed to fumble, attempting to conceal the cake and fork but struggling to conjure the appropriate spell, momentarily flustered. I am here to replenish some magical energy, she declared, her sea-blue eyes blinking as she raised her hand, still holding the honey cake. Studying magic can be quite exhausting. It necessitates timely restoration of one's magical energy, indeed. Yet, Lin Mo found himself amused, pondering how the dining hall would soon open for meals in just over half an hour. Isn't it rather serious to let one's magical energy dwindle? How can one possibly wait for more than half an hour to replenish it? There is no time. Finally, Hikriya successfully concealed the tray, cake, and fork with a flick of her wand, then opened her clean palm to Lin Mo, shaking her fingers to imply that there was no honey cake at all, and that it had merely been a figment of his imagination. With a tone of earnestness, she admonished, remember to replenish your magical energy in a timely manner. Professor? Lin Mo pointed to the area just below her own mouth. Oh. Hikriya swiftly licked her lips, and Lin Mo barely discerned the motion of her tongue. Yet, in the next moment, the smidgen of cream at the corner of her mouth had vanished, leaving only the subtle quiver of her cheeks and neck to indicate that the delightful cream had been swallowed by this lovely young woman, making its way to the rightful destination within her. A faint blush finally graced the face of the young professor, yet she maintained her earnest tone as she inquired, what about you? How did you come to be here? Lin Mo faltered momentarily. I heard there were house elves here and wanted to see them. Hikriya clearly found this explanation unconvincing. Having attended school from her first year to her graduation and now teaching, she knew that students typically had one objective in mind, to procure some delectable treats to take home. However, she felt a sense of admiration for this muggle-born freshman, who had so swiftly discovered Hogwarts' most enchanting room, not the room of requirement, but the kitchen of the house elves. It had taken her until nearly the end of her first year to find this place. Thus, she cast Lin Mo a look of mutual understanding, a camaraderie that spoke of kindred spirits, and generously said, do not worry about entering. I will not inform Mr. Filch of your presence. Moreover, I highly recommend you try the honey cream cake. What a peculiar turn of events. Lin Mo could only respond with a bittersweet smile, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Professor. It's a trivial matter, Hikriya replied with a wave of her hand. Just make sure to take my class seriously. It is quite challenging. I look forward to your performance. Lin Mo watched as the beautiful professor departed. From her silhouette, it was evident that she could hardly contain her eagerness. She swiftly retrieved the cake and fork, indulging in her treat as she vanished up the staircase at the end of the stone corridor. The course she was responsible for was intriguingly titled Spell Lock, a rather peculiar name, and it would not commence for another week. Lin Mo once again swung open the grand door and stepped inside. Before him lay a spacious chamber with a lofty ceiling, comparable in size to the dining hall above. The surrounding stone walls were adorned with a plethora of gleaming pots and pans, while on one side stood a large brick fireplace accompanied by rows of various stoves. In the heart of the kitchen were 4 long tables, identical to those in the dining hall designated for the 4 academies. As mealtime approached, the tables were already laid with an array of dishes, and small sprites flitted about, magically levitating the completed culinary creations onto the tables. Their enchantments orchestrated a seamless flow of ingredients from washing and preparation to cooking and plating, akin to a well-coordinated assembly line. Additionally, numerous enchanted ladles stirred the vegetables and sweet soups autonomously, creating a bustling and vibrant atmosphere. It was anticipated that in half an hour, these delectable dishes would be delivered through the ceiling to the long tables above. Lin Mo surveyed the expansive kitchen and estimated that at least 100 little elves were busily at work. Each one bore large, bat-like ears, eyes the size of tennis balls, and long, flat noses, all clad in matching uniforms resembling robes, adorned with a tea towel emblazoned with the Hogwarts emblem. Though simple, their attire was remarkably tidy, reflecting the ancient yet pristine nature of the castle itself. This seemed to be a characteristic of the magical world in this era. Even Hagrid's humble abode was exceptionally neat. If one overlooked the dust bunnies on the carpets and the ashes in the fireplace, it bore little difference to a spotless laboratory. The aroma of delectable food wafted through the air, causing his stomach to rumble in response. A cluster of 5 or 6 elves, having noticed him, approached with broad smiles, bowing deeply in greeting. "How may we serve you, sir?" Their politeness warmed Lin Mo's heart. Observing these diligent little beings, he couldn't help but see a reflection of himself on Elstar, laboring tirelessly, with a hint of resentment, alongside Captain Dog, or assisting Snape in the potions classroom. They were all in the same plight, toiling without remuneration. Fellow souls adrift in this world, how can I accept your courteous service? He pondered. Yet, as proud members of the proletariat, mutual assistance could hardly be deemed oppression or exploitation. Since they found joy in their work and sincerely inquired about his needs, he felt compelled to aid them in realizing their value as elves. Moreover, Professor Hecklia had just fervently asserted that delightful food could replenish magical energy, warning against the perils of depletion. As for the room of requirement, it could remain idle for now. It would not take flight anyway. Lin Mo swallowed hard and addressed the surrounding elves. "I have heard tales of honey butter cake. Oh wait. While the notion of honey butter cake is enticing, I have already sampled a similar dessert at the welcoming feast. Rather than cake, I find myself yearning for." With a grand gesture, Lin Mo directed the small, reverent sprites, "Let us commence with a platter of skewers." In no time, the 5 sprites presented a lavish silver tray. Abundant, succulent chunks of meat were artfully threaded onto thick willow branches, sizzling and glistening as they were grilled over charcoal until they released their rich, savory aroma. Without the addition of any seasoning, the skewers were removed from the fire and elegantly arranged on the tray before him, preserving the genuine essence of lamb and the warm, inviting notes emitted from the heated willow wood. The mere fragrance was enough to awaken the hunger within. Accompanying the silver platter were 6 dishes of assorted spiced powders and a jar of the sprite's secret barbecue sauce, allowing one to choose from a delightful array of salty, fragrant, and spicy options. Lin Mo could hardly resist the temptation of the dish, savoring a morsel that left him nearly wanting to swallow his own tongue. It was, indeed, extraordinarily delicious. Upon hearing his praise, the little house elves straightened their chests with evident delight, expressing their gratitude with another courteous bow. Unlike the renowned Harry, Lin Mo realized these house elves were likely familiar with every student at Hogwarts, even if most students remained oblivious to their knowledge. What dedicated little beings they were. He felt a surge of emotion. This kitchen was truly a splendid place, not only for its delectable fare but also for the remarkable skills of these house elves. Each a talent in their own right, engaging in delightful conversation. He found himself thoroughly enamored with the atmosphere, determined to join Hermione's Society for the Protection of House Elves. He envisioned advocating for their rights, striving to ensure that those who mistreated them, like the Black family who, he shuddered to think, might have once adorned their walls with the heads of aged house elves, would be held accountable. After relishing 2 skewers of grilled meat, Lin Mo washed it down with a refreshing sip of soda, contentedly burping. Ah, the decadence of a wizard's life. Originally, he had requested a glass of beer, as one ought to pair such a barbecue with the appropriate beverage, but the house elves appeared somewhat conflicted. They explained that, per the esteemed headmaster's instructions, alcoholic beverages were not to be served to students below the 3rd year. Caught between their desires to please and their adherence to rules, they were nearly at a loss. Lin Mo quickly amended his request to a soda, and they promptly returned with an array of flavored sodas, complete with ice, refreshing and delightful. After savoring the exquisite dishes, Lin Mo's praises filled the air, causing his companions to dance with joy. Even though the food and drinks were plentiful, 3 little sprites lingered by his side, ever eager to fulfill his wishes, fearful of failing to meet his desires. If this continued, he would surely lose sight of his purpose for being there. Having finished the last piece of willow branch, he turned to a sprite with particularly large eyes and inquired, "Thank you for the hospitality. Might you know of a house that transforms and appears whenever one is in need?" "Rollo knows," exclaimed the sprite with excitement, her voice delicate. "Rollo calls that house the come-and-go house. It changes its form to suit your needs. Every year, Rollo stores the belongings left by graduates in there, as Rollo is unsure whether to discard them." "Indeed, the come-and-go house. Could you tell me how to find it?" "It is located on the 8th floor, and its entrance shifts along the corridor with time, but Rollo knows the pattern." With a snap of her fingers, Rollo conjured golden lines that formed orderly shapes in the air. Moments later, Lin Mo recognized it as a map of the 8th floor of the castle, reminiscent of the magical map he had sought earlier that day without success. Using the grand hall below as a central axis and the office of the long-bearded headmaster as the 12 o'clock position, Rollo explained that one must align the 8th floor map with the clock face to uncover the secret of the come-and-go house. She illustrated the clock hands and the dial on the map. The entrance of the come-and-go house changes with time and appears at the corresponding location in the outer corridor indicated by the hour hand. She marked a circle around the corridor and pointed out the current hour hand's position, advising, "Precision is unnecessary, but it must be nearby. It will arrange itself according to the needs of the seeker." "Ah, I see now. No wonder I had not discovered it before. I require a tranquil place for slumber, a room to practice sharpshooting, a passageway leading to the Slytherin common room, a door to the bustling marketplace of Diagon Alley, a chamber suitable for raising dragons, a sanctuary to enhance my intellect, a warehouse brimming with assorted chocolates, a space that cannot merely be termed a room, an area that grants me the power to vanquish the Dark Lord, a hidden location for secrets, Donald's vault for sudden wealth, a shampoo room that can cleanse the hair of the potions professor, a role-playing booth for tabletop games, complete with costumes, a chamber that allows me to traverse back to the early 21st century, submitting requests, verifying the scene, resubmitting requests, and rechecking the scene. Soon the demands diverged wildly, and the nature of the scenarios grew increasingly bizarre. Under the guidance of the sprite named Rollo, Lin Mo swiftly located the entrance to the house that answers all requests. He began to experiment, attempting who knows how many times, as the entrance had already shifted a considerable distance with time and turned around a corner, yet he remained unsatisfied. What could be more entertaining than teasing a magical house? Fortunately, no one noticed him, as there were no classes scheduled for the 8th floor this year. And the outer corridor was eerily deserted, with even the characters in the paintings preferring to visit elsewhere, leaving behind an empty backdrop. After various whimsical trials, Lin Mo discovered that the house that answers all requests does not indeed fulfill every wish. While it could lead to Hogsmeade outside the school, it did not grant access to the Diagon Alley marketplace or other destinations. Nor could it create a time portal to return him to the 21st century or enhance his intelligence. In the face of many peculiar requests, it simply did not reveal its doors. Of course, for ordinary rooms, it could transform into various forms, be it a washroom, kitchen, or medical room, which was quite remarkable in itself, at least when he had some odd role-playing requirements. The room behind the door would reveal tall full-length mirrors and rows of garments of all styles and genders, offering an abundance of choices. Ahem. I need that place for storage. Lin Mo finally returned to the point. A very smooth door appeared on the wall. He grasped the brass handle and pulled it open. Stepping inside, the surroundings were enveloped in silence, with only the faintest sounds echoing, and he could not be certain as the space was immense, far larger than an indoor soccer field. The lofty dome had no supporting columns, bathed in a hazy light, and the scenery resembled a city of towering buildings, a collection of items hidden away by countless generations of students. It was said that near A-Star, there existed an unsuitable mining planet, used as a garbage dump after precious metals were extracted, where for millennia, the refuse of the capital star circle had been discarded, even increasing the planet's surface gravity slightly. The landscape of that planet, one could imagine, would resemble this place closely. Lin Mo caught sight of a colossal, rust-ridden object in the distance. As he approached, he discovered it to be a diminutive and antiquated spacecraft, rapidly deteriorating into a heap of rust. The vessel was ingeniously designed with streamlined wings capable of taking off and landing directly from the atmosphere. Goodness, which prodigal soul abandoned such a relic at the school? Furthermore, moving this contraption here would undoubtedly require an immense spatial pocket. Silently lamenting the folly of some bygone era's extravagant predecessor, Lin Mo exerted considerable effort and finally ascended a pile of seemingly sturdy items, essentially a mountain of discarded belongings. Surveying his surroundings, he was torn between joy and trepidation. On the one hand, the abundance of unwanted items presented a lucrative opportunity. Selling them as second-hand goods could lead to a windfall, even if such a fortune proved elusive. Surely he could unearth something of utility amidst this detritus? The students who had hidden these possessions had never returned, and Lin Mo did not consider them to still possess owners. I hereby claim these forsaken goods, he murmured softly. Yet, the pressing concern remained. How would he locate the Ravenclaw diadem? After toiling through the night in this makeshift repository, Lin Mo came to a sobering realization. It was highly probable that he would never find that elusive crown on his own. He felt akin to a forlorn recycling robot, abandoned on a desolate garbage planet, painstakingly sorting through an endless sea of refuse, all the while in pursuit of that ethereal golden diadem. The towering walls of antiquated items easily obstructed his view, transforming the space into a vast labyrinth where he almost lost his way. Were it not for the discernible lines of the lofty ceiling, he might have remained trapped within. Even so, upon his return to the dormitory, he found himself perilously close to curfew. Was he truly left with no option but to wait for a day when he could incinerate this place with a fierce blaze? Lin Mo felt somewhat despondent. On one hand, such actions could potentially jeopardize the Room of Requirement, a charming magical space that ought to be preserved. On the other hand, setting fire to it raises questions about whether it could truly obliterate the emblem of Ravenclaw's wisdom. More importantly, even if the flames consumed it, there is no guarantee that it would destroy the Horcrux, as he remained oblivious to whether it was concealed within. Consider this. If the Dark Lord of this era indeed crafted only 7 Horcruxes, currently, there are 6, with Nagini not yet formed and Harry excluded. And if he were as prideful as described, would he truly be so foolish as to believe that he alone knew the secrets of the Room of Requirement? Such a belief would border on folly rather than mere arrogance. The room harbors an abundance of treasures, accumulated over generations of students. It should be evident that this is not a secret known solely to him, as many others must have utilized the room as well. Lin Mo casually pulled out a worn textbook from his bag, shaking off the dust. This was his modest treasure. Look, it still bears a name, albeit faded to the point of illegibility. Such old textbooks are scattered throughout the house, clearly not a result of the house itself changing. Would the Dark Lord truly conceal a Horcrux in a place frequently visited by students? With a plethora of doubts swirling in his mind, Lin Mo was reluctant to abandon his quest. The summoning charm was destined to be futile, but other methods could be worth exploring. At the break of dawn the next day, he stationed himself before the fat lady of Gryffindor, enlisting the help of Yvel. The girl had intended to enjoy a leisurely weekend morning, but upon being roused by Lin Mo's request, she followed him sleepily, her expression impassive, until she witnessed Lin Mo conjuring a doorknob from the blank wall using a map and compass, which elicited a glimmer of surprise from her. "You mean this room can transform into whatever is needed?" she inquired. "Indeed, ordinary rooms can morph, but for those with specific purposes, we must proceed with experimentation." "How did you discover this?" The girl seemed intrigued. "I heard others mention it and inquired of the house elves, magical creatures akin to wizarding housekeepers, responsible for cleaning and cooking within the school. You may encounter one in due course," Lin Mo explained, providing insight into the house elves. The girl chose not to press further. As they climbed atop the towering pile of old goods, Yvel was astonished by the sheer scale of the collection. However, she did not share Lin Mo's entrepreneurial thoughts of profit from selling used items. "So, what do you need me to do?" she asked, noticing a small assortment of oddly arranged trinkets at the entrance. Items Lin Mo had meticulously organized the night before, potentially useful. "I trust you realize that even with my assistance, sorting through these remnants would be an insurmountable task in our lifetimes. I need your help to find something here," Lin Mo requested, his boldness evident. She was the only person he could think of who might assist him. The girl remained silent, her deep, night-like eyes silently observing him. "You see, I discovered yesterday that this room does not inhibit the communication functions of the communication devices," he stated. This revelation was the most significant he had made. Unlike other areas of the school, the Room of Requirement did not employ jamming magic. Ordinary Muggle devices could function here without the need for a professor's incantation, and their communication capabilities would remain intact. Though unable to receive external signals, they could communicate within the room, akin to walkie-talkies. "Are you suggesting?" the girl mused, her brow slightly furrowed, deep in thought. Lin Mo retrieved 3 coin-sized objects from his bag, revealing intricate structures such as wing flaps and sensors. Are these miniature reconnaissance drones? The girl examined one closely. Indeed, they were military-grade micro-drones, albeit of an older model. Lin Mo finally articulated his thoughts. You possess a computing center, don't you? I wonder if it would be possible to plan for a precise scan of this area using the micro-drones, subsequently creating a high-precision three-dimensional model through composite techniques, and then employing structural comparison searches to locate what I am seeking. Ivel gazed at him in mild surprise. What led you to this idea? Did you learn about such things on AEL Star? Ahem, I only grasped the general concept. I often witness others utilizing drones for scanning in complex terrains, but I am not familiar with the specific algorithms. Moreover, my communication device cannot handle such extensive computations, so I must trouble you. He felt a twinge of anxiety, recognizing that this was undoubtedly a cumbersome task. In the past, if someone had approached him with a similar request during his school days, he would have flatly refused unless presented with a satisfying payment first. However, his current worth was merely a few gold coins, and he seemed disinterested in them. You should be able to manage this, right? He inquired. Constructing an accurate three-dimensional data model is theoretically feasible, and I do possess image comparison software, she replied, surveying the clutter around them and estimating the scale of the debris. She frowned slightly and added, however, 3 micro-drones would scan too slowly. Lin Mo felt a chill in his heart. He had previously considered this issue. Achieving a certain level of precision certainly required more than a single scan, and the speed of each micro-machine could not be too swift. Thus, repetitive scanning coupled with model construction and feedback was still being estimated by Eve. There was no way around it. Captain Dog was exceedingly stringent, and he had only managed to bring out 3 micro-machines. He regretted having rushed alongside Professor Hykria, leaving him no opportunity to plan adequately. Otherwise, he would have surely devised a way to procure something valuable from Captain Dog. The micro-machine issues are mine to resolve, the girl suddenly declared. Lin Mo was taken aback. She offered no further explanation and continued, I can first refine the task flow, select suitable algorithms, and utilize these 3 to gradually scan and establish a rough model. Once the additional micro-machines arrive, we can expedite the process. I estimate around 20 will suffice. Micro-machines are military-grade and rather pricey, Lin Mo reminded her in a hushed tone, feeling somewhat guilty. No worries, Eve replied nonchalantly, we can obtain them. The girl made no mention of galactic coins, leading Lin Mo to wonder if her family operated a mining business, perhaps out of genuine interest. Eve appeared quite invested in this assignment and immediately commenced her work. They dragged the heavy computer into the adjoining room, nourishing it with electricity and preparing ample bread. Lin Mo awkwardly realized he had little to contribute and could only stand by, pouring tea. The girl adeptly connected the communication devices and computation center with the reconnaissance machine, setting up a simple command center. She only consulted Lin Mo regarding issues related to the micro-machines, but he seldom provided any useful information. Most of the time, she remained intently focused on the screen. Before long, she successfully seized control of the various functions of the micro-machines from the computation center. Subsequently, she located a modeling program in the database, calibrated it, and once loaded, planned a rough route for the micro-machines to scan debris. A very rudimentary map image began to materialize in 3-dimensional form. The towering walls appeared like modeling clay, void of any detail. That should be sufficient, she finally declared after hours of continuous comparison and correction. Now we just wait for the micro-machines to arrive and accelerate the process. Then search and compare for the items you need. If they exist, we should be able to pinpoint them. The scanning precision of these micro-machines is quite beyond my expectations. By the way, what exactly are you searching for? She inquired. A golden diadem, likely encrusted with jewels, which can be compared to similarly sized circular structures or the surface material of hidden objects, etc. I am unsure of its exact appearance, but legends say it is the diadem of Ravenclaw. Is that the Ravenclaw who was one of the founders of our school? Yes, indeed. Lin Mo did not conceal the truth. However, if found, please do not recklessly handle it. It may be imbued with potent dark magic, capable of inflicting harm. You must, under no circumstances, touch it without caution. What do you intend to do with it? If we locate it, perhaps I will entrust it to a professor or wait until I am capable of researching it myself. I am uncertain, as that object may not even be here. Moreover, let's keep this matter between us for now. Of course, Eve responded without hesitation. She scrutinized him once more. How do you know all this? Lin Mo hesitated to fabricate a lie. It's a bit complicated. You could consider it a sort of magical aptitude? Just like you know Harry is not in immediate danger? That could be a way to put it. Well, the girl pondered, nodding thoughtfully. I must warn you, when I saw Harry in the lounge last night, the feeling was even stronger. I can assure you his situation is more perilous than when he was on the train. Are you really sure he's okay? That's because he has begun pursuing the Philosopher's Stone and is about to encounter the three-headed dog. For now, he should be fine, Lin Mo reassured her. Moreover, during the first week of school, everyone has been discussing him. You should already be aware of much. Our headmaster, Dumbledore, is the most formidable adversary of the Dark Lord. And as Harry has vanquished the Dark Lord yet lost his parents in the process, our headmaster will certainly keep a close watch on him. Rest assured. He is the most powerful wizard in the world. Extraordinary wisdom is humanity's greatest treasure, Lin Mo murmured, reading the inscription on the diadem. He found it impossible to divert his gaze. In the hazy morning light, every exquisite carving on the golden diadem shimmered with an alluring hue. Its design resembled an eagle with its wings spread, arched backward to form a circle, and at the center of the eagle's belly lay an emerald. So profound it seemed capable of drawing one's soul from sight. Wearing it would grant an understanding of intricate and esoteric spells. Donning it would leave everyone in awe of one's supreme wisdom, and it would allow one to perceive the laws of all things, uncovering lost memories. He trembled slightly as he gently placed the golden diadem upon his head. The diadem felt heavy and cold, as though he were wearing a crown of ice, causing him to shiver. Quirrell, wrapped in his turban, burst forth. I am not afraid of you, Lin Mo confidently proclaimed. He felt invincible at that moment. As though he could effortlessly counter even the killing curse. He would not fear even if 3 Dark Lords stood before him. He possessed 1,000 clever strategies to defeat them. He drew his wand and pointed it at Quirrell, exclaiming, Reveal your true form. Quirrell's turban unraveled, cascading to the ground like a shedding serpent, revealing his bald head. That belongs to me, he stated. Now it belongs to me, Lin Mo replied coolly. Remember, it is I, the Law Stealer, who has uncovered your greatest secret. The bald Quirrell muttered something under his breath. Lin Mo smiled, raising the wand in his hand. Speak louder. Professor Quirrell, Dark Lord, have you lost the courage to face me? I had hoped you could endure a little longer. Draw your wand. Let us adhere to the formalities of a duel. I offer you a chance for a fair contest. Quirrell revealed a perplexing smile, lifting his right hand to his chest. Fingers slightly bent, muttering softly. This time, Lin Mo discerned his words. Bah. A sudden sense of foreboding surged within him. Wait. You should be using magic. You cannot break the rules. In panic, he attempted to remove the golden crown atop his head, but it seemed to have taken root, refusing to budge. Realizing the gravity of his situation, he hastily transformed his wand, making it long and thick, swinging it fiercely toward Quirrell's forehead. Unfazed, Quirrell intoned, Listen to the heart-calming incantation. Darkness engulfed Lin Mo, and the wand slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. You show promise, submit as my apprentice, and I shall spare you this time. I will bestow upon you all that you desire, Quirrell proclaimed. Though I have lost my hair, I have gained strength, more powerful than ever before. I shall rise again, and this time, no one shall impede my path. Is that so? As the incantation faltered, Lin Mo regained his composure, retrieving his wand and charging forth with his face covered. What good is hiding your face? I told you, no one can obstruct me. Quirrell formed a hand sign and resumed his incantation. And what of me? Lin Mo laughed heartily, pulling his hand away to reveal a bloody mark upon his forehead. No. You dared to secretly carve a lightning bolt upon my forehead. How dare you? Quirrell exclaimed in panic, furiously shouting, You despicable, shameless thief of spells. You will pay for this. I shall return. The incantation rebounded upon Quirrell, shattering his head like a watermelon. Lin Mo woke, panting and drenched in cold sweat. It was no small feat to win in one's own domain, and he silently acknowledged his stroke of luck. Without the protective lightning akin to scars, a more cautious approach was imperative. One could never be too careful. Rising early the next day, he hurried to the wishful thinking room to check on the progress. The soft lavender electric fluff was snoring while dutifully supplying power to the calculation center, having already devoured a substantial portion of the bread nearby. 3 miniature reconnaissance drones were busily executing their preordained tasks, flitting about the pile of old goods. A mere glance at the 3-dimensional model revealed that, after an entire night, only a few details of the hidden artifact walls had been scanned, amounting to less than 1%, with the vast majority remaining shrouded in pixelated obscurity. No wonder Ivel had mentioned that 20 more micro-machines were necessary to deter other students from pilfering items from the room. Lin Mo had thoughtfully placed a small sign indicating that these objects were owned and should not be disturbed, which allowed him to depart with peace of mind. In the following days, discussions over breakfast about the Pumpkinhead Devil were largely overshadowed by another piece of news: the commencement of their first flying lesson. Freshmen from wizarding families were abuzz with excitement regarding flying. Among them was Chris, who had regaled her peers with numerous thrilling tales of her airborne adventures, two of which sounded particularly credible. Moreover, she was accompanied by 3 ardent listeners, Pansy, Goyle, and Crab, with Pansy being the most fervent, seemingly having witnessed Miss Malfoy's flying prowess firsthand. She firmly believed that Delacour would soon secure a position as a substitute player on the Slytherin Quidditch team. Although there was no explicit rule prohibiting freshmen from joining the team, the selection criteria across the houses were stringent, even for a substitute role. No team wished to suffer a humiliating defeat on the Quidditch pitch at the hands of their rivals, especially given that the scores would contribute to the House Cup tally. The remaining students appeared rather anxious, particularly a few who were known to be inveterate rule-breakers. Lin Mo heard that Hermione had already read several volumes of the Flying Broomstick Guide. She had successfully transformed into a theoretical aviator, one whom people tended to avoid. Others preferred to listen to fanciful, unrealistic flying tales rather than endure her lengthy discourses. This left her feeling quite dissatisfied yet helpless, leading her to confine her lectures to Yvel, who remained stoic and rarely spoke. "We ought to practice in our dreams first. That is the true purpose of the wondrous dream realm," she proclaimed, due to her collaboration with Yvel to examine the scanning progress of the passageway. Lin Mo found herself compelled to absorb a considerable amount of Hermione's theories. The only one more anxious than Miss Granger was perhaps Neville. Upon learning about the upcoming flying lesson, his complexion turned nearly as pale as Chris's, remaining that way for several days without regaining its color. It was only when the phantom, Owl, delivered a memory orb to him that he flushed crimson, struggling to recall what he had forgotten. Lin Mo harbored a sense of anticipation for flying, as Ron had fervently assured him and Harry that riding a broomstick was a magical experience, entirely devoid of discomfort. This alleviated his primary concern regarding potential discomfort. After all, from an aesthetic standpoint, this mode of airborne transport appeared more unwelcoming than a bicycle seat. On a sunny afternoon, they made their way across the sloping grass to a flat meadow on the opposite side, where their flying instructor, Madame Hooch, awaited them, flanked by rows of broomsticks neatly arranged on the ground. Madame Hooch sported a meticulously cropped mane of gray hair, and her pale yellow eyes, reminiscent of an eagle's, led Lin Mo to suspect that she possessed a certain magic enabling her to discern the nuances of the Quidditch pitch. "Do not underestimate flying," she proclaimed, her voice resonating with a magical amplification suited for open-air instruction. "Flying is a vital branch of wizarding skills, even if you harbor no fondness for Quidditch." As she uttered these words, a number of first-year students from wizarding families chuckled, for many believed that no wizard existed who did not appreciate Quidditch. "Even if you do not fancy Quidditch," Madame Hooch emphasized, "you will still be required to pass a final assessment in our course." "Yes, flying lessons come with a final evaluation. You will be tasked with completing a designated flight path within a specified time frame, navigating through a series of obstacles. Those who do not meet the passing criteria will be obliged to retake the course next year," she continued. "Our flying training will not only teach you how to chase a snitch or evade 2 bludgers, but more crucially, it will cultivate your spatial awareness and sense of direction. A broomstick is the foundation of all flying apparatuses. If you cannot master the operation of a simple broom, you will find it impossible to navigate the more complex vessels, such as starships, airships, and other celestial exploration tools, let alone learn advanced forms of magic like apparition." Lin Mo's understanding deepened as he realized that flying lessons were indeed a prerequisite for mastering spatial magics like apparition. Consequently, he resolved to practice diligently, especially since Ron had mentioned that achieving the level of skill exhibited by those like Hiccup, who could traverse the cosmos with ease, was no trivial feat. However, if he were unable to traverse the starry expanse at will, what would set him apart from a mere fish out of water? After demonstrating several standard techniques, Madame Hooch instructed them to summon their broomsticks. "Concentrate your thoughts to influence it. Do not call out incorrectly." This segment was not particularly challenging, as they had all undergone training in transfiguration that emphasized focused intent. Lin Mo's broom, much like Harry's, immediately leapt into his grasp. After a few attempts, the others managed to seize their brooms as well. "All right, everyone ready? When I whistle, gently push off with your legs. Lean slightly forward to maintain your balance, and let the broom hover close to the ground. Is that clear?" Madame Hooch stated, preparing to whistle. Suddenly, Neville soared into the air. "Longbottom? I haven't whistled yet," Madame Hooch exclaimed, her displeasure evident. "Now, obey my command. Gradually lower your broom and return to the ground smoothly." Yet her tone only heightened Neville's anxiety, causing him to accelerate uncontrollably, riding the broom like a cork launched from a bottle, screaming desperately until his voice faded into a silent scream. "Come back, child. Lower your broom. You wouldn't want your first flight to end with a spell bringing you down." Madame Hooch's voice, augmented by magic, reached Neville's ears. Lin Mo observed as he seemed to attempt to heed the professor's advice, but the next moment, after a glance downward, he lost control entirely. His broom shot forward like a small rocket, almost instantly crossing the entire lawn and continuing onward into the distance. Madame Hooch, having relinquished all hope for Longbottom, drew her wand. Immobulous, Neville's broom suddenly jolted, yet the spell missed its target. He was nearing the edge of the forbidden forest. Madame Hooch mounted her broom and shot out at a speed far exceeding Neville's, declaring as she ascended into the sky, "You all must return your brooms to their places. No one is to move until I return." Lin Mo observed as she swiftly closed the distance, once again casting a spell towards Neville. At last, she succeeded in striking him. Neville's broom soared from beneath him, while his body became as rigid as stone, plummeting rapidly into the forbidden forest. The broom continued to fly further and further away, gradually vanishing into the distance. Madame Hooch descended to the spot where Neville had fallen, and, shortly thereafter, lifted him up, flying towards the castle's infirmary located in one of the towers. Neville appeared utterly pitiful, his wrist dangling at his side, leaning against Madame Hooch as he wept softly. Many Slytherin students erupted into laughter. "Shut up. Can't you see Neville is hurt?" Petunia, a Gryffindor, exclaimed sharply. "Oh, protecting Longbottom? I never imagined you would take a liking to that chubby little crybaby," Petunia, Pansy mocked. The rivalry in Quidditch was more direct and fierce than that for the House Cup. To many first-year students, flying lessons seemed an integral part of Quidditch. Thus the young witches and wizards from the two houses, yet to mount their brooms, began to clash fiercely on the ground, the atmosphere thick with tension. The students on the lawn distinctly divided into two groups. Lin Mo exhibited no inclination to quell the escalating situation. Not only did he possess little influence within Slytherin, but he also relished the prospect of intensifying the discord, particularly hoping that troublesome child, Chris, would swiftly return to her usual confrontations with Harry, rather than harboring all her animosity towards herself. "Witness my art of diverting hatred." Lin Mo quietly retrieved Neville's memory orb from the grass nest. Seizing the moment while Pansy and Pettigrew's quarrel captured everyone's attention, he activated his subtle maneuvering. The wind direction, angle, initial velocity, the spacing among Slytherin students, and the direction of their gazes, all were meticulously considered. He deftly tossed the memory orb towards Chris's feet. However, as soon as the orb left his hand, it glinted in the sunlight, causing Lin Mo's breath to catch. It was not the flash itself that would draw others' attention, that was inconsequential, as the very purpose of the throw was to attract notice. What truly altered Lin Mo's expression was that, although the light appeared to be merely a dazzling reflection of the sun refracted within the orb, he clearly recognized that he had instinctively activated his subtle maneuvering once more. He discerned that the flash was, in fact, a peculiarly shaped crescent lens, specifically, that distinctive crescent lens which he swore belonged to Dumbledore's spectacles. Lin Mo had once taken note of those peculiar glasses during the sorting ceremony, as he handed the grimy sorting hat to Dumbledore at the guest table. The distinctive crescent-shaped lenses perched upon the old man's crooked nose. Unless there were identical lenses that fortuitously appeared within the crystal ball, this was no mere illusion, albeit fleeting. That sent Lin Mo's thoughts spiraling into confusion. Setting aside the question of why magic was not particularly esteemed for its capacity to enhance vision, he was solely intrigued by whether that was indeed Headmaster Dumbledore. After all, he had only glimpsed the glimmering lenses and had not discerned the gaze behind them. But if it truly was the headmaster, did Dumbledore cast a spell on Neville's memory orb? Was he silently observing Neville? Or was it merely a whimsical impulse? A desire to witness the students' performances in flying class through that enchanted crystal? Perhaps to see if young Harry had inherited James's flying prowess? Lin Mo pondered swiftly. Yet he questioned why the memory orb had ended up in the grass beside him. Was it merely happenstance that he picked it up? Or could it be that his being the first to retrieve the memory orb, rather than Draco or Pansy, had instigated some alteration that captured Dumbledore's attention? Much like hearing his own chocolate spell through a picture on the train, several hypotheses held merit, but if it were the last one, It was the memory orb sent by that little tearful boy's grandmother. Pansy was the first to spot the crystal ball at Pansy's feet, picking it up and exclaiming, "Pansy, what kind of memory is so deficient that it necessitates such a thing?" Pansy looked reproachfully at Pansy. She disdainfully declined to touch Longbottom's item, deeming it beneath her. "Hand it over, Parkinson," Harry said quietly. Draco's expression shifted, stepping in front of Pansy. "You have no say here, Potter." "Pansy, come on. Show them your flying skills," Pansy shouted, "lest these fools doubt your words. I have seen you catch the golden snitch. Let them witness your prowess." As Pansy tossed the memory orb high into the air, Pansy mounted her broom almost instantaneously, capturing the orb with ease. Seeing her astonish a number of students, she floated proudly, playing with the orb in her hands. "Give it back, Malfoy," Harry shouted. "Oh, poor Savior Potter. Come up here. You can't reach it from down there," Pansy mocked. When Lin Mo observed Harry, undeterred by Miss Granger's admonitions, determinately soar into the sky, he realized his scheme had succeeded, at least in achieving its initial aim, leaving the mystery of the crescent lens glimmering beyond his comprehension. "It's up to you, Harry. Quickly draw back the ire." Harry and Pansy faced off in the air, both appearing somewhat tense. Yet, Pansy was clearly unwilling to relinquish the memory orb without a fight. "You think you can knock me off my broom?" she scoffed. "I believe we should place this memory orb atop the tower. Perhaps Longbottom will find some motivation to study flying. What say you, Potter?" With that, she urged her broom toward the castle. "That's Neville's," Harry retorted, trailing closely behind her. The first-year students on the ground shouted in nervous excitement. But Lin Mo felt no concern. Quirrell had previously stated that ordinary means seldom succeeded in harming a wizard of magical prowess. Even if they fell, it was likely they would merely break an arm or perhaps bounce harmlessly like a ball upon landing. To perish from a fall while possessing magic was a formidable challenge. Perhaps falling from a star ring carried some risk. He watched with keen interest as Harry and Pansy engaged in their chase. The two circled the tower, with Pansy attempting to outmaneuver Harry through sharp turns, yet Harry quickly regained ground, flying increasingly well, even beginning to attempt to position himself ahead to block her. Realizing she could not shake Harry, Pansy soared back above the lawn. She was unable to lose him. It was evident whose flying talent was superior despite this being Harry's first flight. "Come back, Malfoy, or I will shove you off that broom," Harry declared with newfound confidence. "Fine, here you go, catch." Pansy's expression darkened. Sensing Lin Mo observing the spectacle from below, her anger intensified as she hurled the memory orb towards him. Harry promptly urged his broom downward, diving after the orb like a missile accelerating towards the ground. He ultimately succeeded in seizing the orb and managed to halt his broom just in time to avoid shattering his neck or Lin Mo's skull. Trouble from above. Even watching a spectacle brings misfortune, Lin Mo spat out a mouthful of grass as he tumbled onto the lawn. Evading the orb was simple enough, but dodging Harry, who came barreling towards him on his broom, was another matter entirely. He nearly collided head-on. He could not help but admire the audacity of these two children, particularly Harry's dive, a maneuver that could genuinely result in a broken neck. Lin Mo would never dare to attempt such a reckless stunt. It was as if Harry were playing at the highest level of difficulty from the outset. One could only surmise that Harry's magical talent was somehow related to flying. In contrast to the rarity of this generation's seekers, most pureblood or half-blood wizarding children exhibited less pronounced magical abilities. Awakening a clear magical talent before starting school was deemed a sign of exceptional promise. Harry trembled as he rose from the ground, while Pansy also landed on the lawn, her face pale. They had spotted Professor McGonagall striding toward them briskly. "You too. Especially you," she directed at Harry, her voice trembling with anger. "You could break your neck. I cannot substitute for Professor Hooch in deducting points from your house during flying lessons, but I will report what I witnessed to her. Miss Malfoy, I shall also inform Professor Snape of your performance, and he will decide upon an appropriate punishment." Professor McGonagall took a few breaths to steady herself. "As for you, Mr. Potter," she said, fixing her gaze on the anxious Harry, "Gryffindor's seeker and substitute have already graduated. This year, we need to select new players. If you attend this weekend's team tryouts, I shall consider sparing you from detention." Having successfully diverted Pansy's attention toward Harry during flying class, Lin Mo enjoyed a rare respite for a few days. Pansy's entourage focused their energies on the conflict with Gryffindor and Harry, and even at night, when Lin Mo practiced wand movements in the common room, no one troubled him. While it was crucial that he discreetly occupied a corner of the room without monopolizing the prominent sofa, this was still a remarkable occurrence. The absence of troublesome children significantly enhanced his practice efficiency. For a student unaccustomed to retiring early, remaining in the common room post-curfew was the only option if he did not wish to retire to bed. He could not practice spells beneath the covers while others slept. Even with the curtains drawn to shield the light, who could say whether he might inadvertently produce an explosive sound? He had experienced the discomfort of sleeplessness in his previous life and on the Gobi Desert of Elstar. There was no need to incite conflict over bedtime. Before curfew, Lin Mo typically refrained from returning to the dormitories. He often studied with Jane in the study room, as the girls' computational center remained in the request room, tirelessly directing drones to scan and model. After completing her assignments and training during free periods, she would also go there to study. Manipulating resources on the computer to tinker with concepts Lin Mo could scarcely comprehend or to make enhancements to the scanning models. Lin Mo, feeling somewhat reluctant to burden Jian with all the tasks, chose to remain in the coming and going room. Yet, he found himself of little assistance. Aside from serving tea and nurturing the fluffy creature, his only option was to rummage through items that might still hold some utility. Fortunately, after several days, he had managed to gather a modest collection, which included numerous old textbooks, a large box of standard medicinal powders, possibly discarded by someone and perhaps now spoiled, several old crucibles encrusted with hardened residues of potions, and a variety of other magical artifacts whose functions remained uncertain but could potentially prove useful. Lin Mo, adorned in dragon hide gloves for potion classes, carefully set the items aside, being mindful not to make direct contact. Caution was his foremost principle. He resolved to wait until he discovered a method of identification before dealing with these enigmatic objects. He also organized 2 old desks and chairs, polishing them to a shine, but they would not appear rejuvenated until a spell was cast. They would only venture to the library when it was necessary to seek out assignment materials or magical content. As for ordinary information, Muggle technology, or other topics, everything could be found in Avel's computing center. She mentioned that prior to arriving at Hogwarts, she had amassed a wealth of information online, including a substantial array of virtual courses and textbooks from esteemed higher education institutions, several highly regarded databases of valuable papers, various datasets, and many proprietary software programs. Provided one was willing and had the time, one could acquire knowledge ranging from fundamental education to cutting-edge research on this computer. Of course, at present, the girl's cognitive abilities could not yet rival those of a computer expert, but she knew precisely how to locate the appropriate tools and programs, a quality that Lin Mo greatly admired. She could adeptly navigate her vast repository of data to find the software and code she desired, swiftly mastering their application. Her aptitude for learning in this domain left Lin Mo feeling somewhat inferior. But how did you acquire so much information? Lin Mo inquired. Illegally, Avel replied with an expressionless demeanor. Numerous illicit dark websites have published various resources. Many individuals collect valuable information and post it on those illegal sites, while others curate it. So you downloaded it from those sites? No, I hacked it, Avel stated nonchalantly. With the right software tools, network configurations, and devices like mine, breaching a few firewalls, using disguised permissions, or obtaining elevated access to databases allows for unrestricted downloads. It's quite simple. Well, I should have known. Just as in the first week, the second week passed swiftly. If not for the gradually escalating difficulty of the courses, which left everyone feeling dizzy, it might have seemed even swifter. The freshmen still struggled in the challenging transfiguration class, with only Lin Mo's occasional explosive wand mishaps eliciting smiles. In Charms class, they began practicing casting spells while maneuvering their wands and reciting incantations, loudly enunciating various tongue-twisting syllables. This proved significantly more challenging than merely wielding a wand. For when one concentrated on pronouncing the incantation, the movements of the hand would inevitably slow or falter. Professor Flitwick cautioned that such spell casting could result in their own transformation into a smoking crater. However, many students protested that this training was even more arduous than reciting spells, as they could never anticipate the next syllable nor predict where the training light sphere at the wand's tip would fly. Reciting spells merely required memorizing specific wand movements and incantations. Why not teach us the actual spells? Several students, having lost patience, queried. Be patient, this isn't about multitasking. The two are intertwined. If you carefully observe, you'll discern the patterns in the training trajectories and syllabic variations. These syllables are foundational. You must learn to articulate and wield them, coordinating your mouth and hands. Once you master any syllable and trajectory, Learning the actual spells will be significantly easier. Professor Flitwick patiently explained. Moreover, it is far safer. If you wish to avoid becoming a smoking crater, you'll understand. Even the difficulty of the dreamscape survival scenarios had increased. Upon re-entering the survival scene for the second time, they discovered that merely reciting the spells was insufficient. They had to approximately trace specific trajectories with their wands to cast spells in the dreamscape. Although these were simplified wand movements, most students struggled to grasp them initially. This led to frequent scenarios where two students would draw their wands at each other, loudly reciting spells while the wand tips failed to emit any magic. Ultimately, the first to regain their wits would strike the other on the forehead with a hefty stick, successfully eliminating their opponent. Those students who had taken Professor Flitwick's training more seriously gained a considerable advantage, managing to successfully release spells and launch attacks from a distance. Although the success rate was low, who could say? Even if only 1 out of 3 attempts succeeded, it was sufficient. Beyond spellcasting, the challenges in other aspects of the survival scenario had also escalated. This could be attributed to the widespread tales of the Pumpkinhead murderer. Following the initial demonstration and assault by the Pumpkinhead champion, everyone exhibited markedly greater caution, especially those 10 or so students who had either been struck down or witnessed Lin Mo knock others out. They would invariably remain vigilant when navigating through doorways and around corners with poor visibility. While their execution might still be lacking, their awareness had certainly progressed. This could all be credited to Lin Mo's influence. Moreover, more students had evolved into predatory roles. They not only sought out items, but also attempted to eliminate opponents through combat or other means. After all, when everyone was competing, appearing indifferent seemed rather foolish. Of course, in the eyes of a select few students, led by Hermione, this was referred to as adhering to principles. Lin Mo was unaware of who had eliminated the principled Miss Granger, but it was evident that she had not reached the final circle. By the time the climactic showdown commenced, the chaos was exceptionally fierce, leaving Lin Mo no choice but to plunge into the fray at the earliest moment. He came perilously close to missing out on the championship, having expended a considerable amount of spells and items in the preceding grueling battles. He found himself in the final circle with a severe shortage of resources. Fortunately, he noticed a competitor who, for reasons unknown, bore a striking resemblance to the Pumpkinhead he had previously employed. That's the Pumpkinhead devil. Take him down first, Lin Mo shouted without hesitation. He then slipped into his favorite strategy of using others as pawns amidst the tumult. Once an individual obeys a singular voice to accomplish a task, it becomes exceedingly easy for them to heed that voice for subsequent tasks, particularly for children, even if the second task appears less rational than the first. Upon awakening the next day and counting the coins in the envelope on his bedside table, Lin Mo could hardly contain his joy. Regrettably, the success rate of waiting for opportunities had diminished significantly, and he was uncertain how many more times he could rely on it. He needed to swiftly develop new tactics to ensure his leading position. Otherwise, relying solely on reflexes and awareness would prove insufficient in the midst of chaos. The weekend marked the selection period for the Quidditch teams at several academies. After deciding to participate in the Gryffindor Quidditch team trials, Harry exhibited a blend of excitement and anxiety for several days. Ron continually remarked that if Harry made the team, he would become the youngest Seeker Hogwarts had seen in many years, which placed immense pressure on him. This distraction led him to inadvertently add an incorrect ingredient during potions class, causing his potion to erupt with flames, resulting in Snape docking 5 points and delivering a scathing tirade for an extended 5 minutes. Consequently, Lin Mo, seated 2 tables away, suffered collateral consequences, receiving a reprimand and detention as well. It was only when Hermione guided them to the trophy display room and pointed out the trophy inscribed with James Potter's name that Harry began to regain some confidence. Of course, Ron was not entirely mistaken. It was rare for a first-year student to become a full-fledged team member. Even his father, James, had only become a substitute player in his second year and a starting Seeker in his third, leading Gryffindor to 4 consecutive Quidditch Cups over the subsequent 4 years. So your father was such an exceptional Seeker, Ron marveled. I hope I can make the team, Harry expressed with anticipation. But I haven't seen you reflect on your actions. Hermione's sudden ire was startling, her mood shifting more rapidly than the turning of pages in a book. Seeing Harry's confusion, she exclaimed, "You should be grateful you weren't put in detention. You need to seriously reflect on your behavior. It was incredibly reckless of you to fly off in pursuit of Malfoy while Madame Hooch was absent. As Professor McGonagall said, you could have broken your neck. I tried to stop you, but you wouldn't listen. You should at least be penalized with detention." But he is perfectly fine now. Ron protested. Her accusations clearly did not garner Ron's agreement or prompt any reflection from Harry. Lin Mo remained silent beside them, although he somewhat agreed with Granger's perspective. He knew that taking a side would inevitably displease the opposing faction, rendering him in an unenviable position. Thus, the girl wore a stern expression and dismissed them. However, it wasn't long before Lin Mo overheard Hermione's reproach once more. When he approached Yvel, Hermione was venting her frustrations to the girl, expressing her admiration for Harry's remarkable flying skills on his first attempt. Yet, she contended that Professor McGonagall's actions were inappropriate, as Harry's talent seemed to overshadow his recklessness. Rather than reprimanding him, she allowed him to participate in the Quidditch tryouts, which, in Hermione's view, would inadvertently encourage Harry's impulsiveness. Yvel, maintaining her usual impassive demeanor, refrained from commenting on Hermione's grievances. I believe he can become an excellent seeker, just like his father, Hermione continued, but punishment is a separate matter. The two should not be conflated. Harry is oblivious to the recklessness of his actions. What if something goes wrong? Clearing his throat, Lin Mo interjected gently, Miss Granger, I support your viewpoint. His unexpected appearance startled Hermione. The realization that Lin Mo, who was close to Harry, had overheard her criticisms caused her face to flush crimson. Yet, she quickly regained her composure and retorted, Why didn't you speak up earlier? You should have supported me in front of them. I believe mere words are insufficient. One must take practical actions to influence them. Verbal admonishments have limited efficacy, Lin Mo replied. Moreover, from Harry and Ron's perspective, you still come across as quite unreasonable. But I have yet to see any tangible actions from you. Hermione swiftly pointed out his contradiction. Her hands on her hips exuded an air of authority that made Lin Mo feel somewhat uneasy, as if this posture was instinctively adopted by girls to express their discontent. I am a Slytherin student, and my interactions with them are limited, Lin Mo explained, reasonably and without accountability. Such a daunting task should not rest solely on your shoulders. You must diligently guide them to prevent any impulsive actions that could lead to significant trouble. During the afternoon tryouts, Lin Mo refrained from cheering for Harry, despite Harry's invitation. Attending a Gryffindor Quidditch tryout as a Slytherin student might be perceived as espionage. However, he had heard that Ron had specifically enlisted Fred and George to assist Harry with training, so he anticipated no issues. As expected, news quickly spread throughout Hogwarts. During the tryouts, Harry, having just learned to fly, performed remarkably well, rivaling even the upper-year students. Furthermore, he was in a phase of rapid improvement, soaring to new heights at an almost visible pace. Wood, without hesitation, designated him as a formal seeker on the team, reportedly harboring high expectations for Harry. Under the new rules, although seekers could not directly conclude matches, a superior seeker could significantly contribute to their team's score by repeatedly pursuing the golden snitch. The Gryffindor players had initially intended to treat Harry as their secret weapon. However, such secrets are difficult to conceal, especially in a magical school. In no time, discussions erupted about this matter. By evening, even the ghosts were engaged in fervent debates regarding Gryffindor's youngest seeker in a century. Meanwhile, on the Slytherin side, Draco's sister, Cressida, failed to secure a position as a reserve player. Although she exhibited decent flying skills, she only managed to gain Flint's consent to train with the team. Each team could only have 3 substitutes, and candidates needed to demonstrate well-rounded abilities to qualify for all positions. It is easy to imagine how displeased she was upon hearing of Harry's selection as Gryffindor's seeker. Potter simply had good fortune. The seeker and reserves for Gryffindor were lacking in numbers, and he flies far worse than I do. He deserves only to be left in my shadow, she scoffed. I suspect their wooden captain merely seeks to exploit Potter's fame for attention. With his physique, he will surely be knocked off his broom during the match. That will be quite the spectacle, much like a weeping Longbottom. Pansy's remarks greatly pleased Cressida. Potter will fall and break his arm. Potter will be chased by the ball. They propagated this narrative among the first years. And anyone who dared to suggest that Potter was selected based on merit would find themselves at the mercy of Crabbe and Goyle's attentive scrutiny. Unfortunately, after a brief respite, Lin Mo found it impossible to remain in the common room. He could only retreat to the library and return to the dormitory for a restful sleep. In the past few days, he had not been idle. He had been contemplating the items hidden in the common room. He discovered several methods to locate and identify magical objects, among which the most reliable and convenient was a book entitled Identification of Magical Creatures. The index claimed that this book could identify most common magical items and materials, which would naturally inform Lin Mo of the purposes of the obscure items in his possession. There was only one issue. The book was housed in the restricted section. First years were not permitted access to the restricted section, and Lin Mo required a formal note from a professor to borrow it. Rapidly scanning through the professors at Hogwarts in his mind, weighing their likelihood of granting such a request, he ultimately settled on the greasy-haired potions professor. After all, he had been laboring under the direction of this head of house to brew potions. Asking him for a note to access the restricted section did not seem unreasonable. Moreover, the adept Severus Snape, well-versed in dark magic, should understand a student's need for such resources. Thus, after the new week's potions class, Lin Mo approached the professor. "Professor, I wish to practice potion brewing. What do you think?" he inquired proactively. Snape cast a glance at him and tossed a set of materials and procedures for the draft of living death in his direction. This powerful sleeping potion, with just a drop, could induce deep slumber. A few more drops could turn even a bison into a docile creature. Though the preparation required meticulous handling of ingredients such as daffodil root powder and wormwood extract, making it an exceptionally tedious process. Lin Mo remained in the classroom after the lesson, diligently preparing for his task. He skipped dinner, nibbling on 2 deformed protein bars, meticulously measuring, controlling the heat, blending, and stirring, repeatedly observing the state of the potion with soy sauce. He painstakingly refined it until the late hours of the night. The potion manifested a pale yellow hue, with a faint bitterness wafting through the air. Although it did not achieve the described quality of being colorless and tasteless, it sufficed to satisfy him. This sleeping potion was far more intricate than the several potions he had concocted previously. Glancing at the time, noting that curfew had not yet arrived, Lin Mo carefully sealed the potion and gently knocked on Snape's office door. The potion's professor was still awake when Lin Mo entered. He found him etching patterns on the desk with his wand, crimson lines exuding black smoke, indicative of dark magic. No wonder this unfortunate professor preferred the teaching of defense against the dark arts. Snape stared at the desk in contemplation for a moment before using his hand to erase the designs. What was that? Lin Mo felt a flicker of curiosity. He was no longer as anxious as when he first stepped into this office. The simple depiction of magical runes resembled the motions of spellcasting. Snape offered no further comment. He took Lin Mo's potion, raising an eyebrow in appraisal. Lin Mo noticed that he did not perpetually scowl. Rather, there was a prominent vertical furrow etched into his forehead, as if it were a permanent mark, forever unable to relax. Yet, this also rendered the potion master's expression inscrutable. "You are aware that one must heat the mugwort infusion separately before introducing it into the cauldron. It seems you have indeed gleaned some knowledge from the reference text, the properties and implications of 100 basic ingredients, and are capable of applying it, which is not too foolish," Snape remarked in a slow, ambiguous tone. "However, during the third clockwise stir, your pace was rather sluggish. While I did not specify a time, if you were sufficiently adept to complete the stirring within 10 seconds, the elixir of life would attain greater clarity." The third stirring? Lin Mo endeavored to recall the potion-making process he had just completed. It referred to the stirring after the addition of the daffodil root powder. The speed of stirring dictated the dissolution and the extent of the reaction, necessitating a practiced execution to ensure its magical properties were both uniform and stable. Snape had pinpointed the issue with remarkable precision. Remember, caution does not equate to cowardice. Excessive hesitation can yield adverse outcomes. Lin Mo had to concede that Snape's assessment was remarkably astute and incisive. In his attempt to leave a favorable impression on the potion's master to obtain a borrowing note, he approached the potion-making process with utmost caution, stirring meticulously to create a perfect circle. However, it appeared that an issue had arisen, reminiscent of the sensation of noodles sticking together due to insufficient stirring. He couldn't help but nod in agreement. It was uncertain when he would attain the level of the potion's master, capable of discerning the flaws in the potion-making process merely through observation, akin to the legendary healers. Albeit as a healer of potions, or perhaps a humanoid analytical instrument, the potion's efficacy was satisfactory. Snape ultimately uncorked the vial, inhaled deeply, and returned the sleeping potion to Lin Mo, instructing him to deliver it to Professor Flitwick the following day, as he had been suffering from insomnia and required a bit of assistance. "Ah, so this potion was intended for Professor Flitwick. No wonder you were so generous and had even prepared basic materials. It seems I am merely a laborer, aiding you in concocting the potion needed by Professor Flitwick. Nevertheless, since it is thus," he cleared his throat gently. "Professor, I wish to borrow a book and require your endorsement." The restricted section? Snape's piercing gaze rendered Lin Mo hesitant to meet his eyes. "Indeed. What is the title? Snape's voice remained devoid of emotion, neither immediately agreeing nor refusing. The identification of magical creatures. Lin Mo dutifully disclosed. Ah, Snape seemed to recognize the book. As far as I am aware. That book can be utilized to distinguish magical items and materials, particularly those ambiguous dark artifacts. What do you require that book for, Mr. Lin Mo? His gaze intensified. His voice still enigmatic. I unexpectedly discovered a large box of antiquated herbs, Lin Mo explained, turning to Snape. Most of the powders are unfamiliar to me, and I wish to identify what those materials are, whether any can still be utilized. As you know, my financial situation is rather dire. If I could find more usable materials, it would significantly alleviate my expenses. I genuinely require those. He spoke earnestly, his voice remarkably natural. He had indeed found a considerable assortment of unrecognizable old herbs while rummaging through the house, although he could painstakingly compare them with the herbal compendium. The book on the identification of magical creatures would save him a great deal of time. As you can appreciate, Lin Mo endeavored to maintain Snape's penetrating gaze, refusing to appear guilty. After all, being a Slytherin, time is precious. Moreover, he added with a twinge of regret, I could save time to engage in other more meaningful pursuits, such as practicing potion making. You see, I've already compromised myself, so do grant me the endorsement swiftly. By your description, a complex smile graced Snape's lips. That book is entirely harmless. However, Mr. Lin Mo, do you comprehend why it is titled The Identification of Magical Creatures, and why it is stored in the restricted section? Lin Mo shook his head in confusion. Go take a look, the potions professor gently urged. You have 1 week. He said no more, instead writing a note for Lin Mo. Special permission granted to Lin Mo, a first-year student of Slytherin, to borrow books from the restricted section on the identification of magical creatures, to be returned in 1 week. Severus Snape, head of Slytherin. His handwriting was hasty, the small, cramped letters slanting to the left, indicating that he had not been a child who practiced his penmanship. Only the signature of the Slytherin head was relatively neat, suggesting that the potions professor placed significant value on his title, at least more so than on the title of potions master. He emphasized the importance of material identification as a fundamental skill for every potion maker, cautioning against excessive reliance on tools. Furthermore, should any issues arise regarding the book, he instructed Lin Mo to seek assistance from Madame Pants, who would aid him. Upon reaching the entrance to the dormitory, Lin Mo finally exhaled deeply, relaxing enough to reveal a joyful expression. For a moment, he had felt as if Snape could see right through him, nearly prompting him to flee the dungeon-like office. However, he managed to compose himself. This arduous undertaking had not been in vain, as he had successfully obtained the note. He tucked the piece of paper away with satisfaction, regarding the restricted section with a sense of indifference. While there was certainly some risk involved, he believed that caution would suffice. After all, it was merely a book. He, a living person, had no reason to fear it, especially one stored within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts Library. Even if he were presented with Riddle's diary, he would not be intimidated. It was just a book, and should it dare to cause trouble, he would simply dispose of it in the toilet, to see if it would dare to retaliate. As he uttered the password, the stone wall slowly parted. Approaching curfew, Lin Mo traversed the corridor, finding the common room nearly deserted, save for the one student he wished to avoid, the pale-skinned Miss Malfoy, who, for some inexplicable reason, was still awake. She sat alone on the sofa, fiddling with her wand, muttering incantations as if still preoccupied with Potter's recent mishap. It had been several days since that incident, and yet she continued to dwell on it. Thankfully, the animosity had shifted towards Harry, allowing Lin Mo to pass by quietly, treading softly and slightly turning his face away, hoping to evade the attention of this troublesome girl as he made his way back to the boys' dormitory. He had labored over his cauldron from afternoon until evening, and after grappling with Snape to obtain the note, he was utterly exhausted. Now, he longed for a restorative sleep. However, Chris noticed him. Stop, you insufferable wretch. She blocked Lin Mo's path. What is it, Miss Malfoy? Lin Mo yawned. It's late. Can't this wait until tomorrow? Where have you been at this hour? She inquired. Just returned from Headmaster Snape's office. I was in detention, Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. Chris glared at him with a brooding gaze, her eyes unblinking, causing one to wonder if she intended to cast a profound spell such as the Patronus charm. After a lengthy silence, she finally spoke coldly. I heard from Pansy that you've been spending quite a lot of time with that Gryffindor thief girl. The Gryffindor thief girl? Who do you mean? Jamie, she responded, her expression darkening further upon hearing the name. Well, Miss Malfoy, if you prefer, I could address you as Chris. It makes no difference to me. And yes, I've indeed been spending time with her lately. Is there a problem, Chris? Shut up. Chris screamed in anger. Do not call me Chris. If you are unaware of it, let me remind you once more. You are still a member of Slytherin. And even if you are merely a lowly thief, you are still a lowly thief of Slytherin. You should not associate with that Gryffindor scum, nor with Granger. At least until you are expelled, do not bring disgrace upon our house. Thank you for your reminder, Miss Malfoy. Lin Mo intended to yawn and retire for the night. But hearing Chris's remarks regarding Ivy and the thief, he could not resist adding, however, if I may speak candidly. I fail to see any correlation between bringing shame to Slytherin and associating with Jamie. If anything, your performance in flying class could hardly be described as commendable. What did you say? Chris warned sternly. I said, regarding the memory ball from Longbottom, your performance alongside Parkinson certainly left much to be desired. If you were to engage with other students beyond Pansy and your two hulking lackeys, especially those from the other three houses, you would discover the true sentiments surrounding this matter. Lin Mo disregarded Chris's warning. Having opened the floodgates, he settled comfortably into the plush sofa and continued his tirade. Indeed. Your father, Mr. Lucius, maintains a close relationship with our esteemed headmaster, which has spared you from punishment. However, he cannot alter the perceptions of others. And your actions have contravened the very spirit of Slytherin. The 7th clause of the code read by head of House Farley stipulates respect for the rights of others, including ownership of property. You see, I remember this even more vividly than you do. He refrained from mentioning the memory ball that he had tossed at her feet. Moreover, he was utterly indifferent to the increasingly agitated rise and fall of Chris's chest as he continued. Since the beginning of the term, the points you have garnered for Slytherin pale in comparison to those earned by Miss Granger for Gryffindor. If you were to conduct yourself with decorum and refrain from outrageous antics, Miss Granger would undoubtedly attract more attention in the eyes of both teachers and students alike. I fail to comprehend the source of your confidence to look down upon her. In truth, if one were to account for the 2 Dream Realm games, Lin Mo would emerge as the student who accrued the most points, albeit anonymously. All that was known was that the victors of both contests were Slytherin students. Unaware that they were indeed the same individual, Professor Chilo was quite adept at safeguarding privacy. Chris was now infuriated, her lips quivering slightly. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? To compare me to that despicable thief? Calm yourself, Miss Malfoy. Take a deep breath. If you possess substantial evidence, do enlighten me as to what renders the thief so despicable. Is it solely because of their Muggle heritage? But what is so inferior about being Muggle? Is it merely the inability to wield magic? Lin Mo spoke with great enthusiasm, regardless of whether Chris could comprehend or keep pace with his thoughts. In my view, elevating your status by raising the standing of your group is a profoundly foolish and arrogant endeavor. Regrettably, many take pleasure in such behavior. You are a wizard, and wizards are deemed more respectable than Muggles, thus you believe yourself to be superior to them. Only the ignorant would employ such logic to elevate their own worth. Who are you calling ignorant? Chris exclaimed, her wand pointed defiantly at Lin Mo. Oh, in light of my previous assertion, you should grasp my meaning. Those who engage in such behavior appear ignorant. Lin Mo adjusted his posture slightly, wary of an unexpected spell from her. He continued, if you seek the respect of others, you should diligently contribute to your group, for instance, by earning points for Slytherin. Rather than proclaiming that Slytherin inherently deserves more respect than Gryffindor, people will respect the exemplary students of Slytherin, just as they will honor the outstanding students from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. Worthy individuals are deserving of respect, regardless of their affiliation, due to qualities such as diligence, effort, generosity, and a willingness to assist others. However, Chris was rendered speechless, her breath coming in sharp gasps. As for the comparison between wizards and Muggles, Lin Mo did not afford her the opportunity to retort. Aside from magic, I have yet to observe any area in which wizards surpass Muggles, stripped of their magical abilities. Wizards and Muggles are indistinguishable. Neither has made greater contributions in realms outside of magic. For instance, in music, to my knowledge, wizards' creativity does not eclipse that of Muggles. Or rather, the two are comparable in that regard. He gestured towards the wall of the common room, where the word Slytherin was prominently displayed. I believe that had the greatest minds in Muggle history possessed magical abilities, they too would have emerged as the most formidable wizards in the magical realm. Those esteemed wizards of our world, from Ravenclaw to the esteemed Slytherin, and even Dumbledore himself, could have achieved greatness even in a mundane Muggle environment, devoid of magical talent. Thus, it is their virtues, their wisdom, and their relentless dedication that render them great, rather than the mere possession of magic. Yet Chris stubbornly maintained her opposition, momentarily at a loss for a compelling rebuttal. "And you, Miss Malfoy?" Lin Mo shifted his tone, directing his words towards the troublesome youth, causing a flicker of uncertainty in the other's gaze. "Forgive my candor, but if you were to lose your magical aptitude, you would merely be an ordinary Muggle girl. Or perhaps a privileged offspring of a Muggle family, indistinguishable from countless others of the same ilk. You may possess a modicum of cleverness and some cunning. Yet that is the extent of it, far from the brilliance of those who illuminate the darkness like radiant stars. Your potential is evidently not lacking. Even within the magical realm, as far as I am aware, both you and the headmaster hail from illustrious magical lineages, with your upbringing and familial circumstances surpassing those of Dumbledore himself. However, can you truly compare yourself to the headmaster in his youth? Can you?" Claire remained speechless, her mouth agape, at a loss for words. Despite her arrogance, she recognized her inferiority to the accomplished wizards. Numerous great sorcerers exhibited remarkable talents in their youth, delving deeply into specific magical fields and publishing their research in esteemed journals. Having grown up in a wizarding family, she was well acquainted with such tales, yet she had never aspired to be among them. Such ambitions seemed overly presumptuous and audacious. So, why not devote her time to earnest effort? Was magic no longer enjoyable? Or were the courses too simplistic? Lin Mo tapped his backpack, which emitted a dull thud, clearly filled with substantial tomes. Even if wizards indeed deserved greater respect than Muggles, as Professor Quirrell suggested, due to their contributions in various realms, this was achieved by great wizards like Dumbledore and those brave sorcerers who ventured into the unknown, as well as the diligent yet unheralded wizards. Even radical and ambitious dark wizards like Grindelwald played a role in this. But what connection do you have to any of it? Do you? If not, on what grounds do you claim the honor of being a wizard? Lin Mo continued his tirade from the sofa. The girl sat utterly bewildered, as if petrified. Her mind echoed with incomprehensible voices, repeating back and forth, leaving her perplexed. To her dismay, some of the points made by this insufferable person resonated with her, such as the value of excellence. Yet they were wielded against her to undermine her worth. Even more infuriating was her inability to voice any agreement with his words. How could she possibly endorse the remarks of this despicable thief? Perhaps the Malfoy family has made certain contributions to the magical world, but what of you? Lin Mo pressed on. As the future heir of your family, what contributions have you made? Shouldn't you contemplate this? Up until now, your three close friends are merely connections of your father, Mr. Malfoy. You have arrogantly and enviously opposed the illustrious Harry, all the while failing to recognize that such actions isolate you into a minority. You have sought to exclude thieves and half-bloods with your pureblood supremacy ideology. Do you truly believe this will earn you respect? Most of your classmates do not hail from pureblood families, and you should not take your family's glory as your own. I doubt Mr. Malfoy raised you to believe that. After pouring out his lengthy discourse, Lin Mo felt an indescribable sense of relief. To be truthful, even if he maintained a semblance of indifference, it was impossible for him to be devoid of any inner turmoil. Since entering the bustling marketplace of Diagon Alley, he had been labeled a thief, a term laden with discrimination that had become a default neutral descriptor, illustrating the wizarding world's attitude towards Muggles. Yet, the reality was that not all wizards were particularly clever. Many, like Crabbe, struggled even with potion measurements, leaving one to wonder where their inherent sense of superiority stemmed from. A moment of banter brought him fleeting joy, and as for Claire's dazed demeanor, it was clear that this troublesome youth required a thorough education. Furthermore, if she truly wished to surpass Harry at this moment, considering she had practiced magic, if she was not averse to bullying, he would suggest she engage in a fair duel with Harry. If she were to win, it would at least be a testament to her own abilities, though it should be noted that a fleeting victory would hold little lasting significance. Wait, Lin Mo suddenly paused. Given the late hour, Claire's formal attire and the Malfoy family crest she adorned signaled that she was not merely waiting for him. He scrutinized her from head to toe, confirming his suspicion. You are not dressed so formally just to duel with Harry, are you? Dueling. Claire finally recalled that she was indeed meant to duel Potter at midnight. Earlier, she had been practicing spells in the common room, but somehow it had devolved into this conversation with that insufferable fellow. Are you really planning on dueling Harry? The petrified Claire finally heard something she could barely comprehend, and she numbly nodded, her mind still clouded by Lin Mo's earlier monologue. How could he prattle on so incessantly? Where did he even come by those opinions and statements? Yet Lin Mo was not finished with her. It's almost curfew. Your duel is scheduled for midnight? Do you really think you can avoid Mr. Filch? He inquired. Claire slightly shook her head, her eyes still glazed over. No. Why schedule a duel at midnight? Have you lost your mind or been kicked by a donkey? You could easily find an obscure corridor during the day for such antics. Why must it be at night? Do you think your duel will create such a commotion as to attract attention? It is the dead of night, and there are hardly any lights to see by. Lin Mo displayed an expression of exasperation, lamenting, "Are you aware of the significant points that will be deducted if you are caught by Filch during a nighttime escapade? Last time, you even wished for my expulsion if I were caught, and now you seem unperturbed. What has emboldened you? A certain Muggle singer, perhaps? Furthermore, as long as we refrain from using dark curses, what consequence could arise even if the professors were to discover our actions? What clandestine activities are you and your companions engaging in under the cover of night? I cannot believe Harry agreed to this." Lin Mo finally brushed off his clothes and stood up, walking past the wooden figure of Chris. One should always think things through before acting impulsively. He couldn't help but offer a heartfelt reminder. Otherwise, how is one different from a reckless little lion? TSK, and yet he constantly boasts about Slytherin. Stretching his robust frame, he truly intended to retire for the night. Humming a tune, he made his way to the boys' dormitory. Beyond the mountains and the seas lies a blue child, proud and arrogant, quick to anger and irritable. With a peculiar hairstyle, he has always favored a slicked-back look. A nostalgic style that is now a rarity. This admonition likely yielded little, for in the year 8102, no one should expect to persuade another. After all, in the vast majority of cases, whether wizards or muggles, even their own mothers cannot sway them, let alone others. Furthermore, often, even when individuals realize their fault, they do not express gratitude. Instead, they become even more enraged. Few are willing to admit their mistakes. Persuasion through reason is but a wishful thought. Persuasion through force remains an unchanging truth. Had it not been for this unruly child fearing defeat, it would have been unlikely for him to articulate so many words. If she were as formidable as Dumbledore, Lin Mo would have to obediently listen, standing upright with ears perked attentively. Meanwhile, Chris remained unable to recover. Her voice so faint that she could scarcely hear it herself. Her thoughts had short-circuited since the moment she heard. Is your brain waterlogged, or were you kicked by a donkey? Waterlogged or kicked by a donkey? Waterlogged or kicked by a donkey? What is this? Describing someone so audaciously. How could he dare utter such shameless, vulgar, and crude words? As Lin Mo approached the entrance of the boys' dormitory, he encountered two towering figures, Crabbe and Goyle, who were not only robust, but also clad in heavy winter attire, presumably prepared to resort to brute force should their magic fail them. It appeared that he had brought along 2 bodyguards after all. Lin Mo chuckled softly as he entered the dormitory, standing frozen in place. Delacour's complexion fluctuated from pale to crimson and then to a sickly green, shifting rapidly as if she were caught in a whirlwind of emotions. After a prolonged moment of struggle, she finally managed to voice the pent-up frustration within her. Screaming toward the entrance from which Lin Mo had vanished, it was that fool Weasley who insisted on bringing an assistant. I would never be foolish enough to confront them alone. Yet, Lin Mo had already disappeared into the boys' dormitory. How infuriating. Those despicable brutes. She seethed, addressing the recently arrived duo. Where have you two been? At such a critical moment, you vanish. Utterly useless. That contemptible wretch had the audacity to flaunt himself before me for ages. I should have called Pansy. You two are less useful than a single girl. Changing clothes. We are, the 2 boys stammered, shivering from the cold, utterly oblivious to how they had irritated Delacour. Changing clothes? For what? To face Potter and Weasley. And you still need to dress like this? Do you look down upon me, or yourselves? Delacour glared at their thick clothing, struggling to contain her fury. And you still want to change? Is that not embarrassing enough? We are leaving, she huffed, casting a few glances at the entrance of the boys' dormitory before finally leading Goyle and Crabbe out of the common room. They traversed the corridor towards the duel's designated location, the trophy room, which required them to navigate nearly half the castle. However, before they could round the corner, the leading girl halted. With curfew approaching, the corridor was nearly deserted, dimly lit, casting shadows that made it seem as if Madame Pomfrey could leap out from the corner at any moment. And the air was thick with dampness. Her expression wavered, and after a moment's hesitation, she turned back with the 2 hulking boys to the common room entrance. You, she commanded Goyle. Go back and check if Lin Mo is still in the common room. Is he really off to bed? Aren't we supposed to be dueling? Goyle was perplexed. If I tell you to go, then go, she snapped. If that fellow isn't in the common room, we will return. She was nearly grinding her teeth. And if he is, then we'll wait for him here. Until he leaves, then we'll go back. Delacour regretted allowing these two to be her dual assistants. Their sluggishness and incessant chatter were infuriating. She would not have been in such a state if Pansy were present. Goyle disappeared through the stone door. "Are we not going to duel?" Crabbe whispered. "Are you a fool? Did you not hear what that thief said? Do you have a way to evade Filch?" Delacour could no longer contain her exasperation. Earlier, she had been rendered speechless before Lin Mo, but the anger within her surged, threatening to boil over. "Do you have a way to avoid Filch and his cat?" Crabbe anxiously shook his head. He wanted to admit he hadn't even heard what Lin Mo had said, but he dared not voice it. "No? Then what are you saying? Why arrange a duel with Potter at midnight? Have you lost your mind? You could easily find a secluded corridor during the day to do this. Why at night?" The girl nearly echoed Lin Mo's words. "Have you lost your senses or been kicked by a mule? What makes you any different from those Gryffindor fools?" It was Crabbe who initiated it. He mumbled, looking down in dismay. "It was my challenge." Delacour nearly shrieked. "So I am telling you now, we are not going tonight. Close your mouth. No more questions." She longed to cast a hex on this dim-witted follower. Aside from his strength, he was perhaps less competent than Potter. Goyle emerged from the corridor, indicating that Lin Mo had returned to the dormitory. "Are you sure he isn't hiding somewhere, waiting to jump out?" "Absolutely not. Go check again." Goyle made several trips back and forth, and Delacour finally confirmed that Lin Mo was not lurking around to witness their humiliation. "We're going back." "No, wait." Delacour seemed to have an epiphany and instructed Crabbe, with some time before curfew, run to Mr. Filch and tell him that during dinner, "You overheard Gryffindor students plotting to vandalize the trophy room at midnight. Do you understand?" Crabbe nodded vigorously, clearly anxious. "If you understand, hurry up. Why are you standing there?" Crabbe shivered and hurried off to find Filch, but his thick clothing and bulk made for a rather comical sight as he ran, taking an eternity to reach the corridor's corner. "You too," Delacour commanded Goyle. Goyle left with a troubled expression, left alone at the entrance of the common room. The girl seethed with increasing anger, unable to contain herself as she kicked the wall in frustration, causing pain to shoot through her foot, biting her lip until it nearly bled. "Damn it, how infuriating. Just wait, I will make you pay for this in a few days." At the opposite end of the castle, in the library, Lin Mo stood on tiptoe to reach the counter. "Madam Pants, I need to borrow a book from the restricted section." Having dashed to the library immediately after class, he was eager to check out Magical Creatures, a guide to identification. Madam Pants was a short-tempered middle-aged woman, resembling a malnourished vulture with her sunken cheeks, wrinkled skin akin to parchment, and a long, hooked nose, all sharply illuminated by the afternoon sun. "Books from the restricted section require a professor's approval to borrow," she replied dismissively. She had no intention of entertaining this first-year student. As each year, a handful of overly curious students sought to borrow restricted books, mistakenly believing they were mere children's literature that could be perused at will. However, when she saw Lin Mo produce the approval note, her expression transformed dramatically. "How dare you forge a note? Who taught you this, Weasley brothers?" She snatched the note from Lin Mo's hands, holding it up to the light as if to discern its authenticity. After scrutinizing it closely, she drew her wand and began muttering incantations, seemingly attempting to verify its legitimacy. Yet, after several attempts, the small, dense script on the note remained unchanged. "This is written by the potions professor himself. A guide to magical creatures, is it?" Madam Pants's eyes bulged like a fighting cock, her expression as if she were about to have a heart attack. "Snape. He actually allowed a first-year student to borrow such a book. No other professor so readily grants permission for lower-year students to access restricted texts. From the very beginning of his schooling, I discerned his fascination with the contents of the forbidden section. At that time, I cautioned Headmaster Dumbledore. By chance, I overheard the youthful gossip of the potions master, prompting Lin Mo to perk up in curiosity. Regrettably, Madam Pants did not elaborate on the events of yesteryears. Instead, she muttered in exasperation, "This cannot continue. The students of Slytherin must not be allowed to run amok. I shall have to speak with Dumbledore once more. Ahem. Might I kindly request that you retrieve the book I wish to borrow? I apologize for the inconvenience." With the keen gaze of a vulture, Madam Pants scrutinized Lin Mo. And after a brief moment, she turned and entered an area marked with a sign indicating student access was prohibited. The sound of her shoes clicked softly against the floor behind the rows of elusive bookshelves. After a short while, she emerged once again, cradling a substantial tome. Her expression decidedly unfriendly as she placed it before Lin Mo. Lin Mo felt a tumult in his stomach. The large cover bore the visage of a severed fairy head. It was not merely an illustration of a fairy's head on the book's cover, but an authentic half-head, truly severed from a fairy. akin to those he had encountered in Gringotts. The back of the head had been removed, yet the complete front face remained intact, affixed to the book's brown cover by some unknown magic. Its two ears were separately secured, oddly positioned and turned forward. The junction where the head met the cover was stained with large patches of a dark, viscous substance, aside from the dried blood. He could not fathom what else it could be. He could even discern the sparse, grayish-white hairs upon that half-head. The pallid, creased face was riddled with numerous gray-brown blemishes. The sunken, drooping eyelids resembled a layer of thick cloth that had been stiffened, obscuring the eyes beneath. On the forehead of the fairy, there was a striking mark of fresh blood. The title of the book was Identification of Magical Creatures. Lin Mo truly did not anticipate such a sight. "Is this truly a fairy?" he inquired. "Indeed, it is genuine," she replied. "According to records, this book was created during the last fairy rebellion. During that era, dark wizards frequently utilized the bodies of fairies as materials for alchemy and creation." Madame Pants rolled her eyes and curtly remarked, "You would do well to return the book to me at once. I trust you do not genuinely require it." She relished the discomfort evident on the newcomer's face. Such inquisitive children ought to be sufficiently frightened to temper their excessive curiosity, lest they stray down a misguided path. However, to her disappointment, the boy's demeanor quickly reverted to normal. For Lin Mo, although employing the head of an intelligent creature as a magical component was somewhat beyond the pale, practicality prevailed, and he managed to soothe his own digestive faculties. As for whether this book was indeed a product of the fairy rebellion, he could not be bothered to investigate further. Standing on his toes to gaze up at the slender, towering Madame Pants, he declared, "On the contrary, I am in dire need of this book's assistance. Please instruct me on its proper use." "Is that so? You require its aid? Very well." Madame Pants snapped. "Pluck a hair from its head, pry open its mouth, and toss it inside. That will awaken it. Once you are done, drop a single drop of life and death water onto the mark on its forehead, and it shall return to slumber. It is a creature capable of identifying magical entities." The scornful look in her eyes suggested she had already relegated this boy to the ranks of irredeemable students enamored with dark magic, much like young Severus Snape. Even normal children, upon excessive exposure to the darker aspects of magic, could easily be led astray, how much more so a student naturally inclined toward such interests. In her opinion, such students should never have been admitted to Hogwarts. "I wish you an enjoyable interaction. Return it in a week." With a dismissive flick of her feather duster, she brushed off the cover of the book. The creature identification manual could indeed be perused like other tomes. Yet its contents were so abundant that each page was densely inscribed with constantly shifting text, detailing a plethora of magical artifacts. To read it in its entirety would require a reading prowess akin to Hermione's. Otherwise, one might still be perusing it by year's end. Much like a dictionary, no rational individual should harbor the ambition of reading it cover to cover. After donning protective gloves, Lin Mo followed the procedure to pry open the fairy's mouth, revealing a bottomless void. He cast a strand of fairy hair within, and shortly thereafter, the creature's hard, cloth-like eyelids slowly opened. It emitted a sound akin to a dying sigh. "What a prompt awakening! Who has roused me? I have awakened you, so now you must serve me." The fairy's face contorted into a rigid, astonished expression. Are you a first-year student? Tell me, what year is it?" "The year of silver, 8102. The year of the Republic, 2333. It seemed it had not yet had its fill of slumber, for it let out another death-like sigh. Such a breathless exhalation was truly terrifying, causing Lin Mo to shudder. "What are you?" "Me?" The fairy's mouth opened and closed, revealing a sinister smile. "I am merely a magical creature." "Oh, do not be alarmed. I am not the half-headed fairy you see before you. That fairy has long since met its demise. I dare say it ought to be grateful for being turned into a book. Otherwise, it would have turned to dust by now, leaving not a trace behind. However, I must confess, I dislike this head. Yet, I had no choice back then. If you would be so kind as to assist me, stop right there." Lin Mo interjected hastily. "I have an entire heap of other issues awaiting resolution. I am busy from dawn till dusk, and I am not interested in your tragic backstory or experiences. Please refrain from assigning me any tasks. I do not believe you possess any hidden treasures that would allow me to acquire them without risk. I do not buy into that nonsense. And do not attempt to elicit sympathy from me. I have a low tolerance for such theatrics. Whenever someone plays the victim, I cannot help but feel the urge to excuse myself." The creature persisted. "But if there are no buts. I merely require you to fulfill your designated role and help me identify magical items. But no buts. Speak another word, and I shall plunge you into the toilet." Lin Mo scoffed. I suspect a magical book like you would not be damaged by such a fate. You might even relish the experience. Fear not. I shall find you a suitably large toilet. Upon bringing the creature identification manual to the restroom and lifting the toilet seat, the creature, whatever fairy or magical entity it may be, finally ceased its attempts to entice Lin Mo into engaging in trivial matters concerning a new head. Ah, if only you had a bait from the start. Lin Mo carried it to the storeroom and, after donning a pair of dragonskin protective gloves, picked up a crystal orb of ambiguous purpose from the pile of miscellaneous items. He gathered several of these peculiar objects and presented them before the fairy-like visage, inquiring, "What is this?" The creature glanced at them dismissively and replied, "Merely a sunlight orb, nothing remarkable, commonplace wares." With that, it flipped open to a certain page in its book, revealing to Lin Mo. The ink upon the page transformed into a vivid illustration, showcasing a glimmering crystal orb, with the accompanying text reading, "Sunlight Orb. A magical alchemical creation capable of gathering and storing sunlight. A brief exposure to the sun allows it to emit abundant rays for an extended period. Sun-loving wizards often employ it as a substitute for ordinary lighting fixtures, embedding it in places like cellars." The note further cautioned that if shattered, it would unleash a blinding burst of sunlight, potentially scorching the eyes. "Ah, so it is a sunbathing apparatus," Lin Mo mused, delighted as he tucked it away. The Slytherin dormitory was dim and damp, as if it could use water, buried almost entirely underground and perpetually deprived of sunlight. This item must have been discarded by a former Slytherin upperclassman. He recalled seeing a similar one in the Slytherin common room. Once he found the time, he would experiment with it, crafting a bedside lamp that would surely bring comfort. He then picked up a pouch of gray powder and asked, "What about this?" The fairy-like figure sniffed disdainfully and remarked, "Degraded tobacco powder, utterly worthless." This time, it could not be bothered to consult the pages of its book. Well, for some inexplicable reason, it seemed that wizards in this world held an aversion to tobacco, relegating it to a mere ordinary potion ingredient. In another magical realm, tobacco was highly cherished. After identifying several more items with the fairy-like visage, Lin Mo inquired, "Can you discern magical artifacts by their scent?" "Only if I am not too far away," replied the creature, puffing up with pride. "Such an ability is not possessed by everyone." "Very well. Should you catch a whiff of any magical items, particularly those imbued with potent dark magic, do inform me." He began to navigate through the towering walls of clutter, clutching a hefty magical creature for appraisal, while the fairy-like figure continuously inhaled with its wrinkled nose, attempting to sniff out powerful magical artifacts amidst the disarray. "Wait, I have discovered a dark magic artifact," it exclaimed. Lin Mo hastily came to a halt, however. Upon following the guidance of the fairy-faced figure and retrieving the item from a tattered bag tucked in the corner, he was met with disappointment. It turned out to be merely a vanity mirror rather than the crown he had anticipated. Could this truly be deemed a formidable dark magical artifact? He shook the mirror and held it beneath the fairy-faced figure's nose, remarking, "Do you perhaps require a new nose? This is the most sinister object my senses have encountered. What a loathsome mirror." With that, the fairy-faced figure flipped to another page. The loathsome mirror, imbued with potent negative emotions during its creation, poses a grave danger to the unwary. Should one carelessly utilize it as an ordinary mirror, they would subconsciously develop a disdain for their own appearance, growing increasingly self-loathing with each use. This enmity may even extend to envy towards the beauty of others, culminating in a deep-seated resentment, ultimately rendering them a prisoner of the mirror. After perusing the description, Lin Mo promptly shrouded the mirror in the bag and distanced himself from it. Indeed, this was undeniably a perilous artifact of black magic, likely concealed here by some envious senior in the past. Lin Mo could envision a time long ago within this castle, when a certain senior, who was not particularly striking, harbored jealousy or disdain for a more beautiful classmate, in an attempt to craft a black magic artifact as a gift for a rival. She found herself at a moral crossroads, possibly experiencing a pang of conscience or an unexpected retreat, considering the potential attention such an item would attract from house elves. Along with the fear of confiscation by the teachers or the ensuing search, she ultimately refrained from impulsively bestowing it. In a flurry of anxiety, she sought a hiding place. And upon passing through the 8th floor corridor, she chanced upon an unfamiliar door. It was there that she discarded the mirror into the corner of the room. Perhaps she could never find that room again, or perhaps she simply chose to forget, unable to confront her own shadows. Time, relentless and unyielding, has flowed by, and now, countless years later, those stories and characters have likely faded into the annals of history. Only these relics remain, untouched by the passage of time. If those seniors were to know that they would be remembered in such a manner by a junior, one might wonder what emotions that would evoke within them. Lin Mo endeavored to suppress his sentimental tendencies. However, upon reflection, it became evident that in the realm of magic, it is all too simple to inadvertently inflict harm upon another. Even a single wizard whose heart leans towards darkness can wreak considerable devastation. It is difficult to fathom the multitude of malevolent incidents that aurors must contend with on a daily basis, let alone in the communal environment of a school. Every young sorcerer fortunate enough to graduate should be deeply grateful for the mercy extended by their peers. Caution must always prevail. He continued to wander about the room, clutching the fairy facebook, and soon discovered several perilous magical artifacts. Yet, most appeared to be mere prank items, such as the vanishing hat that makes one's head disappear, fake noses, and lifelike dummies that emit thunderous noises. The spirit of mischief is as enduring as that of Peeves. Meanwhile, the Ravenclaw diadem remained elusive, perhaps due to ill fortune in not traversing the vicinity. Or perhaps the protective enchantments of the Dark Lord were too potent, exceeding the capabilities of the fairy face. Observing Lin Mo's contemplative demeanor, the fairy face inquired with ill intent, "What exactly are you searching for? It is none of your concern. As a book, you must embody the essence of literature." Lin Mo would never divulge the truth. Should further inappropriate inquiries be made, the toilet would serve as a fitting consequence. Upon returning to the entrance, Iviel had also arrived at the room of requirements, busily fiddling with her computer. "What is that?" she inquired. "It is a forbidden book that can be used to identify magical artifacts, obtained with a note from Professor Snape." Lin Mo stowed the magical identification device into his backpack, intentionally avoiding a closer inspection of the dreadful half-head. The peculiar item resembled an edible lotus, and thus its placement in the restricted section was justified. "My order drone has just arrived, delivered by a phantom owl," Iviel announced. "How's the progress?" Lin Mo expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that Jian had invested considerable effort into this matter over the past few days. "In 3 days, we should complete the scanning and modeling of this place," the girl affirmed. "However, we still lack the model of the Ravenclaw diadem, and I haven't seen her portrait at school. We need a comparable model." "Leave that to me," Lin Mo replied, as he had already contemplated it. The girl nodded, retrieving a rather sophisticated electronic device, meticulously adjusting it before her. "This is a signal detection device," she said, a rare moment of contemplation crossing her face. "I thought of an intriguing idea. Since Professor McGonagall enchanted our communication devices to function normally, including taking photographs, why can't they be used for communication? You should know that communication devices utilize electromagnetic waves for short-range interaction, which is fundamentally no different from visible light. So, why can we see sunlight scattering within the castle, yet cannot communicate with the devices? What are you suggesting?" he asked. "I wish to conduct an experiment and need your assistance," she replied. "Very well," he conceded, realizing Jian indeed possessed a hacker's flair for exploiting various loopholes, which made her placement in Gryffindor entirely fitting. "What experiment?" Iviel handed him a note filled with symbols, explaining that it resembled a Morse code translation table. They departed the room and traversed to an unoccupied corridor, taking positions at either end, according to their agreement. Lin Mo observed as Iviel produced her communication device and began emitting a series of flashes, both bright and dim. He recorded them with his pen: long, short, long, short, short, long, short. After noting the flashes, Lin Mo consulted the signal table to decode the information Iviel had previously sent. "How did it turn out?" Iviel inquired, stepping closer. Hermione mentioned encountering a 3-headed dog last night?" "Indeed," she confirmed, recounting how Hermione, along with Harry and Ron, had intended to confront Malfoy at midnight. Despite her attempts to dissuade them, she followed along, only to find Malfoy absent and instead encountered Mrs. Norris. They, along with Neville, stumbled into the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor, where they discovered a 3-headed dog larger than a house, standing over a peculiar trapdoor. Iviel's expression remained stoic as she continued. "Hermione said Neville fainted on the spot. They nearly could not return. The important thing is that they did return, rather than nearly not making it," Lin Mo reassured, handing the decoded message back to her. "So, what does this experiment prove?" Iviel examined the paper before stowing it away. "We successfully transmitted information using visible light signals. I translated my message into a series of long and short codes, then utilized light as a medium to convey it to you. You referred to the signal table and successfully deciphered my intended message, similar to the communication device's signal apparatus. I imparted the information into the electromagnetic spectrum without interference from the castle's enchantments. She summarized. This demonstrates that the disruptive spells within the castle do not block all electromagnetic signals containing information. Perhaps I can devise a method. By adjusting the signal frequency or employing some form of disguise to circumvent the castle's interference spells. This way, we could communicate with our devices at Hogwarts and freely utilize the mini-drones. As the night lights faded and dawn broke, casting a faint light upon the still dark castle, Lin Mo stealthily approached the western tower. He ascended the spiral staircase to the pinnacle, where a cool morning breeze carried a hint of lake water. In the center of the wall, a weathered wooden door was adorned with a bronze knocker shaped like an eagle. This was the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room. Concerning the Ravenclaw diadem, at least two ghosts within Hogwarts had witnessed it firsthand, the Bloody Baron and Helena, the daughter of Rowena. Unfortunately, the ghosts could only describe the diadem through words, unable to provide any further imagery. Hence, the focus must shift to the statue of Rowena Ravenclaw, which is known to reside within the Ravenclaw common room. Lin Mo gazed at the eagle-shaped bronze door knocker. Come now, the morning riddle awaits. Only by answering correctly shall the door be unlocked. He gently rapped upon the door. And in the ensuing silence, the sound reverberated like a cannon shot. The eagle's beak immediately opened, yet it produced no bird call. It regarded the unfamiliar youth and, in a soft, melodious voice, inquired, "What is death?" Lin Mo was taken aback. This question was rather intricate. It seemed the knocker, perceiving that he was not a Ravenclaw student, had intentionally posed a conundrum to hinder his passage. However, he happened to know the answer all too well. Death is merely a journey across worlds, akin to a friend embarking on a long voyage. He responded gently, quoting the metaphorical line from William Penn inscribed on the title page. If this were not deemed a satisfactory answer, he would gladly consume the knocker itself. Indeed, the bronze eagle silently opened its beak, seemingly wishing to refute his answer, but found itself at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, it finally emitted a soft sigh. Dear child, regardless of your house of origin, I find myself unable to contest your response. This is an ancient verse, long unuttered in this place. As you wish, the gates of Ravenclaw shall open for you. Yet, it continued, may I pose you one more question? Pray tell. I am curious as to why the Sorting Hat did not place you in Ravenclaw. Lin Mo pondered for a moment, reflecting that perhaps it was due to my ability to recite that poetic line just now. I am a testament to the ancient and pure lineage from the 21st century, a witness of the times. So it is. The bronze door emitted a gentle sigh once more. It is both a cause and an effect. The door swung open. The empty Ravenclaw common room was a vast circular chamber, more ethereal than the majority of rooms in Hogwarts. Elegant arched windows adorned the walls, draped with silk and shades of blue and bronze, revealing distant mountains shrouded in a soft blue hue amidst the morning mist. The ceiling was domed, embellished with stars, while the deep blue carpet below was also scattered with celestial motifs. Within the room stood numerous tables and chairs, alongside towering bookshelves. In the niche opposite the door stood a tall statue crafted from white marble. It was Rowena Ravenclaw. Lin Mo quietly approached the marble statue, where Lady Ravenclaw appeared to be gazing down at him, her face adorned with a subtle, almost teasing smile, beautiful yet somewhat intimidating. Atop her head rested an exquisitely crafted diadem, a marble replica resembling an eagle with its wings majestically outstretched, curving backward to form a perfect circle. The eagle's belly was embedded with gemstones, and the edge bore an inscription, "Exceptional wit and wisdom are humanity's greatest treasures." This was Ravenclaw's diadem. After retrieving a cushion from the sofa, Lin Mo ascended to the base of the statue, using the communicator on his wrist to capture photographs of the sculpture from various angles. Iviel had a way of reconstructing the diadem's true model from these images. Once that was accomplished, he returned to the front. Please wait. A gentle voice echoed, identical to that of the bronze door knocker. Yet, the lounge door was clearly shut, and the voice from the knocker could not reach this place. Lin Mo was taken aback, nearly toppling off his pedestal. He gazed at the sculpture and inquired, "Could it be that you are speaking, esteemed one? Please do not frighten me. It is early morning, and my courage is rather feeble. Do you possess a mystical charm of fortune?" A gentle voice resonated once more, seemingly emanating from the exquisite statue before him. It posed questions to itself. Yet there were no further indications that it was the statue of Lady Rowena engaging in discourse with him. Lin Mo found himself somewhat perplexed. A lucky incantation? What do you mean? Choose one at random. It shall be your lucky spell, akin to how children cherish little trinkets as their talismans. Suddenly, a whimsical thought crossed Lin Mo's mind. Flame soy sauce big nose. At least this incantation had received the approval of Dumbledore. Chocolate, chocolate, chocolate? The soft voice responded with intrigue. Moments later, those marble-white eyes sprang to life, immeasurably profound and expansive, within the brilliance of their gaze. Even an entire galaxy would seem but a mere flicker. Her voice resonated like the thunder of spring, reverberating through the world. Yet it also whispered softly in his ear, "Seek the crown of wisdom, safeguard the legacy of the guardians, and be wary of the Grim Reaper." Upon finishing, her eyes gradually lost their luster, reverting to the ordinary, hollow visage of carved marble, evoking an overwhelming sense of melancholy. Lin Mo silently parted his lips, gazing in a daze at the alabaster statue. The deserted lounge was enveloped in tranquility, with the morning light shimmering upon the distant lake. A gentle breeze swayed the azure curtains, while the corridor leading to the dormitories remained eerily silent beside the marble effigy. What had just transpired? He murmured the phrases he had recently heard, seeking the crown of wisdom, the legacy of the guardian, and a caution against the Grim Reaper. Whose voice had echoed in his mind? Could it be that Lady Rowena Ravenclaw had inscribed a spell upon her statue? But why had he been the one to hear it? What, then, did the warning of beware the Grim Reaper signify? Was danger looming in his near future? Elder? Are you still there? He ventured to inquire. There was no response. The gentle voice had vanished. Chocolate, chocolate, chocolate? He repeated the lucky incantation once more. Yet the white statue remained unmoved, with Lady Ravenclaw still gazing down at him, her countenance adorned with a faint, teasing smile, her hollow eyes imbued with a subtle sorrow. Lin Mo felt a deep sense of reverence as he leaped down from the pedestal of the sculpture and placed the cushion back on the sofa. Approaching the imposing white statue once more, he gazed upon the beautiful yet formidable figure of Ravenclaw, unable to suppress a disappointed sigh. He was in search of the diadem. Yet even if he were to find it, he would be unable to wield it. For he could not decipher the protective enchantments laid by the Dark Lord upon the Horcrux. The statue, it seemed, was oblivious to the fact that the diadem had been defiled and transformed into a Horcrux. Should he attempt to do so recklessly, even Dumbledore would find himself in peril. He recalled how, with the assistance of the potion's master, he had managed to bind the curse in one hand to delay its onset, merely a postponement, nothing more. As for the legacy of the Guardian, Lin Mo was uncertain of its nature, though it was likely connected to the golden diadem. The remnants of the warning, "Beware of the Grim Reaper," sent a shiver down his spine. Since his arrival at Hogwarts, he had repeatedly admonished himself to tread carefully. To his knowledge, aside from Professor Quirrell, there was no other imminent danger within the school, and with the exceptionally gifted Yvel watching over him, he might even discern any signs of peril in advance. Of course, he could not place his entire safety in the hands of a girl's magical prowess. In any case, he was grateful for the Elder's counsel. He bowed deeply to the towering white statue. Regardless of what you may be, whether it is the enchantment left behind by the esteemed Ravenclaw or a fragment of consciousness akin to the Sorting Hat, or merely a continuation of a thought or voice, I thank you for your trust and guidance. I shall return to this tower to visit you in due time. He tiptoed towards the door. From within the walls came a woman's voice, cold and melancholic. "So, you are the true heir of the crown of wisdom." A translucent specter emerged from the wall. Exquisite in appearance, tall and willowy, with hair cascading down her back. Her opulent robe swept the ground, and her slightly upturned nose exuded an air of arrogance. As though she looked down upon all, Lin Mo recognized the specter of Ravenclaw, Madame Grey, who was none other than Helena Ravenclaw. "Were you the one speaking just now?" Lin Mo instinctively inquired, but he quickly realized that the voice of Madame Grey was starkly different from the soft tone he had just heard. Hers was much more rigid. "Yes, it was I who spoke from within the wall. Obviously," Madame Grey replied, misunderstanding his question. "You are the new Slytherin thief. I have heard of you." Her expression was complex as she regarded Lin Mo, a mixture of discontent and relief crossing her features. "It was you who disturbed my mother's statue." Lin Mo did not deny it. "You appear utterly unperturbed," Mrs. Grey, whose intellect is remarkably sharp, immediately discerned the issue. "It seems you were already aware of my lineage as the daughter of Ravenclaw. When I was alive," she stated rigidly, "I was Helena Ravenclaw." "I had heard of your story," Lin Mo explained, "but please refrain from inquiring about the source of my knowledge. To divulge the truth can, paradoxically, serve to safeguard a secret. This is not without its wisdom." The ghostly lady raised an eyebrow and floated slowly around him in the air. "No wonder you were able to touch my mother's statue. What just transpired was so abrupt that I have yet to comprehend it." Lin Mo hesitated slightly. "Is that so? You have yet to grasp it?" she exclaimed vehemently, suddenly directing her gaze at the white marble sculpture, expressing both guilt and resentment as she remarked, "My mother personally enchanted it, for all these years. You are the only one capable of interacting with it. It is you. A thief from Slytherin. She floated before Lin Mo, as if striving to discern the very pores upon his face, and with fervor in her eyes, she proclaimed, "Can you imagine? Why did she choose to bestow the diadem of wisdom upon you? So many years later, a complete stranger." Lin Mo stiffly shook his head. "To uncover the crown of wisdom, to uphold the legacy of the guardians, and to tread carefully around the specter of death." According to what he had heard, that gentle voice had not explicitly stated that the golden crown of wisdom was to be passed on to him. He could not fathom why Heliana was so resolute. "Do you know why I've returned to Hogwarts as a ghost?" she asked coldly. "Is it to witness the legacy of the crown of wisdom?" Lin Mo speculated. Lady Grey paused for a moment, her gaze resting in the depths of the boy's eyes, and she silently nodded. "You are indeed not foolish." She then turned her attention to the Ravenclaw statue, a complex smile gracing her features. "You know, having a great mother from a young age is not an easy burden to bear. It signifies, at the very least, two sorrowful truths. First, that everyone holds exceedingly high expectations of you. No matter how well you perform, it is deemed merely expected. And second, that you find it exceedingly difficult to surpass your mother, with little hope of ever doing so throughout your life." Lin Mo stood silently by the curtains swaying in the morning breeze, listening to the ghostly elder recount tales of the past. As a descendant of a great wizard, one might perceive this as a halo of honor. However, throughout my youth, the most frequent remark I encountered was, "She is exceptionally clever, truly the daughter of Ravenclaw." I exerted every effort to master magic and acquire knowledge, striving to excel in every possible domain, yet I could never escape the label of being merely Ravenclaw's daughter. Even as I emerged as the brightest student in my year, indeed, in the entire school, in the eyes of others, I remained simply Ravenclaw's daughter. Forever just Ravenclaw's daughter. Ms. Grey gazed intently at the white marble statue. Moreover, as I matured, the perception of me shifted yet again, transforming into the notion that while the young woman possessed considerable talent, she still paled in comparison to her mother. She smiled at Lin Mo. "Throughout my academic journey, I expended every ounce of my energy in pursuit of excellence, only to find myself drifting further away from truly the daughter of Ravenclaw as somewhat inferior to her mother. It is widely acknowledged that the next generation should surpass the previous. Children ought to outshine their parents. Yet, in my case, I found myself increasingly lagging behind, unable to meet their expectations. I could not become a great wizard like my mother, which disappointed many, including the illustrious Ms. Ravenclaw." Helena floated gently to the statue, silently contemplating the crown atop its head. "It is understandable that you do not grasp this, for to you, it must seem an unfathomable predicament. After all, you are a thief of magic, and by the standards of wizards, you were born with talents that surpass those of your parents, receiving only their praise." "In truth, Ms. Grey," Lin Mo sighed, "I never even laid eyes on my parents, for they perished in the war long ago." "Is that so?" The ghost's expression darkened, then immediately flared with anger. "Are you insinuating that I am ungrateful?" "No, Miss Grey, quite the opposite," Lin Mo replied. "I empathize with your sentiments. My guardian's expectations of me are as stringent as those of a soldier, and like my classmate Harry, everyone harbors high hopes for him. He has confided in me about the immense pressure he feels upon entering the magical realm, despite his desire for obscurity. Because he vanquished the Dark Lord when he was scarcely aware of his surroundings, everyone attributes to him a certain power and innate talent. He has expressed how those expectant gazes often leave him breathless." "Indeed," Helena nodded, "much like that Potter child. Regarding your parents, I apologize. It is difficult to alter the nature of a ghost." She appeared somewhat dejected. "Eventually, I could no longer tolerate my inadequacy. I had to become more intelligent, even surpassing my mother. Thus, I clandestinely employed her diadem of wisdom, which she did not vigilantly guard. How ironic it is that the wisest individual in the world remains oblivious to the fervent desire others have for wisdom, unaware that her daughter, Helena, yearned profoundly for that diadem of wisdom." "Do not mock me," she continued, still fixated on the silent statue. "From childhood, that diadem lay within my reach. You cannot fathom the immense willpower it required to resist it. I persevered throughout my academic years until I finally relinquished my pride, acknowledging that I could never surpass my mother on my own. It was then that I succumbed to the allure of the diadem and donned it." She extended her hand, yearning to caress the diadem atop Ravenclaw's statue, yet her translucent fingers merely passed through the sculpture, akin to attempting to grasp the moon's reflection in water, utterly fruitless. Now, she was merely a ghost, a shadow. That diadem possessed formidable magical power and harbored ancient legacies. It rendered me exceptionally intelligent, in fact, profoundly so. Within days, I unraveled the transfiguration problems that had long plagued me, even embarking on advanced magical research. I brimmed with confidence, aware of my impending success. My reflexes sharpened, my perception heightened, and each day I grew increasingly astute. Until my mother realized what I had done, and she was heartbroken. She was heartbroken. She should have been angry. I did not require her sympathy. Never did I need it. Helena began to lose her composure, addressing Lin Mo sharply. She declared that I should not use it, though she acquiesced to my continued use of the diadem, asserting that I lacked the right to inherit it, that the ancient legacy contained within belonged to another. Can you imagine? I am her only offspring, her sole heir, yet she wished to bestow her most precious symbol of wisdom upon someone else, claiming I was unworthy of inheriting it. This drove me to madness. She paused for a long moment, finally managing a smile. So you see, intelligence does not equate to true wisdom. That diadem allowed me to comprehend the most profound magical mysteries, yet it could not suppress my anger and jealousy. I felt betrayed by my mother. From the moment I was born, I was betrayed by her, for I had not even inherited her cleverness, let alone her diadem of wisdom. Thus, I chose to betray her. I left Hogwarts with her diadem, departing from this cursed world. And then? Lin Mo inquired. After departing with my mother's diadem from this accursed realm, Helena's voice turned hazy. I lingered in the Muggle society for a time, and then wandered through the dark cosmic void for an extended period, encountering less scrupulous wizards. The conflicts among wizards during that era were far more pronounced than they are now. I dared not reveal to others that I had stolen my mother's diadem. Yet I could not resist using it. Consequently, I grew increasingly powerful in the eyes of those wizards, gradually earning their respect and admiration, eventually becoming renowned. However, Barrow ultimately found me, insisting that I return with him. At that moment, I was both terrified and despondent, unsure how to respond to the news of my mother's perilous condition. Yet Barrow would not allow me to ponder. He intended to bring me back using his power. He was a formidable and exceptional wizard, my mother's prized student. Nevertheless, those wizards would not permit you to depart their ranks easily, she whispered. Once you join them, exiting becomes exceedingly difficult. In the ensuing chaos, Barrow accidentally killed me. Perhaps it was intentional. Fueled by his fury at my refusal to accompany him and my lack of assistance during the conflict, compounded by my initial betrayal when I had stealthily fled. In the tumult, he unleashed a frenzied spell that pierced my chest, irreparably tearing my heart with an inescapable curse. He carried my lifeless body far away. And upon realizing what he had done, he took his own life using the same cursed weapon. She lifted her cloak, revealing the horrific scar upon her chest, to atone. He remained bound to this realm. And you remain to. Indeed, to witness the successor of the diadem of wisdom. Helena glared at Lin Mo. I do not concur with my mother's judgment. Thus I must see who truly qualifies to inherit my mother's diadem, someone more deserving than I. Yet, after all these years, only you, a thief of magic from Slytherin, have stirred the statue of my mother. But do you believe that you are more deserving of inheriting that diadem than I? She pointed fiercely at the crown atop the white marble statue. Lin Mo quickly shook his head. Humph, there is no need for you to feign kindness towards me. Although Helena spoke those words, her tone had noticeably softened. Since you have activated this statue, I see no reason to conceal the location of the crown of wisdom from you. However, it should no longer be in the place where I once kept it, she murmured. I told that riddle. The boy has a knack for charming others and seems to possess sympathy. Lin Mo felt a sinking sensation in his heart. The lady ghost gazed at the young man, raising an eyebrow. You still do not seem surprised regarding the whereabouts of the crown. At a loss for words, Lin Mo could only offer a bitter smile. So, there is nothing in this world that can astonish you anymore, is there? Perhaps that is why you were able to provoke my mother's statue. But how could you possibly know that the crown was taken by that individual? Are you a seer? Helena fixed her gaze on Lin Mo. I merely heard rumors. He continued to smile wryly. This was the truth. He had only heard whispers, and the reality was far removed from that. As for being a seer, perhaps there was one, but that was the emotionless girl of El, who had no prophetic gifts whatsoever. My intuition tells me you are not lying. But who can say for certain? Helena retorted angrily. Decades ago, that boy stood before me, uttering sweet words, and my intuition told me he was truthful as well. Look at the consequences. However, you need not worry. That person can only use the crown as simply as I do. He surely cannot awaken the legacy that lies within it. That is meant for Lady Ravenclaw, she emphasized with a tone of sarcasm. Moreover, I doubt he could even wield the crown. For I did not reveal to him how to do so. Yet he had no intention of wielding the crown. Lin Mo thought sorrowfully as he looked at the transparent Helena. If only you knew that the crown of wisdom has been turned into a Horcrux by the Dark Lord. You might be so enraged that you would reincarnate on the spot. Though Lady Grey had consistently criticized her mother, she would never wish for her sole relic to be desecrated. Indeed, that boy deceived me, but he has certainly met a fitting end, has he not? Helena's lips twisted. I have heard he has vanished, yet his followers are not entirely scattered. Many remain imprisoned in Azkaban, the fortress of the damned. Perhaps you can extract clues from those individuals. Due to the ancient legacy, my mother's crown will never be destroyed. It must be hidden away. Trust me, my mother's crown is undoubtedly worth your time to seek. Thank you for your guidance. Lin Mo expressed his gratitude. The Lady Ghost was unaware that the recent clues regarding the crown of wisdom were hidden right beneath her nose, within the very castle she knew so well. In a certain sense, the Dark Lord had fulfilled his initial promise, bringing the crown back before Lady Grey, albeit without informing her. Do you have anything you wish to say to my mother? Helena asked as she returned to the statue, her tone nonchalant. As the chosen heir, a thief from Slytherin? Though the path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty, who can say it was entirely impossible? Are you implying that I must continue onward? Wait, Lin Mo exclaimed, startled. You cannot possibly mean, yes. Helena replied. I admit you are indeed more exceptional than I initially imagined. Yet I still do not believe you are more worthy than I to inherit my mother's crown. However, this is your era. Perhaps there is no more fitting heir than you in this time. Those who have departed must ultimately depart, just as I have, since I have witnessed your arrival. There is no reason for me to linger here any longer. But perhaps you cannot fathom it. But after drifting in this castle for thousands of years, even a ghost would find it unbearable. Moreover, because I insisted on remaining, Barrow also stayed to atone for his sins, though he deserves it. This time has been sufficient to cleanse his transgressions. Helena revealed a faint smile. He would likely be more than willing to leave with me. Wouldn't you agree? No, Lin Mo said, somewhat flustered. This was not part of the plan. He had merely intended to visit Ravenclaw's common room early in the morning and take a few photographs of the crown. How had it turned into a situation where he would lose two ghostly predecessors? Can ghosts still embark on the journey of death? He inquired. Most ghosts cannot. But I can. I am Helena, she proudly declared. And Barrow can as well? Of course not. I believe even my mother could not accomplish that. She did not choose to remain as a ghost, and I am unaware of her studies in this regard, Helena explained. However, as far as I know, I am the only one capable of choosing whether to continue the journey after becoming a ghost. It requires profound understanding and courage. Barrow cannot do it. But I can take him with me on the journey ahead. You are a special child. I have witnessed many generations of students in this magical school. And you are one of the few who can astonish me. Of course, you are the first thief sorted into Slytherin. You must believe in yourself, and not live in the shadow of others, nor in doubt of your own worth. She gazed at Lin Mo, her tone softening. Suddenly resembling the voice he had just heard. I must take my leave now. Do you have anything to say to my mother, or to me? Disaster struck. Lin Mo felt his vision darken. Lady Grey was about to elope with the bloodstained Barrow. Was this decision not too rash? He murmured. Listening to you. It does seem a bit impulsive. I should be able to make better use of my abilities. Helena pondered for a moment. I should gather all the ghosts to move onward, if they are willing. Perhaps I could organize a ghostly soiree, leading those who finally possess the courage or are weary to embark on that unknown journey together. Well then, you might as well elope with two people, Lin Mo joked. Now not only Lady Grey and the bloodstained Barrow, but other ghosts would be involved as well. This has escalated quite dramatically. Heaven knows how many ghosts would regret their initial choices, yearning to continue their descent into death. Just think, to taste something. The ghostly banquet would be nothing but the stench of rotting flesh. Yet the poor ghosts could not even savor the foul odor. Lin Mo recalled having read a study that indicated ordinary humans, if deprived of taste and smell, would quickly succumb to melancholy or even depression. And these ghosts lacked even the sense of touch. Aside from light and sound, they possessed no other means of experiencing life, if what they had could even be deemed life. Moreover, the specters are incapable of interacting with tangible objects like the mischievous poltergeists, rendering them powerless even in their attempts to engage in delightful pranks. Consequently, they are left to cultivate peculiar hobbies to pass the time. For instance, Senior Barrow enjoys stargazing at the observatory, while Myrtle takes pleasure in teasing boys in the prefect's bathroom or weeping in the restroom, compelling students to toss items through her ethereal form. Should the opportunity to choose once more arise, one wonders how many wizards, who once lacked the courage to embrace death and remained as ghosts, would opt for an alternate path, the enigmatic and uncharted road. In a few days, If the students of Ravenclaw and Slytherin were to discover that their house ghosts have vanished, what chaos would ensue? Furthermore, according to Helena's scheme, it is quite possible that in a couple of days, all the ghosts of Hogwarts will have fled. They will have all fled. Fled completely. In Lin Mo's mind, the terrifying consequences were unfolding. Initially, everyone would assume that the ghosts had convened for some millennium celebration, but after a few days, the discrepancies would become apparent. Students would panic, professors would be at a loss, house elves would offer no useful insights, and Dumbledore would dismiss the situation, casting a memory charm to quell the fear. Subsequently, the news would somehow spread, prompting reporters from the Daily Prophet to swarm like sharks drawn by the scent of blood, wielding their sharp quills to pin countless articles. He could already envision how those reports would take shape. If he were to write one, it would be a sensational piece. Shock. Why have all the ghosts disappeared overnight? Why are thousands of students screaming in terror? Why are forbidden books in the library under constant attack? What secrets lurk behind Ravenclaw's whispering statues? Who is responsible for the young defense against the dark arts professor's sudden baldness? What hidden truths lie behind these enigmatic events? Is it the mad obsession of the legendary wizard Dumbledore, or the moral decay of noble-blooded Slytherin students? Is it the terrifying ancient magic of a cursed planet, or the secret conspiracy of dark wizards seeking to rise again? The Wizarding Alliance is ineffectual, and a century-old war is on the brink of eruption. Tune into today's headline from the Daily Prophet, follow our hot topics, unveil the distorted veil, and step inside the heart of this renowned school of magic. Shock. 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 No, no, Lin Mo exclaimed. Oh, do you have a better suggestion? I mean, since you've been wandering around Hogwarts for so long, perhaps you could consider waiting a few more years? He stammered. This suggestion did not glimmer with any wisdom. He should not assume it would persuade her. Helena gracefully settled onto the sofa, a beam of morning light filtering through her form, casting a slanting illumination on Ravenclaw's silent statue. I recall. Lin Mo rummaged through his mind. A wise person once said that death is not something to be rushed. It is an inevitable festival that will arrive in due time. So why the haste? Why be in a hurry? I am not in a hurry, Helena replied, slightly irritated. The only reason I am staying is to witness my mother's heir, not out of fear of death. If you unfortunate soul become a ghost, I hope you can find a way to re-enter death. Yes, your method, Lin Mo grasped at the lifeline. You should teach your method to other wizards. That way, when they pass, if they have unfinished business, they can linger a while longer as ghosts without losing the opportunity to embrace death. This is invaluable knowledge that should be shared with more wizards. The ghostly lady gently shook her head. No, that is not possible. Ghosts belong neither to this world nor the next. I cannot convey the matters of this realm to the living, just as you cannot describe magic to a muggle. Nor can you explain light and color to a blind person, or the beauty of music to a deaf child. Each wizard must explore this on their own. I must continue my journey, she said, rising from the sofa, seemingly ready to glide through the wall to seek out Beryl. Wait, you cannot, Lin Mo shouted. I have another question. Yes? Is the sound of the bronze knocker at the entrance to the common room the same as your mother's voice? Did you hear my mother's voice when you touched the statue? Lady Grey asked loudly. Yes. She urged me to find the crown of wisdom and the legacy of the Guardian. The legacy of the Guardian, indeed, that is what it is called. I had nearly forgotten that I heard my mother mention this name when I was very young, but thereafter, no matter how I inquired, she would not speak of it. She always guarded her secrets, as all renowned wizards do, much like that Dumbledore fellow. Alas, I fear I cannot assist you. I wish you luck. Helena waved her hand at Lin Mo, her form nearly vanishing into the wall. Wait, wait. Lin Mo took a deep breath, his heart racing. She also said to beware of death. Helena floated back. She furrowed her brow as she gazed at Lin Mo. Beware of death? Yes. That voice emphasized the warning to beware of death, Lin Mo said. Shouldn't we consider it? Beware of death, the ghost lady murmured. Her gaze was fixed on the hollow eyes of Ravenclaw's marble statue, her voice lighter than the breeze blowing through the window, her demeanor unusually solemn. As though lost in thought. I understand now. Thank you. Her form gradually sank, ultimately vanishing into the carpet, leaving behind a slightly disappointed remark. Perhaps I should have stayed to witness you find your mother's crown. So, Lin Mo? A girl's voice emerged from the corridor. Huh. Lin Mo, still preoccupied with whether Helena would flee with all the ghosts, was oblivious to the fact that he had lingered too long in Ravenclaw's common room. In his haste, he spoke aloud, and the early rising Ravenclaw student finally noticed him. It was a girl with black hair and dark eyes. Senior Zhengqiu? Ah, you actually know me? The girl appeared quite surprised. Oh, I had inquired about the Quidditch team, so I recognized you. They say you fly exceptionally well and might replace Ravenclaw's Seeker. I don't fly that well. Perhaps next year there will be an opportunity. Everyone says Harry is the true flying genius. He was selected as Gryffindor's Seeker just weeks after starting school. Zhang Qiu replied, a bit bashful. Hey, Senior Zhang Qiu. Are you already keeping an eye on Harry? Shouldn't you encourage him to? By the way, how did you end up here? Zhang Qiu asked. I was aware that students from different houses could visit each other. Our head mentioned that bringing students from other houses in is not allowed. I heard that Ravenclaw's common room is beautiful, so I thought I would take a look while no one was around. Lin Mo did not want to part with the bronze knocker so easily. Who knew if he would return to interact with Ravenclaw's statue again? Realizing he could not explain himself, he waved at Zhang Qiu. I have to go. It was nice meeting you. He dashed out of the common room before the girl could inquire further. The wooden door closed behind him, and suddenly, Lin Mo felt a surge of curiosity as he glanced back at the bronze knocker. May I ask you a question? Please do. The soft voice replied. What is the mnemonic for the trigonometric identity formulas? He challenged. Quite simple. You should not underestimate my wisdom. Wizards are not entirely ignorant of Muggle knowledge. Although it may often seem so, many wise individuals can grasp those profound theories. Moreover, their science offers a unique perspective. Some concepts are equally beneficial in magical research. If you have the time, I would recommend reading a few great Muggle works. Well, it seems that even being challenged leads to education. Lin Mo felt a bit embarrassed. Regarding your question, I know several versions. Which one would you like to hear? Transforms into even? He proposed. The knocker immediately responded with the second half. Signs depend on the quadrant. The bronze knocker indeed possessed knowledge of such mnemonics. Fortunately, it failed to recite the next line of the riddle, allowing Lin Mo to retain a semblance of dignity as a time traveler. After departing from the Ravenclaw common room, Lin Mo remained apprehensive, fearing that Ms. Grey might impulsively create a significant scandal. It was not until he encountered the bloodied Barrow in the dungeon corridor, nearly collided with the headless Nick at breakfast, and witnessed Professor Binns drifting above the lectern, monotonously delivering his lecture in the drowsy history of magic class, that he could finally ascertain that Ms. Grey had not yet convened a ghost assembly to lead the spirits of the castle into a hasty retreat, or rather, to continue down the path of demise. Hogwarts would not yet be besieged by a throng of frenzied journalists, allowing him to continue relishing the tranquility of the moment. Who knows, perhaps that cautionary warning about the Grim Reaper was intended for Helena, striving to concentrate on Professor Binns' recitation of the textbook for what felt like an eternity. Lin Mo, upon the bell signaling the end of class, hardly paid heed to Blaise, who had approached him for reasons unknown. He hastily excused himself, promising to discuss matters after school. As Lin Mo rushed to the 8th floor, aligning the map with the dial to enter the room of requirement, Yvel was already at the calculation center. How are the photographs? He inquired. They are restored, she replied, rendered with the textures and luster you described. The girl summoned a vivid image of a crown from the screen. The golden diadem was exquisitely detailed, each delicate carving apparent, with mesmerizing emeralds embedded within. For a fleeting moment, Lin Mo felt a wave of déjà vu wash over him. What about the scanning models? He asked. They are also completed, and the results are quite impressive. With the virtual glasses, you can freely navigate and explore the collections within the virtual room of requirement. If you avoid strong light, it should appear indistinguishable from the real thing. Does that mean we can commence the comparison? Indeed, Yvel nodded gently, her eyes reflecting a rare glimmer of anticipation. This was her first attempt at solving such a practical problem, seeking targets through model comparisons amidst a myriad of clutter. From controlling the miniature machine to constructing the models and then proceeding with the comparisons, she meticulously selected the most suitable programs for the calculations. She wondered what the ultimate outcome would be. With a click, she initiated the task. A deep, resonant hum emanated from the massive computer case, akin to a swarm of bees emerging from their hive, swirling and shifting shapes in the twilight. Gradually, more bees joined the aerial dance, and the sound intensified, becoming higher and sharper until, upon surpassing a certain threshold, it abruptly vanished. Lin Mo realized that the frequency of the buzzing had surpassed his perceptual limits. The room was filled only with a coarse rustling sound echoing from one end of the machine, the refrigerant circulating rapidly within the apparatus. He dared not even breathe, gazing in reverence at the colossal chassis, as if this bustling computation center had transformed into some divine spirit, radiating a sacred glow. The progress bar ascended incrementally, elevating Lin Mo's spirits with each slight rise. Not found, yet still not located. Countless jumbled models flashed rapidly across the screen. He fervently hoped that the Dark Lord, while arranging the soul artifacts, would not guard against the technological detection methods of Muggles. Initially, Lin Mo's 3 miniature machines could only scan external shapes, rendering them helpless against items concealed within cabinets or buried beneath heaps of clutter inaccessible to the devices. However, the miniature machines ordered by IVL were equipped with advanced vibration scanning modules, capable of discerning the shapes of most items hidden within storage cabinets, provided those cabinets did not obstruct sound wave vibrations. Given the Dark Lord's aversion to Muggles, his disdain for his own origins, and his contempt for the mundane and ordinary, it was highly probable that he would overlook Muggle detection and scanning methods. For him, the only magic worthy of attention was that which set him apart from the vast majority of Muggles. They still had a chance, otherwise all their efforts would be in vain. Of course, Iveal believed she had gained much from this endeavor, but Lin Mo's objective from the outset had been that diadem. Even if he could not find it, he needed to ascertain that it was indeed not present here to find peace of mind. The computation center executed searches with remarkable speed, the progress bar leaping forward rapidly. 103050. The refrigerant continued to swirl at high speed. Yet the heat from the machine began to flush Lin Mo's cheeks. 7080. Come on, he silently clenched his fists. 909295. Comparing. 9798. Lin Mo felt a sense of despair. According to statistical principles, if the target had not been located among the 99 of the data, the probability of finding it within the remaining one was less than 1 in 100, virtually negligible. Why does it stop at 99%? He could not help but inquire. The three-dimensional models had already been compared, and the algorithm was currently matching other features. Iveal explained. Just as a segment of imagery appeared on the screen, Eureka! A marker has been found. Lin Mo abruptly lifted his head. Before him, the girl magnified the screen to focus on a target, a filthy large cabinet carelessly discarded at the foot of a mountain of second-hand goods. On the grimy cabinet door, a ring of dark golden circular marks was evident, as if seared by a branding iron. The girl zoomed in once more, centering her attention on the charred imprint. This is it. We've found it. A wave of relief washed over Lin Mo. To someone unaware of its significance, this weathered burn mark appeared to be nothing more than an abstract blackened ring on a wooden surface. However, for Lin Mo and Iveal, who were in pursuit of the lost diadem and had reconstructed its model from the Ravenclaw statue, they recognized instantly that this ancient scorch was unmistakably in the shape of the diadem. The projection from the side matched perfectly. What lies within the cabinet? He inquired. Iveal tapped a few keys, but the image on the screen remained unchanged. Unknown. There is no model information. This cabinet is shielded against vibrational sound wave detection. The micro-machine was unable to scan the contents. The computation center had completed its task, and silence enveloped them as the two traversed a labyrinth of towering walls. Climbing over the hillock of discarded items to stand before the imposing black cabinet, the doors were tightly shut, the wooden surface smeared with grime. And near the dark golden handle, a ring of charred burn marks was visible. From this distance, the marks appeared abstract, making it difficult to surmise that they represented the missing diadem of Ravenclaw. Indeed, it is the one, Lin Mo declared, donning gloves as he gently rapped on the cabinet. The sound was deep and resonant. The wood was sturdy and thick. Given that Horcruxes could not be summoned using the summoning charm or any other magic, how would the Dark Lord search for an inconspicuous diadem in such vast space? The answer lay in concealing it within a cabinet marked by special insignia, one that could be carelessly discarded, yet summoned at will when necessary. With his formidable power, summoning a cabinet would be a trivial task. He pondered for a moment, casually picking up some torn paper to cover the burn marks. Then, he retrieved a forbidden book from his backpack, a tome on the identification of magical creatures. Iveal stepped back half a pace, clearly uneasy with the grotesque book stitched with half a fairy's head. What is this? Lin Mo queried, presenting the fairy visage before the cabinet. Merely an ordinary vanishing cabinet. I could smell it from my bag even with my eyes closed. The fairy face scoffed, flipping through the pages to a later section, which read, Vanishing Cabinet, a common high-level magical product, comes in pairs, possessing spatial gateway functions, capable of connecting two distinct entrances. Convenient to use, yet the connection distance varies significantly based on the creator's skill. A poorly crafted cabinet might only allow passage through a wall into the adjacent room. Just a vanishing cabinet? Indeed, a vanishing cabinet, the fairy face affirmed. Rest assured, I detect no dangerous magical aura, at least not from this side. If you understand alchemy, you would know that magical artifacts are difficult to disguise, as their core functions differ widely and emit distinct scents. This is basic knowledge. It proudly boasted of its expertise. Is that so? Lin Mo forcefully stuffed it back into his backpack and handed it to the girl, instructing her to step back. If anything goes awry, seek Dumbledore. The girl nodded, clutching his bag and retreating further away. Cautious, yet unflinching, Lin Mo cast a glance at the black cabinet, striking it again for reassurance. Akin to thumping a watermelon. With renewed resolve, he exerted force with both hands and pulled open the cabinet door. No skeleton leaped forth from the depths. Instead, it appeared empty, lacking any shelves, yet suffused with a faint gray mist that flowed languidly, as if a delicate veil was swaying softly in a gentle breeze, obscuring his vision. It was indeed a vanishing cabinet, precisely as described in the identification book. Lin Mo gestured to Ivel to signify the absence of danger, only to realize she had not learned the signaling language. For the time being, there is no immediate threat, he declared loudly. Ivel, clutching her backpack, approached him, and Lin Mo once again retrieved the book detailing the identification of magical creatures. What did you mean when you said there was no danger on this side? What about the other side? She inquired. The fairy face responded, to be precise, there is no danger within the disappearing cabinet. A fully functional disappearing cabinet acts as a bridge connecting two locations, and it possesses formidable protective qualities. As long as one remains within the confines of the cabinet, they will not face significant peril, even if one were to open the door and find themselves confronted with a fiery inferno outside. As long as they do not leap out, they will be safe. Is this truly a fully functional disappearing cabinet? Lin Mo asked. Indeed. You should not doubt my professional judgment. The fairy face felt somewhat insulted. May I merely extend my head out? He queried. Certainly. But remember not to recklessly abandon the protection of the disappearing cabinet. You may first observe the environment on that side. Perhaps the other half of the cabinet is situated in a terrifying locale. The fairy face smirked mischievously. What exactly are you searching for that necessitates such caution? You can trust me. I would never harm a student of Hogwarts. Take your time to guess, Lin Mo replied. A mix of truth and falsehood. Who knows if this forbidden book is truly trustworthy? Moreover, the implication that you would never harm a Hogwarts student suggests that you may indeed pose a threat to others. It would be prudent for one to speak less, Lin Mo thought as he stowed the fairy face back into his backpack. He rummaged through a pile of old goods and found a long strip of sturdy fabric, possibly woven from the fur of some magical creature. He promptly secured it around himself, tying a climbing knot, and handed the other end to Ivel, instructing her to maintain a safe distance. I will reach out to take a look. If I do not return within 20 seconds, attempt to pull me back. If anything goes awry, seek out Dumbledore. Lin Mo advised. And if something truly untoward occurs, remember to incinerate that fairy face to accompany me in death. Taking a deep breath, he leaned slightly forward, penetrating the mist of the disappearing cabinet. Surrounding him was an endless abyss of darkness. All sound had vanished, leaving only the rhythmic cadence of his heartbeat and breath. Thudding clearly, thump, thump, thump. Jian? He called, his voice muffled, as if he were speaking while submerged in water. There was no response. Nor did the tension of the knot around him alter, indicating that the girl could not hear him. He paused momentarily, then cautiously leaned forward a bit more. His head successfully breached the mist layer, emerging into another disappearing cabinet. Soon, his upper body followed suit, and he heard the faint whisper of wind, as if it were emanating from outside the cabinet. The temperature on this side was significantly warmer than the previous one. Lin Mo gently touched the cabinet door, which felt scalding hot, akin to a furnace. This sensation was indeed peculiar. His body remained intact, yet he existed simultaneously within two distant cabinets. His upper half had crossed over while his lower half remained behind. He felt a twinge of anxiety regarding what lay beyond the cabinet on this side. Why had the Dark Lord chosen this method to safeguard the Golden Crown? Why had he left the disappearing cabinet leading here in the Room of Requirement? Beyond mere concealment, what other protective measures had been devised? Lin Mo pondered for a moment, failing to arrive at a satisfactory answer. Time was of the essence, and he resolved to glimpse the situation outside the cabinet. Surely, a mere glance would not bring calamity. The interior of the cabinet was shrouded in darkness. Devoid of any glimmer of light, he would need to pry it open even slightly. However, just as he prepared to muster the strength, an inexplicable dread surged within him. Initially, it was but a ripple, yet it swiftly escalated into a tumultuous wave, transforming into an overwhelming tide of terror. An all-encompassing sense of fear engulfed him. as though he stood precariously atop a sheer cliff, with a fathomless chasm looming just beyond his feet. The howling wind threatened to topple him into an abyss from which there would be no return. Is this meant to intimidate me? I am not afraid of heights. He reassured himself, allowing a moment to breathe and regain composure. Yet, it was futile. The sense of dread only intensified. He recalled his experience aboard the Wizard Express when it docked at the prison Lockstar, and he swiftly stifled the urge to succumb to panic. For his heightened senses might prove unbearable if he allowed fear to take hold. This was not merely his instinct warning him of danger, it was a form of magic. A sinister force emanating from the darkness beyond the cabinet, designed to instill terror. How dare it encroach upon my mind? Lin Mo steeled himself, biting down hard on his tongue. The sharp pain elicited a gasp. He could even inflict pain upon himself when pushed to the brink. The sting was intense enough to draw tears, and the metallic taste of blood surged to his senses. Seizing the fleeting moment of suppressed fear, he exerted a gentle force, prying the frigid cabinet door open just enough to allow a sliver of light to seep in. Indeed, the ominous predictions of that cursed crow had proven accurate. Outside lay a sea of flames. More precisely, it was a sea of molten lava, bubbling with viscous effervescence. Despite being hidden away in the depths, the glow was blinding, as if the cabinet floated above this fiery abyss. Not far off, a colossal platform constructed of black stone loomed, and atop it sat a dark golden crown, presiding over all like a sovereign ruler. Along with the light that flooded in, a scorching heat accompanied a pungent scent of sulfur, and an increasingly oppressive weight settled upon his chest. Lin Mo felt himself on the verge of collapse. Through the crevice, he could not discern much. Yet he sensed the shadow slowly rising from the rolling, molten lava, gradually consuming the light like a night that devours all. Silently shrouding the sky with ominous clouds and infiltrating the heart with despair. He was uncertain of its nature, even doubting whether the shadow was merely a figment of his imagination. Yet, fear had firmly grasped him. His heartbeat quickened as he recalled his first mission with the captain and the others, when the team had taken shelter in a frigid mountainous region. The howling wind pressed against the tent like the wails of the damned, and beneath the icy gravel. He feared that a swarm of insects might emerge at any moment to tear him apart. He tossed and turned in his sleeping bag until the nightmares finally dragged him into darkness. He lost count of how many times he awoke before dawn, each time drenched in cold sweat. In the confining cupboard, inhaling the acrid scent of sulfur, he felt himself revert to that inexperienced novice who had never seen battle. "Take me back." He longed to scream, but the invisible terror weighed heavily on his chest, choking his throat. He knew he only needed to lift his torso to retreat into the room, that he merely had to take a few steps back to escape the light spilling in through the gap, yet he found himself utterly immobile. Lin Mo struggled. Yet the more he resisted, the heavier the pressure became, rendering him incapable of securely closing the cabinet door. Once again, he lost his sense of time, each passing second stretching into an eternity. "Jian, take me back." The ropes binding him finally dragged him backward out of the vanishing cabinet. "Close it." Lin Mo collapsed onto the ground like a rag doll. Leaning against the corner of the cabinet, he gasped for breath, cold sweat perpetually oozing from his body. His vision fading to darkness. He glanced down at the warning lights of the vital signs monitor, which indicated a heart rate that was on the verge of exploding. Indeed, only 20 seconds had elapsed. Iviel hurried over to securely close the cabinet door. "Are you all right?" she asked, her eyes filled with concern as she gazed at Lin Mo. Lin Mo wearily shook his head, managing to force out a rather unconvincing and unattractive smile. "What's over there? A Dementor?" the girl inquired, seemingly unaware of the origins of the term. Yet, she was mistaken. Lin Mo was certain that whatever lay within that molten lake, guarded by the diadem, was far worse, much worse, than a Dementor. The afternoon sun cast a drowsy spell, and as Lin Mo settled back into his seat in the classroom, he felt as though he had stepped into a different realm. The most distant distance in the world is not the gap between love and indifference, but the chasm that separates me from the diadem, as I stand this side of the vanishing cabinet, while it lies beyond, and I dare not approach. He idly twirled his wand, a faint melancholy stirring within him. Perhaps he should confide in Professor Dumbledore about the diadem, regardless of what resided in the molten lake on the other side of the cabinet, with his current abilities. He knew he could not unravel the dark enchantments left by the Dark Lord in a short time. With no fruitful experiments to speak of, he could only memorize the cabinet's location, waiting until he had mastered the incantations to relocate it to a more concealed spot. Yet, the prospect of entering that fiery realm to retrieve the diadem seemed like a distant dream. Dumbledore's legacy as the guardian of Ravenclaw beckoned him to bide his time. There were too many factors to consider. Time was on his side, and he resisted the urge to knock on the headmaster's door. In a moment of distraction, his wand nearly slipped from his grasp, prompting a warning glance from Professor Flitwick, who was lecturing at the front of the class. He quickly steadied his light purple wand, squared his shoulders, and sat up straight, eliciting a satisfied nod from the incantation professor, who then diverted his gaze. With the wand's poor performance, Lin Mo thought with frustration that it would not be long before he would replace it with a new one. Using this wand was far too troublesome. Although he had gradually learned how to recharge its core by focusing intently during a few unsuccessful spells, significantly reducing the time required for preparation. Who could afford to wait for him to fail a couple of times in the heat of battle before he could engage? He certainly would not be so foolish. Moreover, due to the wand's incomplete core, it required an accumulation of magical power to penetrate the fissures and successfully cast a spell, which would make each successful casting more potent, yet also rendered spells increasingly unstable and challenging to control. Currently, the drawbacks of such enhancement far outweighed the benefits. After all, mastery over the wand was paramount during the learning phase. The potency of spells could be addressed later. However, this wand was quite the opposite. It possessed tremendous power if the spells could be successfully cast, but was exceedingly unstable. Consequently, after weeks of lessons, Lin Mo felt he could almost vie for the title of explosive genius alongside Seamus. In this particular charms class, he and Seamus had already obliterated a double-digit number of feathers. Following several practice sessions where they had honed their wand movements and recited various peculiar incantations, Professor Flitwick finally introduced them to the rather mundane levitation charm, utilizing palm-sized, buoyant feathers as practice props. Although the diminutive professor stood atop a stack of books before class, assuring everyone they could practice freely and that he had provided ample feathers, after Lin Mo and Seamus had detonated nearly 10. His tone shifted to, "Please cherish our practice materials. Treat our feathers gently. Avoid reckless wand movements to ensure the success of your spellcasting. From now on, you must cultivate precise muscle memory to adeptly employ each charm." "Professor, I think I need a new feather," Lin Mo interjected. "Me too. Generally speaking, aside from a few explosive talents like Lin Mo, most students practice safely." The levitation charm was among the most fundamental spells, with short incantations and relatively simple wand movements. Many had already succeeded in making their feathers stir. Of course, only Miss Granger could control her feather with such finesse that it floated near the ceiling of the classroom, earning 5 points for Gryffindor. The practice and explanation of this charm would span the ensuing weeks. Those who had not succeeded need not fret. Ample time remained for them to continue practicing outside of class. Remember, this differs slightly from your wand training. You may wield your wand slowly yet precisely, in rhythm with your incantation. There is no need to rush, but do not be overly slow, as that may cause your focus to wane and hinder your spell casting. Professor Flitwick then glanced at Lin Mo and Seamus, having seated the two rival house students together after their feather explosions. "Be cautious," he advised. The classroom erupted in laughter. Seamus, his head bowed and face flushed, wished to disappear beneath the table, while Lin Mo maintained an air of nonchalance. It was merely a handful of feathers that had been blasted apart, nothing to be overly concerned about. During his training at the base, he had lost count of how many bullets he had discharged. Years later, he was far more accurate than Captain Dog, with a little help from his friends. Investment yields returns, practice makes perfect, and he understood this principle well. Furthermore, he had gleaned some insights regarding spellcasting. For instance, the most critical aspect was not the incantation or the wand movement, but rather the concentration of one's mind. As Professor Flitwick had stated, distraction rendered spellcasting impossible. No matter how well one pronounced the words or wielded the wand, focus was paramount. Thus, in Lin Mo's view, the incantation itself served merely as a method to aid concentration, an aid to focus on the target spell. After all, skilled witches and wizards could cast spells silently, indicating that incantations were not strictly necessary. Focus was the essence. He prided himself on his ability to concentrate. He believed he was perhaps only slightly less focused than Hermione when she was absorbed in her reading. Miss Granger's concentration was formidable in a quiet environment. She could complete in an afternoon what others would take a full day to finish, retaining the knowledge with remarkable clarity. However, according to Ron, she struggled to maintain focus in noisy surroundings, having snapped at Fred and George in the common room on 2 occasions for their incessant interruptions. Consequently, the Weasley twins had relocated their experimentation with prank spells to an unused classroom where they would not disturb her. In this light, Lin Mo held a distinct advantage. Not only could he concentrate intensely, but he was also resilient against distractions. Even as Seamus detonated another feather nearby, he managed to cast his spell, resulting in yet another explosion. After all, at least there was sound, was there not? If one's concentration faltered, their magical energy would naturally dissipate. It was all the same old adage. Practice makes perfect, perseverance conquers all. With diligent effort, even the hardest iron could be ground into a needle. There were also sentiments about the forging of swords through hardship and the fragrance of plum blossoms born from bitter cold. The essence lay in the practice. The next class was with Professor Hicklea, focusing on charms and charm locks, a lesson Lin Mo had long anticipated. However, during the break, his roommate Blaze once again intercepted him. By the way, you mentioned something earlier? Lin Mo recalled the boy's earlier approach that morning. Blaze appeared hesitant, his gaze drifting to the ceiling as he mumbled, "Wait, after school, after the last class this afternoon, don't leave right away. Please wait for me in the classroom. I have something to discuss with you." Blaze spoke haltingly. "All right," Lin Mo replied decisively. After all, the clues regarding the crown had reached a temporary standstill. He and Yver had already dragged that cumbersome computing center out of the room, and he had no other plans for the afternoon after class. Lin Mo held a relatively favorable impression of his roommate, Blaze Zabini. The last time the password had been changed, it was Blaze who had climbed out of bed during curfew to let him in when he returned late to the dormitory. This boy was one of the few in Slytherin with whom he could exchange a few words. As for the others, apart from Delacour, who was still scheming to drive him out of the academy, most adopted an attitude of ignoring him and keeping their distance. So it settled. Blaze nodded at Lin Mo and hurried away. It was unclear what had compelled him to be in such a rush. Could it be that he had offended Flint last time, the head of house with nostrils resembling those of a gorilla, who had sought trouble with Blaze? Lin Mo pondered for a moment before making his way to the restroom. Consulting the map, he arrived at an unfamiliar circular classroom on the 3rd floor. The final class of the day was taught by Professor Hicklea, regardless of the circumstances. Attending a lecture delivered by an attractive young woman was undoubtedly more enjoyable than enduring one from Professor Frivy. His spirits began to lift, seemingly erasing any recollection of Hicklea's earlier warnings about the difficulty of the course. Even if he had remembered, he likely would not have taken it to heart, after all. Having just absorbed a considerable amount of motivational wisdom, he felt capable of tackling even the most perplexing calculus problems with ease. With diligence, one could achieve mastery. As the proverb goes, had he not already discovered the wisdom crown? As for whether he could attain it, that was another matter. It rested atop a high platform amidst a lake of lava. The distinctive features of this circular classroom were immediately apparent. Upon entering, Lin Mo was reassured that he had not taken a wrong turn, as the aroma of freshly baked cakes wafted through the air. Additionally, several large boxes filled with an assortment of flavored cookies adorned the podium. Professor Hicklea sat at the front, indulging in the treats while engrossed in her book, seemingly oblivious to the presence of her students. However, as she sampled the various flavors, her expressions betrayed her delight. For instance, the honey-filled cookie had prompted her to lick her lips with lingering satisfaction. After successfully capturing the sweet honey clinging to her mouth, she beamed, revealing her small canine teeth. Were the librarian, Mrs. Pants, to witness such behavior, reading while snacking, she would likely be incensed, delivering a sharp reprimand with her feather duster and revoking Hicklea's library privileges for 2 months. "Welcome to my class." With the ringing of the bell, Hicklea finally set aside her cookies and book. She called the roll without deducting points from the few tardy students who arrived breathless. "Do not fret. In time, you will learn which staircases are prone to mischief and which prefer to take leisurely naps," she remarked, adding, "It took me quite some time to overcome my own tardiness." She appeared to be scarcely older than half the other professors, resembling more of an upperclassman than an authority figure. The freshmen felt no trepidation, especially when she introduced herself, encouraging them to address her simply as Hicklea. Clearly, she was far more approachable than Professor Snape, who would likely instill fear in anyone daring to call him by his first name. This course serves as a supplement and extension to Professor Frivy's Charms class. Commencing only after you have formally learned your first spell, Professor Hicklea explained. "The title of our course is Spell Lock. Can anyone tell me what a spell lock is?" Miss Granger eagerly raised her hand, her fervent gaze leaving little room for refusal. "A spell lock, as I read in my book, is not a spell for operating locks like Alohomora, but rather a unique spell structure that renders spells more difficult to unravel," Hermione articulated. "A spell lock evolves from the style of spells. It is well known that each accomplished wizard has distinct habits when casting spells. Initially, these habits were categorized as spell styles, and aurors could identify the caster's identity through the traces left by their spells, which proved invaluable in tracking dark wizards. Enough, Hikria interjected with a smile. If you continue, you will divulge all that I intend to teach. Hermione blushed and promptly took her seat. Well done. Gryffindor earns 5 points. Hikria generously awarded points. As Miss Granger mentioned, a spell lock is a distinctive spell structure derived from spell style. Wizards, through their practical and theoretical development of magic, discovered that certain idiosyncrasies in their casting could influence the spell's effectiveness. For instance, slightly elongating a syllable or incorporating additional gestures could enhance the spell's potency rather than diminish it. Thus, these peculiar habits are referred to as spell locks. With that, she conjured a visual representation of a wand movement before her students. Lin Mo recognized the wand movement as the levitation charm they had just studied in their recent lesson. Yet it was not entirely identical. The highlighted points of trajectory resonated with one another, creating an intricate complexity that possessed an inexplicable charm and allure. It was as if the original magic had been meticulously severed and re-implanted with a distinctive structure. Regarding magical locks, the most common examples are petrification and its reversal. Professor Hikria stated that apart from the spell halt method for breaking enchantments, if one follows the standard casting procedure, the effects of the petrification spell can be easily undone. However, if slight modifications are made during the casting process, one would find that the effects of petrification remain unchanged or unweakened, while the ordinary reversal of petrification becomes increasingly difficult to achieve. To reinforce this concept, she deconstructed the highlighted trajectory points into the shape of a copper lock. Once the remaining trajectory returned to its original state, many students recognized it as the levitation charm they had just learned in the previous class. These unique modifications acted like a lock, safeguarding the spell you had cast. To unravel the enchantment, one must first decode the spell lock, which lacks a standard countercharm. As wizards can select different unique points for various modifications, creating distinct spell locks. Professor Hikria continued, stating that the course would not only teach how to construct these locks, but also how to unlock them. With a flick of her wrist, she conjured a key and inserted it into the copper lock's keyhole, producing a satisfying click as it unlocked. To successfully break a magic imbued with a spell lock, one must observe the casting traces meticulously and deduce the structure of the spell lock. Only then can one incorporate the corresponding key into the countercharm to dissolve the magic. This method enhances the security of spells, greatly benefiting most confidentiality-related enchantments and a few elusive magics from the evolution of spell locks. However, young wizards like the students present would find themselves powerless against the magic of adults, as even the simplest spells become insurmountable when fortified with a spell lock. Unless, of course, Professor Hikria winked playfully and, with a mischievous smile, encouraged, if you all diligently master this course, you may very well have the opportunity to unravel their magic. It was a revelation that wizards had indeed developed such a system of spell locks. Lin Mo silently expressed his relief, grateful for his cautious demeanor that had prevented him from acting rashly. In Hiklia's explanation, 2 key pieces of information emerged. The first was that the current process of spellcasting could incorporate unique variations akin to fingerprints, known as spell locks, which could differ from one wizard to another. The second was that such locks could be breached, but there was no standardized method for doing so. It required observation and theoretical understanding to devise the appropriate key. It certainly sounded intricate. Whether it pertained to variations in syllables or the trajectory of wand movements, it was undoubtedly an exceedingly meticulous task. This reminded Lin Mo of his school days when he had once taken a course in cryptography, which had been rather perplexing, and he barely scraped through with a passing grade. The painful memories caused him to furrow his brow. While some were elated, others were disheartened. Beside him, Yvel appeared quite intrigued by the concept of spell locking and unlocking, likely finding a sense of identity as a hacker in this course. However, Hiklia cautioned, incorporating spell locks during the casting process was an exacting discipline. Any casual alterations could render the spell entirely ineffective and could also lead to peril and unforeseen consequences. Moreover, aside from a handful of universal locks, the modifiable points of each spell varied, necessitating a solid grasp of the respective incantations to master spell locks. Consequently, Professor Flitwick's charm class was an essential foundation for this course. She urged everyone to take these 2 subjects seriously, assuring them that, much like the charm class, they would start with the simplest of spells. With a wave of her hand, she conjured the trajectory of the levitation charm once more. Had the freshmen been able to foresee the countless hours of effort and mental strain they would invest in this course, They would surely have etched that afternoon into their memories as the inception of their arduous journey. By the end of the lesson, all students recognized one thing. Spell locks represented the most challenging subject they had encountered thus far, even more so than Professor McGonagall's transfiguration. Even if they focused intently on following the standard wand trajectory, they might still struggle to produce magic, let alone execute precise and stringent modifications to add a lock to the spell. Indeed, it seemed that only spells of substantial efficacy warranted the protection of a spell lock. Yet, looking at their dissipated magical energy, they could scarcely call it magic. Even Hermione had failed this time, appearing utterly dejected at the end of class. Everyone performed admirably. Do not lose heart, Hiclia encouraged them, distributing substantial strawberry cookies to each student, hoping to rekindle their confidence with a treat. Unfortunately, the outcome was less than ideal. Not everyone possessed the extraordinary talent, akin to Hiclia, to draw additional strength from food. That was likely a gift reserved for the most gluttonous of wizards, for instance. Lin Mo, who considered himself merely an ordinary foodie, lacked such a skill. According to the agreement made before class with Blaise, Lin Mo deliberately slowed his pace while packing his belongings, allowing Harry and the others to depart first. He lingered to organize his books and notes. On the opposite side of the classroom, Blaise was also taking his time, and after tidying up, he wandered around his seat for a while. Once everyone else had left the classroom, he approached Lin Mo. Is Flint giving you trouble? Lin Mo asked directly. No, not at all, Blaise replied, surprised. Why would you think that? Flint hasn't bothered me. Then what is it? Didn't you start looking for me this morning? Oh, well, I found an intriguing painting earlier. In the corridor just outside the 8th floor. It features a Muggle theme, and I thought you might want to take a look at it. After all, you are of Muggle descent. Me? Go see a painting? On the 8th floor? Lin Mo was taken aback. What a peculiar reason. The entrance to the room was indeed on the 8th floor, and while he had traversed those corridors numerous times recently, he had never noticed anything noteworthy about Muggle-themed artwork. That area was rather secluded and desolate. Even the figures in the paintings seemed reluctant to linger, with most of the time spent showcasing only an empty background and frame. Are you certain it's on the 8th floor? He inquired. Yes, it's in the southern corridor of the 8th floor. If you really don't want to go, that's fine, Blaise said, a hint of panic evident in his voice. Yet he could not help but add, but that painting is genuinely fascinating. You should come and see it. All right. Lead the way, Lin Mo agreed readily. Blaise's clumsy excuse for leading him to the 8th floor piqued Lin Mo's curiosity. He wanted to uncover what was truly afoot. Surely it couldn't be merely an intriguing Muggle-themed painting. After spending a few weeks as roommates and getting to know each other, Lin Mo was aware that Blaise's attitude towards Muggles was not dissimilar to that of traditional pureblood wizards. He absolutely did not believe in the existence of an interesting Muggle-themed painting. However, he was curious about why Blaise would employ such a flimsy excuse to bring him to the 8th floor. The boy appeared visibly anxious, his demeanor betraying a sense of urgency as he led the way at a deliberate pace. As they navigated the trick steps and made their way to the 6th floor via the moving staircase, Blaise paused. Lin Mo, if you have something to discuss, we can wait until next time. This matter isn't urgent, he said, growing increasingly intriguing. Lin Mo observed the boy before him, whose lips were pressed together in anxiety. His right hand, tucked within his sleeve, curled instinctively in a display of tension. Blaise, Lin Mo said, meeting his anxious gaze, if there's something on your mind, feel free to tell me directly. I assure you, I will do my utmost to assist you. It's nothing, just a painting. Then shall we continue? Lin Mo leaped over another flight of stairs and ascended 2 more spirals to reach the 8th floor. Suddenly, Blaise, who had fallen behind, exclaimed, Someone asked me to bring you here. Who? It's Malfoy. Oh, I should have known. Who else could it be but that troublesome child? Lin Mo surmised, piecing together the situation. She wants you to lead me to the empty corridor on the 8th floor. Can you concoct some excuse about viewing paintings? Blaise, dejected, tacitly agreed. I understand, but I must say that excuse is rather feeble. Lin Mo nodded in acknowledgement. I am not afraid of her, Blaise stammered, his head bowed. I did not wish to associate too closely with the Malfoy family. However, she threatened that if I did not comply, she would have her father create trouble for my family. My mother's reputation is already precarious. She assured me that if I helped her this once, she would cease to bother me. It's all right, Lin Mo reassured him, patting his shoulder. I understand now. It is the corridor on the southern side of the 8th floor. Correct? Yes, Blaise replied, somewhat bewildered. Very well, I shall go there at once. Lin Mo turned and headed towards the upper levels. Wait a moment. They must be looking for trouble. I saw Malfoy and Parkinson with Goyle and Crabbe. Perhaps it's best to avoid them. No worries, don't fret. Lin Mo replied with a cheerful smile. You need not accompany me. It would only invite trouble. I shall inform them that I am following your advice to visit the 8th floor in search of a room that changes. As long as I appear, they will not suspect you. I am not going. Then you. I shall confront them, Lin Mo said meaningfully, pressing down on his fingers, producing a series of cracking sounds. Please refrain from mimicking this action as it may harm the joints. Confront? What does confront mean? Blaze murmured in confusion, unable to grasp the meaning of the term. By the time he regained his senses, Lin Mo had already vanished up the spiral staircase. Beyond the mountains and across the sea, there exists a blue child. Lin Mo hummed a little tune as he made his way to the 8th floor. The mischievous children had now advanced to coercing and enticing their classmates to assist in setting traps for him, which was indeed commendable. He wondered what they had prepared within the trap. As for what he should present as a reward, Lin Mo mused that a set of seasoned military boxing techniques would suffice. The corridor lay to the south, and as he rounded the corner, he caught sight of Pansy peeking out with one eye, secretly observing him. Upon realizing his presence, she hurriedly withdrew. He approached nonchalantly, muttering about magical rooms. Strange. It should be right here. Where is that magical room Blaze mentioned on the 8th floor, south corridor? I should have insisted he accompany me. After walking for a while, Lin Mo heard footsteps behind him, 2 individuals. The heavy sound indicated it was Goyle and Crabbe, who were likely hiding in an empty classroom just moments ago and were now trailing him at a distance. They maintained a certain distance, clearly wishing to avoid detection. Yet they did not realize that their footsteps had already betrayed them. Lin Mo continued to feign ignorance, casually glancing at the vital signs monitor as if checking the time. His wrist casually turned, and for a fleeting moment, the monitor's crystal surface reflected the 2 figures trailing behind him. In their unassuming state, he could clearly see that they bore no weapons, not even a wand, perhaps believing that they could easily overpower him with their bare hands. As he neared the end of the corridor, the principal figure finally emerged. Delacour appeared before Lin Mo with an air of triumph, followed closely by Pansy, who stepped out from a concealed corner. Miss Malfoy? What brings you here? Lin Mo inquired, feigning ignorance. Could it be that you two are in search of that magical room? Of course, we are here to find you. Surprised, are you? Delacour replied with a sense of pride. Lin Mo, with a look of astonishment, exclaimed, You came looking for me? What for? We just attended class together, didn't we? Ah, I see. You must have something you're confused about and are afraid of losing face by asking me in front of others. So you discreetly sought me out on the 8th floor. Fear not, as classmates, we ought to assist one another, especially since we belong to the same academy. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. I shall certainly assist you without holding past grievances against you. However, Chris's expression turned icy. I told you I would settle the score with you. Today, you shall repay everything you owe me. Settle the score with me? Lin Mo teased, speaking of which. What was the outcome of your duel with Harry last time? Who emerged victorious? I heard from Harry that you didn't show up in the end. To be honest, that's rather disappointing. Once an agreement is made, it should be honored. Even if Filch catches you, it's better to accept that than to break your word. The audacity of this fellow to mention the previous incident infuriated Chris, as it was he who had insisted she shouldn't go. Her expression grew even colder. Look at you, the esteemed heiress of the Malfoy family, the future leader, failing to uphold your promises to your peers. What would happen if word of this got out? Lin Mo remarked, and let us be honest, even if you wish to settle the score with me, it seems you and Pansy might not suffice. Are you done? Chris glared, her countenance reaching an absolute freeze. Of course not. She commanded fiercely, seize him. The frost on her face dissipated as she ordered her companions, Goyle and Crabbe, who lunged at Lin Mo like ravenous wolves. In a flash, Lin Mo chose not to evade, allowing the 2 burly boys to grasp his arms, one on each side, resembling 2 statues guarding him. One must admit, these 2 were indeed imposing, yet their effectiveness remained questionable. From the way they held him, it was clear they were amateurs, failing to secure his joints, let alone constrain his ability to retaliate. It was merely a hollow display. Bound yet unperturbed, Lin Mo chuckled. Do you truly think I would be foolish enough to face you with just Pansy? Seeing Lin Mo captured, Chris's frosty demeanor melted away, replaced by a triumphant glee that nearly lifted her to the heavens. You're quite the talker, aren't you? Relying on your strength to bully others on the Hogwarts Express? And now? Where's that smile now? She stepped closer, reveling in Lin Mo's rigid expression, which betrayed a mixture of fear and defiance. Her pallid face flushed slightly, her breath quickening with excitement. Humph, you've fallen right into my hands. Coming to find the room of requirement? It's amusing that Zabani thought of it. Why don't you showcase your intelligence now? I merely intended to trick you into teaching you a lesson today, but you seem utterly oblivious. Even now, when disaster looms, you still believe you possess great wisdom? How dare you mock me and Pansy? Lin Mo's demeanor returned to normal. It was not that he wished to cease his performance, but rather that maintaining such a subtle expression was utterly exhausting. He was not a student of the dramatic arts, and feigning emotions for mere amusement was sufficient. Did you not observe how Miss Parkinson was utterly convinced? It is not my intention to mock you, Miss Malfoy. Lin Mo said with a smile at the corners of his mouth. It is simply that the surname Parkinson. Alas, if only I had changed my name long ago. There are countless names one could choose, yet why must it be Parkinson? What did you say? Pansy's sharp laughter abruptly froze, her distorted visage betraying a fury that rendered her countenance grotesque. Had it not been for Cloris steering the conversation, she might have lunged at Lin Mo, claws poised to rend his skin. Humph, I wonder how long you can maintain that bravado. Thief. Cloris scoffed disdainfully. Pansy, where are the items we prepared? Lin Mo, trapped between Goyle and Crabbe, suddenly wore a peculiar expression. Pansy produced a black leather whip and handed it to Cloris. The whip, however, bore no semblance to a legitimate weapon. It was light and devoid of both weight and elasticity, adorned with tattered tassels and superfluous studs, resembling some strange prop rather than an instrument of intimidation. One could only wonder where these two girls had acquired such an oddity. Are you frightened now? Cloris brandished the whip triumphantly, seemingly attempting to intimidate Lin Mo. Little did she know that, in his eyes, the threat posed by even a genuine barbed whip paled in comparison to that of a wand, let alone this peculiar whip. He remained unperturbed, even feeling a twinge of amusement. Honestly, were it a wand, he would at least have to guard against spells of dismemberment. As for this contraption, would Cloris even know how to wield it? Mishandling it could very well result in her striking her own forehead. Apologize sincerely now and promise to request a transfer from Professor Dumbledore, and perhaps, should I be in a generous mood, I might mitigate your suffering, Cloris declared, her delicate fingers toying with the coiled black whip. Considering your contributions to Slytherin, I shall spare you from expulsion. Do not hesitate to thank me. How exceedingly lenient of her. Oh, Cloris, you are truly magnanimous. Pansy feigned a look of being profoundly moved. Hey, the terms are hardly severe. I expected to have to prostrate myself before you and kiss your feet. Lin Mo could no longer contain his laughter. What are you laughing at? What are you laughing at? Chris screamed, her disdain for the smug expression on his face palpable. She felt as if she were a balloon on the verge of bursting, overwhelmed by frustration. Did he truly not grasp the gravity of the situation? Who, after all, was at a disadvantage? He had already been cornered by Crabbe and Goyle. Even if he were not physically restrained, did he truly believe he could triumph over all four of them? This fool was unworthy of being a Slytherin. A qualified Slytherin in such circumstances would learn to relinquish immediate gains in exchange for forgiveness, even if it meant harboring resentment for future schemes. Instead, he chose to laugh. That infuriating, contemptible smile plastered across his face. How detestable he was. In her exasperation, she raised the whip in her hand. Draco, with a hint of mischief, raised his whip as if to strike. Yet in the next moment, Lin Mo's words froze her arm in midair. Miss Chris, he inquired with curiosity, to be perfectly honest, if I were to allow you to strike me with all your might, could you guarantee that you would never harass me again? Of course, he was merely intrigued. The notion of being struck was utterly preposterous. He would never allow himself to be subjected to such a punishment by this insufferable child. Unless Draco could incapacitate him like Captain Dog, rendering him unable to resist and forcing him to endure it. What did you say? Chris was so astonished that she momentarily overlooked the affront of Lin Mo's address. I am quite serious. If I were to permit you to strike me with all your strength, could you assure me that you would never trouble me again? Lin Mo inquired earnestly. If I were to strike you with a whip to vent my frustrations, would you, in the name of the Malfoy family, guarantee that you shall cease to harass me henceforth, and ensure that Miss Parkinson and these two burly classmates beside me will not disturb me either? Let us settle our grievances and part ways amicably, each taking our own path. What say you? Strike you? Chris was taken aback. What nonsense is this about paths and bridges? She instinctively glanced at the whip in her hand, intended merely as a tool to intimidate this detestable individual. She envisioned a scenario where Crabbe and Goyle subdued him, preparing to impart a memorable lesson, hoping to frighten him into a pallor that would teach him a lesson about his own audacity. However, she had not contemplated what to do if he remained unfazed by her threats. Confusion clouded her mind as she wondered why, despite her raising the whip, he remained unflappable and could still pose such questions with a straight face. To strike him and assure him of no further disturbances? While delivering a solid blow could indeed alleviate her anger, the sight of his nonchalant demeanor and that infuriating smile ignited a fury within her. She longed to shatter that smile into pieces. It seemed utterly absurd to think that a single lash could erase everything he had done against her. How could that be? Just one lash? You think I would let bygones be bygones? She seethed. Exactly. What a lovely thought. Impossible. Pansy cackled. If Chris were to strike you daily, we might consider it. Yes, Chris echoed, delighting in Pansy's proposition. One lash a day, and I shall pretend your past offenses never occurred. Ah, what a pity. Lin Mo replied with a hint of regret. Chris, do not waste your breath on him. Just give him a couple of lashes, and he will understand what to do. Pansy sneered maliciously. Draco Chris hesitated, wavering the weapon in her hand. Chris, if you fear trouble with the teachers, I've heard that Muggles possess a special method to teach him a memorable lesson, perfectly suited for this thief, Pansy suggested. Before Chris could respond, Lin Mo interjected curiously. What special method? Oh, Pansy stepped closer. I've heard it involves covering your face with a towel and pouring water over it. What do you think? Water torture? This Parkinson is more malicious than Malfoy. At such a young age, so unrestrained. No wonder some young wizards take pride in joining the Death Eaters upon graduation. Their innate cruelty remains uncorrected, making it hard to avoid becoming dark wizards. Lin Mo realized that Hogwarts lacked an essential course in moral education. He should recommend it to Dumbledore at the first opportunity. Ahem, I find it rather unappealing, Miss Parkinson, Lin Mo said languidly. Since you all have rejected my previous proposal. How about this? As long as you guarantee not to trouble me again, I shall refrain from using the whip. Otherwise, each time you disturb me, I shall grant you each a lash. Of course, as classmates, we should assist one another. Should you have any academic queries or personal troubles, except for financial difficulties, you may still come to me, and I shall help you with your questions. Did you just reverse your statement? Pansy laughed. Chris joined in the laughter, and even Goyle and Crabbe, flanking Lin Mo, let out quiet chuckles. Their voices, cracking with adolescence, grated on Lin Mo's nerves. You seem unaware of your predicament, Chris remarked. Moreover, your plan harbors a significant flaw. What is that? You are the one to be struck. For the whip is in my possession. She proudly brandished the peculiar whip in her hand. Oh, is that so? But I wonder if you have heard an old saying. Lin Mo replied unhurriedly. What? 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. He gently lifted his right foot. Your legs have gone weak? Pansy mocked. Before her words could fade, Lin Mo forcefully stomped down, his heel crashing onto Goyle's toes. Ah! Goyle screamed, stumbling sideways, with his right arm freed. Lin Mo did not hesitate. He coiled his waist and, with a twist, delivered a powerful punch to Crabbe's abdomen. Crabbe fell silent, crumpling to the ground. Before Pansy could retreat, Lin Mo swiftly seized her arm, twisting and pulling until a sharp crack echoed as he dislocated her shoulder. With a casual shove, Pansy staggered against the wall, her scream abruptly silenced. In mere moments, the situation had transformed. The last of the group, Chris, frantically drew her wand. And Lin Mo found it amusing. In a critical moment, she had forgotten the whip, clearly finding her wand to be a more reliable weapon. He had no intention of sparing this troublesome child. What do you plan to do? I warn you. Chris finally brandished her wand. Yet, she never had the chance to cast a spell. Mirroring his earlier actions, Lin Mo easily captured her wrist, twisting it before pushing her away. When she escaped his grasp, her arm dangled limply at her side, dislocated and painful, as if cut by a knife with every slight movement. Crabbe groaned on the floor, holding his belly. While Goyle sat sobbing, clutching his toes, Pansy leaned against the wall, tearful and powerless, her arm hanging uselessly. Among them, only Chris managed to stand before Lin Mo, but she was too pained to utter any curses. Now, Lin Mo bent down to retrieve the whip Chris had dropped. He tugged at it forcefully, imitating her usual tone, and leisurely asked, Miss Chris, might you enlighten me as to whose hand the whip is truly in? Seeing Lin Mo brandishing her whip, Draco Chris felt an overwhelming fury, wishing she could leap upon him and bite him fiercely. But the slightest movement sent jolts of pain through her dislocated joint, rendering her speechless, only able to breathe rapidly. How about it, Miss Malfoy? Perhaps you should reconsider my earlier proposal. I pride myself on my integrity, I keep my word. As long as you guarantee not to disturb me in the future, I shall spare you this whip. Otherwise, Lin Mo curled his lips, narrowing his eyes with a devilishly charming smile. Playing the role of the antagonist was momentarily exhilarating, and the thrill of maintaining this facade was undeniably captivating. Observing the four unruly children swaying unsteadily, Lin Mo could almost sense the palpable aura of fear permeating the air. Perhaps that enigmatic figure had become so enraptured by the role of the villain that he found himself ensnared, unable to escape. This sensation held an indescribable allure. Naturally, Lin Mo was entirely capable of resisting such temptation, yet it was still essential to leave a profound impression on these mischievous children. Lin Mo forcefully cracked the whip against the ground. A resounding crack echoed, sending shivers through the other four, who then winced in pain from their injuries. Miss Malfoy, tell me, do you truly know how to wield such a weapon? Lin Mo gently lifted the whip, coiling it in his hand. You see, the common techniques involve slashing, sweeping, snapping, pulling, and entangling. To wield this soft, pliable instrument with strength requires skill. The key lies in transmitting force through waves. Fortunately, I possess a modicum of understanding regarding its intricacies. As he spoke, he swiftly cracked the whip again, with a flick of his wrist. The wave-like arc surged from the handle to the tip, striking the wall and sending a cloud of dust into the air. The other four trembled once more, and Pansy, closest to him, screamed with her eyes tightly shut. This time, the sound was somewhat muffled, and Lin Mo felt a twinge of embarrassment. It had been too long since he last practiced, and he had regressed. His skills were merely remnants of the playful tricks he had mastered during childhood. Back then, electronic toys were scarce, and activities like jumping rope and playing with sandbags dominated leisure time. He often wielded the heavy jump rope as a whip, careless enough to leave red marks on his arms and hands. Now you're afraid? Lin Mo remarked, sauntering towards Chris and flicking the whip. What do you say? Should you consider my proposal? If you guarantee it under the Malfoy family name, I shall let you off this time. You shall not. Delacour Chris spat through clenched teeth. Oh, this little brat can still muster words. I must commend her, Lin Mo mused. He was well aware of the pain involved in dislocating joints several years ago. While learning this technique, Wild Dogs had ensured he experienced it firsthand numerous times. To prevent lingering effects, he had to be treated with ointments after each training session. However, he later discovered that the more secure the joint, the more excruciating the dislocation. Is that so? Pray tell, do you dare to challenge me? Lin Mo drawled languidly. Go ahead, try it. I dare you. Chris retorted defiantly, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Oh, Lin Mo continued to play the villain, gently pressing the whip's tip against her pale cheek. It would be child's play for me to act. Alas, you would be the unfortunate one. Just imagine. A chilling lash could leave you bloodied and scarred. They say wounds inflicted by a whip leave particularly unsightly marks. And I wonder if Madame Pomfrey possesses any potions for restoration, though I wouldn't hold out much hope. You dare, you filthy scoundrel, Pansy exclaimed, unable to contain her tears. Chris bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, yet still unyielding. What do you mean? I am merely exchanging my current advantage for a future free from your disturbances. Surely, this is a reasonable trade-off. As a Slytherin, miss, you should comprehend that this is the most logical course of action. Otherwise, he lightly tapped Chris's cheek with the whip's tip, rendering her already pale face devoid of color. Yet she stood her ground. If you dare, I will ensure you. With another crack of the whip against the ground, the four of them shivered in unison once more. Lin Mo felt a twinge of frustration. Despite threatening to mar her appearance with the whip, this stubborn child refused to yield. Was it possible that this troublesome miss had yet to grasp the significance of her looks? Any girl would concede under such intimidation, yet apparently, tales were misleading. Next time, it won't merely strike the ground, Lin Mo warned coldly, raising the whip. You. Chris, filled with both fear and rage, summoned unexpected strength, momentarily overcoming the pain of her dislocated joint. If it weren't for those two fools, Goyle and Crabbe, you wouldn't be so audacious. She clutched her arm, her brow furrowed in curses and screams. You despicable wretch. How dare you lecture me on what Slytherin should do? You ought to be the one begging for my forgiveness. If you dare lay a hand on me, I will not let you get away with it. You filthy mudblood. Lin Mo rolled his eyes, realizing that today's endeavors could only conclude here. Among the four rascally children, two boys lay on the ground, clutching their bellies and toes, groaning pitifully. The other two girls had each lost an arm. One leaned against the wall, weeping softly, while the other stood, drenched in sweat from the pain. This experience would surely leave a lasting impression on them. Regrettably, he could not extract a promise from Chris, but from this. It was evident that this little rascal valued family honor and his own commitments, refraining from making empty assurances to placate Lin Mo. It was likely he would not trouble Blaze again in the future. Well, let us hope they remember this lesson. Lin Mo lifted his whip, preparing for one final crack. However, Mr. Lin Mo, came the voice of Professor McGonagall. Lin Mo felt as though he had swallowed a massive block of ice, his stomach cold and heavy. It must be an illusion, surely a mere figment of his imagination. He could not possibly be so unfortunate. Could it truly be Professor McGonagall? He chuckled softly to himself. Gradually, he turned his head, and the ice block within his stomach began to expand. Indeed, there stood the witch clad in emerald green robes, the head of Gryffindor House. Professor McGonagall. Her face was one of sheer astonishment, her left hand clutching her chest, while her right hand trembled as she pointed at him, exclaiming, "Merlin's beard! What are you doing, Mr. Lin Mo? How could you act in such a manner?" Beside the nearly breathless Professor McGonagall stood a small boy, Blaze Zabini, whose expression mirrored that of McGonagall, even more astonished. Lin Mo lamented inwardly, "How could you be so foolish as to drag your roommate into this?" Upon seeing Blaze, he understood. This roommate must have feared that he would be bullied by the troublesome miss, and hurriedly sought the professor's assistance after they had parted ways. However, Blaze clearly did not anticipate that the situation would turn completely on its head. Moreover, why, of all people, had he chosen Professor McGonagall? This was disastrous. Masquerading as a villain had indeed backfired, and now he had truly become the antagonist. There was no joy to be found in this predicament. "Professor." He hastily discarded the whip in his hand. "Mr. Lin Mo," McGonagall said sternly, "your actions are utterly unacceptable. In all my years, I have never witnessed a first-year student so cruelly tormenting their peers. I must impose a severe punishment. First, Slytherin loses 50 points. Wait, a mysterious voice interrupted McGonagall. Its tone is soft as a whisper yet clear to all. They are all my students and should be dealt with by me, even if it means expelling them all. Professor Snape, his greasy hair and black robes resembling a great bat, appeared silently beside Blaze. Faced with his dark gaze and inscrutable expression, Lin Mo was at a loss as to whether to feel relieved or apprehensive. "Oh, Severus, it should indeed be your prerogative to administer punishment," McGonagall said. Still clutching her chest, her words slightly disjointed as she continued to process the shocking scene before her. She had yet to regain her composure. Snape nodded lightly, his dark eyes scanning the room multiple times, glancing over the injured students and the fallen whip, finally settling on Lin Mo. "Mr. Lin Mo. As the only one capable of speaking, would you kindly explain to Professor McGonagall and myself what has transpired here, why Crabbe and Goyle lie injured on the ground? And what has happened to Malfoy and Parkinson's arms?" The potions master raised an eyebrow, appearing somewhat surprised. "It seems they might be dislocated?" Lin Mo felt as though his head were transforming into an ice block, his thoughts crystallizing into rigid shards, clashing together without any assistance from his usual state of mind. He desperately pondered how to explain himself to the two professors, momentarily setting aside the unlikely prospect of expulsion. He was determined not to let his actions incur a significant loss of points for Slytherin. Although Chris and her companions employed various tactics to pressure him into transferring or dropping out, Lin Mo knew those threats were mere fabrications. He had never heard of a student changing houses after the sorting, and the sorting hat was infallible. When Professor McGonagall announced the deduction of 50 points, he felt overwhelmed. "There has been a misunderstanding between Miss Malfoy and myself," Lin Mo resolved to state factually, despite Chris's furious glare piercing him like a dagger. "I had intended to discuss matters here in hopes of reconciliation, but as soon as Mr. Goyle and Mr. Crabbe approached, they seized me without hesitation. In an effort to protect myself, I had no choice but to resist slightly." "A slight resistance?" Professor McGonagall exclaimed incredulously, glancing at Professor Snape. "Oh, my apologies, Severus. I became overly agitated. In my moment of panic, I may have acted with excessive force," Lin Mo awkwardly admitted, aware that, despite his youth in comparison to the two professors, they held his fate in their hands. "I believe you understand that my wand is not particularly effective. And fearing the two ladies might launch curses at me, I had to ensure my safety first. After neutralizing their aggression, I intended to engage in a proper conversation. As for the whip on the floor, I assure you it was merely intended as a scare tactic, and it rightfully belongs to Miss Malfoy, which I seized from her." Without hesitation, he cast Miss Parkinson into the spotlight, muttering a silent prayer. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Chris's predatory glare, as if she wished to devour him whole. "So, you are asserting that you single-handedly subdued all four of them without the use of magic?" Snape queried softly, his tone enigmatic and inscrutable. "Is that not the case?" Lin Mo replied stiffly. "He ambushed us." Pansy wailed through her tears. "That wretched mudblood. Snape frowned, the lines on his forehead deepening ominously. Mind your language. Professor McGonagall interjected, displeased. Perhaps Miss Parkinson has a differing perspective? We merely sought to speak with him. Chris interjected, fixing Lin Mo with a furious glare. Crabbe and Goyle hardly laid a finger on him. He struck first. Lin Mo was taken aback. Chris's words seemed to suggest that he had indeed initiated the conflict. Upon reflection, he recognized the validity of her claim. However, as his ancestors had taught, it was better to strike first than to be struck. Pansy had even maliciously suggested water torture, an experience he wished to avoid at all costs. Had he known that Blaise would bring Snape and McGonagall into the fray, he would have fully embraced the role of victim, enduring whatever Crabbe and Goyle inflicted without resistance. Mr. Lin, what do you have to say about this? Snape's dark gaze bore into him. Observing the subtle shift in the potion's master's expression, Lin Mo had a sudden revelation. Indeed, I was the one who struck first. However, as you can see, they were 4, and I was but 1. My actions were thus a matter of necessity. He emphasized his point. Surely, you must understand the implications of a 4-on-1 situation. Are you not reminded of any rather unpleasant memories? For against 1, there is nothing wrong with acting first, Chris retorted angrily. Moreover, Lin Mo continued, seizing the opportunity to speak without interruption, I did not employ any dark curses. Their injuries are not severe. Miss Malfoy and Miss Parkinson merely suffered dislocations, while Mr. Goyle may have a fractured toe, but Madame Pomfrey will easily mend such minor ailments. As for Mr. Crabbe, he glanced at Crabbe, who was still groaning while clutching his abdomen, and uncertainly added, he may require a thorough examination by Madame Pomfrey, as he might have sustained internal injuries. I sincerely apologize for that. Lin Mo slightly lowered his head, and Chris found herself at a loss for a compelling rebuttal. After all, it was well known that the 4 of them indeed constituted a small group, regardless of whether it was an ambush or not. The undeniable fact remained, for against 1 left no room for escape. The potion's master fell into silence, and in his reticence, his students dared not utter another word. Even their pained gasps had noticeably diminished. After a prolonged moment, he finally nodded gently, I do not wish to witness a recurrence of such incidents. As punishment, each of you shall transcribe the Slytherin code twice. Blaise, kindly escort these 4 injured classmates to the infirmary. The rest of you, Lin Mo, accompany me. Transcribing the Slytherin code twice? One could complete that task in less than an hour. The punishment was hardly more than a mere formality. Severus, Professor McGonagall admonished. Casting a disapproving glance at Lin Mo, her brow furrowed. Is this response not rather hasty? Given Mr. Lin Mo's conduct, I believe it is imperative to take him to the headmaster's office for Albus to address this matter. Lin Mo's heart once again leaped to his throat. How did it escalate to seeking Professor Dumbledore? Was it truly necessary to be so grave? It was merely a minor dispute among students. I see no reason to trouble Dumbledore, Snape remarked. How benevolent. Lin Mo let out a sigh of relief, never having anticipated a day when he would feel an unusual gratitude towards the potion's master. Severus, Professor McGonagall stated with considerable seriousness. Lin Mo is a student of my house, Professor McGonagall. I shall speak with him further, the potion's master replied softly. These injured students seem to be quite incapacitated. I would appreciate your assistance in escorting them to the infirmary. Professor McGonagall appeared inclined to say more, yet upon glancing at the sobbing students, she pressed her thin lips together and conceded, as you wish, Severus. Goyle and Crabbe groaned as they struggled to rise. Given their considerable weight, Blaise's support was hardly effective. However, the 2 girls, Claire and Pansy, who had dislocated their arms, remained too fearful to move, for even the slightest shift felt like a knife's edge against their pain. Lin Mo took a couple of steps forward and seized Chris's arm. What do you think you're doing? Shoo! Lin Mo grasped her elbow, gently twisted it. And then with a forceful push, he deftly relocated the dislocated joint. Ah! Chris screamed in agony. The 2 observing professors raised their eyebrows in unison, surprised by the sudden turn of events. Lin Mo did not pause, turning to reposition Pansy's arm, eliciting another sharp cry. I have successfully realigned their joints, however. After such realignment, they are prone to looseness, necessitating the healer to employ their magic to firmly stabilize the shoulders of both young ladies. He smiled courteously at Professor McGonagall, saying, Now, you may escort them to Madame Pomfrey. As they departed the treatment room, Minerva McGonagall's brow furrowed even more heavily. As Lin Mo had indicated, Goyle had 2 fractured toes, and after the dislocations of both Clary and Pansy's arms were corrected, all 3 were relatively unharmed. Following a brief treatment from Madame Pomfrey, They had all recovered, save for Crab, who faced a slight complication. However, after a few incantations and a small dose of a viscous potion, he too was restored to health, although traces of tears remained on their faces. It was more a manifestation of lingering fear and indignation, not to mention the potion's unpleasant taste. Even Crab, who had sustained the most severe injuries, was not required to rest in the infirmary. Once Madame Pomfrey completed her treatment, she promptly sent them on their way. McGonagall instructed Blaise to attend to the 4 first years as they returned to the Slytherin dormitory. Minerva, how did those children come to be in such a state? I rarely witness such injuries at Hogwarts. They are entirely unrelated to any spells. Furthermore, who assisted the girls in realigning their arms? Madame Pomfrey inquired. A student helped them. Otherwise, the 2 children were in too much pain to move, McGonagall replied, her concern evident. Oh, regardless of who it was, I must say their technique was exceedingly rough, albeit skillful. It is fortunate you brought them to me for examination. Otherwise, the girls would undoubtedly have suffered long-term consequences. That brutal method of realignment was akin to deliberate torment. I dare say the 2 girls must have cried during the process. Oh, indeed. McGonagall appeared momentarily distracted. It was that very student who injured those 4 children. This is utterly unacceptable, Minerva. Which upperclassman is responsible? You must ensure that they are adequately punished. It was merely a first year, a fellow student from their own year. Just a first year? My goodness. Madame Pomfrey exclaimed in astonishment. Could he have single-handedly injured those 4 children with just his fists? I have never heard of such a thing. This is also my first encounter with such a situation. McGonagall murmured, lost in thought, shaking her head gravely without elaborating further. Thank you, Poppy, she said as she exited the treatment room. Madame Pomfrey's assessment of the student's injuries mirrored Lin Mo's precisely, which did not provide McGonagall with any comfort. Instead, it deepened her concern. This indicated that the child from the Muggle world was acutely aware of his actions, and judging by the dazed expressions of the injured Slytherin first years, it was evident they were burdened with significant psychological distress. Lin Mo left them with a shadow, prompting McGonagall to recall unpleasant memories. After a moment of hesitation, she reached into her pocket and resolutely decided to ascend to the 8th floor, halting before an extraordinarily grotesque stone creature. Ice-cold lemonade, she declared. The stone beast suddenly sprang to life, leaping aside as the wall behind it split in 2. Beyond the wall lay a spiraling staircase, gently ascending like an escalator. With a sense of foreboding, McGonagall stepped onto the staircase, which twirled upward until it came to a stop before a shimmering oak door, adorned with a brass knocker shaped like a griffin. This was Dumbledore's office. She rapped lightly on the door, which opened silently. Inside was a spacious, beautifully circular room filled with various whimsical sounds. Eccentric silverware spun about, releasing wisps of smoke, and the decor appeared both traditional and chaotic, as if each